to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm here via audio with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia. How you doing today, babe?
I'm all right. How you feeling?
Feeling good. I'm a little bit under the weather. I will be home tomorrow. I'm in Tulsa today, and cannot wait to get home and hang out with you.
Okay. Yeah. Haven't seen you in quite a bit.
Yeah. So
Been gone.
yeah. I took a lot of trips this month, and I want to say hello to everybody who's here. I see Blissful Therapy. Tarika Brown came in early. Kathy Harrison, good to see you. Goldmine Advantage, Royal Calhoun. Give us a yes if you can hear us. Okay, give us a quick yes that the audio is coming through all right. If you can, I'd appreciate that if you could. And also, I want to let you all know what Pillow Talk is. Pillow Talk is basically we're both professors. I'm a professor of finance. My wife is a professor of social work. And we created Pillow Talk because we wanted to have intelligent conversations about things that are happening in the Black community. Because I know a lot of you get tired of the same old stuff. You can't get all your information from the shade room. You really want to actually elevate the conversation so you can vibrate on a higher frequency, and that's our goal. I understand money at a very high level. My wife is not just a therapist, but she's a therapist that trains other therapists. And so I reached out to my wife today, and I presented her with a pitch, and thank goodness she agreed to it. And I said, it would be really interesting to learn lessons from all these accusations that have appeared against Diddy lately. I've heard my wife talk about personality types, and I've heard her reference different personalities that are more vulnerable, more susceptible to the manipulation of people like, say, a Diddy. Not to say that Diddy did all these things. I think it's important to remember that he's innocent until proven guilty. But I thought that my wife would be a great person to help give us some insights into just how you get diddied in this world, So, babe, can you hear me now? I heard some background noise. Are you there?
You
Hello?
heard background noise on my part?
Yeah,
Yes.
I
Can you
heard.
hear me?
Yeah, I had to mute you for a second. I heard some background noise. But what? So okay, so let's jump into the Diddy thing. So, have
All
you
right.
been following all the stuff going on with Diddy lately? Have you been paying attention to all the media stuff?
Oh my God. Yes. We were in Miami on Monday. And I remember thinking, oh, it's going down in Miami. I mean, it was really surprising that people would come for him in that way. So they must have been monitoring him for quite some time. And isn't that true? The FBI raided his house. Oh my goodness. What's happening?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, so he had hit his house raided. There is also just this. It's almost like there's been a significant amount of reputational damage. I'm not here to be judge, jury, and executioner on Diddy or his legacy. I am one to say, to be honest with you, though, that that for many years there have been whispers around whether or not he was involved with the death of Tupac, and also just kind of what happens in that space. A lot of people don't feel that was a safe space for artists. A lot of artists felt like they were in that space and bad things happened. So Diddy's kind of being made into the new R. Kelly to some extent, or even worse, the new Bill Cosby. And so I wanted to focus on more the therapeutic aspect of it, babe, and have you as the expert on this. Give us some insights. You sent me a little note on different personality types, and I thought that was really interesting. And it made me curious. I said, what kind of personality types are the ones that are most likely to be taken advantage of? Let's say Diddy did these things, or let's say even if Diddy didn't do it, let's say R. Kelly or somebody like that. I'm not going to just put it all on Diddy, but I'd be curious to know about the different personality traits that open a person to this kind of thing. So you sent me a list of what they call the big five personality traits, and we can start there. And I can mention each one, and you can kind of give me some insights into what that means. So you mentioned extroversion, agreeableness, openness, conscientiousness, and neuroticism. So let's start with extroversion. Tell me about that.
Well, wait, one more thing before we get into this. These five personality traits that you mentioned, neuroticism, extroversionism, agreeableness, openness, and conscientiousness. What's interesting about these five personality traits is that it's very well researched. So, Boyce, have you ever had a personality test? Have you ever taken that? The Myers-Briggs?
Yeah, the 16personalities.org, right?
Right, 16 personalities and all those other ones. None of those I hate to tell you, I'm not going to say that those aren't good to use, but they're not very well substantiated in the research.
Okay.
It's, you know, the Myers-Briggs is based on, you know, Carl Jung. And we love Carl Jung, right? But he never would have wanted his concepts of how a person develops into personality types. And I know that the Myers-Briggs and everything is used, and people can see, you know, people can look at it and see, oh, okay, that's me. That's, I can see myself in that. But it's not as well researched and substantiated in the literature as the 5 personality traits. So I just want to start with that, because what we're going to cover today is research based, is evidence based information on our personality. So I wanted to get that out of the way before we got into the one. So what was your question again before we get started?
Okay, so
I'm gonna
I'm gonna read the 5 major types, and
right.
I'm gonna give you my simple-minded assessment, you know, which is obviously not professional at all, on what I saw when I saw Diddy. So, and then you can kind of circle back and correct me in the areas where I need to be corrected, because you're the expert on this. So I see the big 5 personality traits that you sent here. There's extroversion, agreeableness, openness, conscientiousness, and neuroticism. So when I
Yes.
think about extroversion, which is sociability, it's that, or I guess, sorry, it's not sociability. Sorry about that. Extroversion, I think of Diddy as this big extrovert, and I'm wondering if, with Diddy being sort of an extrovert, the loud guy partying all the time, how does that relate to the way others might view him? Like, is he more connected to other extroverts or introverts? Or let's assume that a Diddy or an R. Kelly or somebody was in a position where they wanted to manipulate somebody. Does the degree of extroversion or introversion, I assume introversion is the opposite of extroversion. Maybe you can correct me on that. You know, would that affect whether or not someone would say, okay, that's a person that I think I can manipulate?
Yeah, well, extroversion, I don't know. Like it according to the research, extroversion means that you're somebody who is very warm. You have a lot of warmth. So warmth is a major component of somebody who's who has extroversion, which is different from being extroverted, right? They're very affectionate, they're warm, and they're very friendly. So I'm not certain that he would fall under someone who's extremely extroverted, right? People who are extroverted, they're just easy to form really close attachments to others. They're very they smile a lot. They have they enjoy talking to other people. They really like meeting people, and they take an interest in other people. So if I were to say, if someone had the qualities of taking advantage of other people, those individuals are not necessarily extroverted, right? So people who are very cold and distant, they would score very low on extrovertedness, right? They're not very warm. They don't enjoy talking to other people. And I know, I remember, like, I saw his reality show where he was making the band. You know, somebody who was, he didn't seem to be very warm with the people. He seemed to have this kind of hard look on his face. You know, he didn't seem to want to get to know people on a personal level. He did not seem to be very warm and friendly. And not to say that if you score low on extroversionism, if you score low on that, that doesn't mean that you're going to take advantage of people, but that just means that sometimes you're very hasty in investing in relationships, because people who are very high on extroversionism, those individuals tend to participate in non-reciprocal relationships. Non-reciprocal relationships. So they're just in relationships because they really enjoy being around people, and they like to do things for people, and they're not necessarily looking for something in return.
Okay.
So I
Well,
would say somebody like that would be very low
well,
on that criteria.
Well, let me jump in. I always saw Denny as an extrovert. He was loud. He loved to dance. He loved to party. He was always very loving in terms of he literally, when they saw him, when they filmed him in Miami, where you were down in Miami at the same time, first thing he said is love. You know, he just said, "Hey, love," and then whenever 50 Cent, you know, 50 Cent has always attacked Diddy publicly on his platform. a lot. And all Diddy has ever done is said, "Hey, come on, Playboy, come on, can't we be friends? Can't we be friends?" Now, for some people, being friends with Diddy comes with inherent risk, right? There's a whole conversation about whether or not you really want to be his close friend. But I'm wondering if I've always seen Diddy as an extrovert. He's the flashiest guy. He's the loud guy. He's holding up the glasses of champagne. He's always screaming and hollering and holding up the bottles of everything. Like why would you not consider Diddy to be extroverted?
Well, extroverted is different from extroversion. Like extroverted, you're thinking about the Myers-Briggs. And but there are from what I read, warmth is just one aspect of extroversion. Warmth is one aspect of it. Another aspect that you're right, he could be is gregarious. People who are these are people who like to be around a lot of other people. They yearn for others if they are alone. So if they are alone by themselves too long, they yearn to be around people, right? And so and I can see that he's very assertive. People who are extroversion tend to be very assertive. They also tend to be productive. So he gets a lot done. He likes a fast-paced life. He likes to be he's energetic. He likes to see excitement. So in that aspect, I could see him, if he took this test, and there's a test that you can take, I can see him scoring really high on that. But in terms of like warmth and genuine positive emotions genuine positive emotions about other people, I'm not sure. And I'm not talking about Puff Daddy, but I'm talking about people who would be in a position where they would want to take advantage of other people. They don't see individuals in this warmth kind of way. They may do it. They may pretend that they're doing that to get something out of them, but they participate in behaviors where it's like, okay, what am I getting out of it? So I don't know if I want to say necessarily Puff Daddy, but I just want to say people just in general.
Wait, you're calling him Puff Daddy?
Oh, whatever his name is. I thought
his name was Diddy.
Diddy, whatever he is. Did he? I don't know. But whatever it is, there's some aspects of extroversion that he probably adheres to. But in terms of warmth, I wouldn't necessarily put him there.
Okay. Well, what's funny, what's interesting, which does feed to your point, is I had a mutual friend of Diddy. I never met Diddy, but I have a friend of a friend of Diddy, and he had a meeting with Diddy, and he decided to send me this video of the meeting. And I don't know if Diddy said he could share the video or not, but he sent it to me, and I remember he was really mad. And I remember seeing him slam, they were playing some video for him, and his leg was shaking really fast, and he just slammed the laptop down really, really hard. Like he was just pissed off and livid. So you could really kind of see, like, almost in a Goodfellas sort of way, and maybe hip hop, perpetuates this stereotype of the guy who is loud and gregarious, but behind the scenes, there's something else going on. Maybe there is, hey, I'm going to come and come and get you. I'm gonna seem like everything's okay in public, but later on, your car might get blown up, or you might get shot while you're in Vegas at a Mike Tyson fight, or whatever, right? So, I do hear what you're saying with that. So let me ask you this: so with Diddy and the alleged victims, and I want to keep saying the word alleged just because I don't think that we have the right to convict him. I'd be curious to know, when you talk about people that really went for Diddy's charm, that found themselves in tough situations because of that. You talk specifically about women like Young Miami and Cassie. There were some people who say, you made a choice. You were around this guy. It was your decision. And then there are other people who say, no, he manipulated these people. Anything could have happened. Which personality types tend to be open to the most manipulation like this, right? Like I don't know, and you can name some of the big five if you want, or some others, but I was thinking about things like agreeableness and openness as being a couple of things, and maybe a lack of conscientiousness might play a role in your susceptibility to manipulation by a celebrity. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely high you would have high rates of agreeableness. That's definitely a lot of people who are victim who are survivors of that type of manipulation. And I'm not just talking about um celebrities. I'm talking about like catfishing and all the different ways, because think about online dating, all the different ways you can be manipulated. You don't know these people. Online dating, people who tend to be more agreeable tend to be more susceptible to being manipulated and told things. So yeah, so agreeableness is compassion. You're a very compassionate person. You're polite. You do have that sense of warmth. You have warmth, as your primary personality. And you also are very maternal. People who are high on agreeableness, they care more about other people than they do themselves. And they tend to be very cooperative and not necessarily competitive, but they tend to be really cooperative. So it would make sense that people who have personality traits where they're really high on agreeableness would be people who would be more susceptible to being victims of being manipulated.
By the way, everybody, in case you just came in, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm a finance professor. My wife is a full professor of social work and a licensed therapist. And if you want to hang out with Dr. Alicia, she sees clients every single day on an individual and collective basis. She can help you with a lot of issues that you may be working with or struggling through in relationships, as well as things like financial anxiety or any form of anxiety, really, or beyond that. So feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com to see what she does. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Also, this podcast is on Spotify. So you can find it on Spotify and Apple just by looking at my name, Boyce Watkins. And last but not least, Dr. Alicia has written some great books on various forms of financial therapy. So if you want to take a look at some of her workbooks on financial therapy, which can help you, just go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com, and just search for the word Alicia. We have a whole section on love and money, and the whole love and money lab, where our goal is to help those of you that really want to figure out your finances and figure out how to have healthy relationships. It really makes a big difference in your happiness in life. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. Okay, so let's hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. We were talking about Diddy, and I brought in Dr. Alicia because I really wanted to try to understand just what type of personality traits are more likely to be susceptible to the charm of a Diddy, assuming that Diddy may have done some things that he shouldn't have done. Again, innocent until proven guilty, but with his house getting raided and a lot of the accusations coming out, it's really hard to ignore all that. So one thing I was thinking about, and I'd like for you to tie this into personality traits, either of the victim or the predator, whichever side you want to look at. But one thing I can say as a finance guy is I've talked extensively about how someone having money really opens the door for people to become victimized by that person. That if you were a person that did want to victimize people, not to say Diddy was trying to do these things, it's up to you to decide that. Having lots of money, a big fat mansion, lots of fame is a very easy way to manipulate other people.
Yes,
male or female, right? You can get things out of people. Even the rapper Too Short used to rap in his verses about how he would lure women in because they thought they were going to get some of his money. And he said, the whole plan was never to give you any money. The plan was to get you to have sex with me, hoping that you get my money, and then I don't give you anything. Right. And he said it in a very lewd kind of way, but that was the point. So money is a manipulator, right? The impression of money can manipulate people psychologically, make them trust you. Jeffrey Epstein did the same thing. So when I heard about the cameras in the different rooms in Diddy's house, allegedly, that really reminded me of Epstein. Okay, we get you vulnerable, we get you to trust us, then we get you to do things that you don't want people to know about, and then I get to blackmail you, which really speaks to a whole level of sinisterness that really may not be getting addressed appropriately. So can you sort of tie that back into personality traits and how people like say a Diddy victim allegedly, or a Risa Tisa, or somebody might be fooled into believing something is real when it's not?
Yeah, because a lot of victims tend to be, you can talk about personality traits, a lot of victims tend to be very greedy. That's a personality trait of people who tend to be victims to somebody who has perception of all of this big fame and all of this money. People who fall into that have these greed. I mean, just think about it. If you're not a very greedy person, if you're, someone's flashing a lot of money around you, that's not going to impress you. right? I'm not going to be impressed by how much money you flash around because I'm not a very greedy person. So people who are very greedy are more likely to be victims of being manipulated because that's what it takes. Somebody can use their money to manipulate you into kind of like a carrot at the end of the stick. You know, I want this money. I want this money. I want to be seen with you. They have this desire for this sort of they just want what you got, what you're flaunting in front of them. And so yeah, people are very greedy. Victims are very greedy. And not to say that Risa Tisa was greedy, but that was one of the reasons why she stayed with this man, because she kept talking about very openly, she kept talking about, well, you know, he was paying the bills. So that made her pause. That made her ignore all of the red flags that were going all over the place. And he knew it. Probably knew it.
Mm,
Mhm.
interesting. Yeah, well, it is one of those things where when you say when you use that word greed, I think greed could be the appropriate term in some context. I think maybe perhaps a nicer way to say it might be that you have some sort of dream or fantasy or some sort of want, right? And I remember you telling me about how the Buddhists train themselves to not want things because a lot of times the things that we want can entrap us, right? We can get up every day not content, not happy with what we have, not content, not happy with who we are. And so we go into the world searching for things, right? And that's why I think really self-esteem is very important. I don't think Diddy or anybody or R. Kelly or anybody who wanted to victimize anybody I think they'd have a much harder time doing that to somebody who's content with who they are and what they have versus somebody who's not content, somebody who says, okay, I got to get to the next level. I got to get more. I'm financially desperate or whatever. And
Mhm.
that's what I'm really picking up. It makes me think about TLC. Y'all, I know a lot of y'all may know this, but my cousins in the group TLC, T-Boz, our grandfathers are brothers. Her grandfather's name is Sam. My grandfather's name is Matt. And remember that song they had? Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to. And so literally when I teach students in the prime program about investing, I sing that song all the time. I say, don't go chasing waterfalls because the more you leave your home base, the more you're trying to go out in the world and find things that are already in you, things that are already there for you. The more you put yourself in danger, the more risk you take, the more you have to go into foreign territories where people may not want what's best for you. So what do you think about that? I almost feel that Diddy is if Diddy was victimizing anyone, his perfect victim would be somebody who is living off a dream, who has some sort of fantasy that one day I'm going to work with Diddy and I'm going to be big, I'm going to be the next bad boy. And it never really happened. The dream never really came true for hardly anybody except maybe Biggie. But even Biggie didn't live the dream because Biggie's dead. What are your thoughts on what I just said?
Yeah, and victims they also tend to be very lonely and very inexperienced when it comes to reading people and understanding people and behavior. They tend to be extremely lonely. So not only are they in need of things, maybe even in a desperate situation, but they just don't have the ability to connect with normal people. They don't have the ability sometimes to do that. And they're inexperienced in love too. They don't understand. They haven't had a lot of relationships. So I think you can probably say that they're very naive.
Mm. Well, you
Yeah.
know what?
This is not just me talking. By the way, I just want to say this is not just me talking just based on my clinical experience. This is data. Like there's been studies done on how and why people become victims, what types of personality traits are inherent and are common among individuals who are victims of scams, victims of being catfished, and victims of being manipulated and taken advantage of. And there's also been studies done on individuals who are perpetrators, who are scammers and money makers. They all have similar personality traits, and so that's why we're doing this podcast today. Wouldn't you say, Boyce?
I would definitely agree.
Okay. So this is not
You know,
my opinion. Don't be mad at the data. I love
no,
numbers.
no, no. I think you're right. And actually, before we move on, I want everybody, if you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. Dr. Alicia and I created something called the Love and Money Lab. If you, one of the biggest reasons for breakups and broken families is finances, and I really want to share everything I know about money. My wife shares everything she knows about love and therapy and healing and dealing with all the trauma. Undiagnosed, untreated trauma is the number one problem in our community. That's why you see so much crazy stuff. If that is your thing, if you are among the group of people that really wants to heal and make things better, feel free to visit theloveandmoneylab.com. There's a lot of good content there, and lots of things that we believe will help you in your life. Also, if you want to receive some free information from us, from Dr. Alicia, just text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948, and she can send you some stuff right away. So the goal is not just to talk about Diddy and what's going on here. It's really to talk about us and to talk about healing and to talk about what you can learn from some of these crazy situations. Because I can tell you, babe, I think that hip hop has been just a sucker's dream for a very long time. You know,
Yeah.
I tell the story all the time of a young lady I met who went to college in Atlanta, and she didn't study at all her freshman year. And I said, well, why would you deliberately not study? She said, because in my mind, I knew that one day I was going to get discovered by Diddy or Jay-Z, and I was going to go work for Diddy or Jay-Z. And of course, it didn't happen. You know, she was like another 10 million people that all have the same dream. But then I said, what if she had gotten her dream? What if she had met Diddy? Diddy took her under her wing and said, hey, you know, I really think you got talent. I want you to come and work for me. I want you to be my right hand person. That could be very traumatic for her. You know, like
It's
a lot of
very
times.
naive to think this. It's very naive to think that way.
Well,
Making yourself accessible, susceptible to being manipulated.
you know, the thing is, D1 always has a saying that the devil can bless you too. And again, not to say Diddy's the devil. I don't know. Again, you have to prove certain things, but I'm going to just tell you that, you know, my smell test says that there's probably something going on. I've always felt this way. I felt this way 20 years ago, but you know, basically, it seems to me that it's real simple, right? You talked about earlier about how the Buddhists are trained to not want things, and that's a type of freedom. If you're not sitting around constantly desiring things, then people can't manipulate you based on what you want. Because it seems to me, tell me what you think, that a person who's manipulative, first thing they're going to do is figure out what you want, and then when you tell them what you want, then they can fit their conversation into whatever it is that you said. So if you say you want romance, well, he's going to give you romance. He's going to love bomb you. If you say you want money, oh, he's going to start making it rain on you, right? If you say that you want to have a white picket fence with 2 children, he'll start daydreaming that with you. I knew a guy one time who used to manipulate women. You know, it's almost like a sport. He had about 10 girlfriends, and one of his friends asked him, like, "What do you do? How do you manipulate? How do you get all these girls to fall in love with you?" And he said, "It's simple." He said, "Just sell them a dream. If you sell them a dream, they'll do whatever you want." And it seems to me that's where dreaming can be very dangerous, because I think especially when you look at in a debaucherous, horrific place like hip hop, where rappers are getting killed every other day, it's full of drug addicts and sex addicts and people that are financially unstable, sexually irresponsible. People are getting hurt and killed every single day. I don't really, and then let's not even forget about the fact that the feds are always watching. That does not seem like a dream. So I don't understand why Black people as a community are even caught up in that dream, because there's nothing good about this space. I've been in it. I don't want to be in that space. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's you, because you're probably very authentic and a very very you look for real authentic connections, and you have a BS meter and you could see through people. It's nothing like going somewhere and you're trying to have a meaningful conversation with a person, and they're looking around the room, their eyes are darting around the room looking to see who's important that they can talk to and connect with. Like you know who what's
Oh
going on. Has that
yeah.
ever happened to you? You ever been that in those
Oh
situations? It's just like, okay, really, and
well, when you and I go out, like a lot of times I can really tell people that are like, oh, I gotta meet Dr. Boyce Watkins, right? And it
Oh
doesn't mean
gosh.
you've seen that. You've seen people that say, "Hey, can I talk to Dr. Boyce?" And it's not that it's always bad, right? Like it's an
Yeah.
honor and there's nothing wrong with it. But sometimes you're like, well, why do you want to talk to me and why are you trying to get so close to me? What is your agenda here? Because not everybody is there for good intentions.
Yeah, and then you have like when I see that, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's a parasocial relationship, where people know everything about you, boys, and they feel like they have this connection to you. And there are a lot of people, and rightfully so. I totally can understand why people would want to know. They spend so much emotional energy getting to know who you are, boys. They listen to all of your podcasts. They spend a lot of their time getting to know the voice of the podcast voice, which is, deeply connected to who you are as a person. But the podcast voice is in the online voice is not necessarily the voice that you're more than just that, right? So that parasocial sort of relationship where people feel like they really know you. Yeah, they know you, but I know you. I know you in other ways, right? So
Yeah.
that's just something that's hard, and it's very common with celebrities and sports figures and television stars and people. There is very common where people will feel like they really know you, but it's sort of a one-sided thing because you don't know everybody. I don't know everybody. I would love to know people who follow us and listen to Pillow Talk. I would love to know everyone, but it's just not possible. Some of those things just is built in the fact that we're online, we're on YouTube right now. How many people watching, boys? How many people watching us?
Well, a few
Few
hundred,
hundred people watching us, and
yeah,
so
about
that's beautiful.
about 700 people, and
Yeah.
it's
So
good, right?
it is. And that's why I love the convention and everything where I can feel like I can get to know people. But, it does get to the point where, people know who we are, but we don't necessarily know who they are.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's really one of those things where I love being honored and flattered by people that want to meet me. I mean, it's a blessing, right? So I'll never ever look at it in any other way. But I think that you have to, in general, in business and in life, obviously be able to figure out like, okay, why are you here? What do you want, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just something that's pretty naive. It's not something harmful or anything like that. But then you do have people that um, are driven maybe by things that they shouldn't be driven by. Like maybe they're trying to sleep with you or they're trying to manipulate you or steal from you or whatever. And I think with Diddy, what is interesting about Diddy is, I always compare Diddy. I'm sorry, I have to go ahead and do the comparison of Diddy and R. Kelly, and let me tell you why. Diddy and R. Kelly, they remind me of that movie I told you about. Remember that movie Dorian Gray?
Oh, you love talking about that movie. Yeah, I love say
Yeah,
it again. I like listening to you talk about it.
I love talking about the movie Dorian Gray because Dorian Gray is a story about a man who made a deal with the devil. And because he made the
Mhm.
deal with the devil, he was able to have whatever he wanted. So he was able to have, all the women he wanted, all the money he wanted, all the power he wanted. He could kill people and get away with it. And what happened was that because he had this deal with the devil and because he was getting whatever he wanted, it rotted his soul. It really just rotted and corrupted his soul because human beings are not designed to have whatever they want. If you ever want to have the joy stolen out of your life, get to the point where you can have anything that you want. Then nothing has value anymore because you can have anything you want at any time. Will Smith is a guy who can describe that very accurately. I love Will Smith. I don't care what nobody says. I like him. I met his brother Harry. I talked to Harry for hours, and I could tell from talking to Harry. I said, "Okay, you come from a smart family. I can tell you're thinkers." So Will Smith did a great job when they asked him, "What's the meaning of life?" And he said, "I hope everybody gets blessed with the opportunity to know what it's like to have anything that you want, where you can afford anything you want, you can have any woman you want, whatever." He said that then you find out that eventually all those things are not going to keep you happy or make you happy. He said happiness
Mhm.
has to start from inside. And I think with Will, I think when I heard that statement from Will, I thought about where he mentioned in his book that he'd had so many women attracted. I mean, you're an international sex symbol where there's literally millions of women that want to have sex with you and millions of men too. And he said he'd had so much sex that he literally got to the point where he would vomit when he had an orgasm. He would vomit. He would get physically repulsed by it. And I think to me that just speaks to a type of gluttony that can really steal your joy. We all grow up and we're dreaming about having more money and success and fame and everything else. Well, then the movie Dorian Gray kind of shows that darker side of that. So when I see Diddy and R. Kelly and these guys who unfortunately get spoiled by fame, right? Everybody loves you. Everybody, money is flowing out of the ceiling. Everybody wants to be your friend. Every girl, every guy, everybody wants to get with you. People do whatever you say. Eventually, I think that can lead to actual depression. I wonder, and maybe you can tell me. You're the expert. You're the clinician. Is there any theory on this, or is there research done on this to sort of show that a person who has like this constant joy and constant adrenaline rush, how that can actually be very bad for them?
Well, I mean, that makes sense, right? I mean, you work so hard to achieve all of these material things, and these people work really, really hard to get what they want, and it would make sense that they would just be like kind of bored. Here I am, I got this beautiful house, secluded away from everything and everybody, and now what? It's like, okay, now that you have everything you want, what is really important to you? So if you had to erase all of that, now what? What's next for you? So yeah, I can see, where you can live in a beautiful house with all the money in the world and end up feeling really lonely.
Well, by the way, everybody,
Not having direction. Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. But before I move on, I wanted to mention to everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. Dr. Alicia's website, where she sees her clients, is coachingwithdralicia.com. Also, if you text the word love to 87948, Dr. Alicia can send you links to some of her excellent material on dealing with financial anxiety, how to communicate in your relationships. A lot of people struggle with that, and a lot of other good stuff. So feel free to text the word love to 87948, and we can send you some stuff. So as you hit the thumbs up button, everybody, I want to ask Dr. Alicia another question about this. So what would you say in terms of, a lot of times in the Black community, when we have stuff like this happen, because this ain't the first time this has happened. This happens all the time. And you know me, I have my little bone to pick with hip hop, because I feel like hip hop was derailed. Hip hop was turned into something it wasn't meant to be. It also has had a horrible impact on the image of the Black male in America. A whole generation of Black men were raised looking up to men who are not, who really, honestly, in my view, I would describe them as degenerates. I'm sure you have a nicer word to use. But with that being said, though, it seems like a lot of times these things happen and we just sort of watch the train go by and we don't pick up the life lessons that might be available in this situation. What would you say if you were just watching this, and let's say you were talking to our son or one of our girls about this, just what to look out for? What would go through your mind just as a mother, as a therapist, all that stuff?
I mean, I don't know. When it comes to hip hop and the influence of hip hop, I would definitely encourage them to think critically about the type of music and the type of, and then we've had these conversations, Boyce, about, I sit and listen to some of those songs and I have a conversation with them. Like, what do you think about what they're saying? Like, what is the message that this person is really giving you? And I really love the fact that, when you ask children, what do you think about the content in some of this music? And they'll tell you like, oh, I don't think that that's right. You can have a conversation with them about what they're listening to and what they think about what they're listening, because you can't shelter the people from hip hop. It's part of our culture. It is an aspect of our culture. But I think it's so important when you talk about conversations you have with your children, is to ask them, what do you think about what's going on with Diddy? What do you think what's going on with R. Kelly? Like, getting from them their thoughts and perspective and having them think critically about the information that they're taking in. And, it's interesting, even having a conversation with Tay Tay, she even says, I don't really like hip hop music that much. She's like, I don't like it because that kind of music is not something that it interests me altogether. And, she'll have a really intelligent conversation with you. So I don't think that we need to discount our children and think that they're that susceptible, because think about it, boys. Think about the music we grew up on. I mean, some of the debauchery, you know. I love shout out AMG. I used to listen to AMG over and over again. I couldn't even play that. I couldn't play any of those songs in front of my
You
kids,
better
right?
have my money.
Oh, come on. Come
Well, you
on,
know what?
AMG.
Well, and that is
So
true,
my
right?
thing is thinking and having a conversation, not sheltering them because I just don't know how to shelter people. I don't know how to do that, but having conversation with them about the type of information and media that they're in contact with.
Well, you know what, and I do agree with you, right? I think that it would be hypocritical for our generation to, you know, bash the next generation for their love of this music. But also, I think that we'd have to be honest with ourselves and really talk about how our generation was harmed by the fact that hip hop turned to the left. You know, some people weren't, right? Kids from the suburbs with two parent households were probably less affected than, say, kids in the inner city who didn't have a male role model, who were looking for their role models on TV or in the media. I think that this is something that needs to be discussed. I don't think that we can act like entertainment, and you've talked about this in terms of how entertainment affects your subconscious mind. I mean, you're the one who told me that your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between fantasy and reality. So, so really, and really, here's the other thing too. Before we talk about the images of the Diddy or the Diddies or the little Waynes and what that's done to the black community, in terms of how we're viewed around the world and how our men think about themselves and about their women, you really got to go back to the 70s at least, to the pimp culture, back when they had movies about pimps. And my father is the one who told me that the black exploitation films affected him and his friends. You know,
Mhm.
it affected how they viewed relationships, how they viewed women. He said after they saw the pimps, and they saw the pimps and the hustlers with all the women, they, you know, that reduced their incentive to be, you know, solid married men. That's really, so when people walk around using terms like simp to describe men who honor women and love women, that's really started, in my opinion, in the 70s. A lot of what Snoop Dogg did when he was running around saying, "We don't love them hoes," right? When he was doing all that, that was him copying 1970s black exploitation culture. Remember, his mentor at the time was Bishop Magic Don Juan, who was that pimp that had on all the bright green suits and all that, and used to carry around the pimp cup. That really, to me, is how far you can go back to really find where we sort of, where media kind of went to the left and started to really manipulate the minds of black men. I think it's all connected. What do you think?
Yeah, it for sure manipulated a lot of people's minds to want to emulate what they were seeing and propping those individuals up in the media as something to look up to. And again, it does affect your subconscious mind, but you can consciously program yourself just the way advertising works to program you. You can program yourself. We now have laid out the formula. We know the formula now. We know the repetition, we know the imagery, we know the lyrics and the words. You know the formula to program you. So why not you consciously make a conscious effort to program yourself? Whatever you want, you can definitely have it. Anything that you want in life, you can have. It just has to sync up with your energy. And you can program yourself to get on that frequency and get whatever you want in life. Any and everything. So I mean, if anything, it's the formula that works and you can't stop it. I mean, advertising money is never going to end. So you can become conscious. So when you have conversations with your children, you are having a conscious conversation about things that are happening to them on the subconscious level, right? So that's how you fight it. That's how you take back your own mind.
Mm. Well, you know
Reclaim
what?
yourself.
Well, you know, I do agree with that, right? I think that it's very important. The reason a black person has no choice but to be conscious is that if you're not conscious, you're going to be a slave, because the power dynamic in America, the economic power dynamic in America, is one such that you're dealing with a white male who has become a dominant economic force in the world, and he understands powernomics concepts, right? It's almost like they all read
Yes.
Dr. Claude Anderson books. So they understand how their money can be used to manipulate other people, right? And to shape the minds of other people, to keep them enslaved, keep you consuming, keep you destroying your families, keeping you weak, keeping you broken, keeping you in prison. And a lot of that was done through hip hop, I believe. I do believe that theory about hip hop being deliberately derailed. I don't know any black people who supported the transition of hip hop music from KRS-One and Chuck D to we don't love them hoes and let's go kill a nigga today. Like that was not in the agenda. There was no black leader who said, I want more music celebrating the genocide of black people. There's no black leader who said that. So it must have been a white leader or an economic leader who said it's not only going to help us solve one problem of getting rid of the black male, because the strong black male has been a threat to America since slavery. We don't want a bunch of strong, righteous, intelligent, focused, conscientious, strategic black males running around our society. That's one problem it solves. And then number two, we can make money while we're at it. We can build a whole economy around exterminating the black male, which we consider to be a cockroach of our society. That's what I saw, right? That's what I saw as a black man, because even back at that time, I was like, why suddenly are we as black men looking up to pimps? Why is the term "we don't love them hoes"? Why is that so popular? Because women are the reason you exist. You can't reproduce without your women. So you literally are telling black men to hate the women that make their children. So when I look up now in 2024 and I see rappers like 50 Cent comfortably sitting on a platform of 31 million Instagram followers, consistently and on a daily basis attacking the mother of his children, the guardian of his seed, the reason his DNA is allowed to exist in the next generation, I just can't help but to sit back and say, man, they pulled a real whammy on you. They've got you to become an accomplice in your own murder. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I really love that you're talking about slave because I haven't talked to you in a while, but I've been reading up on Nietzsche and existentialism. I'll tell you
Okay.
all about it. I am reading up on that, and they talk about the concept of slavery and what it means. It really means letting go your control and following behind somebody else. That is what slavery means, not being in control and in charge of who and what you do and become on a daily basis. And reclaiming your power is how you exit slavery. And these are
Mm,
philosophers. I love philosophers. Yeah, so that's what they're talking about. That is in and of itself a definition of that. And I think sometimes we get so lazy in our thinking and our thought process. We just go with whatever. And you can't do that in these days. You can't look to something outside of you to save you. You just can't do that. And eventually, and I don't know if these people sold their souls so that they can have this fame and power. I don't know. But I do know that they're not promoting in the type of image that I would want my children to see. I do know that. I know
mm.
that these aren't people that I particularly look up to,
Oh,
and I know I didn't
you're going in and out a little bit, babe.
entertain.
Hey, Alicia,
Oh, okay.
are y'all having?
Yeah.
Is Alicia's mic choppy?
You hear me?
I can hear you, but you may want to make sure your mic's plugged in. And by the way, while you do that, I want everybody to know you're listening to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. And on Pillow Talk, we basically talk about things that are important in the Black community. We try to do it in a way that exercises your intelligence and your intellect, and doesn't just focus on what happened, but actually what it means. Right? We want to go look for meaning. So, by the way, I want everybody to know every year we have the All Black National Convention, which is going to be this year in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. And it's a great gathering of experts in all fields and all kinds of powerful Black people and intelligent Black people that have families that are looking to build in the community, that want to build wealth and want to develop connections with each other. if you'd like to join us for the convention, this is going to be our 9th one. You can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. It's a lot of fun. Dr. Alicia's always there, and I'm always there as well. And I know you guys are going to like it. Also, just a reminder, Dr. Alicia's website is coachingwithdralicia.com. And also, if you want to get free information from Dr. Alicia, just pull out your phone, text the word love to 87948, and Dr. Alicia can send you some information on how to have healthier relationships, how to deal with financial anxiety, things like that. So just text the word love to 87948, and we'll send you some information. Okay, so babe, I assume that the mic thing is fixed now. So as you are,
you know what? Can you hear me? I don't know if it's my mic, but I think it might be my computer.
Okay,
but we'll talk about that later.
We can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I think it might be my more so my computer than my mic. But anyway,
okay.
Go
so
ahead,
you were saying, okay, so one thing you were mentioning, you were talking about Nietzsche, right? And for those that are not familiar with Nietzsche, he was a philosopher, I think maybe in the 18th century or something like that. And you talked about Nietzsche's views on freedom and choice, and how in existentialism, he argues that freedom is crucial for any human being. He says slavery really takes away the freedom, which makes it hard for you to control your life, which goes against some of his core beliefs in existentialism. And I would agree with you that.
Wait, did you look this up while we were talking?
I just happen to know everything.
You do not happen to just know everything.
Blend me with the internet, and I just,
I think AI helped you out.
Full of worthless information. But I am a professor, ma'am. I am a professor. I do know a couple of things. Thank you very much. But anyway, but seriously though, when you talk about freedom, though, you are right. Though it's interesting because a lot of people in America are under the illusion that they're free. They're under that illusion. Like, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think that 80-90% of all Americans are not free. Most Americans are literally in the illusion of freedom, and it's a beautiful type of slavery because they haven't told you that you're a slave, right? But to me, if somebody's controlling your mind in the imagery that you value, like you're looking up to pimps and hustlers and people that are going to get you killed and ruin your life, or they control your money, which is why you got to get up and go to work every day at a job, even though you would like to be free to do other things, right? They control you through consumerism. They control you through debt. Anybody who knows anything about debt knows that debt pretty much can be a prison. There is such a thing as an economic prison. If you ever want to know what that prison feels like, just go really deep in debt to the point where you've got to go to work every day in order to pay bills. If you are in that situation, then you're in an economic prison. You don't have freedom. And really, capitalism is fascinating because capitalism can only survive with slavery. You have to have people that are financially strapped up enough that they're going to provide the labor required, and they're also going to provide the spending that's required. People don't understand that when you look at the data and you see that the wealthy have literally been sucking up all the wealth. Like literally, I think that, what was it? Most people don't know. I talked about this earlier, that since the pandemic, billionaire wealth has gone up 88%. Did y'all know that? In the last 2 years alone, billionaires' wealth has gone up 88%. Elon Musk's wealth at the start of the pandemic, pay attention now, was about $25 billion. It is now $212 billion. He went from 20. So imagine if you're making 50 grand a year and you make $500,000 a year 2 years later. That's a hell of a come up. And a big part of the reason that these come ups occur is because they got good slaves. They got, the capitalist system gives them lots of consumers that will buy stuff that they can't afford. That's a type of slavery. And then they go to work, which is another kind of slavery, so they can afford to buy the things that they can't afford or pay out the debt that was related to them buying the things they can't afford. So when they enslave your mind and get you focused on excessive consumerism, and nobody else really goes through this more than Black people in terms of what gets marketed to us, they're really signing you up for slavery. So not
necessarily, and even not necessarily what gets marketed to us, but what we're used for. Because think about fashion, music, all of the things that we produce that's original to us, that's being exploited. We're such an important piece of that. Like we're so creative and innovative in all of the things that who would have thought hip hop? Think about hip hop, how much money hip hop has made. And the fact that it came out of the slums, the ghetto of New York, came hip hop music and is the most popular genre of music in the world. It's unbelievable that that came out of our suffering, came nothing but creativity. There is no stopping it. Like, we're the most creative people in the world, in the universe, in all the universes. We're the most creative people, and we the fashion, the music, the style, the language, the words, everything comes from us.
Well, that is true, right? And what that really speaks to, in my view, and I'm gonna get financial here, is that when you come up with something that's great and that would work for the rest of the world, you've got to be able to develop the appropriate business model to be able to fully utilize that which you created. If you don't understand business, and I think about TLC in this example, anybody remember when TLC was at the Grammys and they were basically saying that they had the number one album and they were still broke? And a lot of people were confused. They said, well, how do you have the number one album and you're still broke? Well, that's because a lot of people, they think that being rich and famous is automatically tied together. They think that if you're famous enough, you'll eventually be rich. And that's like assuming that if you have a left leg, that you're automatically going to have a right leg, or that if you are if you're smart, you're also automatically going to be pretty, or whatever, right? You're connecting two things that have to be connected. They don't naturally connect. So with TLC, the problem for TLC, which has happened to a lot of people in the music industry, is
Oh,
they were so caught up in the dream, they were chasing their own waterfalls in terms of trying to become famous, which is what a lot of artists do because artists are very artistic. I don't know if there was enough energy or thought put into the business side of things. I mean, we can definitely look at the Jewish community and their responsibility, and the managers and the business people. But the business people, all they were doing was protecting their own interests. That's what they were doing. So you can get mad and say, "Oh, they exploited us. Oh, they did us dirty. Oh, they did us wrong." Well, my question is, if you and I sit down and we negotiate a deal, and I get the raw side of the deal, and you get the good side of the deal, that at some point I'm gonna have to look in the mirror and say, why in the hell did I sign that contract? Why did I take the raggedy side of the deal? Right.
I
And
understand.
a
I
lot of
mean,
times it comes down to financial literacy. What do you think? Go ahead.
yeah, I totally understand. I mean, just think about. I mean, have you watched that show Unsung that used to come on TV? Is it TV1? You see that show? That is the most depressing. That is the most depressing episodes that you want to. It would come on every Sunday, and I would sit and watch. You know, marathons of Unsung, and it would be the saddest thing ever because these are people with the best voices who came out of plucked out of churches, singing in massive church settings and in poverty and all the different neighborhoods and areas that they were in where they had little or nothing. And of course, a brand new car is like, whoa, I never in a million years would think I'd get a car or I'd get nice clothes or stay in nice hotels. Let me sign up. Like, I think that we have to have some empathy for people when they go into these contracts, about where they are and get into where they were in that moment when they were negotiating with individuals and they knew that they had this talent and they wanted to have this fame, and they were in a desperate sort of situation to sign these contracts and not being aware of what was happening, behind the scenes, and being susceptible. You talk about manipulation. I mean, definitely. I think the blame is not just with the artist, Boyce. I think the blame is with people who are giving them all this legal jargon and having, even if they hired a lawyer to go over the contracts, we don't trust these lawyers. I mean, it's exploitation. And I don't think that we need to put all of the onus on the artist and how they've been exploited. Some of them just
Well,
not.
no, and I hear you on that. I agree with you on that. I don't think you have to put all the onus on the
Yeah.
artist. It's definitely exploitation. Absolutely, right? So if I go through a neighborhood and I get robbed every time I walk through that neighborhood, um, and someone says, no, stop telling me that I can control my outcome. I keep getting robbed and it's not my fault. Well, I'm going to agree with you. Yeah, you keep getting robbed. And it's also not really your fault because robbers are going to keep robbing you. But at some point we got to have a conversation because we know that the robbers are not going to stop robbing. right? People that run business in the music industry are not going to stop being business people. They're not. Money and power are not things that any community ever gives away freely. Nobody, how many of y'all in here in this room? Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all give money away for nothing? How many of y'all would give away half your paycheck just because it's the right thing to do? Or see a homeless person and say, here, take my money. I'm gonna let you have it. Most people don't do that, right? So the question is not so much what's happening, right? We know what's happening, right? We know that artists, a stream of talented black artists step up to the plate, they sign contracts, then they get screwed, and then they say, woe is me, look at what they did to me. They did it again, y'all. Okay. So my question at that point is, at what point do we become mature enough to finish the conversation? Because at some point you got to have a solution. And I think that sometimes as black people, we are so trained on victimhood that we literally are trained to spend our whole lives saying, I didn't get anything, I accomplished nothing, I got nowhere because white people wouldn't let me do it. I don't know if that's a solution that's going to make anybody happy, right? So my question is, well, what's next? Is that just what we keep doing? Keep just saying, well, until white folks decide to stop being white, until business people decide to stop doing business, until the music industry stops being the music industry, we're going to continue to let ourselves get screwed? Or are we going to stop? Like Cat Williams said about Diddy. Remember he said, sometimes you got to tell them no, right? So that's a different approach because Cassie didn't tell him no. Cassie said, okay. And then she said, look at what Diddy did to me. Okay, cool, right, whatever. But Cat Williams, he's not telling a Diddy did it to me story. He's not saying that. He's saying he tried to do it to me, but I told him no. So why can't we all sort of learn something from that?
Getting back to personalities, because I think that's how we got to where we are, talking about personalities. And before we got off on this other wonderful conversation, is agreeableness. Remember, we were talking about agreeableness and personality trait. So agreeableness has 5 subsets. So I didn't know if you realized that there were 5 subsets of personality. One is trust. So there are people, and I think like black people in general, we just have this belief that others are acting with good intentions. So we're just like, wow, this person is interested in me and wants to help me further my music. High trust. So, that's one aspect of agreeableness. Maybe we're just too agreeable, right? So part of it is trust. It's just having this faith in human nature. We believe that the people we come in contact with aren't exploiting us. We believe that people are just honest and trustworthy. And we're trusting as a people. We're just trusting as a people, a lot of us are. And I think that's the part with trust. Straightforwardness is another aspect of being agreeable. It's straightforwardness. It's believing that what people say, they mean what they say and they say what they mean. I mean, nothing growing up black, you're shunned if you're not straightforward. If you talk bad behind somebody's back, that's like a no where I come from. Like, no, say it in my face, so we're very straightforward in how we communicate with people. So we have this sort of belief that relationships are on the trust and belief in people's goodwill. We believe in altruism, sometimes altruistic, right? That we are thoughtful and considerate and we're courteous, and another thing is compliance. Compliance is another aspect of agreeableness that I think we as a people tend to be. We tend to be compliant. Do as I say. Like, we're raised in households that say, you have to submit to other people. You have to be able to do what the authority tells you to do, no matter what. So, we're more cooperative. Just as a people, I mean, just Black people in Africa just tend to be really open and cooperative. It's who and what we are is part of our culture because we come from Africa. Africa has an abundance. I mean, white people come from a cold rock where resources were very limited, and that plays in a little bit of their psyche. We don't understand where they're coming from. If we culturally come from a place where the ground is fertile and there's plenty of any and everything, we're not going to really understand that people don't behave that way. So I don't know. This is just part of kind of the personality of us and why we're more likely to be exploited.
Mm. Everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and this is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. And on Pillow Talk, we talk about issues going on in the Black community. We try to do it in a way that elevates the conversation to make us all smarter and better. I want everybody to know that if you would like to meet with Dr. Alicia, she is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. You can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. She meets with individuals, families, groups, couples, etc. And also, Dr. Alicia is going to join us at this year's All Black National Convention, which is going to be right outside of Chicago in Lombard, Illinois. It's going to be a blast. This is going to be our 9th one. So feel free to join us at the All Black National Convention. We can proudly say that we've had rappers at our convention, but we've never had Diddy. Diddy would never have been invited. No disrespect to Diddy, but he wasn't our type of guy. But Killer Mike was invited. D1 was invited. Willie D has been there on multiple occasions. So lots of good artists. But then again, outside of that, we don't just bring artists. We bring specialists. We bring psychologists. We bring nurses, doctors, attorneys, real estate experts, business experts, family therapists, just anybody that can really help us to heal and help us to grow as a community and make our family stronger, make us a healthier community and help build our wealth. That's what we do. And we get it done every year and we fund this dang thing ourselves. So if you'd like to join us, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. And also, if you'd like to get free content from Dr. Alicia on all areas of therapy, so you can heal from your trauma, work on your relationships, work on your financial anxiety, text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948. All right. So, babe, I'm gonna bring up a question from my homeboy Cat Pillar. Cat Pillar, I had to bring his question on, babe, because he's one of my Call of Duty buddies. You know about my buddies in Call of Duty, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm so happy. I'm happy you're reconnecting with them.
yeah, Cat's my man. He
Uh-huh.
saved my life many times in a video game. So I have to lay his question out. I'd like to get your thoughts on it. I'm gonna go conspiracy theorist for a minute and answer this question because I think it's a good question, right? And so he basically says, Doc, your boy Cat Pillar here. What do you feel is happening behind the scenes with all the distractions, Diddy, etc., going on from your perspective? I think that's a great question because I will say this, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this, babe. I don't think that everything we see is everything that's happening. I think that there's more to this than meets the eye. I've seen people compare Diddy to Jeffrey Epstein, and I would bet money, I would bet real money that Epstein was Israeli intelligence. And I know that it may sound crazy to some people, but when I add up all the facts and just add up some of the behaviors in terms of the desire to blackmail people, that's the number one way you control politicians and all that is you control them by catching them, usually in some sort of sexual situation that they're embarrassed by. And then when it's time to do things like, I don't know, like vote in favor of sending hundreds of millions of dollars to the Israelis so that they can go blow up Palestinians, then that comes in handy. You got people blackmailed. And so I've actually seen, again, I'm going to go a little bit to the left for a minute, y'all. So if you don't agree, that's okay. I'm just throwing stuff out there. I have, there are people who have wondered for a long time that with all the speculation on Diddy, all the stuff he's been into, that shooting in 1999, the allegations on the whole Tupac situation, all that, a lot of people have wondered how in the heck
Then Biggie.
has he been able to
Mm-hmm.
just not get caught up in any of that? Like, why has he not been prosecuted for hardly anything? And so one solution that people have laid out, again, I'm not saying this is true or not true, I'm just saying that it's worth discussing, is that maybe he's working for somebody that it basically said, you help us out, we're going to help you out. Right. Like when in fact, it came to mind really, babe, when I saw they were mentioning in the suit about how he allegedly had all these cameras in every bedroom. Why would you have cameras in all these bedrooms catching people unconsensually engaged in all kinds of freaky sex? Now, maybe you just get off on that kind of thing, but I suspect strongly that there's a lot of stuff that's been kind of piled up, right? Lots of evidence. And I've even heard people like Candace Owens go as far as saying that the raid really wasn't so they could actually get him. It was so they could get the evidence so they can isolate him perhaps so that he can't so that when he does go in, he won't be able to just blow the whistle on a bunch of people, or which makes me wonder if the chances of him going through the Epstein situation is possible, right? You know how Epstein his life kind of ended surprisingly and inexplicably, and that led to the cover up of a lot of information. So I personally think that there could be something going on at that level. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there are controls at every level, and he's probably working for the whatever dark whatever that's happening. I'm certain Puff Daddy is locked in with that community, with those groups, and I'm certain he was compliant, because him and Snoop Dogg and all of those people who come out squeaky clean, all of a sudden they're everywhere, and I'm sorry, I don't think that they're that talented, to be honest with you. Like, there are other people who I think are just beautifully talented. And I mean, why are they everywhere you look? You see Snoop Dogg, you see P Diddy, or whatever his name is, Sean. Everywhere you look, you see the same people, and you start to scratch your head, like, who are these people? Why, after all of the fallout in the 90s, why was P Diddy the one with his TV shows, his shows on MTV? So he could be a gatekeeper and definitely be used. So I do believe in the conspiracy theory. Time will tell how all of this kind of falls out. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, and I don't think it's a stretch. He hasn't come out with a song in a long time, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I think also a Hugh Hefner comparison would be appropriate as well.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like Hugh Hefner got away with a few things. I think it would have been very easy to catch Hugh Hefner up on a Bill Cosby type charge, just because.
God.
You and I, you remember when we were in LA and we drove with that limo driver named David, who was a driver.
You're just calling him out now.
Wait, say it again.
You're just calling David out, the limo driver.
Well, you know what? I hope nobody goes and looks him up. But yeah, David, the limo driver, was a very nice guy who drove for Hefner. He drove around Cosby, and he had very strong opinions. He kind of just felt like Cosby got railroaded a little bit, and that there was no what Hefner did was a lot worse, And in fact, some of the alleged victims, he said, I knew that the alleged victims, and I felt like the fix was in. And so do
you remember he also said that they waited until Hugh Hefner died before they even started the Me Too movement. So even that was on the agenda.
Wow, I don't remember him saying that, but
yes,
wow.
He did. He said, remember, it wasn't until Hugh Hefner died that now we start, because how could Hugh Hefner not be part of the Me Too movement? I mean, he was he was brokering Me Too movement deals in his position. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, that's how history always has been that way in politics and entertainment. And history has always been the prostitutes, always been a CIA, always worked for the CIA. Mm-hmm. The night workers, they always have high level clearance. I mean, that's how it's always been, right?
Well, and that's where I would say to any young man that wants to be financially successful is you got to be thoughtful about who you lay down with. We created this false culture where men are led to believe you're supposed to just sleep with whatever cute girl offers it to you. And I just think that that if you do that, that's a sucker's move. That's going to get you caught up in a bad situation where everything can be taken away from you. So ultimately, I think that again, that's a lesson that I grab for all the young men listening. Anybody who has a son or a brother that you care about, you got to help them understand these things. So anyway, I'm going to let you get the last word, babe. And before I do that, I want to ask everybody, could you please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. On Pillow Talk, we get together and we try to elevate the conversation of what's happening in the community. And she's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. I am a PhD in finance. And so when it comes to love and money, that's what we do. And also, we actually created something thing called the Love and Money Lab at theloveandmoneylab.com, which will help you solve your financial problems and your relationship problems. They're all over the internet. There's a lot of people that have opinions and say crazy things. Well, this is based on science. This is based on what works. We're very solution oriented. So if you want to solve the problem of what it's going to take to get your life vibrating on a higher frequency, we'd love to help you with that. So feel free to go to theloveandmoneylab.com, and also to get free resources from Dr. Alicia. You can text the word love to 87948. Write that number down and text the word love to 87948. We'll send you some information. Okay, so last question, babe. What are some takeaways from this whole thing with Diddy? And also, are there any other lessons that we didn't cover? We've had a chance to talk a lot about this, and I wanted to make sure you get a chance to share every perspective you have in terms of where, and you can talk about where you think this might go. You know, do you think that Diddy is gonna, go down from this, or you think it's just gonna be another bump in the road, or what are your thoughts?
I don't think anybody can really predict what's going to happen. I really do think 2024 has been the most entertaining year I've ever experienced. And of course, I've been here for quite some time, but it started from January, February, March. Now we're moving into April. I am not disappointed. What is next? Nobody knows what's next, but I know it's going to be exciting. I just feel like the other shoe is going to drop. Like something's going to happen because we're in an election year, all these real bizarre things with Donald Trump and the things happening with Biden and his son, and this election coming up. It just really seems like something is brewing. And I don't know if Donald Trump will end up being our president, but it seems like we're going in that direction. I mean, we have to talk about the election. How does all of these things fit together? I think time will tell. I think we need to start paying attention. And we do need to start thinking about consciousness, like being conscious of what we're doing, how we choose to spend our time, who we choose to spend our time with, what we spend our money on, all of our resources. I think that we need to just pay attention to what's happening around us, but also pay attention to what's happening with us and what we're doing. I think this is a great time where we can just focus on what we want in life and not be manipulated and pulled all these other different directions, and take your mind back. Take your mind back for sure.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I sure can. That was a great closing remark. I'll say this. My prediction is, or here's what my assessment is right now. Diddy hasn't been charged with anything, right? And that's the part that's still confusing as hell to me. And if you didn't charge him with anything because he hadn't done anything, or you have nothing on him, then that's a problem, because you did smear and destroy this man's reputation. And I think that would be patently unfair. Now, given that I honestly believe that there is something to this, I do believe that there's something going on here, and I think it's worth investigating. I think that the biggest thing we can learn as a community is that hip hop culture in general, not all of it, just the toxic part, not all hip hop, just the toxic part, is just so unhealthy for the Black community. So terrible, for us as a people, when you're talking about just the amount of manipulation, the poor financial choices, the poor sexual choices, glorifying the murder of Black people and having us looking up to degenerate behavior. I think that's something that this is almost like a reckoning in a way. I'm kind of glad to see Diddy get sort of knocked off the stage, because this man's been on this freaking stage for 30 years, dancing around like a teenager, and I'm sitting there thinking, dude, you're over 50 now. You can't be a 50-year-old 15-year-old. You can't be 50 and 15 at the same time.
He's living his best life at that moment.
Right. Well, you know what? If you want to live your best life, I think that's cool, but you should be living your best life as more of an elder. You're not a baby no more. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like he became almost like a Black Peter Pan. It's just like, I'm never going to grow up. I'm never going to get older. And what this feeds into, and this honestly is a little bit of a trigger for me, I'm going to be honest, is that it feeds into what Malcolm X used to describe as well as the infantilization of the Black male, making Black men into infants, making them into irresponsible little worthless little stupid little teenagers, where you don't protect your women, you don't take care of your children, You don't build anything. You don't develop anything. We have 30 years of 50 years of hip hop.
What do you mean? He has a liquor company.
See, you need to stop that. You need to
He's
stop.
got a liquor company.
That wasn't even his liquor company. He ran out here talking about they discriminating against me. They wouldn't, and I read the details of that. They were paying all the bills. They were doing the manufacturing and the marketing. Diddy was just showing up at the party and dancing like he always does. And so my belief is that we need some grown ass men on the stage so that we can see what a grown man does, how grown men operate. There are men out here and women too that are really developing things that will elevate the condition of the community, that are not going to have us turn into a bunch of alcoholics and drug addicts, not, create a whole generation of sexually irresponsible, disease-ridden sex addicts, not lead to the celebration of Black genocide at every available turn, that will create the kind of community we deserve. So Diddy's had his run. It was cool. Good for him. Now I'm ready to see somebody else. I'm ready to see the next generation, and I support them in doing that. You got to learn from your fathers and your uncles. Some of us in my generation, some of us, the Gen Xers, are just not men to look up to or to be admired. You admire that man who's taking care of his family. You admire that man who's being financially responsible. You admire that man who takes care of his health so he'll live past the age of 45. Those are the men to look up to, not these damn degenerates that they market to you in white-owned media. It's just not healthy, not cool at all. I'm not a fan of it. So
yeah, we got to do something. We got to do something on, again, more and as often as we can. We have to do something exposing the stereotypes of Black men and the stereotypes of Black women. I mean, like, we can't stop. We need to just continuously talk about these things, because all women in media, white sanctioned media, they go through the 4 stereotypes of Black women. They, one of those 4. It's and men, they also encompass a lot of what we read in the Willie Lynch letter. That Willie Lynch letter, I don't know if it was real or if it was fake. It doesn't make a difference. But the Willie Lynch, that's what you see men come through. Black men come through the Willie Lynch. Read that, the Willie Lynch. And I think that we need to, as much as possible, we need to start raising awareness to that, to those stereotypes.
Well, there you go. So no more stereotypes. How about that? How about we all just get together as a community and just decide that we're going to be human beings and not cartoon characters. I think that's a good first step. And I agree with you, Felicia. I love you, Felicia, because you have the same name as my grandmother. So my grandma's name is Felicia. My wife's name is Alicia. So that name means a lot to me. So she says we need to get rid of Sexy Red needs to go too. Well, Sexy Red
never going anywhere. She's being supported and propped up.
Well, here's the thing. Sexy Red can exist. Right. She has a right to exist, but there must exist something in contrast to that, where somehow we find some way to deal with the power that white males have when it comes to controlling media. They put images out there of our people that they would never put of themselves. The Jewish community would never allow the Sexy Reds and the Cardi B's and the Lil Waynes represent their community. They'll do that to us, and that's because we allow it. And that's because America has a long legacy of disliking Black people, and that's what I'm seeing right here. So I want to say thank you all, everybody, for hanging out with us today on Pillow Talk. We appreciate you very, very much. If you want to go take a look at what Dr. Alicia does, she sees her clients individually and as a group. Feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. You can also text the word love to 87948 and get more information from Dr. Alicia. And also, I am hosting, if you have an interest in learning things like stock options, I'm hosting a stock options summit in Los Angeles on April 19th. If you want to learn about options, our students they have higher incomes because of what we're doing in the Black Business School. Because we figure if you make more money, you don't have to go out and sell your soul to make money. You can actually be in a position of empowerment. So if you want to join us in LA, just go to stockoptionsummit.com. That's stockoptionsummit.com. And tomorrow morning, I'm going to do financial consciousness training. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. It is, if you come live, it's free. The archives have a fee, but if you come live, it's free. So just text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send you an invitation to join us for financial consciousness training. So we're getting a lot done in the Black Business School. We have a lot of great people here, a lot of great Black wealth scientists, Black family scientists, and individuals that can really help enhance your life, because we just want you to have a good life. I just want you to be happy. That's all I want. So thank you very much, Dr. Alicia, babe. I appreciate you coming in and gracing me with your presence. It was great to hear from you as well.
All right, sweetie. I can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Woohoo! All
Yeah.
right, all right. Yeah, y'all have a good night. I'm gonna go lay down. I got a chest cold. I don't know if y'all can hear it or not, but I need to go get some rest.
I
So
hear
have a good
it,
night,
but I
everybody.
wonder how
God
you
bless.
were doing. Okay.
All right, talk to you
Bye-bye.
soon. Bye bye. Hey, hey, what's going on, guys? Sorry, I was the first. You know how it is when you first start talking and you don't clear your throat properly. So I just sounded like a complete idiot just now. But anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. Good to see you, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I see a lot of you are in here already. Miss Bird and RPC. I see you and Rosa from Modesto, California. Shout out the city you're from. Also, if you have a business, shout out the name of your business. Constance says glory to glory. Well, glory to you as well. Good to see everybody. All right, so today what I'm going to talk to you all about is a study that shows, surprisingly to some of you, that couples who actually merge their finances show a lot more satisfaction in their relationships. And I'm not only going to tell you what the results are, but exactly why this happens. And then also, if you stick around to the end of the video, I'll give you some stocks that I'm investing in that I just bought right now that look like they're going to be pretty good investments. And so do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe right now. Make sure you subscribe to this channel, because this is the Black Love and Relationship channel that I actually have with my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. In case you don't know, my wife is, to me, she is as beautiful as the day is long, and she is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. And she works with me to basically help to heal the community when it comes to the way we look at money and our relationships and everything else. She has helped us to establish in the Black Business School the first ever Black financial therapy department. How cool is that? There is no Black financial therapy department anywhere on the planet. We started the first one because we realized that it is undiagnosed, untreated trauma that causes not only our relationship problems, but also our financial problems. And so anyway, if you could, make sure you hit that button and make sure you subscribe. And also her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. That's where she actually sees clients on an individual and collective basis. So feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. Okay, guys, so let me hop into the crux of this study. It was really, really interesting. And basically what they found is that there were that couples that split their financial responsibility, that merge their finances together, are happier than couples that don't do that. And I think this is really interesting, considering all the debates online. Let me know if you've seen them. All the debates about 50-50 this and 50-50 that, and who should have responsibility for the finances and stuff like that. Well, the studies pretty much show that when couples merge their money together and they work together as a team, they're not only better off financially, but they're actually happier. In fact, basically, or one of the major reasons that they're happier is that something about merging your money together increases your trust and commitment. It says here that merging finances can signify trust and commitment between partners. It often requires open communication about income, debts, spending habits, etc., which can strengthen the relationship. Surprise, surprise. How many of y'all are not surprised at all that trust, commitment, and communication are not important in relationships? How many of you kind of expected that? Let me know. Give me a yes if you kind of expected that trust, commitment, and communication might play a part in a healthy relationship. Well, this is not a surprise. I will put this in the no duh category. And apparently, when you're merging your finances, you both have skin in the game. You're both being transparent with each other, and that apparently seems to go a long way. Now, there actually wrote a book about love and money years ago called Financial Lovemaking, and you guys can have it for free. If you want a hard copy, it's available at drboycebooks.com. But if you want the free copy, just go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com, and you can get a free e-copy of this book. And one of the things that I talk about in this book, and I wrote this when I was on the faculty of Syracuse University, and one of the things that I cover in this book is the concept of getting financially naked with your partner. I talk about the fact that there are so many people that get financial STDs from their partners. And these are STDs you can't get rid of. These are STDs that have flare-ups for the rest of your life. And in many cases, it's because we did not take the time to really try to understand what we were getting into. A lot of times, think about this. Think about how many times people will sleep together, have kids together, even get married, and don't even know each other's credit score. Don't even know each other's credit score. Now, I'm not shaming you if you're in this category. I would say just join the club, because a lot of people make that mistake. A lot of people make that mistake. A lot of people don't know. They don't even know how much their partner owes in student loans. They don't know. Some people don't even know how much their partner makes for a living. They don't know how much money they saved. They don't know if they own any assets. They don't know if they have any pending lawsuits. They don't know what their financial future looks like. And I don't know about y'all, but I kind of really think that just from a financial consciousness standpoint, we should probably take a moment and ask ourselves, is that a good idea? Yes or no? What do y'all think? Do you think that's a good idea to tether your life to a person, to financially tether yourself to someone when you have no clue what they're into, how they're making their money, if they're making enough money, or what their financial future looks like? What do y'all think? Do you think that's smart or not so smart? I would say that it's not so smart. And Jody Ann, that's a great point. She says a lot of men don't want to share this information. Oh, I'm gonna say, I hate to say it, but it almost sounds like that might not be the man for you. I know that. See, back in the day, there used to be. You know what? Check this out. So one day, I was up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was scrolling through Instagram like a lot of us do, and I saw this beautiful, beautiful black woman that was singing a song and she was singing in like the 1940s. And I don't know the song. Some of y'all may know the song. I didn't know the lady. I didn't know the song. But the first words of the song were like, "Look at me, look at me." And she said something like, "I'm as happy as a bird in a tree," or something like that. Tell me who that is. Tell me who that singer is, because I know she's famous. I just didn't know who she was. Please help me to fill the gap in my ignorance on this. Anyway, I was so intrigued with this beautiful black woman singing this amazing song in the 1940s that I looked her up. I don't remember her name, but I looked her up. And so I went on this little 3 a.m. internet quest to find out about this woman and find out who is this lady. She sings beautifully and she's such a pretty lady, and it's the 1940s. I wonder what her life was like. I wonder what her journey was like. So you know what I did? I do this a lot. I went and I read her whole Wikipedia page. I read about her whole life from the time she was born, what her parents were like, how she got discovered. She got discovered in the Apollo, like a lot of great singers do. And she eventually became super famous because, eventually white people discovered her and she got a record deal. And she had all these marriages. She got married about 2 or 3 times. And I noticed that she lost all her money. Sarah Vaughan, thank you. And if I'm not mistaken, it looked to me, again, I'm not an expert on the life of Sarah Vaughan, but I remember seeing a lot of financial tragedy in her life because the men she trusted to manage her money had problems. I think one of them had a gambling issue, so she'd go make all this money as a singer, and he would go gamble it away. Another one was her manager, and he did something crazy with the money. I don't know if it involved drugs or something else. And I just thought about how sad it must have been for this poor lady who grew up in a space where, if you are a woman making money, you just hand everything over to the man. And some of these men are just not, unfortunately, were just not worthy of leadership. They were just not in a position where they could be trusted as stewards of the family resources. And as a result of that, they ruined her. They ruined this poor lady financially multiple times. She would lose her fortune, regain it, then marry somebody else, then lose it all again. So that challenge she had with picking the right kind of man really messed her up financially. I don't know how much money she had when she died, but I remember it was very, very sad to read her story, right? So here's the thing. I don't want your story to be sad, and I don't know where you are in your life. Maybe you're already married, maybe you're not, maybe you're going to get married one day or whatever it is. But I would encourage you to add your financial health to part of as part of your assessment of whether or not a person even belongs in your life. Okay, can we at least agree that this makes sense? Give me a yes if this makes sense. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what I see. All right. So if you allow me to, I wanted to thank some of the people that are helping us kind of pay the bills on the channel. And there's an awesome lady named Aisha Verzi, who is an extraordinary financial planner. She's a long-term supporter of the Black Business School, and I love her. She was at our Stock Options Summit in Los Angeles recently. And basically it says if you're looking for a great financial advisor, Aisha is with Ethos. She's offering up to $2 million in term insurance with a staggering 95% approval rate, instant approval rate. Plus, you'll receive a free living trust and will, ensuring your financial security and peace of mind. Approval is quick and easy, taking just minutes. Don't miss out. You can connect with her by calling 626-340-5746. That's 626-340-5746. Now, this is not investing advice. I cannot vouch for everything. You have to do your own due diligence on this, but I like Aisha a lot, and I encourage you to give her a call, especially if you're working to put together your financial plan and prepare for your future. So I'm going to leave that number on the screen so you can reach out to Aisha if you'd like to talk. She's just a cool lady, and she'll talk to you about your finances. All right, so here is so the next reason that merging your finances with someone else tends to lead to a happier relationship is they also say that it simplifies the money management process. They said that managing finances together can simplify budgeting and financial planning. It can make it easier for couples to set and achieve common goals, such as saving for a home or planning for retirement. So effectively, what they're arguing here in this study is that when you are financially connected to someone, a good partner, someone that is trustworthy, someone who is solid, that it actually simplifies the planning process, which does make sense. You know, my wife and I, we kind of do the his, hers, and ours thing. We don't do we definitely don't do 50-50. We're not that petty with each other. We just kind of get in where we fit in. I know that I make the most money, so I cover most of the expenses. But then my wife is, she's that smart, strong, educated Black woman that we all read about in the newspaper, and she's capable. She's very capable, and I am not old fashioned with that. I completely love it, respect it, and I admire it. So my wife steps in sometimes, and we go on a trip, and she says, "Hey, babe, I paid for the hotel. I got the Airbnb. Can you get the rental car?" Right? It'll be something like that, just teamwork, right? So ultimately, what they're saying is that if you have some sort of merger, like if you have a joint account that both of you have access to and have money in and are putting a stake in, maybe perhaps something that's proportionate to your income levels or whatever the case may be, that can simplify your money management process. So maybe having all your bills sort of come out of that one account might go a long way in terms of how you process your finances. Now, what I want to do really quick is you hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe, and also remind you that this podcast is on Spotify. Is I want to give you the first stock. I told you I would give you two stocks today that I just bought. One of them is AMD. AMD, that's the ticker symbol, AMD. They're right there with NVIDIA competing in this whole AI race, making these amazing chips. And my research says that AMD is a stock that has tremendous potential for the future. Now, again, this is not investing advice, and nothing is guaranteed when it comes to investing. But most of my research says AMD has a bright future ahead of it. And so if you want to go take a look at AMD, feel free to do that. If you want to see what Dr. Boyce is buying, I make a list every week for the students. Feel free to go to drboycestocks.com. That's drboycestocks.com. And there's a bunch of them in there, and you can make some investments, and feel free to follow along. It's totally up to you. All right. So the third reason that merging finances can make a relationship better, according to these studies, is that it can reduce your financial stress. They said that when couples combine their resources, they may feel less individual financial pressure. Sharing financial responsibilities can distribute the burden and potentially reduce stress related to money. How about that? How about that? Isn't that a surprise? Isn't that shocking? I mean, really, let's think about how I never would have guessed. Who would have guessed that life is easier when you have somebody helping you out? Who would have guessed that the sport of economics is easier when it's played with a team as opposed to playing by yourself? Who would have guessed that the heavy burden of surviving in this crazy economy where inflation is through the roof and wages are not going up and corporations are not loyal and student loans are going crazy? Who would have guessed that in this difficult world that it would be easier if you had some help? Oh my God. Wow. I'm so shocked by this, that people who have help have less financial stress than people who don't. I don't have to have a PhD to tell you this. I don't need to be a professor to break this down for you. I don't need to even have a bachelor's degree to explain to you that 2 + 2 is 4 and that 2 + 0 is 2. And then 2 - 4 is -2. Some of y'all ain't even, not only are you not getting the +2, you're getting a -4. You're not only not aligning with somebody who can move you forward, you're aligning with people who can move you backward. I don't know what it is. Maybe she's cute, or maybe his sex is good, or maybe he's really romantic, or maybe she just makes you feel good. She smiles and you just melt with that smile, and you're willing to pay her bills for the rest of your life. I'm not judging that. I think that's fine. But I just want you to understand that 2 plus 2 is still always going to be 4. The math is always going to keep mathing, even when you fall in love. And so ultimately what they're saying here is that financial anxiety, which is a huge problem for a lot of people, when they do surveys, they find that millions of people are experiencing extreme amounts of financial anxiety. They said people who have a teammate have less financial anxiety than people who don't. And so if you're able to make that decision, and it doesn't have to just be romantic. I'm just even when you talk about the company you keep, the circles you roll in, whatever it is, having good teammates makes a massive difference when it comes to your financial outcomes. All right, let's keep going here. And by the way, my wife, who's a therapist, she actually did a whole workbook on financial stress and anxiety where you can kind of work through all that stuff like that. She has a lot of really good books. If you go to drboycebooks.com, to make it easy for you, I put my wife's stuff right there on my website. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com, and we have a whole love and money section on Dr. Boyce Books. It's a one-stop shop for Black wealth mastery. And we designed it specifically for Black people. We didn't design it for anybody else. You ain't got to be Black to come in there, but you're going to see a whole lot of Black stuff if you get there. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com to take a look. All right, number 4. They said that alignment of financial goals. They said merging finances often encourages couples to discuss and align their financial goals. This alignment can reduce conflicts over money and ensure that both partners work toward the same objectives. So what they're saying here is that when you merge finances, it encourages you to discuss communication, there's that word again, and align your financial goals. That means that we are in the same car. I'm not trying to drive north while you're driving south. I'm not trying to go east while you're going west. We're both going the same direction. And also, we have the same objectives. I think that's really important because if you have the same objective, then you can conquer the objective as a team. If I'm trying to do one thing and you're trying to do another thing, then we're doing two things. So perhaps when you're having these conversations before you align yourself with another human being, it might be important to understand not just what they're capable of achieving, but what their priorities are, how they view money, what they're doing with the money that they have. A lot of times I've seen men try to impress women by spending lots of money, and that's not impressive. If you're spending lots of money, that shouldn't impress anybody. That actually should show them that you're a financial fool. If you're spending lots of money to impress people, or if you are a person, so the fool is not just the person spending all the money. The fool is also the person who's impressed by the fact that you're spending all the money. There's nothing impressive about giving away all the resources. That's not impressive to me. And so really, I would encourage you to really think about not just what you're looking for, but also what priorities, what value systems that other party may have, and make sure that that's in alignment with the things that you understand and that you agree with. I sat with a couple when I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking. I sat with a couple in the Bronx, and the wife was a bus driver in the New York City transit system. She'd been doing that for 30 years. The husband also was a worker for the city, and he was actually in hip hop in the early days. He in the 1970s and 80s, he was friends with people like DJ Kool Herc, Grandmaster Flash, KRS-One. I mean, he was right there in the epicenter of the beginning of hip hop. Like when they did those hip hop history books, they would put his flyers in the books because he would have these parties, these rap parties and DJ parties that people would come to. And he always had a regret, and his biggest regret was that he never ever pursued his interest in becoming a hip hop artist or become a businessman in that whole hip hop party space. He feels like he kind of missed out when Russell Simmons and all those guys kind of took off and did great things. He felt like he should have been a part of that. Well, anyway, he chose love over career, and he married his beautiful wife, and they had beautiful children. But he always had this regret that he never participated in the early stages of hip hop. So what he did, here's what happened. This was really crazy. So the couple had this credit card that was maxed out to like $10,000 or $12,000, and the wife and the husband had worked together really hard to pay down this credit card. It took them a couple of years to pay it down to zero. Well, the husband, without asking the wife's permission, without even talking to his wife, takes the credit card and maxes out the credit card to basically host some kind of a party, some sort of a hip hop party that he thought was going to make a whole bunch of money. Well, unfortunately, the party didn't make any money and they lost all this money. So I'm sitting there with this couple as they're trying to decide what to do. I mean, there's lots of tears and she's devastated and she's thinking about divorce and everything else. And I remember feeling very sad for everyone. I felt very sad for the wife, obviously, because she had worked so hard to help pay down this credit card and to have her husband go behind her back and max out the card again. But then I felt very bad for the husband too, because he was this man that was sort of living with these broken dreams that he sacrificed in order to become a husband and a father. And so these little dynamics can pop up in relationships where maybe someone has this dream that they never got a chance to pursue, or a dream that they're willing to sacrifice everything for, and the other party isn't interested. And it just becomes torture for everybody. It really becomes torture for everybody. I remember when I was trying to become an entrepreneur, and I remember how I used to have to spend every penny I had to get my dream off the ground. If I made $8,000 that month, I might spend $7,895 to pursue whatever I was trying to pursue. And I don't really know how my wife would have felt about that. And so if I'd gotten married at that time, I would have probably needed to choose a wife who, number one, had a big risk tolerance, right? Someone who was able to really go in the fire with me and not get scared. A lot of people can't handle that. A lot of people can't stand the rain. There are sunny days, everybody loves them, but tell me, baby, can you stand the rain? A lot of people don't want to hear that their husband spent 99% of the family's income pursuing some sort of a pipe dream. And then number two, maybe someone who had something to complement what I was doing. So maybe somebody who already had some resources and was well established and simply said, hey, babe, you do your thing. I'll support you. I'll have your back. I'm going to reduce your risk by being a backup in case things go wrong, right? So ultimately, it's not a matter of saying that there's a clear right or wrong in terms of how you should make these connections. It's really a matter of saying, did I even think about it? Was I conscious of this? Did I process all these things, or did I just sort of dive into situations and not really think about it? I hope that makes sense. I hope that you guys are getting that, because I don't want to tell anybody what to do. The only thing I'm telling you to do is think about it. All I'm telling you to do is be financially conscious. And in case you don't know, we actually do financial consciousness training. It's a free class in the Black Business School, free to the public. You can join us every morning. If you text the word morning to the number 87948, text morning to 87948, and I will invite you to our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training. And you guys are going to love it. And then also, again, if you will allow me, I want to thank another sponsor that's helping us pay the bills on this podcast. And this company is Root Force Publications. And basically, the African, it's an African-American writers platform. Let's see, Raheem Cox. He's a mental health genius, according to what I'm seeing here. His website is rootforcepublications.com. He has a lot of creative offerings. You can check out his podcast, Cold Sauce, for groundbreaking mental health discussions, and Hot Feed for the top 10 news briefings, perfect for when you're on the move. Plus, Raheem offers unique consignment opportunities for his books and DVDs, ideal for students and vendors starting out. Don't miss the chance to support and learn more at Root Force Publications. So that's rootforcepublications.com. So if you could take a second and just go peek out that Black-owned business. I don't know a ton about these companies in terms of exactly what they do, but I do know they're supporting the Black Business School. So I hope you'll go take a look and let me know what you think about their platform. So rootforcepublications.com. All right. So here's another couple of reasons why. I'm gonna give you a couple more reasons why merging finances tends to lead to happier couples. And then I'm going to give you that second stock that I mentioned. The stock I mentioned earlier was AMD. Somebody type AMD in the chat. That's the stock that I mentioned that I actually just bought. And so I believe the stock is going to do well in the next 3 to 5 years. These are long-term investments, but this is not investing advice. Number 5 is increased relationship equality. They said joint finances can foster a sense of equality in relationships. It can help balance any power dynamics that might exist when one partner earns more money than the other. Now, that's an interesting thing because financial abuse is very, very real. There are people who will make more money than you and hold it over your head and make you feel like crap. There are people who will use the money that they have to literally beat you upside the head, make you feel terrible every chance they get. There are women who might make more money than the man and completely humiliate, dehumanize, emasculate that man every day of the week. There are men who make more money than women who will literally say, if you leave me, there's nowhere you can go. And that's why you got to stay, because I have all the money. Now, if you love your son and you love your daughter, you will not subject them to any of this nonsense. I believe strongly that young girls need to be taught about money, because I think all young girls should have options. I also think that young black men should have options, and older black men. I just think black men are happier when we have options, and we're depressed when we don't. And so ultimately, when you talk about things like financial abuse in relationships, a lot of times it typically starts with one person having a whole lot more money than the other. It's one person thinking that I'm bringing more to the table than you. What are you bringing to the table? You ain't bringing nothing to the table. And those are weird conversations, right? I would say also remember that there are things you can bring to the table other than just money, of course, right? If someone's giving birth to your kids, that's quite a bit to bring to the table. Money cannot buy the birth of your child. Money cannot buy human life. Money cannot buy that those little humans that came out of her body. So I kind of believe that that's sacred. But maybe people think I'm old fashioned, or they think I'm simping when I say that. But I don't care. Just call me simp of the year, because you know what? I honor any woman that's willing to go through the torture of having my baby. Shoot, I mean, think about it. Imagine if men had to have all the kids. If men had the kids, there would be no children. The human population would cease to exist if we had to go through the torture of even having one child in our lifetime. So thank you to the mothers who give us life, and I believe that you are sacred, and I believe that the world should respect you. And I've been pissed off to no end that we allowed somebody to bastardize hip hop music and train so many young black men to disrespect black women on a regular basis. I think that's dastardly and embarrassing, and it's not a reflection of who we are. But I digress from that. With that being said, one of the things that they do say is that when both partners are able to participate in economic decision making, there is a sense of strength that each person gets to feel, a sense of equality. Everyone gets to feel like they're contributing. Nobody gets to hold anything over anybody's head. This is important. This is important. This is important. I knew a rich white boy when I was a kid, and his mama tried to kill herself. And I was like, why'd your mama try to kill herself? And you know how white people, anybody ever have white friends and you go to their house and their parents will talk to you like you're an adult? Has anybody ever had like white, they would talk to you about stuff that black parents don't talk about in front of the kids? Anybody ever had that experience? Like I learned so much from my white friends. Like I would go to their house and their parents would, like, their mom would be talking about the divorce, like he cheated and blah blah blah, like stuff that I didn't expect to hear as a 13-year-old. I don't know if anybody else ever had that experience, but if you really want to have an interesting experience as a kid, get some like white friends and go to their house. It was just different. It was different. So anyway, so I went to my friend's house, and she and his mother had basically tried to kill herself, literally. And I was like, what happened? And the mom basically told me everything that happened. She was divorced. She said, my husband, when I was in college, he was going to be a dentist and make all this money. So I quit school because he was going to make all the money. And so that's what happened. She quit school. He becomes a dentist. They're living this wonderful life, right? Everything's happily ever after so far until she hits about 40. And so she's not in the workforce. She's living this nice suburban housewife life. And they've got, expensive cars and boats and everything else. And then he decides he wants to trade in his 40 for 220s. And so he basically starts having this affair with his secretary, who is half the age of his wife. And his wife can't leave because she has no money and no marketable skills. She can't go back into the workforce. How often have you seen that? How often have you seen that? So she was completely financially dependent on this man, and so he leaves. He takes off with his 24-year-old, and the wife is there with the two kids, sitting up in some expensive private school where the tuition's like $15,000-$20,000 a year, and she can't afford that. She can't afford to maintain the lifestyle that she had become accustomed to, because this dude decided that he wasn't going to keep his commitment to his family. And as a result, she ends up trying to take her own life. And I never forgot that story. I never forgot that. And I remember thinking, gosh, I think this is why women need to have their own money. And I came to this conclusion when I was like 13 or 14 years old. And I'm not saying that, you should go through life saying, I don't need no man. I don't think that that's healthy either. But at the same time, some of these guys are bastards. And some of these women are bastards. Let's just be honest. You got bastards there. Don't marry a bastard. Right? That's how about that? How about that for a pack? Let's just not date the bastards. Because and the nice people, we always end up with the bastards, don't we? We always the nicer you are, the more of a magnet you become to all the horrible, crappy people in the world. So you got to be really careful. But anyway, with that said though, I think that this really speaks to the reality of everybody kind of having their own financial plan, showing up as whole as you can to a relationship, having some sort of financial backup. And it also speaks to, even though there's a relatively immature conversation I've seen in some circles about marriage sort of being used as a way to get access to a man's money, I think that there is a reason to tie financial security to a relationship to make it a little more difficult for somebody to just drop everything and walk out on you. Right. So you lay down with somebody, you have a bunch of kids with that person, and then one day they just decide that they're bored and they want to go do something more fun. Well, what contracts and marriage forces them to do is it forces them to have to go through some extra steps in order to make that happen. And some of those steps have a financial cost tied to them, which does create a little bit of security. If you don't have that security, then really bad things can happen. I told you all that story about the guy who was in his 50s and he started dating this little 32-year-old thing, and a little young girl about the same age as his daughter. And the little 32-year-old thing fell in love with this older man. And I think older guys, we got our own little swag. We got a little bit of extra money, and we're smart. We got some wisdom, and so sometimes young girls, that young girls like that. And so anyway, he starts dating this young girl, and I think he really loved her, but his daughter hated her. His daughter couldn't stand this girl because they were about the same age. And so one day, he despite the fact that he believed age wasn't nothing but a number, the universe sometimes has a way of correcting you and reminding you that you really are 54 years old. You thought in your head you might have thought you were 24, but no, you're really 54. So we about to give you a stroke. We about to so that's what happened. We about to give you some high blood pressure and a stroke, which takes out a lot of black men in their 50s, right? So he has a stroke because of his high blood pressure, and he goes into a coma. And so during the time that he's in this coma, this poor 32-year-old girl is trying to figure out, how am I going to pay the bills now that this man who is my sole provider, who told me that marriage ain't nothing but a piece of paper, age ain't nothing but a number. Now all these things are starting to matter. Now age is more than a number, and marriage is more than a piece of paper, because she has no legal rights whatsoever. None, nada. So what she does is she then goes and basically breaks into his phone so she can get access to his bank account. She takes the phone. This is a true story, by the way. This is a real. I told you all this story during financial consciousness training, but so forgive me if you've heard this before. I just think the story was very powerful and it's very real. It happened like 6 months ago, like, to a friend of mine. This is not something I read about. This is something I know about. So she puts the phone to his face, breaks into his bank account, right? So and gets the money out. Now, technically, you could say she wasn't doing anything wrong, kind of, or at least in her mind, maybe she felt like, well, he would be paying, if he was conscious, he'd be paying the bills. I'm just doing what he would do if he were conscious. Well, unfortunately, the law doesn't see things that way. So a few weeks later, he dies. He dies from his stroke after being in this coma. And then once he dies, everything, all bets are off. All connections and agreements you made, every promise that was made, every commitment he made to you is completely irrelevant, non-existent. In the court of law, it's as if it doesn't happen. As if it never happened. It's as if you are a complete stranger in his life and you have no connection to him whatsoever, because now the law is stepping in and looking at what's real versus what's not real. Your loyalty to this man was very real to you, but it wasn't real to the state. The state didn't give a damn how much of a ride or die you were, how many times you cooked his food, how much you loved this man, what you did for him. They didn't care. So they said, ma'am, I'm sorry. According to the state in the law, because he had no estate plan, because for some reason people die thinking they leave nothing, thinking that they're never going to die. And because he had no estate plan, they said everything he has goes to his daughter. Dun, dun, dun. The daughter gets everything? You mean the daughter that hates my guts? You mean the daughter who's dying to evict me from my house because that's her daddy's house, which is now her house? You mean the daughter who's going to do an investigation into the bank account and find out who took $40,000 out of her daddy's bank account while he was in a coma? You mean the daughter who can't stand my ass, who would lock me up under the jail if she could? Yeah, that daughter. That's who's gonna get everything. She's got all the power now. So this man who supposedly loved you left you assed out. You have no rights. If he were alive, he would be defending you. He'd say, "No, don't do that. I love this woman," but no, because he told you that marriage wasn't nothing but a piece of paper, age ain't nothing but a number, and I'm gonna be here forever to take care of you, and you believe that. So as a result, the daughter goes in. She immediately evicts the girlfriend from her house and making her homeless. And then she calls the sheriff's office also and informs them that after they evict her, they need to arrest her because she stole money out of his account. The end. The end. That was her happily ever after. So this is real life, folks. I mean, this is life, man. Like, and I'm gonna tell you, I would encourage you to try to go through life as a grown up. Actually, my wife, she does these book clubs, and I think that literally the book that they're going through right now is something like um relationship having relationships as a grown-up, or doing relationships as a grown-up, or something like that. And really the thing is that there are some people who do their relationships like children, and some people who grow up and look at the world for what it is and make grown-up decisions. And I just really encourage you to really make that distinction. And so, because it does get to a point where it gets real. That's my 2 cents. I hope that story helps you. I don't want it to scare you, but I hope it gives you something to think about. Okay. So you don't have to agree with me. I just want to share that with you in case it helps somebody out there. All right. Now, if you will please allow me, please do me a quick favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, don't forget you are watching the Love and Money channel that I have with my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. She's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. She runs our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School. And if you want to learn more about what she does, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Or if you'd like a copy of my books or her books, you can go to drboycebooks.com. I also have financial flashcards and workbooks for children, things like that can help you, especially with summer coming. A lot of you have kids and you want to get your kids ahead. We have flashcard bundles and stuff like that. So just go to drboycebooks.com, and there's anything you want to do in terms of Black wealth, we got you. We are the Black wealth experts of the planet in the Black Business School. We'd love to help you out. All right, so let me do this last little point here, and then what I'm going to do is give you that second stock. Remember, the stock earlier was AMD, and I'll mention the second one in a second, but I want to mention the sixth reason why merging finances helps couples to have a more fulfilling relationship. And the sixth thing that they mention here is that when you merge your finances, you're better at handling financial emergencies. They said with combined finances, couples might be better prepared to handle unexpected financial challenges, providing a sense of security and support. And so one of the things that occurs when you have another person helping you financially is you have something in finance we call diversification. And natural diversification basically means you don't have all your eggs in one basket. Diversification means that you have a plan B. Diversification means that it's not falling all on you. Now, so here's where you're in a risky situation. If you're, say, a single mom who has one stream of income and no savings and no assets, no investments, and no side hustles, you're kind of in a vulnerable situation, because if something happens to you, then everybody's in trouble. The whole house falls down, right? So maybe processing that and saying, gosh, I wonder what that looks like to provide some backups and some plan Bs. Right? So one good consciousness exercise you could try is to meditate and imagine if you died right now. Sit on the porch one day and just imagine, like, okay, I died right now. What would that look like? What would tomorrow look like? Would everybody be able to get what they needed? What would happen at the funeral? Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay? Who's going to make sure these kids get fed? Who's going to make sure the mortgage gets paid? Who gets the house? Who gets the car? Who's going to handle the estate? What is there an estate in place? Did I leave adequate instructions? And the crazy thing that sucks about death, that's just terrible, is that death doesn't give you a do-over, right? It doesn't let you. It's not like you get to the pearly gates and God says, hey, okay, well, you didn't quite finish up that paperwork, so I'm going to let you go back for a day so you can sign those documents and get it. You can't do that. Your chance is now. Your opportunity is now. And so I would encourage you to really understand the power of now, and just understand that also when you have good teammates around you, it can help you deal with financial emergencies a little bit better. And in fact, it doesn't have to just be a romantic relationship. There are more and more families where people are just getting together, like-minded people are just getting together and say, let's hold each other down. Literally, there are groups of single moms that get together and say, let's all just buy a house together, and we're all going to be financially responsible. We're going to run this like a corporation, and we're all going to pool our money together and buy us a big gigantic house and raise our kids together and live our lives together. That's doable. Like, that's a model. Or two people who are not even married, maybe two people that don't even want to date each other. I've seen that happen, right? So I think being creative in this economy is really essential to survival. I think also being creative can open a pathway to prosperity that may not have existed for people that live their lives inside a box. I don't think you want to live your life inside a box. I think you want to live your life free. I think you want to live your life with a broad perspective. And I think you want to live your life in a way where you solve the problem in whatever way you need to solve it. And I would encourage you, don't let nobody judge you or tell you how you're supposed to do it. You take in all the information, process the life that you want to live, and then figure out how to make that stuff work. The answers are out there, but don't follow everybody else, because a lot of these people out here are drowning. They're drowning in bad relationships. They're drowning in bad financial situations. They're drowning in lots of stress. They're drowning because Mr. Charlie at the job got his foot on their neck. They're drowning because nobody prepared them for the future, and the future is now. They're drowning. Some of them are drowning and don't even know why they're drowning. They don't even have enough consciousness to know what's happening around them. They're watching shade room videos and in constant pain and stress and don't even know why. They don't even know what's happening. It's just happening. They just know something bad's happening, but they don't even know what it is. So be more conscious than that. I encourage you to really sit and think about that. Look at your life. Think about it. Figure out how to get where you want to be. Okay, that's all I got to say. I'm going to give you guys this stock. Okay, so the stock that I like, the other stock I just bought, again, this is not investing advice. Give me a yes if you understand that, because sometimes I share stuff and then people think that I'm telling the black community what to do. I ain't telling nobody what to do. I'm telling you what I'm about to do. It's just like I want you to go take care of your family. I'm just taking care of mine. So let me know if you understand. This is not investing advice. This is just me sharing some information that I found in my research. There's a company called Sonova, N-O-V-A. The ticker symbol is N-O-V-A. It looks to me like an asset that has tremendous potential over the next 3 to 5 years. Now, I invest in thousands of stocks, but Sonova Energy, it's only $4.81 a share. And I like the company. It looks like it has potential. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dollar cost average my way into Sonova and see what the universe brings me. But this, based on my research, this stock appears to have plenty of upside. There's going to be an energy crisis in the future because there is a massive energy demand that is occurring because of AI. Artificial intelligence is sucking up electricity and all kinds of power around the world. And I believe Sonova Energy is one of the companies that can possibly benefit from this energy situation, if you will. All right. And also, if you allow me to, as you hit the thumbs up button, and make sure you subscribe to this channel. This is the channel I have with my wife. This is our Love and Money channel. And also, if you'd like a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, as a gift, just go to boyceandalicia.com. That's boyceandalicia.com. Or you can also text the word love to 87948. And if you text love to 87948, we'll send you some stuff on love and money. My wife is an expert on relationships. I'm an expert on money. And so we have something called the Love and Money Lab, where we bring together real science that actually works, that will help you to have a better love life and a better financial life, and to blend those two together. Your love life should accelerate your financial life, not take away from it. And also your financial life should accelerate your love life, not take away from it. But if you don't manage those two accurately and carefully, they can crash into each other and cause lots of chaos, which is why you look on the internet and you see so many people saying, I won't go on a date with anybody because these women expect me to spend $150 and I don't have $150 because I want to take her to Cheesecake Factory and she thinks that makes me cheap. So ultimately these issues are solved by science. and my wife is an expert on this science. So if you want to hear from two professors who love each other, who have some ideas that may help you, feel free to text the word love to 87948. All right. So I'm going to get on out of here, guys. Thank you guys for listening. I hope that this discussion was beneficial to you. I'm going to be in Philadelphia for the Get Money Fest with Jay Ortiz. I love the fact that Jay Ortiz was a hip hop artist out there. He works heavily in hip hop and fashion and everything else. I'm happy to see that these young people in Philly are trying to become financially intelligent. So I decided to join them along with Madam President and Tierra KJ Williams and the Pish Posh Girl and a lot of great people out there. And it's going to be May 18th. And actually, I think they're letting everybody in for free. So if you're into art, fashion, music, and finances, then the Get Money Fest might be your thing. If you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you some information to join, or also you can join us tomorrow morning for Money in the Morning. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I will check back in with you a little bit later. And I hope this conversation was helpful to you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm here with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. How you doing today, babe?
Doing pretty good today. Happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy Sunday.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We it's almost noon, and we still are laid against our pillows.
We need to get up.
I like that. Does anybody else do that? Anybody else have those days where you just lay in the bed with somebody you love and you just don't want to get up? You know, you're just laying there and you're like, let's go back to sleep. You don't take 2-3 naps and and it's still morning.
I know it's really bad, but now we're awake and we got things on our mind today.
We are up. And the good thing is, just for the record, everybody, sleep is found to be one of the most important components of a healthy life. In fact, the 4 horsemen of death, the 4 things, my wife taught me this from an audiobook she was reading. And let me know if you can hear me, by the way. Let me know if you can hear us. The 4 horsemen of death are cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's, and diabetes.
Mm-hmm.
And the 4 ways to fight the 4 horsemen of death are mental health, exercise, diet, and sleep. So the way I remember that is the 4 horsemen of death: cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. That's Chad. So Chad is the horseman of death. And then the way to beat Chad is to take your meds, MEDS. That's mental health, exercise, diet, and sleep. Give me a yes if you hear me. Give me a yes if that makes sense. All right. So
wait, I just want to jump in and say it's very simple, but it's not easy. Those are not easy things you just said.
That is so true.
It is so hard. Do you know how hard it is for people to sleep, to get a good night's sleep?
Oh, I can sleep at a drop of a hat.
Okay, I know you can.
Well, if it wasn't on a pillow talk, I'd probably be.
Okay, well, bravo to you. Let's clap for you. But it is really difficult for a lot of people. They have so many things on their mind, they cannot get to sleep.
True that.
And if they get to sleep, they wake up in the middle of the night and then can't get back to sleep. That's very frustrating.
That is so true.
You go through the day all day and can't get to sleep.
Absolutely.
So you're privileged. You don't have that problem.
Yes.
I could go through all of them if you want to, and then talk about how unhappy it is.
Well,
but
we're not going to talk about sleep now. We're going to talk about dating broke people, and if you should date somebody who is not financially stable. I heard somebody say that you shouldn't even consider dating somebody who's not financially stable, and I said, oh, this is interesting. Maybe we can provide some nuance on that topic. Shout out the city you're from, by the way. I want to say hello to Latoshia, Beth, David, Fan. He just came back from a 4-mile run. Good for him. Wow, that's awesome, man. Robert Douglas. Let's see, Alicia Smith, Charles Holman.
Where are they calling from?
El Haj.
Do you know the state?
Charles, let's see. I didn't see Charles come on. Let's see. David's out of Long Island. He understood the assignment. And I'm sure some other cities will come through. But let's get started. Let's talk about this topic. So you and I were talking about whether or not you should date financially unstable people. And I'm going to ask you all, give me a yes or no. Do you think that a person being financially unstable, would that make them ineligible for you to date them? And I ask that because who you date and who you marry is a very important part of your wealth. Studies show that people who have partners who are supportive, who are optimistic, who are encouraging them to take risks, who are encouraging them to ask for that raise, that those people tend to have more money. That literally having that person next to you that's really pushing you to expand your horizons does better than like having somebody who's always telling you that whatever you're gonna do isn't gonna work and you're wasting your time and it's gonna be garbage. So 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 that was interesting, just to see that.
Yeah, I think you need to just date. Yeah, in addition to financially stable, you just need to date stable people.
Okay.
And somebody who is, has a secure relationships in their past, because they'll have a secure relationship with you.
Okay.
Particularly, so you need to pay attention, particularly like how they get along with their parents, what their childhood was like. When they talk about other relationships, listen very carefully in that dating stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then observe. Sometimes they won't tell you
Mm,
everything, but you have to pay attention. Pay attention to how they spend their money. Are they impulsive? They just
mhm,
make impulsive big ticket prices, big
mhm.
ticket items that they purchase. Like,
Yeah.
you know, how are they? Just pay attention. Pay attention to the people around them, how they talk, how they interact with people, how they interact with you.
Well, the funny thing
You
is,
know,
I make impulsive purchases, but the
well,
the, the for
that's
me,
problematic sometimes.
it can be, but for me it's my negotiation with myself. I make a lot of money, right? So my trade-off is that I want to make a lot of money. I want to work hard, but I don't want to suffer. So whenever I decide that I want to reward myself for hard work, I do it. I reward myself.
Well,
And
that makes sense if you award yourself, oh, I'm going to go to the movies. But
no,
that's different if you award yourself and, like, I don't even know what's his impulsive thing. I'm going to spend $50,000, at an instant on this big ticket item.
well, if you're Elon Musk, it's easy to do. Think about it. If you were Elon Musk and you're making $10 million a day, what's $50,000, right? So I
Well,
think
it all
that
depends, right? Because Elon Musk has had some issues with his marriage.
he has, yeah, he probably,
Clearly.
absolutely. I mean, he's a bullet train, right? He's very, I'm glad Elon Musk got his divorces because it allows him to be a better version of who he is. I don't think any normal human being, if you're gonna marry Elon Musk, you need to sit down and watch the show. You can't sort of come in and say I'm gonna make him like a regular guy because he's not a regular guy.
Well, yeah, that's good. But I mean, where in his life did he need to grow that he didn't grow? He wasn't willing to open up and grow. And that's what secure attachments do to you. And that's what secure purchases do for the relationship.
Yeah,
Is
that's
this
true.
person secure in their relationships?
Yeah. Well, let's say this. I would say that my assessment of whether or not, first of all, let's say this to give you just kind of something definitive that we can walk away with. I think that financial security really comes down to one basic idea: are you living above or below your means? If you're living above your means, you're not going to be secure.
Interesting. So,
You're always going to be stretched. Yeah, but if you live below your means, and even if you're not making much money, even if you're only making 30,000, 25,000 or whatever, if you find some way to live below your means, you will be more financially secure than a person who makes a quarter million who lives above their means.
yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I also think in relationships, someone who's financially secure, they're very comfortable talking about finances.
Hmm.
There's some people, like, it's just the idea of bringing up finances, they start to just unravel, or they get very closed off, or they get very anxious, or they're not comfortable just having regular conversations about finances. That's somebody who's financially secure. They're able to have a range of emotions in themselves through happy, joy, sad, anger, all of those emotions. They're able to recognize, notice it. They're able to recognize and notice it not only in themselves, but in you. And they're able to comfortably go through life making sound financial decisions, and feeling secure in who they are and with their partner, and their partner feels secure in them.
Okay, I think that's a good definition for sure. Let me answer this question, and then I'm gonna give my definition of financial security. Be good says, "I hope you see this question. My kid is 19, attends a top university, is unsure about his current major. Can you recommend a career or degree placement test?" I don't. I'm sure there's something online that.
What is he good at and what does he enjoy?
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I can, my personal assessment. Number one, if you want a placement test for a major, there are tons of them online. Just Google it. How do I pick my major, or exams to help me pick my major? Like, there's stuff out there. But then also, I believe that the optimal setup is to take an inventory of the things you're good at, the things you want to be good at, and the things that you love. And really, it could be like the things you want to be good at and the things that you love, because what you spend time on is what you're going to be good at, right? So, I think that would go a long way. And then also, I think every Black child should know how to be an entrepreneur, just in case they have to make a career pivot or create a job where there is none. I had to create my job. There was no job I could apply for to be a loudmouth finance professor, who talks to people on the internet and runs the Black business school. There was no job for that. I had to create that job, and it was my entrepreneurial skill that allowed me to create that job. So I think that's the ideal scenario. It's almost like the difference between picking a restaurant versus knowing how to go into the kitchen and cook. I want to be the cook. I want to grow my own food so I can make the food exactly the way I want with the right nutrients.
Yeah, and I also think that if he's at a university, he can go to his university. You pay student fees to help you figure things out. I'm sure there's some department in that university that will help you make that decision. You do have an academic counselor or someone that will help you, an advisor, someone that will help you. And you can take exploratory classes, intro to psychology, intro to social work, intro to business. You take all these intro classes that will help you figure out what it is that you enjoy and what you feel like you want to do.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
100%. By the way, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and you are listening to a guy with a doctorate in finance, and my wife has a doctorate in social work, and also she's a relationship therapist. She's been seeing couples for the last 20 years and individuals as well. If you'd like to join her retreat is August 5th. It's a virtual healing retreat. So if you have some healing to do, you can feel free to go to draliciawellness.com. That's draliciawellness.com. And also, I like to see if I can put money in your pocket. I want you to be wealthy. So if you'd like to get stock selections that I like, just text the word stock, STOCK, text stock to 31996. You get on a list. I will immediately send you a list of AI stocks that I love. And then also once a week, I'll send you a stock pick of the week. So just text the word stock to 31996. All right. So let me say this in terms of financial security. I think financial security, I tend to see it more so related to your financial situation. What you described sounds to me like a type of emotional security, which is very important, which I think, those things matter, obviously, when you're emoting with another person. But when I think about financial security, from a more technical standpoint, a lot of it comes down to cash flow, wealth and resources. Kind of like, basically, do you have a plan B, a plan C, and a plan D in place in case something goes wrong? Like, if you quit your job tomorrow, how long can you survive without a job? That might be a good measure of financial security. And if the answer is I can survive 8 hours without a job, then that's pretty bad. You kind of might want to fix that. So that's why we save. That's why we invest. That's why we get multiple streams of income. That's why we even credit cards can be part of your financial security. You pay down your credit cards, keep the balance at zero. My grandma used to do that. Keep the balance at zero so that when you really hit a hard spot, you can use those credit cards. That's why we get married, maybe, and we marry somebody that's financially secure so that they can be another stream of income in case our income dries up. So being a single parent is very, very risky financially, also. And so there's a lot of ways to kind of skin that cat. But more importantly, one of my girls is very financially secure, but she doesn't make a lot of money. And I said, you're financially secure because you don't have expensive tastes. You're not into materialism. You'll buy a pair of shoes that pay less and an outfit at Walmart and think nothing of it. And I said, that's very cool because that means you don't need a lot of money to feel financially to feel good financially.
Boys, just like we talked about the sleep, the eating, the exercise, and nutrition. Wait, what is it? The four: sleep, eating,
No.
exercise, and good mental health, right?
Yeah.
You're telling people to just do these things. The problem
Hmm.
is that it's simple, but it's not easy to do, boys. Just like it's not easy for people to get a good night's sleep. It's not easy for people to say no to purchases. People overspend all the time. Remember, 80% of the things that you buy is based on your emotions. So I think security in your material life has to deal with in your bank account. All of these things has to deal with your emotional security and feeling good about yourself. To me, it's related. I don't disagree with you. I think everything you said is so spot on, but so much of it is driven by things happening internally.
Wow. So we got some. Zenobia Webb is mad. Ooh, buddy.
What's she
She
mad
she
about?
said, "How about the fact that our children are not safe in their own neighborhoods?" I'm imitating her voice. How about all the absentee dad problems we have? Y'all are a joke. And then she says, dating broke people? How about finally being honest about what our community has gone through in the last 30 years? And then she says, I'm done with y'all. Y'all delusional and sad. Well, I hope she didn't leave because that would give me a chance to respond.
Okay, so she
I
got
think
just listen. What we just witnessed was somebody who
she
got
confirmed. She said, yes, I am mad. Go ahead.
what we just witnessed was someone who got triggered just by the topic of finances. We're sitting here talking about finances. I feel giving sound information out. And this person just got triggered by that. That tells you how what finances does to our life, what emotional stability does in our life, and not being able to regulate ourselves. She got triggered and got going, and she's probably at a computer, I imagine, to type all that information in. And she's typing all that information in like a mad rabbit.
She's beating up her
She
phone.
beating up her phone, beating up that computer. But I mean, everything she said is accurate, right? She's so right about that.
we
People
talk we
are,
talk about it all the time.
yeah, people are. I mean, everything she said, we got to get on board with that.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when you're dysregulated and you get triggered and you dysregulate it and you start going off. What is that? What does that have to do with the cost of tea in China? Yeah, we do talk about kids getting shot up in the neighborhood, but right now we're talking about money
Mm,
and being
interesting.
secure in who yourself. Yes, those kids aren't secure.
Yeah.
So it goes back to the
Get get
feeling
get
safe
some
and
therapy, girl.
secure.
Zenobia says she's done. She's leaving. But before you leave, Zenobia, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com if you need some therapy. I think you might, because one of the
Boys,
things that,
don't be putting my stuff out there
well, no, I'm really, I want
as
to
a
help.
counter disc.
No,
Zenobia ain't coming
it's
to
not.
me.
No, it's not a counter diss because I understand. I get triggered too. You told me about that. You told me. You explained that to me. We talked about that guy in Chicago who got went off on that black lady
Triggered.
who was punching that lady in the head. That was trauma. He's a traumatized person who got triggered. Trauma and trigger seem to be connected. Am I right?
Yeah, and I think that you should know what your triggers are and plan for them. It's really difficult. It is very difficult your body is in that heightened state of being triggered. You are acting as if someone is actually threatening to you. Someone is going to kill you. Like her response was almost like life and death response. This is
Mm.
someone who's very, very frustrated.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's I
It's a
think
tough thing.
I think that's important and very powerful, right? To kind of talk about that. I mean, if you're talking about really, because we've talked about this, all these things in the black community. We talked about the fatherless issue. We've talked about what's happened over the last 30 years. That's why I won't vote for Joe Biden to this day
Don't.
because of mass incarceration. Even the student loan thing, just as a side note, people give him credit for trying to reduce student loan debt.
I do.
They don't understand he caused the debt crisis in the first place.
That's
Because
right.
think about it, if it's a regular debt, I need y'all to hear this. If it's a regular debt, you could just write it off. Or you could just like get a bankruptcy. Why can't you get a bankruptcy and just eliminate your student loan debts like every other debt?
Now, I read somewhere that that was being changed.
Yeah, well, I hope that they do that. That's if Biden
I
really,
read somewhere that he
right.
actually said that. I'm going
Yes.
to take that out.
If Biden wants to
Yeah.
help people with student loans, just change that law. Let people declare bankruptcy if they want to get rid of the loan. That way, those people that have 200,000 in loans can just do a bankruptcy and get it all taken off.
Yeah.
Like that's so Biden created that law. He did it because the banks in Delaware, where he was from, they pressured him. They gave him money to run, and they said, "We need you to create a law so that people can't declare bankruptcy on their student loans because it's costing us too much money." So Biden and Clinton pushed that law through together. So yeah. Now, if he wants to fix it, that's what he can do. So I think that. What I was really intrigued by was Zenobia's comments is and her just she's so angry. She's writing in all caps. She said, "Don't trust."
Is she still in there, or did she really leave?
I think she's gone.
I don't look at the comments when
I think she probably need to go take a woosah moment. She mad.
She can come back. She's welcome to come back.
Yeah, baby, you should be.
It's an open door for people who, because she got going. Maybe when she calms down, she'll be like, you know what? I want to hear all about financial security. Yes. I want to hear about what Dr. Alicia and Dr. Boyce has to say about it, and maybe she'll come back in. But if not, it's her loss.
Well, everybody say we love you, Zenobia. Everybody let Zenobia, let her know you love her. I know you might not be able to spell Zenobia, so just say we love you, girl. Like, cause we want to give us a love. Cause you're right though. Like, cause the trauma, I didn't, that was stuck with me. I listened to you. You think you always say I don't listen. I hear everything.
Well, you don't be acting like it.
I don't be acting like it. That's because G's move in silence. I don't be telling everybody what I learned, but I do. I remember noticing that the connection between trauma and triggering. So whenever something would snap me and get me elevated and pissed and mad, I started reflecting on like, why am I so mad right now? This person said something and I'm going off. What is it in me that's making me feel like I got to go off when I could easily just ignore it?
But the real thing is, what did they say? Mm-hmm. Because here's the thing. If someone walked up to you and said, Boyce, you're a frog, what would you do? You would just laugh, right? You wouldn't be. But if somebody walks around feeling like a frog inside and they feel ashamed about it, and someone walks up to them and say, you ain't nothing but a frog, you're going to be triggered by that because you got frog issues in your past.
Oh my God.
So that's the thing. It's like, listen to the content of what people are saying and why that particular thing got you going.
Justin said, Boyce is a frog. I knew it. You are so right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I think the way they say it back in Kentucky is that the hit dog always hollers.
The hit dog hollers, for sure.
Yeah. By the way, everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. And Pillow Talk is where we get together and we try to have intelligent and fun conversations about important issues in the Black community. And my wife is a full professor of social work and a licensed therapist, and she sees individuals and couples on a regular basis. So if you'd like to learn more about her practice, you can visit coachingwithdralicia.com. Just a reminder, the All Black National Convention is coming October 20th in Atlanta. The All Black National Convention is the world's leading gathering of all intelligent Black people on the planet. We've got all kinds of therapists, doctors, lawyers, scientists, millionaires, billionaires, all different kinds of Black people coming to this convention who are going to be doing trainings on everything from how to build strong families to how to build wealth to how to have a great love life, how to improve your health, everything, just you name it, we got you covered. So if you'd like to join us at the convention, just visit allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. I also put the information on my website, boycewatkins.com, in case you'd like to take a look at that. But you got to join the convention. The convention is so much fun, and so many people show up, and it's like a big fat family reunion. So anyway, so let's get back to the topic at hand. As Dr. Dre used to say, back to the lecture at hand. So we were talking today about dating people who are financially unstable and whether or not that should be a rule, or whether or not dating unstable people financially or emotionally is a deal breaker or not. And I'll say this. I think that there should be something to be thought about in terms of financial stability, but I think you got to be real careful about how you define financial stability. So, for example, if I were marrying, well, I married a woman that had 3 children. And if you were not financially stable, I would not consider that to be a liability, because I know that single mothers struggle financially. We talk about the women that are doing it big and killing it, but there are a lot of Black women, who are having a hard time, raising kids by themselves and everything else. And then there are a lot of Black men too that are financially unstable. Child support can really kick your butt financially. I wouldn't consider that to be much of an issue. But what I would look at is your habits and your choices, right? So if you're a person who's struggling, but you see, okay, I got a live one here. Boyce got money in the bank and he's got credit cards. So now I can live the life that I feel like I should become accustomed to. then that would be a problem, right? But if you're somebody who preserves resources, and I just help give you more resources to preserve, I personally think that's like a lock and key solution to what family's supposed to look like. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the decisions that they make. Like, are they getting their money every month and they're going and buying just materialistic items? Are they trying to flex? They're trying to flex and not putting any money in their savings? Are they? Yeah, so I think that is important. And when you were talking earlier, if you want to date somebody who's financially stable, you yourself need to be financially stable. Okay, you have to take a look. Like, I don't know why it's simple, but it's not easy. You know how much money you make every month. You know how much what your expenses are every month. Some people can't even look at that, how much they make, what their expenses are, and making adjustments. There are some people that just aren't able to do that. They're like, you know what? I'm just going to charge it on my credit card and just FOMO and just go on out there and just purchase things that they know they can't afford at the end of the month. And all of that is just driven by this need. And you need to look at what those needs are in the moment when you're making those purchasing decisions that you make, just like eating decisions. It's all tied together with what do you call the four horsemen, the things that you need to do. It's all tied together with being impulsive. Some people are so impulsive. They're just like hungry and they're going to grab some cookies. They're not even going to think about grabbing grapes instead. And that's how people do when they're with their money, when they're buying things. You can't afford that car, but you go and buy things. Also, in terms of money, you got to look at where they're spending it and who they're spending it on. Because there's some people who have money and they feel like they have to impress everybody. Oh, no, 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 I'm going to pay for that. Oh, no, no, I'm going to spend money on that. They feel like they have to take their money and they have to buy love and attention and affection. So you also need to pay attention to that. You are good enough without your money. You don't need to take your money and want to just give to everybody. And then you're looking around like you ain't even giving to yourself. So making sure somebody saves and pays themselves first, making sure they take care of their expenses. And then once their expenses are done, then they could look to saving some more or investing like what you do all the time. What are they spending their money on? What type of decisions are they making every single day? And those are the things when you're dating, you need to pay close attention to. Close attention to.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about it, early when we were talking about the four horsemen of death and the things
Yeah.
that kill people, cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. And then I was thinking about these solutions, the ways to stay alive, which came down to taking your meds, MEDS, mental health, exercise, diet, and sleep.
So hard to do.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, right? There's almost like a financial analogy to that when you're talking about being financially healthy. For in the mental health category, I would think about in terms of things like financial consciousness, financial awareness. I talk about that. I talk about what it means to be financially immature, what it means to be financially unconscious. A financially unconscious and financially immature person is somebody who spends money like a child. Like if you listen to how a child talks about money, if you say, what are you going to do with your money when you get it? The 6-year-old's going to be like, I'm going to buy some candy. I'm going to buy me some shoes. I'm going to buy me a toy, right? Whereas an adult isn't supposed to think that way. But we got a lot of very immature adults out here. We got I see grown men with these big sneaker collections, and they ain't making no money off those sneakers now. Now, don't get me wrong. If you have a sneaker collection, I'm not making fun of you. But if you got a big sneaker collection, but you don't own any property, and you can't take care of your children or your family, then that's an issue, right? So I think so you start with that financial awareness, financial maturity piece. That's the mental side. The exercise component, when it comes to body, we talk about physical exercise, but there's also financial exercise, financial fitness. Financial exercise means are you doing the workout to grow your wealth? Are you doing the things that are going to build up your financial muscle? Are you investing consistently? Are you trying to acquire real estate? Do you have financial goals? So I would encourage everybody listening to financially exercise and get with people that want to exercise. People that are just stagnant, you're not going to grow. And then diet. When I think about diet instead of food, I think about choices, financial choices. What is your financial diet? If I take $100 out and I leave the house Am I going out and just spending it as fast as I can and spending it on worthless things? Or am I spending it in a way that is efficient and intelligent, making sure I'm careful when I go to the grocery store, go to the mall, not overspending, right? Overeating and overspending are very similar behaviors. They have the same effect
Mm-hmm.
on your psychology. Both of them make you feel better. Both of them help you, deal with the unaddressed trauma that you may have, right? You
Yes.
talk about that. We talk about retail therapy, but also you have
Yes.
people that also give themselves therapy by eating that ice cream.
I did a whole lecture on retail therapy. That was pretty fun to do.
You did. You really did.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Coaching with DrAlicia.com, by the way. Dr. Alicia. And also I put a link on my website. She has a whole financial anxiety workbook that I think is extraordinarily good. So you feel free to take a look at that. And then I think in the sleep part, I think about that in terms of just that recovery piece, financial piece, financial security. So instead of the word sleep, maybe think about the S as security. And security might just mean assessing your financial situation, assessing your assets versus your liabilities, looking at your income versus your expenses. Generally speaking, I want y'all to listen. Give me a yes if you're hearing this. If you really want to know how you're going to do financially and how you're doing right now, you got two big battles going on. You ready? I'm going to make it real simple for y'all. You have the battle between your assets and your liabilities, and the battle between your income and your expenses. That's it. You got two wars happening in your life financially.
Okay. I don't know why does everything have to be a war scenario with you?
Because I'm a traumatized kid who just gets triggered easily, and I see everything as a battle. Let
But
me just
this
say,
is your
I know, or
subconscious.
think of it like, okay, it could be like a basketball game. Then, like a basketball game,
Okay.
you got
I'll
the
let you go.
assets versus the liabilities. You don't want the liabilities to win because then you're in trouble. You're sinking, and then you've got the income versus the expenses. And if the expenses are beating the income, then eventually the liabilities will be defeating the assets. Can I get an amen? Seriously, I mean, it's really that simple. And I want people to really start there. Don't start with like I gotta get rich. Don't start with I gotta go make more money. Don't start with I gotta go have a business. Start with income versus expenses. I don't care if you make $10 a year. If you're spending $5 a year, then you're winning that battle. And then you win the first battle, you win the second one.
Yeah, I think what we're saying today, the biggest takeaway today is that when it comes to marrying somebody, love is not enough.
Well,
It's
yeah,
essential. Love is essential,
love
but it's
matters.
definitely not enough to have you marry somebody. Do
Yeah.
not get into a legal situation with somebody who is a financial firecracker.
Firecracker.
Firecracker gonna blow it all up. You did not want to do that.
Firecracker,
And
firecracker
just because,
system.
listen, just because that person is not secure, financially secure, it doesn't mean they're not worthy of love in marriage. It just
Mhm.
means that there's some things that you just have to work on. But it has to be somebody who is at least aware enough to know that they have these issues and they want to work on it.
Yeah,
To say,
yeah,
all of us are flawed, there's no perfect nothing. But here are some things that they're aware of and they're willing to work on it. Then you got somebody good.
yeah. But I would still test them out for a while.
Test them out.
Yeah,
Don't fools. Only fools rush in.
yeah,
Don't
yeah,
be foolish when it comes to your life,
yeah. You got to take your time, watch people's
because you
behavior.
don't understand. Just as your money becomes their money when you get married, yeah. Some people may think this is my money that I'm bringing in. No, when you're married to somebody, it's our money. But guess what? It's also our debt.
It sure
Should
is.
have a conversation about how much money people owe. How much money do you owe? I mean, these are like hard conversations you need to have. And I think you should have these conversations even before you get engaged, because
Hmm.
getting engaged is too late.
Yeah,
When you
absolutely.
know you want to be serious with somebody, you need to sit down and have these money conversations. And just the idea, there's so many people who just feel like I ain't telling her nothing. She don't deserve to know anything that's going on. Why somebody who's so avoidant? That person has avoidant attachment style.
Well, I think that the communication piece does matter. I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, if you're talking about identifying whether or not somebody's financially secure, stick with those things I was talking about earlier: expenses versus income, and assets versus liabilities. And then also at that point, communication is beneficial. in terms of helping each other understand what you're seeking to accomplish. Supporting each other, knowing when you get in bed together, knowing when you have to stay out of each other's way.
Yes, and making sure that you have conversations. No one should be in the dark financially. In a
Mm,
relationship, you shouldn't be in the dark about it. Both of you are, I love, it's not something so beautiful to see a couple sit down and plan the future together. We're going to have these plans. Here, this is the much money we're going to save. Here's how we're going to invest. Here's what we're going to spend money on long term. I'm talking about long-term planning. What is your life going to look like together? There's
mm,
nothing more beautiful than to see a couple join together in that way.
mm.
I love
Absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
Nothing's more chaotic than to see a couple that won't have those conversations with each other. And
Mm,
then next thing you know, they're missing things. They're
mm,
missing out on opportunity of having like a beautiful life together because everything is so chaotic and stressful. You don't know what's going on one moment, the next. Bills are coming in, bills come in every single month. So you're having an argument with your partner every month, trying to sort things out because people are doing things parallel and
mhm,
they're not being intimate with each other financially.
mm. Okay, so here's a great point by Charles. Charles says, so many of our people are in abject poverty and the choices are not all that great. Say a dishwasher meets a waitress at the job, full
Yes.
of love and gets married. That's a reality with poor folks. Finding someone in the hood that is financially stable is very difficult. People seem to gravitate within the confines of their community. I think that's a great point. I
It
think
is
it's
a
an excellent point.
wonderful point, but that doesn't mean that you can't build together.
Right.
It's so much easier
My
if,
my parents started like that. My parents had my.
yeah, my
I
parents
mean,
did
we
too.
were born like I was born in the projects, and what people tend to forget is that you ain't got to stay there. Ain't no law saying that you can't improve your life. We have stuff on my website, boycewatkins.com, like the $5 a day investing plan that literally shows easily how family can easily get out of poverty within one generation. Well, the problem with poverty is not a lack of money. The problem with poverty is all the psychological impact of the poverty mindset or what they do to poor people in this country. The things they do in terms of the trauma and that might come with abuse or violence, things like that. So this is why I would encourage anybody that if you want to financially heal, I encourage you to emotionally heal, because once you emotionally heal, it's easier for you to financially heal and elevate and all these other things. But it's very, very hard to get rich if you get stuck in a poverty mentality. It's not your fault, but that's the world we live in. Believe me, I knew it very well because I grew up in it.
Oh, it's a vicious cycle. How do you get out of it? It's like so easy for us to sit here and say, it's your mentality that you're this way. Like,
Mhm.
that's so easy. We're going to be upsetting. What was her name? Zenobia? Zenobia is going to be upset. It's going to be upsetting to people for us to say, just think your way out of it. Like, that's like, come
No,
on. I
no,
got
talk
real
talk to talk
bills,
to a counselor, talk to a therapist. Watch
you
Ayana Van
know?
Zant videos on YouTube. Like there's enough therapy on YouTube that a person that really wants to do better can do better. You
Well,
know,
yeah, it's a
I
self help
yeah.
approach.
The thing is though, it's not the problem to me is not a lack of availability of good people that can give you advice. The problem is all the people out here that are giving you bad advice. I personally believe that the system is rigged to remind poor people of why they have to stay poor, to remind poor people that, you're poor and you're black and that's all you're going to be. So everybody make sure you vote for Joe Biden in the next election. I really think that the more powerless they make you, the more powerful they make themselves. And that's pimping. That's pimping 101. That's what a pimp does. A pimp does not want you to have other options. They
Oh,
want to
they
control you.
they give you false hope.
Yeah.
Just hold on, hold on.
Hold on, baby. I
Change is
got you.
coming. Changes are coming.
Change is gonna come.
Just hold on tight in your where you are right now, and
Hmm.
we're gonna be there and rescue you. Ain't
Yeah.
nobody rescuing you.
No.
You gotta rescue. You gotta save yourself. It
Absolutely.
is so true, and a lot of it depends on choices that you make, decisions that you make.
Hmm.
Yes.
Now check this out. Now, Shavera J says, I think this is spreading the narrative that if you don't have much money, you're not worthy of love. And I disagree with today's economy. It's not. Do you think it's spreading that narrative? I don't think it is.
No, we're not.
I
But
certainly don't want that to be the
I didn't
narrative that.
say that because if you
Right.
listen, what I said was even if it's not perfect, you have to be cognizant of your weaknesses and shortcomings,
Hmm.
and not blame everybody else, but say, we're going to work on this together, baby.
Yes, yes. Now let's see.
That's what I said.
Now somebody I see Sharif is saying, let's see. that so he says listening to Corey Holcomb. I don't know if that means he's listening to Corey Holcomb
Who is
or
Corey? I don't even know who he is.
Corey
Who is
Holcomb.
he?
He's a comedian. He doesn't like me very much. Corey doesn't, but
Oh, well,
yeah,
whatever.
but I did, just in case y'all want to know, I did a full hour and a half long breakdown and analysis of Corey Holcomb's why I think he has issues with people like me, and why me challenging black people to do better for someone like him can come off as being uppity, and that's not the intention. But I have to draw a line in the sand in terms of explaining that, if you listen to Corey's skits where he jokes about being a terrible father, and not paying attention to his kids, and I only go see my baby's mama so I can have sex with them. I just really think that we got to kind of push back a little bit on the raggedy black man narrative that people push, because I know kids like that. I know kids who got daddies like that. I know daddies who are like that. And I think that the real men got to stand up. We can't have 50-year-old black men out here running around like little kids. So I know some people were surprised that I spoke back to Corey, but he don't understand. I'm from the street too. I understand the street just like you do. I just chose not to stay there. And I want black people to know that there are other ways to grow. You can be cool, you can be successful, you can be happy, you can fit in without having to fit into a culture that is harmful to the black community. So that was my position on that. But anyway, I did a whole hour and a half long breakdown. If you go to drboycetv.com, you'll find it right there. It's all back on my site. Oh yeah, Sharice says Corey has bad dating family advice. Yeah, it's not very good, and I'm not making fun of him. I'm not trying to attack him. He's a victim too. Somebody taught him things that were incorrect. And the problem, though, is that I think in celebrity culture, the debauchery gets promoted. Like nobody. It's one thing if Cardi B says, "I used to be a stripper. I did get raped. I did, rob men and steal their money, and all these other things. But I don't do that anymore, and I don't believe in that kind of thing. And that was a tragic part of my life. That's one thing. But if you are glorifying that, if you're talking about the trap,
Yeah, and saying if I had to, I'd do it again.
yeah. If
come
you're
on.
right, if you're glorifying the very thing that gives black people the most trauma, and you're doing it because white people are giving you lots of money, you got to understand what kind of trap you're falling in, brother. Like you falling in, like that's what they want. They got us addicted to the poison.
It's abuse too.
Yeah,
It's abuse.
yeah. I'm not taking the poison.
Glorifying, abusing black people, abusing each other. There's enough
Yes.
of that going on.
Yes, absolutely. So by the way, everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. Dr. Alicia is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. She sees clients on an individual and group basis. She's also hosting a wellness retreat online. If you'd like to learn more about her wellness retreat on August 5th, you can go to draliciawellness.com. That's draliciawellness.com. And did you have a coupon code, or did you want to bring it up next time?
Oh, I do have a coupon code. Wellness. WELLNESS.
Okay, so because you're here, we'll share a code with you guys. The word wellness. If you put the word wellness in, it takes a big chunk off the price.
It does about 60%, I think.
Yeah. So only 20 people can use the code, but if you use the word wellness, you can get 60% off on the conference or the retreat. So it's all digital, so you can watch it. You can join it from the comfort of your own home. So go to draliciawellness.com, use the code word wellness, and get 60% off the retreat. But again, this coupon will only work for the first 20 people to sign up. All right, so let's finish up the topic. So we were talking about whether or not you should date a person that's financially unstable or not. I want to make it 100% clear. I don't believe that being financially unstable makes you unworthy of love. I mean, I think everybody's worthy of love. I also want to make it clear that when I talk about financial instability, I'm not talking about being poor. But, I know a lot of poor people who are very financially stable. Because you know what? You know why? Because they live within their means. They drive in their lane. They play their position. They're not trying to. And that, if you're a poor person who got to have a Birkin bag, well, then that's probably going to cause some instability. But if you're a poor person who says, I'm going to get me a fake Birkin bag, that makes sense to me. I know rich people who get fake Birkin bags.
But you know what? A lot of this stuff is relative. It all depends on who you're comparing yourself to. Who's your reference group? Who do you compare yourself to? Because
keeping up with the Joneses.
I feel like we do okay, but when we hang out with billionaires, we're gonna feel like a bunch of broke. We're gonna feel poor and broke people.
That's why I don't hang out with billionaires.
You know what I mean? Or I mean, it all just depends. It just depends on your reference group. I mean, there are people who work paycheck to paycheck, but they got microwaves, they got nice car to drive. They got microwaves, right? In our country, having a microwave is a luxury compared to other countries. That's poverty. Have you ever
Mm,
been to something? We've been to countries where we've seen like real poverty, right? So
absolutely.
here in America, this poverty is not. This is
This
this
is
is
poverty light.
luxurious, right? It
Yeah,
depends on
yeah,
who you compare yourself to. That all depends on whether you think that you're poor or not. You know,
yeah, yeah. It is a mindset
it is.
because somebody told me about a doctor who lived in it wasn't like Ecuador, it was some country in Eastern Europe, I can't remember.
Oh
And they
gosh.
said this doctor came to the United States every year
Oh
for
yes.
6 months to work as a waiter, because he said that waiters here make 10 times more than doctors make in his home country.
That is really something. Yes, I remember having that
Yeah, you
conversation.
remember that? Yeah,
Yeah.
and people don't know that. People who haven't been around the world, I mean, I'm not saying that America's perfect, but shoot,
Running water. How about running water?
yeah, take your ass. I mean, take your ass to a South African slum, and then I want you to come back and then compare that to America. I walked through a slum in South Africa in Johannesburg.
Oh, Jesus.
I could not
I bet you were
believe
just
what I saw. I mean, I was like blown away. I've never seen poverty. I've been through the projects and the dirt poor Eastern Appalachian white people. No, y'all just don't know, man. Go to South Africa somewhere and walk through. Have them take you through a slum. Then you'll see what poverty looks like. And I'm not belittling what we're going through here, but I think people just don't understand.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Go visit another country. You'll see. America's a wonderful place to live in.
yeah, yeah,
It really is.
mm-hmm,
All things considered.
yeah.
Freedom of speech. Would you like to live in China, Boyce? Oh my goodness.
No,
You can't even do what you're doing if you lived in China.
oh yeah.
They come arrest you.
Oh, they got spies, and they're in China. They're trying to win the AI race so they can just spy on their people more effectively. You
Yeah,
know,
and they're
yeah.
willingly doing so because they can't help
Mhm.
it.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have them RoboCop police going through the streets. And when we were in China, the lady told us that they got spies all throughout Tiananmen Square. She said,
Tiananmen, yeah.
be careful what you say because there are spies everywhere." Yeah, but yeah, I hear you, Charles Holman. I think that I want you to know that your opinion is definitely respected. He has a lot to say, and
What did he say?
well, it's a long comment, but he basically says he wants to make sure that we understand the problems, the diversity of the problems, and the challenges people face. And I think as a social worker, like you would get a lot of that, right? You and I talk about poverty a lot, and you help me
Yeah.
understand certain things that
Yeah,
about
because
homelessness and stuff like that.
there's so many misconceptions about why poor people are poor and their
Mm,
experiences. And I just can't take people demonizing. We live in a country now where if you're poor, people almost demonize you. Like there's something inherently wrong with you. And we know that poverty, especially in this country, is structural. Part of it is you. Yeah, part of it is you. And those are the things that you can change. But some of it is structural opportunities and all of those things. So it is. There's systems in
well,
place.
absolutely, I agree
Mm-hmm.
100%,
Mm-hmm.
and that's one of the reasons why I encourage Black people to stop trusting the system, because
Mm-hmm.
the
Mm-hmm.
system and the structure that's not designed to put you ahead. Don't trust. Why trust? I mean, think about this, right? I was talking yesterday about how they just ended affirmative action, and I said, do you think our children are prepared to compete in a society where race-based preferences have disappeared? And then I showed them a stat where 84% of Black children can't read or do math at grade level. They're not functionally. They're kind of functionally illiterate,
Mm-hmm.
and they can't do math. And so I said, why do we keep sending our kids to these white people to educate them when they're clearly not getting the job done?
Well, the thing is that, children are first educated in their homes too.
Yeah, that's
Those are
true.
the first teachers. The first teachers are their caretakers.
That's true.
And I don't ever rely on the school system to fully educate my children. I supplement a lot of their education with what I do with them. I spend time with them. I talk to them. I
Mm.
educate them myself. Well, I can educate them directly, but I educate them on my actions and my behaviors and my words and all of those things. That's what educates your children. too. So school's going to do only but so much. They can't do everything, but there's some things that you can do to supplement it.
Well, I think, when people
Like
try.
buying your flashcards in your workbooks and all of that. There's different ways.
And by the way, my financial flashcards for children, I mean, since you brought it up,
Yeah.
you can go to financialflashcards.com. That's the URL if you'd like to take a look. We also have workbooks for kids, and it's mostly for finance and business. So if you're interested, it took us 3 years. We pulled together Black experts from different walks of life, and these experts put together a wonderful series of financial workbooks that cover every single grade band, every single age, and cover real estate, stock market investing, and money. So if you're interested and you want to train your kids on your own, just go to financialworkbooks.com. That URL is on the screen. So the last thing I'm going to say on this is, I think, I know we were talking about financial security, and I think financial security is definitely linked to how we raise our kids. When you talk about who's to blame for kids not being ready, the teachers or the parents, I think it's everybody. I think all of us.
Everybody,
Yeah,
yes.
it takes a village to destroy a child. It really takes a collective effort to make sure that these kids have no future at all. I think it takes everybody. Everybody has to be focused and centered on something sinister to make this happen. And it's not to indict every teacher or indict every parent, but when I hear politicians that seem to care more about the teachers' unions than they care about the educational outcomes, that bothers me.
Well, the teachers union is important. Okay, I
It's
come from a
important.
family of
Yes,
educators, so
but the
I don't
teachers
want to
union
hear.
is not more important than the kids.
I'm
The
sorry.
kids
Can I
matter more
just
than the
say
teachers
something?
union.
I'm a child of a school teacher.
Right.
And my mom and all her sisters and my dad's sisters, both sides of my family, they were all educators. They would work years without a contract, no raise, no health insurance. Like it was the basic necessities that a lot of school teachers did. I saw my mom and my aunts and uncle dig into their pocket and pay for things in the classroom that should never have been paid out of their own money. They're paying for
It
things,
sounds like you're getting
giving money
triggered.
to no, but I just want to I just have to set the record straight on a lot of things. So the teachers union is very important.
I never
I
said it.
have been with my
Well,
mom
remember,
as she
babe,
was
nobody ever said
striking.
it wasn't important.
Okay,
I said
so
it's not more important than the kids. I stand by that. The kids are the reason that the school system exists. It's got to be the kids first. Now, the teachers union can be second, but the
yeah, but the
kids.
teachers union were
But
never.
but the thing is that
They were
if
never
those
not
kids
second.
are coming out and can't read, I don't give a damn what the teachers get paid. Seriously, if those kids are coming out of that school and they can't and they're not succeeding, and the teachers just want to say, well, it's the parents' fault.
The
It
teachers aren't saying it's
mm-mm.
the parents' fault. The teachers are saying we all have to work together. I have worked in schools personally in Chicago. It is a struggle to get parents and kids and the teachers and administrators. All of those need to work together for the betterment of the child. And yes, we do need to have a union for a teacher. I'm a strong union person. Also, we also need to have, there's a lot of misconceptions about welfare. People don't understand 75% of the people who are on welfare work every single day. So there is an issue, a structural issue there too. People get up and go to work every single day, work 40 hours a week, and they don't have enough money to pay their bills. That is a big structural issue, right? So it is, those things are important. 75% of people who collect public aid work every single day. So I just want to just make that point because as a social worker, we just can't do that.
Is there anything else?
That's it. I'm sorry, but I needed to say that because there's so much noise in there, and these are facts. Look it up.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna speak now, um, and I'm gonna say that I do agree teachers unions are important. I do agree that labor unions matter, but what I also see are scenarios where the teachers unions will be negotiating for more money, which is fine, but I don't see anybody negotiate on behalf of our kids. But I do agree though. I think it takes a village to destroy a child. So, you've got you do have teachers that aren't doing their job effectively. You have systems that are not properly incentivizing the teachers. I think teachers should be paid more money. You've got parents that are trifling. You got parents where the teacher tries to call the parent. I don't know how many of y'all remember this. I grew up in a world where when your teacher called your mama, you were in trouble. I can't imagine a world where a teacher calls your mama and your mama supports the child over the teacher. And then the child hears the mother saying, I don't like that lady, she's racist. And next thing you know, the child is going back to school not respecting the teacher because the mama gave her permission to not respect the teacher. So I think that's nonsense. So I'll say this at the end of the day. And by the way, Sharif Smith, thank you for making this comment. I want to make note of what Sharif said. He said he has 6-year-old daughters that listen to our YouTube show every day, right after school before they go outside, and
There we
that's
go.
what I'm talking
That's the
about.
example.
Man, you father of the year right now, brother. That is the smartest thing you could do. The smartest thing a black man or woman can do with their child is have them exposed to the ideas of college professors at an early age. I did not meet my first college professor till I was 19. But if I had been exposed to higher level thinking as a kid, I would have
Interesting.
been much more successful. I would have found myself sooner.
That's crazy because my dad was a college professor. That's crazy. I grew
Yeah,
up. I grew up in a university department.
yeah.
Like I just remember when I was little, I spent all my time with
Mhm,
my dad. I didn't even know. He never even told me what he did. He was just like, "I just come to work." It just wasn't a big deal, but it was just like
mhm.
an everyday thing that I was. I remember like talking to my friends about how I was on the Macintosh computer. Most people weren't even on computers when they were in elementary school. If you're my age, of course, So I had yeah. It exposed me to certain things.
Well, the thing
Yeah,
is that I mean, right, and so you kind of ease right into academia. I
it
mean,
was familiar for
it's not a
me.
coincidence that you have the same profession as your father. You're a social work professor, just like your dad. And I think, and the same thing is true when I hear Jay Morrison tell the story about how he grew up with his father and his family cooking up dope in the kitchen. It was very natural to ease right into
Yeah.
the dope dealer lifestyle. So I think that parents have to understand our power and when it comes to shaping how our kids view the world. And if you don't want your child to ease right into your lifestyle,
Hmm.
expose them to other ideas. Like that rapper Young Miami we were talking about, where she was talking about she's a whore and she was bragging about I'm a whore with a W and all this other stuff. And then when they asked her about her daughter, she said, no, 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 her daughter she's not gonna be like that. She's not gonna be no city girl. The city girl is, I guess, another word for hoes. And it was like, but if you're dressing her like that at an early age and you're exposing her to that culture, and she sees her mama succeeding and winning, her number one hero, her number one role model is getting millions of dollars to behave in a certain way, then why would we be surprised if her daughter did the same thing? She would have to do something radical to get her daughter, in a different trajectory from her mother. So we have to be radical about making sure our kids are headed in the direction they want to go into.
Yeah, and we need to be cognizant about the example that we're setting for our children, particularly financially. Like I remember my dad just saying, "You know what money is, Alicia?" He said, "Money is just additions and deletions in my checkbook."
Mhm.
Back then, there was check. He would actually balance his checkbook every day. He
Of
would
course.
say, "Additions and subtractions. That's what it is." And he would tell me, "You know what? A car gets you from point A to point B." So it was never like, I think both my parents, they were never materialistic. Although they were highly educated and we were okay, but there was never an emphasis on you need to have material things.
Mm.
And I think that stayed with me because I'm not very materialistic. Am I? Do I come off that way? I don't think I am. I definitely don't.
No, I don't
It's
see.
a struggle for me to be glamorous.
I don't see you as materialistic, but you are a hotel snob.
I am
She
a hotel
she
snob.
sees germs on the bed, even if there ain't none.
I
And also,
can't rest in the
you
nasty
you know you
hotel.
you do drive a luxury car, and you do have a coach purse or something, right? So you do have some nice stuff,
Well, coach,
but
everybody
you're
got
not. But I
that.
don't
That's
see.
not a big
Well, I
deal.
don't see you as bougie in that way, though. I just see you as a person who works extremely hard, who earns everything she gets, who decides she wants to be nice to herself. I don't see anything wrong with that. I
Yeah,
support
but
that.
I don't expect somebody to just come in and take care of me like that.
Yeah, yeah, and that's fine. I mean, that's
I don't be hitting you up. Do I be hitting you up for money all the time?
no, you
It
don't.
probably feels like it.
She be coming there trying to loan me money and stuff like, and I'm like, girl, please.
I did buy, by the way, I bought tickets to the convention. I purchased tickets to the
Which
convention.
is very weird to me, but
Not only did
okay.
I purchase a ticket to your convention, I purchased the platinum ticket.
which is
I got
weird
the
because
platinum vending package.
okay, so my own money was spent buying for my wife to buy
No,
a
it's
ticket
my money. I spent it on
to the
from my
convention that I helped
business.
spot. Yeah, that now that we got to talk about that because I think that's weird. That's not helpful. That's weird.
You know what?
But,
You know what I think about though. Let me just tell you what I think about.
what?
I want to buy a booth because I'm gonna be selling my workbooks and stuff, right?
Right.
I want to buy a booth because I don't want it to ever be an awkward situation where I have to be like, "Where's my booth?" and no one has a booth for me. And because I know you're not hands on with everything.
Let's end this conversation before people think we're weird.
No, I just don't want. I don't want an awkward. No, let me
because
just be
I don't.
honest.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't understand any of this because when you're the wife of the founder of the All Black National Convention, you can
But not everybody
you can
knows
get on
who
the
I
phone. You
am.
can get on the phone with the event planner and say, "This is what I would like." And for whatever reason, you know. But here's the thing. Here's
But
what.
I want to invest. First of all, just here's the thing.
Let me give you a tip though with this.
Let me see what I want to say.
Let me give you a perspective though on this. I let you do what you're gonna do because I just support you being you. You know, and that's the thing I ask. All I ask is I don't need nobody to help me, save me, lift me up, carry me, none of that. I just need to be allowed to be Boyce, right? And I think, you know, and I appreciate it, right? I think it's cool, but honestly, when you do it and it doesn't make sense, I don't feel the need to stop it. I say, okay, well, if that's what she wants to do, then I support it, and that's my approach
How
to
doesn't
marriage.
it make sense? Okay, can I talk now?
It doesn't
please?
make sense. There's no reason you should be spending any money at an event that's hosted by your husband.
Okay, the reason why I do it is number one, I want to support you.
I appreciate that.
Okay, number two, it doesn't come out of your money. Well, I guess our money is together, but it comes out of my business. Number
But it's
two,
still our money.
it is our money, but it does come out of my business. It is a business expense, you
Okay,
know.
right.
Okay, and then number three, I don't want it to be an awkward situation. Not everybody knows who I am.
Everybody
So,
knows who you are.
okay, but there
If
have been
we go
times.
to the convention
Can
and
I
do
talk,
if we
please?
no, I'm gonna finish. If we go to the convention and ask anybody there, do you know who this lady is? 99.9% of them will say yes. But please
Okay,
continue.
there have been times where people don't know who I am in the past. And I don't want to be one of those people to be like, I'm Dr. Boyce's wife. You better move the Red Sea for me. No, I don't want to be like that. No, I just want to be in that moment. I'm Dr. Alicia. I'm coaching with Dr. Alicia, and I want to go through the regular channels as everybody else to make sure I have my booth set up.
Okay, well,
That's the thing. I don't want any awkward moments.
We'll work that out with your
So
therapist.
I just said, no, hold on. I just said, did you listen to me? I just said three things.
I hear you.
Number one, I want to support you.
I heard every single thing. I just don't agree. I'm just telling you, like, all you got to do is say, hey, this is what my friends do who don't want to pay, who are not married to me, who literally get, you know, they'll say, hey, Boyce, since we're business partners, can I get a booth? I'll say, absolutely. And then I text somebody and I say, make sure they get a booth. And then that's it. There's no like, oh, I know Dr. Watkins. And
okay, here's the thing. I know you're very busy. And I know when people ask you for things like that, although I know that they're your friends and you would love to do it, I just don't want to be yet another person asking you for things because there's so many people that ask you for money. There's so many people that ask you for favors. There's so many people that ask you. And so sometimes I just feel like I don't want to be, I know you don't feel this way, but I don't want to be yet another person. Like I'm bringing stuff to the table too, as much as you're bringing to the table. And so I just like, I just like to do that.
I agree. Well, I do like to be left alone sometimes.
I don't want to be arrogant.
But typically when I want to be left alone, it might be in other areas. It's not this. Like, this is business. This is when I'm ready to take stuff on. But if I am like, now where I like to be left alone is when I make certain decisions in my, in my career, my life. It's hard to be married to me because I am not a regular person. I don't want to be a regular person because I didn't. If I was a regular person, I wouldn't be where I am right now. There's nothing about my life that I want to be regular, right? So when regular people try to assess me, they say, "Gosh, that's a weird guy." It's like, yeah, I'm fucking weird.
Who's told you that you were weird? Who gave you the message that you were weird?
You have. You'll say, Boyce, that's strange. Like, Boyce does this strange thing. And I'll be like, it's strange because because the thing is, I don't follow crowds.
I said that you're strange. It was strange.
Or whatever.
I don't know if I said
or behavior in a certain context, right?
Okay, so let's hold on. Let's keep it
or maybe like, I just don't understand why you did such and such. And I'll be like, well, because and you'll be like, but I still don't understand why you did so.
Well, okay, I don't remember that. But one thing, I want to make something clear. I've never said you were strange. I may have looked at your behavior
I know
and
the
asked
differences.
you
I know that.
questions.
Okay, so the nuance difference in the language. But if you keep questioning my behavior repeatedly, saying that's strange, that's strange, that's strange, but you're not strange, but that's strange, that's strange, that's strange, that's strange, you're kind of indirectly ad infinitum saying that I'm strange
Okay.
because because I'm partly defined by my behaviors and my choices, right?
Okay, so
So
that's one way to look at it.
right,
But another way to look at it is to say, wow, my wife really wants to understand me better. So she's asking questions. Hey, when you did this, what was happening with you? Because you know that's how I talk to you. Okay, I noticed that you did this and you said this. Could you explain to me more? Let me know exactly who you are and what's going on.
right.
Right. So I approach it from that way, but you approach it as being strange. And I wonder, do you think you're strange?
I know I am. I'm
Okay.
proud of
Well,
it, right?
then
So
you
I'll
own
say
it.
right. So here's the thing: when regular people ask me about something I do that doesn't make sense, I explain it, and they say, "Oh, okay, I get it." Right, and there's
Mm-hmm.
just a respect there because they say it must be right or it must make some sense because because it's work for him, right? And that's it. That's what I want. I like to be able to explain who I am and then leave it at that.
Okay.
Not have to re-explain it, not have to justify anything. And so ultimately I just, in life, that's what I have found. I have found that anybody who's ever tried to constrain or control my behavior has always lost. They never win,
Yeah,
right?
because
So,
things are about war and control when it comes
absolutely.
to
Well,
you. You
well,
have this war. It's
right.
like
I
you're
do.
fighting
To some
against
extent,
something that's not
right, and
there.
I feel like that's necessary as a black man. I feel like we're always in some kind of a battle. Sometimes your battle might just simply trying to be a better person. Some people are in battle with their demons. Some people are in battle with, or in competition with themselves. So maybe rather than war, maybe it is seen as competitive. But that's my masculine energy. That's my testosterone. Testosterone does make you competitive, and testosterone helps men succeed. So I don't want to live in a world where we shun that, where we think men have to be feminine. Guys, I'm never going to be feminine,
Well,
right?
you have a
But
feminine aspect.
I do have a
Yeah.
feminine side, and I want to tap into that. I want to have the flexibility
Mm-hmm.
to tap into that when necessary. But I'm not a feminine creature, nor will I ever be.
Okay, so we all have feminine and masculine. All of us embody those things, and we use them when we need to.
We do.
But I'm your wife, and I'm never against you. So I
Absolutely
hope
not.
you know that.
I know that for sure.
Okay, I want to remind you that I want to get to know
So
you.
Bridie says, wifey is giving me Aisha Curry vibes, competing with her husband. Boyce is your husband and has worked hard to build his name for himself. Share that name. You now share that name, so it's okay to use his benefits. That's
I
true.
do use your
That's I think
benefits.
that's a good point. I mean,
Okay.
I don't think it should be seen as a diss, but I think it's a good point. If I'm your husband, I've accomplished things. Just I would have no problem leaning on benefits that you bring to the table. In fact, I do. You make really good food in the kitchen, and I lean on that benefit every day. I don't feel like, oh, I got to compete and I got to go cook some food so that she doesn't feel like she's got to cook all the food. No, I'm like, what's for dinner, baby? And then you cook and I eat it, and that's my job. My job is to eat what you cook.
Okay. I, I would love to be able to talk.
Go ahead.
If I could talk.
In fact, I'll let you get the last word because we should be done. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, what I'm saying is that there's definitely benefits. There's benefits to, and I take advantage of those benefits. And there's benefits of you being with me and you take advantage of those. So it's a two-way street. But there's some things where I just say, I'm going to be Alicia and be supportive to you in the way that feels good to me.
Absolutely.
So if you listen to me and you listen to my choices and why I make those choices, I have no problem with you coming to me and asking me, "Hey, Alicia, why did you say that? Why did you do that?" I have no problem expressing myself to you.
Okay.
And you should know that by now.
Well,
I'm an open book when it comes to you.
well, you are loved. And I'm going to end us on a couple of comments that I saw here. Justin Coop says he likes your spirit. He says she wants to be your support rather than a burden. Boyce, you found a good woman. Okay. So I want to make sure I lay that in there so we don't think I'm disagreeing completely with what you
Yeah,
said.
you just only picking
So,
comments that adds to your
no,
point. Is
no.
because it's
I was
it's a
grabbing. I
competition.
grabbed multiple comments. And in fact, the comment I'm going to end on is Charles Holman, who says, can you guys randomly pick out people to attend your events? So since Charles asked the question, Mr. Holman,
Can he come?
you're going to be the first person I randomly pick. So you, sir, have a free VIP pass to the All Black National Convention. I'm going to text your name to the people that are running the event. And just I don't know what kind of record you can keep, but I'm gonna have them try to email you or well, I don't have your email or anything, but I'll give you an email address. Email Micah, Micah at BoyceWatkins.com. Tell her that you are Charles Holman, and that I gave you that free VIP pass to the All Black National Convention. And I'm going to tell her right now so she'll know to look for you. So,
and can you put them in the financial workbook? Give them my financial workbook.
Oh, well, that's a coach. I don't have a link to it, but
it's on your page.
Well, we done gave Charles a lot of free stuff already, so we good with that.
Yeah, but you gave out something free. I want to give out something free.
Well, I can't give it out as we'll do it next time.
Okay,
anyway,
next time.
All right, so all right, so that's a great idea, Charles. So not only did you give me a great idea, but you also earned yourself a free pass because I want to reward that your creativity and show my appreciation. So I know now everybody's gonna say that Charles. Yeah, well, Charles, they might ask you to send a screenshot of your driver's license or something, brother. So just know a whole lot of people might be trying to pretend to be Charles. Don't y'all be doing that. Y'all intelligent Black people. You're not supposed to do that. We ain't no frauds up in here. All right. So anyway, anybody who wants to come to the convention, it's going to be in Atlanta, October 20th, and you can actually go to allblacknationalconvention.com. The All Black National Convention is awesome. It is the #1 gathering of intelligent Black people in the world, and it's going to be in Atlanta October 20th. So go to allblacknationalconvention.com to learn more. Also, if you'd like to check out Alicia's website, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That is where she sees clients on an individual and a collective basis. So coachingwithdralicia.com is her website. So thank you all very much for tuning in for this episode of Pillow Talk. We will also have our episodes on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify and look up my name, Boyce Watkins, you should be able to find it there. And Alicia Smith says you should invite everybody on this live. I wish I could. You're all invited, but I can't give everybody a free pass. However, maybe what I'll do is for next time I'll bring a coupon code or something where we can get a discount. How about that? That's a nice middle ground compromise. All right, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and we'll see you soon. Take care now. Peace.
Bye, everybody.
Oh, and Jackie, you can get her workbook at coachingwithdralicia.com. Also, if you go to boycewatkins.com, I have the workbook at the it's linked on my website too. So just go to boycewatkins.com and scroll down, you'll find it there too. All right, everybody, have a good night.
And hello, everybody. Welcome back to Human Behavior in the Social Environment. Welcome, students. Today is the last lecture, and we're talking about very late adulthood and everything related to what happens at the end stage of life, what happens in that part of your life that we all know we have to face, that many times all of us know that we have loved ones who face this, and one day, of course, we will have to face it as well. And we know about the death and dying process today. This, was discussed by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. She has a seminal book called On Death and Dying. And she wrote this book out of a lot of the work that she was doing with individuals who were at terminal stages of a very serious illness. And she worked with them on how to cope and how to deal with what was happening with them in terms of impeding loss. And she also noticed that this also happens when individuals lose a loved one, that you go through these stages of grief. So let's talk about those stages. The first stage is denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. So in her model, she says that individuals often experience when they're confronted with mortality either of their own mortality or those of their loved ones. And this is a great model that was developed initially through her work, of course, with terminally ill individuals, but it has broad applicability. So it can be used in understanding how people cope with any type of a loss, right? We talked about earlier in class today about the various different types of loss that someone can experience and how that can impact and cause a major life change, a change in their life that's pretty significant. So these are things that people go through late in adulthood, right? Usually. And denial. So Kubler-Ross mentions denial. That is sort of the initial defense mechanism that happens right at the onset of a loss. Individuals are in a sense of denial because sometimes it's way too painful to deal with this loss that you're experiencing. And denial is almost like temporarily, it's a healthy way of dealing with loss because it's like a disbelief. So it's in your initial defense mechanism, puts you in a state of denial, and it allows you time to sort of absorb what's happening. It could be very shocking and distressing news that many of us receive when we hear something that we have to sort of accept. So that was Kubler-Ross's experience in working with this population of death and dying, that there was this sense of denial. The next one was anger. And anger really, for her, reflects this frustration and helplessness of the whole situation, recognizing sometimes things are unfair. Sometimes you lose people. They could be walking around healthy one minute and the next minute you've lost them. And, it feels very unfair. And you have to recognize the unfairness of the situation. And, we'll talk later on about how sometimes anger that you have about the situation sometimes can be placed on other people. So that also happens with a lot of individuals, that this anger is hard and it's part of frustration. The next one was bargaining. And I think that this is people's attempt to regain some sense of control because, in a sense, if you are given a diagnosis of a terminal illness or someone close to you is given a diagnosis, things can seem out of control. So sometimes bargaining can represent an attempt to regain this control by, renegotiating and making concessions. And oftentimes this involves a higher power. If only this could happen, I would love for these things to happen. This bargaining process. There's a deep sense of sadness and depression that's normal when you've lost someone. Normal. This depression sort of acknowledges the loss and its effects. So it can lead to sadness. And sometimes the depression is a time for reflection. You start to be sad. You start to really think about things and sort things out in your head. It's a time for you to reflect. And I think finally, acceptance is what happens when it's sort of a peaceful acknowledgement that this is the reality of things. And I think it helps with this acceptance to move forward. Kubler-Ross's model, I think, really talks about the importance of emotional well-being and the need for support systems and navigating complexities of life in this emotional landscape of aging and end of life. So Ira Brock comes around and he builds on what Kubler-Ross speaks about, but he emphasizes 4 tasks for those individuals who are nearing death. And those tasks serve really as a way of guiding. So if you're a social worker and you are working with someone in a hospital setting, or maybe even in hospice setting, any sort of palliative care, you can ask these questions, these profound questions, that are typically happening during the death process. And part of it is like, who do you need to forgive? Who important to you needs to, do you wish to receive forgiveness from? So it's the reconciliation. It's reaching out to people and saying your last goodbyes to someone, tightening up, buttoning up the end, the missing pieces, lingering resentments of guilt, and that's included in what he's saying. You know, saying goodbye is also like expressing gratitude and acknowledging for things that you that you appreciate about the other person. I think also saying I love you, it's to the people who are important to you. It's recognizing and affirming the deep bonds between these individuals, and this helps in the dying process. You feel that things, nothing is left unsaid. And it's a treat. I really do think that it is a treat to be in the position where you can say your final goodbyes to somebody, because so many of us aren't able to say goodbye because sometimes you lose somebody and it's sudden and you don't have a chance to, to get those moments back that are important. Okay. Saying goodbye is, it's important in the context of impeding death, but I think that I like this Ira Baya. I kind of feel like, why should we do this when we're on the brink of passing? Why should we take these last moments before someone passes to have these conversations? I kind of feel like we need to have these conversations before we're sick, before we pass on. You need to have these important conversations instead of in the context of impeding death. We should have these conversations with people in everyday life. That's what I think. Saying goodbye. We talked a little bit about advance directives earlier, but advance directives, they're legal documents. Let's see, Emily, you mentioned advance directives, that you do some of those. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about?
You just put people in the door. Well, I don't fill them out with members, but we do discuss them and the importance of them, and that doesn't mean necessarily that you're giving up on life, that you are saying that, things are over, I'm old, I'm dead. It's really just being ready. So if something does happen, or you do get to that point, people know what you want, that you have a say when you're still capable of making those decisions. Because if not, things happen when they're made in an emotional state.
Yeah, and I don't think it's out of the question to have advance directives even when you're living, or even creating a living will. I taught this class, oh gosh, I want to say, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I taught this class, and that was an assignment at the end of the class. Like, you all put your wishes on paper, clarify everything that you would want to happen to you, your healthcare wishes, so that anybody seeking to have a say in what will happen to you, because we all know we're going to be at this moment. We all know it's going to happen to everybody. Make your wishes explicit and directly, because what happens if you're at a point where you're not able to communicate your wishes, then it's left up to family members trying to figure out what you would have wanted. So it's so important, to kind of think of this, because you never know what could be happening. And advance directives outlines the specifics concerning your healthcare interventions, or no interventions if you want. So advance directive serves a dual purpose. So first, they offer a good voice, your voice at the end of care, ensuring that some of the treatments align to the values and wishes. And it also alleviates this decision-making burden on family members and healthcare providers. And it reduces conflict, because y'all know, end of life decisions, and you got family members coming together and people barely know each other or like each other, and it's all of these past issues that spring up, and confusion can happen making decisions for loved ones. And I mean, it can get really ugly, and families can fall apart. If only Big Mama had put it into words what she wanted, made her wishes clear. A lot of families are torn apart, and I think that this is clearly one way of creating some harmony, because it's hard enough, terminal illnesses and comfort care. Advanced directives clearly clarify someone's preferences, and you want to promote autonomy as social workers. At the end of life decisions, you want people to be in control of what happens to them, and this is a real practical approach to managing end of life care decisions. And I think it helps deal with, think about Kubler-Ross, and think about the stages of Death and Dying by Ira Byock. It's important to round out and to not complicate the grieving process by getting people psychologically and emotionally ready for end of life decisions. So it just helps, because you need to face mortality with dignity and with intention. So the passage of the Patient Self-Determination Act in 1990, all this really says is that in healthcare, personal autonomy and informed consent in medical decisions. There's a law that requires healthcare providers to inform patients of their rights to make advance directives in state law. This is legal documentation, and is central to the concept of advance directives. And part of it is a living will. This is a written document where people can specify the kinds of medical treatment they want and they wish to be withheld. Like, what happens if you're incapacitated? What happens if you're brain dead? Do you want me to keep you alive? What happens? Under what circumstances can we pull the plug, right? You outline these things. Remember, you're doing this not for you necessarily. Part of it is for you, but also part of it is for the caregivers who come along and got to try to figure out what's going on. So you outline these things carefully. A living will helps to ensure that medical care aligns with what the patient wants, and situations where they're not able to communicate and make decisions on their own. A durable power of attorney for healthcare. I do a lot of those in my practice, and this says, I'm not making decisions in my health. I'm going to designate someone else, an appointed person, somebody you trust, a family member, a friend, somebody you trust, who has the authority to speak for you and make decisions for you and adhere to what you want. So this has to be somebody very close to you, who you know and trust will, in case you become incapacitated, this is the person that's going to make decisions for you. I love this. Y'all look at this. Gina, thank you for this comment. You tell people you love them now. Life is too short. I have advanced directives completed. Yes, Gina, you are making things so much easier for your family. And irrevocable trust. Yes, 66 years old. I am 60 years old and a nursing practitioner. So she knows firsthand what's going on. I'm in great health now, but you've seen so many people who do not have the proper documentation. She's an administrator. She deals with this every day. She probably is jumping up and down, because you all need to know that these things need to be in place. And so many people are scared to talk about death. And that's what stops them from wanting to even have something like this in place. But you really need to have these things in place. And it's a sad situation when things are kind of crazy. And even having a trust, you don't want your possessions to go through probate court, and you have to pay all those fees and everything. You just want to be able to know that you can die peacefully and understand that your family is taken care of in the way that you want them to be taken care of. Thank you, Gina, for that comment. That was great. Okay. Care for people who are dying. Yeah, palliative care, it's like a big umbrella. It's a beacon of giving support within the healthcare continuum. There's a continuum of care. It's basically used for people who are facing serious illnesses, and it's an active form of care, but it focuses more on making the patient comfortable, managing pain, managing symptoms, rather than trying to cure the disease, because when it gets to the point where it's terminal and we know that you're not going to get better, we just want to increase your quality of life, then you go into palliative care, and that's a team of people who work with you to try to make sure that you're comfortable. You get support, and the person's values and wishes are implemented. And it's a palliative care team. They work together across disciplines, social workers and everything. They just try to endure and make sure that you have dignity and respect for end of life. Patient-centered, patient-centered care, very comprehensive. But hospice is what happens when you receive a medical prognosis of 6 months or less. Now, people are in hospice sometimes longer than 6 months, but a physician monitors you on a sometimes daily basis, but definitely on a regular basis. They monitor you to see how you're progressing, and if they know that you're not going to get better, very unlikely, and you got 6 months to live, then you'll be placed in hospice care. And so it's kind of a subset of palliative care. And you definitely, those people who are at the final stages of a terminal illness, I'm talking, end stages of cancer and heart disease, a lot of dementia, Alzheimer's, because they can't get better because they don't remember. So it's hard for them, to progress, and that they start declining. So hospice care is appropriate for people in that category. And you're just no longer going to pursue treatment. We're not interested in curing the illness at this point. You shift your focus to a comprehensive symptom management. You are received emotional support, spiritual care. That we have I work for a hospice, have a contract with a hospice company, and we have a pastor who comes, and he gives spiritual care and emotional support, tailored to the unique needs of the patient. And you want people to face the end of life with dignity. And I wish more people of color would use this option. I just think it's underused in a lot of different ways. So I wish it was, I wish there was more knowledge and acceptance and use in our community for hospice care. Key ideas of hospice. Again, they care for your physical symptoms, your biopsychosocial, spiritual needs of the patient, but also the loved ones, like the caregivers who are caring for people at the end of life. They need help and support too. Care is delivered. There's an interdisciplinary team. I know in my hospice company, we meet as a team, interdisciplinary team. We meet on a regular basis to track and monitor the situation with the patients. There's a physician, there's a skilled nurse, there's a nursing aide, there's myself as a social worker, there's a member from the clergy, there's volunteers, there's anybody who is, part of doing care for the patient comes together, and we talk about things, what's happening to make sure that we're providing comfort. And also, hospice services also provide bereavement. So there's an entire team of people who look at, it's not just when you pass away and then we forget about you. We do reach out to you, and we also offer bereavement services, to support the family. It's a critical part in hospice philosophy, is to provide care even afterwards, and you're eligible for it. Also, I want to say with hospice, there's a lot more funding that comes from hospice. So, you get all of our patients on hospice get free diapers, free wipes, free, a lot of free things you get because you're under that hospice care, and it's paid for by your insurance. So that's another reason why it's so important to be able to recognize and to get on hospice, as quickly as possible to make sure you get those services. Yeah. What are the signs and symptoms of the dying process, impeding death? So all of these signs and symptoms, we monitor this consistently. So we're always looking at your temperature. We always look to see if the person is cold to the touch. Sometimes the color of your skin changes when you're at the end because blood doesn't circulate as well. Sleep, we do a lot to monitor sleep. So social workers and nurses, we're always asking about how long did they sleep. And typically when you're coming to the end of life, you sleep more. So sometimes it would be like 14 hours. They're sleeping 12 to 14 hours a day. That lets us know that the person is in the process of dying. And the process of dying. Sometimes the secretions in the mouth, y'all know about the gurgling, the death rattle. Part of that is because there's secretions in the mouth that are released. And when you're at the end of life, it's hard to swallow. So you just have like fluid in your mouth. And so you make that gurgling. They call it a death rattle. That's kind of what it's called. We know it's coming soon. Incontinence, of course, muscles in the body just relax. You're in the dying stages and you have no control over the bladder, and your bowels could be lost. That's normal, very normal in that unusual situation. A lot of restlessness and confusion. Yeah, lots of confusion. So patients really do experience this agitation and restlessness. And we do give, like the doctor, if the doctor hears about this kind of restlessness and agitation, the doctor can subscribe like Risperdal or something to the patient so that they can relax and calm down, so they're not look so anxious and confused. What else? Oh, you're not going to want to eat. People who are in the stages of dying won't want to eat or drink anything. They have a difficult time swallowing. So, I was working with a loved one who was like, he hasn't eaten in a couple of days. I think I should give him some food. But when I gave him food, I noticed he wasn't swallowing. He wasn't chewing. And I was like, well, he's probably not hungry. He probably doesn't want food. And he didn't have a lot of liquids. They don't want, you're not going to be hungry during those moments, or days or weeks sometimes following when the death and dying process is happening. You're not going to want. So we spend a lot of time as social workers educating loved ones. This is what we do as social workers. We educate loved ones on that process. Well, this is the normal process. You are going to see a decrease in appetite, a decrease in, wanting liquids, because it's very difficult to swallow. Breathing becomes irregular. Interrupted breathing sometimes may change. It could be real shallow breathing or sometimes rapid breathing. So that's another thing that we monitor. And increased signs of pain sometimes it's very difficult to know if a patient is in pain, but not everybody experiences that. But you can have some discomfort and increased pain right at the end stages. And it's hard to know because the person can't really tell you, but you can see if they're grimacing or if they're kind of like, get kind of restricted. You can tell that they're probably in some type of pain. I just want to say, like in hospice care, we monitor this stuff very closely, and if you get better, so weight loss is very common. But if you start gaining a lot of weight, you were sleeping 8 hours, you were sleeping 14 hours a day, and now you're sleeping 8 hours a day, and you start getting better, you get off hospice, right? So hospice is just for the decline process. So there have been people who've gotten better on hospice, not normally, but sometimes they get better and they're not on hospice anymore. They come out of it. And then some people end up coming back on hospice. So it's really strictly for the dying process. And these are the things that we monitor to make sure that, just to kind of monitor to see about the dying process. Yeah, signs that death has occurred. Well, there's no breathing, no rise. They look at the chest to see if the chest is rising and falling. Your heart stops beating, so you look at the pulse. You take a pulse, and it could be checked by a professional. There's no pulse, no signs. A stethoscope, or listen to a stethoscope. You lose control of your bowels. The muscles are completely relaxed at that point. You're not there. No verbal response. Individual, you make a loud noise, like a boom, a loud noise, the person's not going to respond to a loud noise. Or sometimes they'll call the person by their name. Hey, they'll call you by your name. And if you don't respond to your name or anything, then we know that death has occurred. Eyelids aren't necessarily closed. Sometimes they might be open, but just staring off, fixated into something, that lets you know also, or have a glassy appearance to the eye. The mouth will fall open because, slightly open sometimes. So I think that, discussing death openly with family members, it's sometimes tough and difficult to do, but as social workers, it's important if we work in this area, and considering this is the fastest growing population, chances are as social workers, you will come across this, right? Because this population is a huge segment of our population, and this will happen to you. But, being comfortable yourself by talking to family members, because what happens is that you educate them on what's normal about the death and dying process, and then you could see it kind of alleviates some of their anxieties because they don't deal with this all the time, and the fear of the unknown is possible. So you want to make sure that the person who's transitioning is comforted. You want to make sure that their family is informed and supported. As social workers, you want to make sure that these crucial final moments is something that is not as tragic as it can be, the final moments of caregiving. And I think this dialogue between the social worker and the family members can provide a sense of closure, help them get ready for what's coming next, and can ease this emotional burden that happens during times that are very challenging for many, many people. There are stages of grief. It's before I go into the stages, because stages sounds like you go from one stage to the next stage to this stage. It's like you go in order. I just want to say you can be in any order in any point of these so-called stages. It's just moments in time. Sometimes you may feel like you're going backwards, but no, you're still progressing forward. So I just want to say that grieving the loss of a lost loved one, it's so deeply personal. It's very complex. It's characterized a lot of times by these emotions, of those left behind experience. And so I think even with that in mind, we can still go through these stages because it can let you know that, okay, this is normal. You know, it's a natural response to loss that everybody experiences. This cuts through culture. Everybody experiences this, right? So typical stages of grief is this disbelief, denial. It's like, you know, feelings of, I can't believe this is happening. You know, it's challenging sometimes to accept the reality of a loss of a loved one. And this stage is usually shock, denial. Individuals may feel numb. They might find themselves experiencing decreased, wanting the person who's passed on to come back. You yearn for that person, especially if they're really close to you. You yearn for them, and so there's this disbelief that serves as, again, emotional defense mechanism that allows you to gradually absorb and accept the loss. And you do it at your own pace. Everybody has their own pace. I do want to make that point because I think we do a lot of judging of other people and how they process loss, and that we don't understand people do these things at their own pace. Everybody just has their own unique way of dealing with these things. Painful and disorganizing reactions. Yeah, you know, when the shock wears off, it is replaced by suffering. That's the sadness. This stage is usually intense emotions, sadness, anger, guilt, sometimes regret. So individuals can also experience physical symptoms during this painful part. You could have problems sleeping, problems eating, can't concentrate. It's a very tumultuous time for a lot of people who are grasping with this reality of losing someone close to them and the implications and the changes that it has in your own life. This getting over state, I don't know if anyone ever really gets over a loss of someone close to you like this complex loss, but it's a term that's used to kind of help with this grieving process. I think instead of saying getting over, we probably should say you need to adjust. You need to reorganize your life in a way that feels better. So in this stage, people, you have to find a way to connect with the person that you've lost, and also learn to live in the world without your loved one. You know, and if sometimes you want to disconnect with the world, go into yourself so that you can process everything and gain some insights, and then slowly you can start engaging yourself in social activities, and you will find a resurgence of energy, and you can start planning for your own future at that point. But initially, you have to start kind of like setting yourself up again, and it is important to grieve, to allow yourself this grieving, and to know that grief can resurge even after you feel like it's over. You say, oh, I've made a significant process, I'm over that. Sometimes you can be triggered. I know a lot of clients that I work with, they're like, okay, the anniversary of this person who died, who was close to me, the anniversary is coming up. And sometimes that can trigger the grief process again. You have memories of them, certain smells or sounds or music or movies, memories get triggered. And sometimes you can start all over again. You can be in disbelief and go through the pain and all of that again. And that's normal. It is okay. We as social workers need to educate people of this, but you need to know that these things are okay. Eric. So Eric Lindemann came along and he gives his own version of this, right? Shock and disbelief. He, you know, his model talks about the mourning process. He says that shock and belief, of course, is normal. And there's a acute mourning. So during this stage, it's the full impact of the loss. It's deeply felt. Grievers may experience a wide range of intense emotions during this time: sadness, guilt, a period of longing for the person, but there's a resolution, right? So all of these stages kind of follow the same format. There's a resolution. You reorganize your role according to him. You make accommodations for the absence of your loved ones. The pain of the loss, he points out that the pain of the loss may still be there. The intense emotions may be there, but sometimes they were lessened, and that allows the bereaved to engage again. So that's what resolution is for him. We went through Kubler-Ross, her stages earlier, where it's this profound impact on understanding the loss process. Now, Therese Randall, she comes by and she has another sort of nuanced perspective of grieving. She emphasizes the cyclical nature of the process rather than a linear process. So Randall talks about 3 major phases of grieving that individuals typically cycle through, and she terms it as avoidance. So this initial phase, you engage in a psychological retreat from the reality. It mirrors denial, of course, and it allows people the process of letting it all soak in at their own pace in a way where they can handle the emotion, because you want to avoid, actually, avoidance is really great. You don't want to live in avoidance. You don't want to live in denial, but being in denial and avoidance and all of that, that's so normal. And you have to allow yourself that. But you will eventually have to. And I think that's why going to funerals is very helpful. Funerals are really good for those who have lost loved ones, because it helps with the grieving process. So eventually, at your own pace of what you can handle emotionally, that's what you start to open up. And then you get to the point where you can confront things. That's the heart of the grieving process for Therese. Individuals have to face the full reality and magnitude of the loss. And it's emotional. And, she believes that as social workers, we can help people work through their pain and their grief, acknowledge and experience the depth of their emotions. And this phase is very crucial in the heart of the healing process for her, confronting the pain directly. That's how you move forward. And she's saying you cannot skip this process. You have got to confront it in order to get through it. Okay. Making accommodations for Therese is people start to adjust to life without the deceased. And this phase really, you reorganize your life, you start to adjust. The pain of the loss might still be present, though, right? But it becomes integrated into your life. Part of this loss process, I just want to see how y'all doing. But part of this loss process is that I work with patients. Part of the loss process, and people from the class can talk about this as well, is you have to say goodbye to who you were. You're not the same person anymore. And I think that's the hardest thing when I work with a lot of my clients who are suffering with loss and grieving in bereavement treatment, is that they're like, not only are you mourning the loss of this person, but you are a different person because you've lost this person. So part of it is just getting to know yourself again. Sometimes that is very difficult to do. Like, who am I now? Like, what am I? I'm now a widow. I wasn't a widow. Or now on Mother's Day, I don't have a mother to celebrate Mother's Day with. Now I'm someone who is not doing these things that I used to do. So you're just a different person. So I just want to add that in. Are there any questions from the class? This is the last week of class. Y'all are probably like, okay, let's get through this. We can go on to the task of mourning. William Worden, he comes along and he says, okay, he worked in grief counseling. And so he's saying, okay, we got to go to an action-oriented framework. And he talks about tasks of mourning. And he believes that effective mourning requires the bereaved person to actively engage in tasks that will facilitate healing. And many of the tasks, he says, help to confront their grief, but take deliberate steps toward adjusting and accepting. So some of those tasks is just accepting the reality of the loss. This involves acknowledging intellectually and emotionally the loss that's occurred, and realizing that this person will never come back again in that form. I don't know. I think you can have connections with people on the other side. Maybe that's just me. What do y'all think? Y'all think you can connect with people on the other side? People from the class. Journey. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I do think you can connect with people from the other side. I was actually just telling a client of mine this Wednesday. Her son passed away maybe a year or so ago, and she just found out some news about her son. And conveniently that day, she had seen a Facebook post. Like, a friend had shared a Facebook post about him, and I was like, that's too big of a coincidence for you to not say that's him looking out for you, that it popped up on that day.
That's amazing. That's an amazing story. Great illustration. I think all of us have stories. I got a ton of stories like that, where I'm like, okay, I know this person is connecting with me from the other side. Thank you for sharing. That was great share. Yeah. So yes, you have to deal with the fact that that person is not coming back in that form, but there's other ways to connect with someone. So you do need to deal with that. But he's like, I don't think Warden believes in woo-woo stuff. But anyway, you have to process the pain of the grief, of course. He emphasizes there's pain associated with the loss, and you can't skip this, right? He encourages people to experience the grief fully. No more avoiding, no more suppressing your emotions. And we talked about this last week. What do these men do when they lose their wives? The first thing they do is go marry somebody, go get married right away. We talked about who's going to make them a sandwich. Men are more likely to deeply mourn the loss of their spouse, more so than women do, but they're faster to remarry because, they're not listening to Warden. Warden is saying you have to work through it. You have to deal with it head on, finding new ways to adjust and live in the life with the person. So that's what he talks about. Connecting with somebody. Let's see what else. You do need to find a connection to move forward. A balance. There's a balance between remembering the loss, the person that you love that's lost, and honoring them in a way where you can honor their memory in a way where you can still continue to live your life, right? So that's Warden's adjusting to the environment, navigating things. Sometimes things can be very turbulent, in which the deceased is missing. So, adjusting to an environment that's devoid of the person that you've lost, filling roles previously occupied by the deceased, right? And in order to do that, you have to be resilient. You have to be able to adapt. And so he believes we need to be pushed forward, new way of identifying and new capacities. Let's see. Coping with loss. So the process of coping with loss transcend the initial stages of grief, right? It's venturing, a little deeper into how you evaluate and look at your own personal reactions to bereavement. I think that the nature of loss significantly influences the coping strategies, right? Adapted by the grieving individual. So what's your go-to when you're coping with something stressful in general. Chances are, you know, these things can happen. I can't tell you about how many people I know personally and how this has happened for a lot of people. They just say, you know what, that first year I lost, or first 2 or 3 years of that loss of a loved one was so devastating that I just sat on the couch and ate for a whole year and gained all this weight. You know, that was their way of coping with what was happening, you know, and your loss and dealing with your loss. So many people have so many different ways of coping with loss. So it is, you know, looking at that, because a lot of it is shaped by a person and environment encounter. You know, what is the support system there, the physical surroundings, what are societal norms about mourning? You know, they all play a critical role in the grieving process. Minimizing some of the negative emotions following the loss is critical, I think, for maintaining functionality, I guess, in areas of personal importance, but you still need to set aside time to process those negative emotions. But some of us have to go back to work. Some of us still have to parent. Some of us still have to continue on, but allowing yourself that space to really grieve. I know in my doctoral program, there was a cohort member of mine. She had lost her grandmother during the PhD program. She had gone to the funeral and come back, but it wasn't until the semester was over and she was so inundated with all of the areas in her life, personal areas that she had to get through. She was so inundated by what she was doing from day to day. She never had a chance to grieve. And she's like, oh my, she called me on the phone. She's like, girl, you know, my grandma died a couple of months ago, but now that the semester's over and I'm left, I turned my assignments in and I'm left with everything. Now all of a sudden I can't stop crying. She just started like allowed herself in that moment to really grieve, but she couldn't do it right then because she was trying to get through the semester and it was a lot on her. And PhD programs don't be caring about your grandmama. They want to put you through the fire, so to speak. So you go through that, but her grief process wasn't until later. And she's like, here I am crying like this, you know. So that happens sometimes. Humor. Lord, what do I say about that? Have any of y'all seen this viral post with these two ladies? And they are, these two ladies are doing a video, and they had lost their sisters. They did a video, they had lost their mother, and they did a video, it went viral, on all of the things that's happened since their mom died. So they were doing a hypothetical video to their mother, and they're saying, hey mom, this is your two daughters. It's been a year since you passed. We want to give you an update on how we've been doing since you've gone. And it's a beautiful video on it. And they're just like, let me tell you, I did not know that I need to file your taxes, even though you've passed on. And they're just laughing about it. And they're, you know, they have this appropriate sense of humor, I think, because they were like, I didn't realize that I now needed to get my own car insurance. I was driving for 9 months without car insurance. And I want to let you know that so-and-so had her baby. And they were just giving this video response to their mom. And I think it was just a really beautiful, humorous. They were sitting there laughing. It's a very tragic thing. Their mom just passed a year ago, but they were able to introduce some humor in appropriate ways, right? Yeah, but traumatic loss is different than normal grieving. Like, it's a privilege to be able to lose somebody in hospice, but sometimes it's traumatic. You know, it's sudden. It happens right away. And I think it's important to vocalize your thoughts and feelings. Is so important. This act just really is a release valve to kind of like talk about the emotional pressure that a lot of people are under when you lose somebody unexpectedly. And spending a lot of time validating people's feelings in that moment, I think, is unique. Cultural expectations. Yeah, a lot of the grieving process is cultural. And kind of distinguishing between the individualistic approach. So we live in a world or a country, United States, is typically the dominant society is individualistic. So sometimes in the people who ascribe to the dominant whiteness, that's whiteness, by the way, individualistic culture, they're going to grieve differently than somebody who's in more of a collective community-like culture. So you have to, as a social worker, you need to assess what's appropriate. We talked about that earlier. What's appropriate. So if we talked earlier about the second generation Irish Catholic individual, they're going to want to prioritize individualism. So they may want to cope with the death and dying process on their own, sometimes just navigating their own sorrows on their own, where a more communal, collective community, they believe in doing acts of mourning that's shared among family members and community members. And so you have to be respectful of that. And, I think we need to keep this in mind because, and y'all can tell me what you think. I see so many families fall apart. I think I must remove this. Well, and I can open this up to the class. I see so many, I don't know what y'all think in the chat and people who are watching. I see so many families fall apart after Big Mama dies or the head patriarch in the family. As soon as they pass on, things just can get very chaotic. People can be very judgmental to others because they're not grieving, they're not acting and doing things in the way that another person thinks is appropriate. And I think that let this be an opportunity to have grace and compassion for the fact that people are really struggling and everyone has their own unique ways. Yeah, some of it is cultural and some of it is personality and some of it is the dynamics of the relationship. And I think that we need to think seriously about how we judge other people for behaving and for acting in ways that's not adhering to what you think they should behave and act. And I think that it's, it can be emotionally driven, this whole process, and feelings and thoughts and everything can escalate. I don't know. Anybody from the class want to comment on that? The grieving process and how people sometimes don't want to.
I feel like our family, like my extended family, has experienced a total, essentially fall apart because of loss. But I think part of it has been misdirected anger at the people who've lost. They needed somebody to blame, so then they just start picking at other people about nothing. And then sometimes it's about money and
possession.
Like it's just a bunch of feelings that they didn't know how to deal with their feelings before, and now they've been given these giant, big feelings that they have no clue how to deal with.
Yeah, and it can break people up. I mean, I'm never speaking. Even in my own family, my mom with her brother, she's like, I ain't speaking to that man ever again, and she's just, it's deep seated. Some of the stuff is very deep seated, and yeah, it's a very real thing. So it's important to make your wishes very clear, especially when it comes to finances and money and what to do with the things. The clearer you make things are, the nicer family members sometimes can be, but sometimes it's just like people get real snappy and snippy and they're irritable. They're not in a good mood. They have these expectations, and, you work with people to help them to come around. Anybody else comment on that? Anybody in the chat want to comment? We got people tuned in. Diversity of expression of grief. Allow it to happen. Give yourself grace. Okay. Oh, wait. Here we go. Working with older adults. Yeah, you got to somehow take into consideration the existing person's life story. So when you're working with older adults, that should be taken into consideration. You need to develop a self-awareness of your own views on aging. Hopefully, if there is, some, what is somebody writing in the chat? Death and marriage have interesting emotion impact. Dr. Vibe. Death and marriage. Oh, so those are two major transitions in someone's life. Can have an interesting emotion, and it impacts a lot of people. Yeah, in many ways it can. You would think that marriage would be a joyous situation, and sometimes it's not. And you would think that death would be something that would be a little more easy, and sometimes it's very difficult to work through. Yeah, thank you. So anyway, let's get back to working with older adults. Yeah, I think you have to look at it in terms of comprehensive approach and weaving some of these things together. Empathy is important, and respect for the individual's life history. I think that's essential for social workers to develop also a sense of self-awareness, your own views about aging, and challenge some existing stereotypes or biases you may have to people who are older. Sometimes they don't hear very well. Sometimes they repeat themselves a lot. So it takes a lot of patience, and a lot of checking in and making sure that they're not a burden. We just want to hear them and understanding their unique stories that shape who and what they are, their life. It can illuminate for you sometimes the older adults, their needs, their fears, their hopes, and it can help you give them more personalized and effective support. I just tell you, there's a guy in hospice now that I'm working with. He was a musician. He was classically trained musician. And I have my flute, and I'll come and visit him, and I won't say much to him. I'll just come and I'll just play my flute and just play some songs that he recognizes. And that's it, and he's like, thank you. I appreciate you coming, So I listen, to his story, and it provides him a lot of comfort, which is so important. Let me see what the next. Okay. So when working with older adults, and getting their story and working with them, I think it's also important to understand the retirement process. What was retirement like for you? Sometimes people were pushed out of the working environment into retirement. Sometimes people were, they left on their own, and sometimes, they were pushed out. So the retirement process, getting a picture of that would be really nice, because that is a significant transition. And because a lot of individuals, our identity is tied to what we do, our daily routines, our social networks sometimes is so closely related to some of the things that you do for a living, right? And so sometimes when retirement happens, that's another sense of loss, right? You can help older adults find new resources for fulfilling their lives and purpose. Assessing some of the natural networks. Another thing to keep in mind is sometimes being in institutions, right? So how to put another significant transition is when older adults need to be moved. I know, Emily, your grandmother doesn't want to be moved, but she may at one point need to move from Ohio, right? So social workers are involved in that transition. Sometimes they transition to an assisted living, from an assisted living to a nursing home. They're in their own home, and then sometimes they do need to go into more long-term care. And it's a very complex task. And Emily, rightfully so, you need to be sensitive to the emotional and psychological impacts of those transitions that you know is coming down the pipeline for your grandma, right? So this understanding, you can match this up with practical knowledge and letting them know their options, levels of care that's provided in a way where they can still maintain their dignity of life, of course. Let's see what else. As a social worker, you're working with older adults, engaging them holistically, right? Considering their past, their future, present, respecting their rights for autonomy and dignity throughout the whole process. You also need to assess formal and informal support systems, and helping them make their decisions. Empowerment. I mean, empowerment is a big one. Empowerment helps them foster a sense of autonomy and respect. So that's the big key thing with working with older adults. Spirituality, it often plays a very fundamental role in the lives of older adults. Spirituality assessments can really reveal some resources of comfort for older adults. Definitely when I came in and I played those hymns for the gentleman, I was playing religious hymns. He loves that kind of stuff, right? Incorporating that. Loneliness and isolation. Oh my gosh. I do think, addressing some of that. It's the emotional health. We know that as more older adults are living alone, that all this big thing with loneliness, we talked about that last week, particularly with COVID-19, getting them connected with resources, acknowledging and respecting their unique culture to keep in mind. Your client is the best teacher. They can tell you what they need. You have to be able to listen and hear it. Okay. So this is it with the lecture part for today. We're done with class today. I'm going to end and then I'll connect with you students to see if you have any questions. But hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. I appreciate you being here. I will say goodbye to everybody. Goodbye, YouTube. And hello and welcome to the Fly Nubian Queen YouTube channel, everybody. I am Dr. Alicia, and today I have a very special episode for you guys, and I'm so thrilled to share it with you. We're joined by a sex therapist today. Niquan Lewis is her name. Say hello, Niquan.
Hey, y'all.
She's a sex therapist, and together we are going to debunk some of the pervasive myths about male sexuality. Now, before y'all start with me talking about bringing only women on here, female therapists to talk about male issues, I do, by the way, open up my platform for any male therapists who would love to come on and give their perspective. But today we have a female perspective, and I notice she works with a lot of men in her office and in her practice. And so we're going to love to hear the wisdom that she is bringing us today. So it is an honor to have you here so that we can explore some of these topics in an open and honest conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Yes. And before we dive in, I just want to extend a warm invitation to everybody watching. I'd like for you guys to text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. And when you do that, you will receive information on nurturing healthy love and healthy relationships. So, and it will come directly onto your phone. So anyway, thank you for being here. And now I think that we should get started. So, Miss Niquan, there is a pervasive myth that we often hear, and it is that all men want is sex. and they always wanted that. It's having sex is what goes through a man's mind every 7 seconds. Um, could you share your insights on the reality behind this stereotype and how it affects men?
Absolutely. So, I want to just briefly highlight on what you just said, which was we're two women, right? So we are two women that are bringing our clinical expertise to the conversation, right? However, lived experience, which of course we cannot have because we're not men, but lived experience is important, but we are bringing our clinical expertise. So as clinicians, we are the expert on the process, right? But men and, the client in general is the expert on themselves. So I just like to, put that out there. Now, common myth, right? I get this so much in my practice when I am working with couples, heterosexual couples, and men in general, with them struggling with, this is all people think that I want from them. So oftentimes it starts with attachment. Research shows that women express their attachment oftentimes through relationship, whereas a lot of men, there's never going to be a one size fit all. We don't overgeneralize in our profession. So it's important to understand that I'm not talking about all men. I'm talking about, some men express their attachment through sex. And so oftentimes, well, think about it. From a society lens, our men, especially our Black men, are programmed to, not express emotion, right? Not do a lot of things that are qualified as feminine, right? So where they get their needs met oftentimes is through sex. And so that is what they're communicating through attempting to physical touch, attempting to, interact sexually. However, think about intention versus impact. Their intention very well may be to connect, right? To have or engage in some form of intimacy. The impact of that based off of how they are communicating that may be negatively reinforcing this myth that all they want is sex, but that may not be their intention. They may be trying to connect. They don't have the language though, because again, how we've been socialized.
So sometimes what I'm hearing you say is that sometimes men, just like everybody else, would love to have connection. And when they feel a lack of connection in them, they have been so-called programmed to be driven solely by this sexual desire. And it seems like that's a very narrow way that a lot of men have, I think, socialized to express this connection. And sometimes their interest in intercourse can fluctuate, in reality, it really can fluctuate just based on how they feel, if they're under a whole lot of stress. And, it just like all of us is driven by all these sort of external things too. But it's such a narrow view. And I'm wondering too, if men who don't feel in this stereotypical way and still want to connect other ways, do they feel like in some way they feel inadequate? Yeah.
Yeah, very, very possible. And so to clarify also, men have been socialized to communicate physically. And if we think of like sports and, just like violence and things like that, they've been socialized to communicate that way. However, it doesn't mean that, men don't want to connect. They don't want to be intimate. They don't want to be soft, right? However, again, because of the stereotypes of these things as it relates to men, they don't oftentimes have the language. So,
okay.
Yeah, it's the language piece that I assist men that I work with communicating exactly what it is that they want, because their habits, their actions may be communicating one thing, right? But their intentions, what they intend to communicate, could be night and day. It could intend to communicate, I want my person, right? I want to connect with you specifically. But if all I'm bringing to the table is physical touch and sexual physical touch at that, my partner is hearing something very different.
Yeah, and it's funny because a lot of the and I want to go on to the next question, but I think it's so interesting. A lot of women respond so heavily to this. They're like, he's all over me, like all he wants is this one thing from me. But can't there be something else this man could want from me? And it's like having that conversation between couples where they can say, I'm more than just this physical thing for you. I can connect with you in a whole different ways. I'm hearing women kind of complain in that way to say, I do want connection with my man, and it doesn't necessarily have to be sexual. And it's this miscommunication between the two of them. And it's good that you work with men on this communication, but do you ever include women in this too? Do you ever work with couples where you're like saying, hey, what is it that the both of you need, and how do you talk about those things?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a daily thing for me, because it comes down to language. It comes down to communication, right? And again, so many couples don't have the language to build that bridge of compromise where this is what I want and this is what I want, right? Again, what is my intention? And then what am I communicating? And so helping them to see that there is oftentimes a difference, and also helping women to see that. So for men who, work in, depending on what field they're in, if they're in a lot of stressful fields and things like that, when they come to their partner, right, they're wanting softness, they're wanting a soft place to land, right? However they may communicate it sexually, but again, it's the intention.
Very insightful. I really appreciate that. I think that even like another topic that really seems to be taboo too is the issue that a lot of men have, a lot of pressure that men have of getting in the mood but not achieving an erection. I cannot believe I'm talking about this, but I think we need to talk about it. Can you talk about how common this is and why it shouldn't be a source of shame in relationships?
So here's the thing, especially in society, there's belief, straight up nonsense, that if a man does not get an erection, it's absolute dysfunction. That's not what erectile dysfunction is. You have erectile dysfunction, but you also have erectile dissatisfaction. And there is variation with sex in general, right? There's stressors, there's depression, there's diet, there's medication, right? There's so many different things that contributes or impacts erections, right? The quality of the relationship, the quality of the connection. Because all men, myth, men are just about sex. They don't care about the connection, and that's not true for everyone. And so erectile disappointment simply means the times when someone wants that erection and they feel that they should have it, but they don't get it. And then that brings about the disappointment, which oftentimes comes with shame, blame, guilt, right? Just a lot of judgment even. And so erectile disappointment, that's exactly what it means. Erectile dysfunction is more of reoccurring issues, right? Your relationship is healthy. You're not on any kind of medications that may impact it. Your testosterone levels are good. Everything is good, but you cannot maintain erection on a consistent basis. That's when we're talking about more of the dysfunction. But for, the average person who doesn't have an erection here for various reasons, that does not always equate to dysfunction. Erectile dysfunction. There is a difference. And even men don't have the language for that, and they feel bad about themselves. And then if their partner berates them, they feel even worse, right? They feel like they should have this erection. And now that gets into performance-based sex, and that's our next topic. But I'd love to hear what you think about that.
Yeah, so much of men's masculinity is tied to their ability to please their partner. And and not having an erection can cause some sort of some sort of anxiety that's brought into the bedroom, because it's like you're thinking, am I not good enough? Does he not find me attractive enough? Is it technique is not working? You internalize so much of that. Both partners can internalize so much shame, like what's wrong with me? And I think what you're saying is that we need to reduce this sort of stigma and encourage men to, number one, seek medical attention, because it could really be a medical issue, and to seek support, and for the partner not to shame them and make them feel bad about it. And, to just know that there could still be genuine love between the two of them and genuine desire, but just because that particular area is not performing well.
In that moment, right?
Yeah.
So I'm encouraging everyone to do their best to not internalize that a lack of erection, just as well as a lack of lubrication.
Yeah.
For women, right? To not internalize these to mean that something is wrong with you or something is wrong with your relationship. There's several layers that impact sexual health, and it doesn't have to. We automatically go to dysfunction, right? And doesn't have to be dysfunction. It could be very much situational. And so we want to slow it down. And also we have to expand our definition of sex. Sex is not only penetration, and it doesn't have to stop because someone doesn't gain an erection in that moment, because it doesn't mean it's not coming, right? But again, what's on my mind? If I'm so much into my head and so much focus on pleasing my partner, or really making my partner have an orgasm, then I'm not experiencing the pleasure. And of course, we're talking about blood flow here, right? So if I'm in my head, blood flow is not going to get to the penis where it needs to, and it's going to impact the sexual experience. So expanding our definition of what sex means is essential, because the penis has, the head of the penis has so many nerve endings. However, there's so many erogenous zones on the body for men and women. And if we're only focusing on penetration, you are missing out.
Well, thank you so much. Hey, everybody, people who just joined us. We are talking about myths about male sexuality. Yes, we're two women talking about it before y'all start. But we're experts in this area, and I specifically have sex expert Naquan Lewis here, and she is talking to us about what she sees generally in her office and the work that she does with couples and males in particular. And we're debunking myths today. There's so many myths about male sexuality, everybody, in particular about Black male sexuality, because we know it is a stereotype that men have to be hypersexual. Men, that to be a man, you have to always put your manhood up. And you always have to show and prove who and what you are through sexual activity. And that's how you maintain your masculinity. And we're here to say that is a myth. We're here to say it's not just this one narrow way to assert yourself in this way, to be a man, that manhood encompasses so many different things. It's not just performance. And if there's a performance issue going on, it could be a very honest medical problem, or you need to see a professional, or maybe a medical doctor, to help you sort of realize, is it stress? Is it lifestyle? Is it health issues? Is it certain medications that you're taking? All of that can impact this, but it doesn't mean that there's a lack of desire and there's a lack of masculinity or your worth. Your worth is not in your private parts.
That's right.
Men and women, please know this.
That's right.
So anyway, I had to put that out there and welcome everybody here to this conversation. And it's very strange for me to talk openly about sexuality. So I love the fact that you're coming on here talking about all this stuff that normally is unusual to talk about. And by the way, I went to school at Indiana University in Bloomington with the Kinsey report, and I did take. It's so funny. I took human sexuality. The last semester of my senior year, I took the human sexuality course because, why wouldn't I? It was just an elective. And the teacher, oh my God, it was so uncomfortable. But he made we were all spread out in this big lecture hall, and he made us all sit in the first 2 rows. So we were sitting like shoulder to shoulder. And I was like looking at the videos, like, oh my God. I remember like taking notes. We were all so embarrassed. I think the teacher just cracked up. But anyway, it was a way for us to just like demystify some of these things about something that everybody, it's so normal to everybody. I don't know what goes on with you as I talk about some of this.
It's common. It's common in our profession. I want to normalize that. That is something that I do also in my other leg of my practice is I teach clinicians the importance of assessing sexual health, because what you just said, Dr. Alicia, a lot of people are uncomfortable with it. So just as clients coming in my door, my virtual door, are uncomfortable at times and need assistance with, gaining that language, I assist clinicians as well. Because again, in our society, it's been stigmatized. It's judgment, it's shame, right? And so I assist people with removing that shame and reauthoring their stories with sex.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so moving on, there's a lot of talk about performance-based sex versus pleasure-based sex. Could you explain the difference and why the latter might be healthier?
So a lot of men specifically engage in performance-based sex. And what that is they are trying to obtain a goal. And the goal is to make their partner orgasm. And so what that means is, again, they are in their head. They're focusing on, the person's pleasure, which there's nothing wrong with focusing on their pleasure, but they're not necessarily even focusing on the pleasure. They're focusing on the orgasm, with a misunderstanding that pleasure is about the experience, right? It is about the experience, the man's pleasure and his partner's pleasure, right? It's not just about the pleasure, the orgasm. Orgasm is one type of pleasure, but there are, like I said, when I talked about expanding people's definition of sex, right? You have your fingers, you have your mouth, you have toys, you have other ways to, bring about pleasure. But performance-based sex is focusing on the act and the orgasm or the finished result versus enjoying the journey. Yeah. And you're missing out. I'm gonna keep telling you, you're missing out if you are focusing on the orgasm and not the journey itself.
Not the journey itself. It's so interesting because in the media, and particularly pornography, that's all about performance. Like there's really no real, I don't know if y'all seen pornography, but I've seen it. And it really is, it's just performance-based sex is what you see on TV, or in the media, or even in pornography. That's all you seem to see. And it's about, doing it right and fulfilling this perceived role, I find, that's happening between couples. And I think what you're saying is that pleasure-based sex, it shifts the focus to connection. And really, that can lead to more satisfying experiences in relationships. And it fosters mutual respect between two people who are just having a lovely experience with each other. And I think that's a profound distinction. What do you say?
100%. It not only does it impacts and increases connection, intimacy, respect, right? Couples that focus or experience more pleasure-based sex report more relationship satisfaction, right? So also it's a decrease. So sex is a stress reliever. However, if I'm having performance-based sex and I'm all in my head, which means that, anxiety is increased, stress is not being relieved in that moment. It's actually being increased. So there's several reasons to have and to focus on pleasure-based sex, and understand that if you lose your erection during, which it happens. And I'm going to say that it might happen to everybody at some point in time. That doesn't mean to stop and focus on the erection. That means to keep going and, again, pick up pleasure. Find ways to pleasure your partner. Find ways that you like to experience pleasure and communicate that. Again, so that's what I'm doing when I work with couples. How do we talk about this? How do we identify what we enjoy, what we desire, and how do we communicate that effectively to a partner? So what brings you pleasure?
Yeah, I like what you're saying because all interactions, listen, we are so stressed out with our day-to-day jobs, dealing with the outside world. I love that you said men like to come home and have a nice, comfortable place to lay their head. And I really like that because in my mind, it's like the interaction between people in a committed relationship should be stress reducing, not stress increasing, and just having stress reducing conversations. And I talked to a lot of couples about that, how the two of you can have a conversation about your day that reduces the stress. And you got a friend and a companion that's going to have your back no matter what. But in the bedroom, it should also be stress reducing. It should be just based on having fun, having fun in a way that is very respectful. And I just like that you extended the stress reducing attitude all the way across, interactions between two people in a committed relationship. And even not in, just even, they don't have to be married. They don't have to be a scenario of marriage, but just any time that you just copulate, I guess I want to say, with another person, it shouldn't be so stressful and scary and frightening and shameful and just all of those things that for a lot of us being introduced to sex has been so negative. And for Black people, we've been so sexualized, hypersexualized, women and men, hypersexualized in this stereotypical way that we bring some of that shame and some of that discomfort into our relationships.
Big time.
Oh,
absolutely. And so we have to work through those stereotypes and those stories, and again, reauthor our relationships with sex. Because otherwise, not only does it impact you, it impacts if you have children, it impacts how you educate them or don't, right? It continues. We're talking about generational dysfunction here, right? So it just continues to impact us. It prevents us from experiencing, the pleasure that we could. It impacts how we raise our children, how we engage with others. And so because of men specifically have been programmed in this way with sex, one of the ways that I assist them with expanding their vocabulary about it is, one, to identify their intention. Because again, what's the myth? All men want is sex. If they really want connection, right? How do we communicate that? And also understand that communication does need to happen throughout the day. Now, folks is busy. Ain't nobody got time to just be, texting and stuff all day, right? Mm-hmm. But however, you do want to make an attempt to connect to your partner. And you also want to prioritize non-sexual touch just as well as sexual touch.
Yeah.
You may be surprised. I have a lot of couples that, and I ask them, how many times have you, hugged today?
Yeah.
And they have not hugged at all.
Mm.
Right. And so then when the man comes and now he wants sex, and now so the woman is like, well, we haven't connected at all, but really he's asking for connection. But because as women, again, our attachment is more relational.
Mm-hmm.
We feel like, okay, now you are objectifying me, right? Versus connecting. So it's the miscommunication. Men want connection. A lot of men. I don't like to overgeneralize. A lot of men want connection. A lot of men want to feel desired.
Yeah.
Feel loved. It's the communication piece that oftentimes may be missing.
Yeah, as you're talking, I just know that like even men want to be treated like actual people. They don't want to be, and I always say this because my husband and I, we do this Love and Money, and we talk about that with relationships. And I'm like, women, hey, stop. Men are not an ATM machine. They're not somebody that you could just like cha-ching, just take money from and it be so transactional. It's just like, where's the emotion there? Men want to have that connection. They just don't feel like their one job is to bring home money. And, you know, you don't want to be so narrow. And I don't understand why so many people get into this where they just feel like that's all men are good for, you know, that's it. And all of the messages received. I'm even thinking about some of the messages my mom used to tell me. All men want from you is one thing. Like, that's what she used to tell me when I started dating. She's like, be careful out there, because you know men, they only want one thing. Well, yeah, you know, but you know, now that when you talk to men and get to know them, I don't know, maybe they were telling me what I wanted to hear, but it seemed like they really were interested in me to some extent, you know, not just that one thing. You know, maybe it was an extension of our connection with each other. But you know, I've spoken to many men who are just like, you know what, I think she thought I was trying to come on to her, but I really was not. You know, and I've talked to other men to be like, she came on too strong. You know, I felt pressured to want to do something that I didn't want to do. And I think we need to start, as Black people, we need to start seeing each other as a full human being with full set of feelings and reactions and emotions, and human beings, not just little puppets and transactional relationships. I think we need to get out of that and start getting into a place where we can just feel a little more transparent, a little more open with each other, and just give each other all of the different ways of intimacy. Sexual intimacy is just one of many different ways to be intimate with another person, and even financial intimacy. All of these things go with a relationship, all of them equally important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You hit the
Oh
nail
my
on the head.
gosh. I really love that you came on here and sharing your insights with us. Before we end, I just want to say hello to everybody joining us. We are talking about myths of, we are two experts who have been doing this work for a long time and trained. So, in terms of our expertise, we're talking about male sexuality and myths. And of course, if you got topics or questions for us, you can let us know. Maybe we'll come back on and answer your questions, because I'm certain there's a lot of questions to be asked. But before we go into wrapping up, I'd like for you to just take a second, if you don't mind, and share with us one of your personal hobbies or interests you have outside of being a sex therapist. What do you like to do, Miss Nikwan?
Oh, I like to do a lot. I like to eat.
Okay.
Yes. No, I don't like to cook. I like to eat. I don't like to cook, but I like to eat. I love to travel. I have some trips coming up. Last year traveled so much, but that's probably one of my biggest things is I love to travel.
I mean, I think that is so, you know, I think as therapists and just as human beings, traveling is so embedded into eating and exploring. And it's just this innate curiosity that we have as lifelong learners. We are all lifelong learners. It's all this curiosity. And I love to eat and travel too. I like to cook too, but eating and traveling is so great because it makes my professional career so much more richer, because I get to see, and of course we can never turn off our therapist hat, everybody. It's like I'm going to the airport tomorrow, and I'm sure I'm going to be like analyzing families at the airport, be like, the little sister don't like the big brother. I can see something going on there. Like, you can't turn it off, but it's so great to just being worldly and seeing how we're all part of this universe and how universal some of our problems are. You know, some of the issues that we have is specifically to Black people, of course, and the stereotypes that we've talked about today. But a lot of times when you travel around, you see the universality of problems and people. And it's a very humbling experience, you know, going and traveling and meeting people. And it just breaks down a lot of barriers. So I like that you shared your personal experience. And so anyway, before we move on, and you can, you know, have some parting thoughts, I just want to thank you for coming on here and talking about and enlightening us about understanding male sexuality. And you've provided us a much needed counter narrative to some of these stereotypes, not only about Black men, but men in general. And I think some of the things that you've said today in terms of stereotypes have really constrained men's experiences and expressions of sexuality. So your expertise is really, really very welcomed and I think invaluable. So I truly appreciate you joining us today. Parting thoughts before we end, and let everybody know also how to get in contact with you.
Absolutely. Everybody can find me on socials at Intimate Connections PLLC. And if you are in Texas and you would like some support, my website, intimateconnectionspllc.com. So parting thoughts for my men. If you focus more on communicating your intention, that oftentimes lands way better and you get the result that you likely are looking for. If your partner knows that my goal is to connect, right? My goal is to be close to you versus, you just grabbing a boob or there's nothing wrong with physical touch. And let's be clear, there's nothing wrong with sex. There's nothing wrong with everybody being sexual beings. That is a natural part of life. That is why I do what I do. I believe that sex is a part of holistic wellness. And so there's nothing wrong with that. But making sure that you're communicating your intentions is important. Making sure that we prioritize non-sexual touch as well as other types of intimacy is important. Ladies, or not just ladies, but just partners in general, understanding that nobody is a robot. There's going to be variations in the bedroom, and that needs to be honored, respected, and be mindful of that. Be mindful of that. Nobody's a robot. There's going to be times when, person with a vagina may, need extra lubrication, because everybody should be using lubrication. We're probably have to talk about women and sexuality next.
You talk about women.
Yeah. But there may be times where, men may need some assistance as well with their erection, but expand your viewpoint on sex. And no, sex is what you make of it. Don't limit it. Step outside. And what I'm talking about is creating a sex life that is perfect for you and your partner.
Wonderful. And viewers, everybody, this has been illuminating, don't y'all think? I hope it encourages all of you all to rethink and engage more openly in these conversations about male sexuality, free from misconceptions and myths. And anyway, to our viewers, everybody out there, I just want to thank you for joining us and being part of this important conversation. Remember, I think it's so important for understanding and empathy. I think that's what we're talking about. Understanding, empathy. These are key components of a healthy relationship. And don't forget, you can text the word love, LOVE, to, let me look, 87948. And you will get more insights on fostering healthy relationships and intimacy. And what we didn't get to say is, how can people get a hold of you, Nikwan, if they want to? Where can they find you?
Find me on socials at Intimate Connections PLLC. I also have resources for anyone needing to expand their communication as it relates to, sexual intimacy and healthy relationships.
Oh, excellent. And you guys know where to find me. I'm Dr. Alicia with coachingwithdralicia.com or on Instagram at coachingwithdralicia. Those are the best two ways to get a hold of me and follow everything that I'm doing. But so goodbye now for everybody. Thank you for joining us. Keep this conversation going. Hit the like and share with your partner. If your partner's not here watching, or if your potential mate, or if you know somebody who's in a relationship, share this video with them. Hit the like button, please. And remember, openness and understanding. Those are the pathways to healthier relationship. And we want to have like a good Black society. We want to have a society that's healthy relationships. We need to get over this, right? So stay connected to us here on Fly Nubian Queen. And for more enlightening conversations, I'm bringing Nikwan back on here. We're going to talk about other stuff, other taboo topics we're going to talk about. I'm glad that you're here so that we can talk about some of these things that many of us are very uncomfortable talking about. So thank you so much. Goodbye, everybody. Hello, how are you, class? I am in class on a Saturday afternoon, and we are talking about human behavior in the social environment. It's a required course for social work students in our program, and we've been talking about the developmental stages, and today we're going to talk about late adulthood. Next week, we're going to talk about late adulthood. But for today, that's what we're going to talk about. My name is Dr. Alicia. Welcome, Felicia. Felicia is 56 years old. Thank you for joining us. Everybody, if you feel comfortable, put your name in the chat and let us know how you guys are doing. And to you students, you can tell us, are you guys old? Do you feel old? At what age are we old? And how are we supposed to know if we're old? Felicia is 56. Is that old? Let's see. Let's see who else is here. Journey. Well, maybe not Journey. Let's see. Journey. Do you feel old or feel like you're getting old?
No, I don't feel old, and I wouldn't say 56 is old either.
Okay, 56 is not old. Hello, Richard. Okay, Julie is 59. Is that old? Julie, do you feel old? Felicia, do you feel old? Richard from Houston, welcome. How old are you? Would you like to put your age in there? Do you feel old? Okay, Annette is 62. And what does she say? She doesn't think she's old. Okay. Let's see. Amari, do you feel old?
No.
You don't feel old? No. Okay.
No, I don't feel old.
Why not? Why don't
Why don't I feel old?
Yeah, why don't you feel old? And you
Maybe because physicality of things, still being able to be.
Okay, so I think you said because you just physically don't feel old. What about okay, what about 10 years ago? Do you feel different 10 years ago than you do now? Amari, do you feel older?
Yeah.
You do? You can tell the difference?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What about 10 years from now? So whatever your age is now, 10 years from now, do you think that's old?
No.
Okay. All right. So Richard,
like feel different. You said like ask me, do I feel different between the two ages? From 10 years ago to now, which was 16 for me. But so yeah, it does feel different. So I'm pretty sure then it will feel different, but I can't say that it will feel older to me just yet.
Okay. All right. How about you, Emily? Do you feel old? Am I frozen? Let me see. Am I frozen? Okay, Annette says age is.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, I said I'm 43, and I don't feel old, but I feel older than I did 10 years ago, slightly. It's more of a maturity thing rather than a physical thing, like to realize where I am in life with especially some of my friends that we've been friends since we were 14 and stuff, that we discussed 401ks and reading glasses and things like that instead of who we're taking to prom. And are we going to have babies and stuff like that?
Okay, so the types of conversations you're having with people is you're in a whole nother era. So you may not feel old, but you're saying things are changing. I'm not talking about prom, I'm not talking about who I'm going to date and marry. All that's done and things are different. Okay, so people in the chat are saying it's a mindset. I like Annette. Annette's like, it's a mindset. And shalom, Thaddeus. He's 58. And I don't know, Thaddeus, do you feel old? Rosemary's 69. She said she don't feel old. She don't care what you say. She don't feel old. And then Annette said, I'm aging, but seriously, I do not think I'm as old as my age. So I guess what Annette is saying is that age is a feeling. You have to stay active. My kids keep me young, and you must work out. Woo, that's real smart, Richard. Okay. So, but has any of you all, the thing is that when you get a certain age, AARP is going to be reaching out to you. You know, AARP is going to say, you need to join us. Sometimes when you get older or hit a certain limit of age, Social Security is going to reach out to you. You have retirement benefits. So there's some things where it's kind of beneficial to say that you are older. So Annette said AARP reached out to you, but that don't mean it's going to mean that you're old. You're just eligible for all of these perks. So sometimes you can get the discount. Ain't nobody turning down. I wouldn't turn down a discount when I'm at the age to turn a discount down just because of my age. I remember I was growing up and my dad would take me to the movies in the summer. And I think if you were 13 years old, you had to pay the adult price. And I remember being 13, going to the movies with my dad, and he would be like, say you're 12. He would teach me to say I'm a certain age, although I was very proud of being 13 years old. It was a big deal. And he would say, she's 12, you know, and so sometimes age can depend on, you know, if you get into certain things and if there's some discounts, there's some discounts. So there's some benefits to getting older and to feeling that you're in a different category of feeling old. Hey, you feel old, Boyce? Do you feel old? Sometimes you do. Why? What makes you feel old? His stomach. So Boyce's stomach, my husband Boyce, he said his stomach sometimes make him feel old. Getting a pot belly. Sometimes that your physical activity and everything, you know, when I was younger, I used to be able to eat Dorito. I used to eat Doritos with cheese whiz on it. And I would eat that all the time and I never gained a pound. Now, if I look at cheese whiz and Doritos, I gain weight, it seems like. So yeah, I mean, I guess in that sense, I do kind of feel old. So anyway. So there's some questions to kind of think about. How do you all feel about getting older? What might you experience as you get older? And when you're evaluating your life, what in that sense does it mean to be successful? So, Emily, how do you feel about getting older? So while Emily is coming back to us, Tony Love is saying society. Oh, that's so great. She's saying society. Hold on, let's put her comment up. Society keeps us stressed out about aging. Live, pray, respect, and love, and life is good. That's profound. Hello, Dr. Vibe. Welcome to my class. Okay, Emily. How do you feel about getting older? How does your dog feel about getting? It's okay. How do you feel about getting older? Your dog can weigh in on it too.
My dog wants the cat food. I am not excited about the physical side of getting older. like I thought I'd be much better about aging until I started doing it. You're like, yeah, I'll go gray, I'll get wrinkles, it'll be fine. It's a sign of my life. And then you're like, but I can't go back. And it's weird. But I'm looking forward to the stuff I can do as like a parent of grown children and with my friends, and like we know what to do and what is fun, and there's so much less drama with friends and social life that I'm excited for that part, and that part's fun.
Yeah.
We always talk about what retirement home we're gonna go in so we can all hang out and, you know, do our morning walks and play pickleball and all that. It's like a new chance to start fresh, I guess.
Yeah, because at that age, when you're older, and just think about being retired, you don't have to get up and go work in the morning. You can just be like a teenager all over again, do what you want to do. And then you got more money, theoretically. You have more money than you had when you were a teenager, and you could do more stuff. So that's interesting. Getting older can be exciting. Huh. How about you, Journey? How do you feel about getting older?
I'm stressed. I'm turning 25 next month, and I'm like stressed.
Wait, hold on. How old are you turning next month?
25, and I feel very stressed.
25.
Yeah, because then that means I'm almost gonna be 30, and then life gets real at 25. So I'm like real nervous.
Who told you that? What do you think you're going to experience? What are you going to experience once you're 30? What do you think is going to be different?
Too much. By that point, I'll be moved out of my parents. I'll be paying even more bills, and I'll be working a real adult job. So I mean, I work an adult job now, but like, I'll be really in my career at that point. So sad to say bye this time of my life, I guess.
So you're wanting that independence, and I know we talked about that before, but there's such benefit to living at home. So you just want to face life. When you get older and experienced, you think it's being independent, paying your own bills. That's something that you're looking forward to, making your own decisions.
Okay. I'm also looking forward to like having my own dog. Like we still have a family dog, so I'm like, that's one experience that I'm really looking forward to, is to be like my own pet parent.
Okay, you want to pick out the pet, you want a puppy, and you want to raise it. You got this nurturing thing. That's a sign of adulthood. Okay, so that's how you feel about getting. Mary, how about you? How do you feel about getting older, and what do you think you might experience?
I feel like getting older can be stressful because you don't know what to expect. But I do value what Emily said. Like, it could be like a new transition, a new story for you. So just trying to be positive about it. You know, you start thinking about the conditions that your family may have, and you start worrying that you might get that. So you're trying to do everything that you can to like make sure you're healthy. So my grandfather died from dementia and Alzheimer's. So it's kind of like I would literally pray to God that I do not get that. But like just being prepared for that and trying to start earlier on things, preventatives that my granddad probably didn't even know about. So just being like positive and stuff like that. So I don't want to be afraid of it. So I don't really want to speak negative about it, but it's just something that I have to learn to embrace. Because like Journey said, like I'm almost close to 30, and then you see people having kids, and I don't have any biological kids myself. But it's just like, man, okay, if I want to have kids, I need to start thinking about it now, because I want to be super old and stuff like that. So you just play these thoughts in your head. So I think society and things like that really play a part in how we feel about getting old and the experience in it as well.
Okay. All right. That's smart. A very smart response there. I like what the three of you all are saying. So then what then does it mean to be successful? What does it mean to be successful? I'm putting Richard's comment up here. Any one of you all can go, but what does it mean then to be successful? So Richard Knox is saying, I feel like I'm finally getting it all together as he gets older, but I also know my time is limited. Time is limited. That's always in my mind. I've been investing everything I can to set my family up for when I transition. Ooh, so Richard is coming. He knows, almost like Mary said, it's gonna happen. You can't stop it. You can't stop the earth from spinning around and going around the sun. So you can't, it's nothing you can stop doing. And so you just have to embrace it, like Mary said. Okay, very good. Thank you, Richard. So what does it then mean to be successful? What do you all think? In terms of, in your mind, this is what it means to be successful. When you're evaluating your life, what would that mean to you guys?
I feel like success is hard to measure, but for me, if I had to measure my success, it would be to focus on my health more. Kind of like Richard was saying, like, you want to set your family up for when you do transition. So that kind of like me and husband's mentality now. So like we don't know what is going to happen, but having peace, I guess having financial freedom is success to me. I would say that's what success is. Being able to see like your loved ones happy is success to me. So helping them in whatever way I can, if it's financially, support, any type of support really, but that's really success to me.
Okay, so success for you is having health and having financial freedom. Yes, Richard agrees. I agree too. Financial freedom, that means success. Okay, Emily and Journey, either one of you all, do you all want to add to that? Money to me is, I mean, there's a curvilinear relationship between money and happiness. You know, I mean, you get to you make a certain amount and then you can make more money, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be more happy. It levels off. But for you guys, Journey and Emily, you want to add anything to what it means? What evaluating your life, what does it mean to be successful?
I think that I would have healthy, happy kids that are able to be independent and doing all right, that they've gotten the life that they want, and that I'm surrounded by good friends, and that I'm in a healthy relationship and happy myself. And I think that would be what is successful to me. Dang, we went to social work. I never went into this thinking I was going to be wealthy. So yeah,
that's a good point.
Part of what I married an art major. We were social services and art. We were going to be poor from the get-go, but
happy and healthy relationships. Yeah. So money is not everything. I know a lot of people with a lot of money who's not happy. So it is not everything. I love this because we were talking about this yesterday and last night in class, and I was like, man, me being an entrepreneur, am I really being true to the social work profession? Like, I'm getting a little bit into the capitalist game, but I'm really socialist inside. So I'm always looking at other ways of really looking at success that's not necessarily tied to how much money is in my bank account. Although let's just not deny that it makes a difference. So that's interesting, Emily. You're looking at children. And so you're right. Every year the kids ask me, what do you want for Mother's Day? And I'm like, I want 3 happy, sound children doing really wonderful things. I don't want anything from my kids. I don't want them paying for me. I don't want them buying me anything. I really don't want anything from them. Just their success to me is the best gift. And I measure success differently. Just as long as they're doing what they need to do and live their life, that's the best gift any of my kids can give me. So, Emily, I agree with that. Journey, what does successful mean? success means to you?
I would say success means to me, like, at the end of the day, just like how happy you are. Like, if you're like satisfied with your life, like that's success. Is like at the end of the day, like, are you stressing out about what's to come tomorrow, or are you like fine with what's to come tomorrow?
Okay. Now I haven't stressed, living stress free. Okay. Very good. Let's see what's next here. Okay. At what age are we really old? Well, it changes because today we're going to talk about late adulthood, which is kind of 65 to 74. And then there's this middle old adulthood, which is 75 to 84. And then next week, we're going to talk about very late adulthood, which is the oldest of the old, 85 plus. And we're seeing a whole lot more centenarians, people who are 100 years old and more and older. We're starting to see that grow in our world, 100 years old. And they're living pretty good, actually, living pretty healthy. So I watched this documentary on Netflix called The Blue Zones. And the guy, he went out and said there's certain pockets of America called the Blue Zones where it has a lot of centenarians. I can't say that word, centenarians. They have a whole people who are living to be 195 and 100 and above. And he went to those areas and explored what was it that made them so vibrant at that age. And they all kind of grouped together. Anyway, so that's the oldest of the old. And yeah, I think a lot of you all kind of alluded to the fact that social age, social age means something. It's like society has these roles and expectations that you need to fulfill at a certain age. And, I think society does a lot in terms of looking at what it means to be older. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But let's get into the demographics because we're in uncharted territory, you guys. Uncharted territory because the U.S. Census is saying that 85 and older population is the fastest growing segment in the aging population. It is what's happening is that there's a significant demographic shift happening right now. And I don't know if you all know, but I have a contract with the hospice company and I'm working with older adults. And that is like the most job secure place. Centenarian. Thank you, Vanessa. I have a hard time saying that. Centenarians. And 85 and over. In 2015, so that was almost 10 years ago, there were 6.3 million people in the United States that are 85 and over. By 2040, it's going to be 14.6. By 2060, it's going to be 20 million people over the age of 85. And we really think that, especially from that documentary I mentioned, the reason why there's so many people who are 85 and over is because there's an decrease in mortality of children and young adults. And there's a decrease in mortality among the aging. And there's all this health technology. So we now know better ways to keep everybody living more healthy. And I really think that we need to think of ways in which we can accommodate the growing needs of this group. I mean, especially in terms of healthcare, socially, what are we going to do? We're going to have all these, the retirement age increases every couple of years. And, but eventually the older adults are going to have something to do. They're going to have something to do with their time, especially the ones with all the vicissitudes and things to do financially. You're talking about being brilliantly talked about financial security. Well, if you retire, that's going to be the longer you live post-retirement. A lot of it depends on decisions you made early on. So retirement money and all of this stuff can run out. So you really do need to think about finances. I I'm fortunate enough where I have just been able to, as much as I can, max out my 401k, make sure that I have all of my retirement investments in place first, and then I pay myself. I put a lot of my money in investments. I do not play around with investments. I leave it and I forget it, because looking at my statements and trying to figure all that stuff out, that's boring to me. Not boring, but it's interesting because I'd like to know how much money I make, but I don't want to spend my time there. I want to enjoy my life in different ways. So, but I think this is really interesting because 200 years ago, life expectancy was 30 years old, 40 years old. So just from 200 years ago, even 100 to 200 years ago, I mean, life expectancy has doubled. So we're living longer because of all of these reasons. So we really need to know that. And I know in terms of the social work profession, if anybody's interested in doing an internship and they want to work with older adults, you can basically go to school almost for free, because there's just a lot of money encouraging social workers to get into working with older adults. So that's just money for school. So there's a lot of programs popping up because they see what we're seeing today, that people are just getting older. And so as social workers, we need to pay attention to this, because this is like, this chances are your clients are going to be in this group. Okay. We're talking about race, gender, ethnicity, social class. How does that relate? Believe it or not, in terms of race, in 2015, only 9% of the population over the age of 65 was African American. 9%. So 8% was Latino, Hispanic, 4% was Asian, Pacific Islander, believe it or not, and less than 1% was indigenous population. So what does this tell us? This tells us that the 85-year-old and older are generally white. And it's not very heterogeneous in terms of race. 9% of the population over 65 was African American, only 9, right? So they're getting older and whiter. We'll say that. From 2015 to 2030, they estimate that the white population over 65 is expected to increase by 43%. But the ethnic population in general is going to grow a lot, 99%. So this tells us that among all of these groups of color, African American, Latino, Hispanic, even Asian, believe it or not, and indigenous individuals, there's barriers. We know there's barriers to health and wealth, and all of this accumulates and exacerbates in disparities in late life outcomes. Disparities. Women also outnumber men. Women are outnumbering men. 190 females per 100 males for 85 and older. And it's crazy because my mom, she's a African-American lady, and she's in her 80s, and someone put her in a dating app. Someone put her in this dating app. A friend of hers added her to a dating app for seniors, and her inbox was full of white men. And she was like, I don't know if I could date a white man. I don't know. That'd be kind of weird. I mean, think about it. She's 80 something years old, and she grew up in, Jim Crow, civil rights. So in her mind, she's like, I don't know if I could date a white man. I don't know. But she's like, you know what? I guess I got to warm up to it, because a lot of the black men her age are dead. She's like, there ain't nobody else left. So a lot of these men, they're reaching out to her. And I think this is really interesting. She's just outnumbered, right? So she talks about that a lot. Older women are more likely to live alone, 35% compared to 20% of men who live alone. Interesting. What else? So women just live longer. When it comes to social class, we do know that 18% of older African Americans, 17% of Latino Hispanic, and 11% of older Asian Americans live in poverty, compared to only 6.6% of older whites. And when I go to nursing homes, mostly what I see is just white women who have, a lot of them have inheritance from their husband who didn't live quite as long, and they're living in these nice elaborate nursing homes and memory care facilities and all of these facilities, and they are that stuff is expensive. It's like $12,000 a month, $12,000 a month just to live in these facilities. So it's expensive. And if you don't have a lot of money, you don't have enough money to pay for good care when you're older. And so this makes this disparity here in terms of income and living in poverty makes a big difference, because I go to public, there's some nursing homes that are public aid. They accept a lot of public aid individuals, and it's not as nice. It's not as good. I hate to say it. Yeah, Miss Parker, $12,000 a month for the nice ones, for the really nice ones. And I live in Illinois, so that's where it is here. So yes, it's expensive. Like, I'm putting money away into my health savings account because I'm like, I need somebody to come into my home, and you're going to have people come into your home and give you a sponge bath every once in a while, because you'll be older and you won't be able to take care of yourself as much. So it's something to really think about in terms of income. What do you think about this? Geographically, people are living in one of the 10 states. 51% of the elderly population live in California, Florida, New York, Texas, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, right here in Illinois, Michigan, New Jersey, and North Carolina. I get North Carolina, Florida, California, Texas. I kind of understand that because the weather is nicer and I think the taxes are more friendly. But I don't understand. Can anybody explain why Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and New Jersey? New Jersey? What is that? I don't know. What do y'all think? Why? Do y'all want to move to Florida is Florida the best place to live? What do y'all think? Journey, Emily, or Mary, what do y'all think? Where do y'all want to live when y'all retire?
Not Florida.
Not Florida?
No, they just, they let murderers off a little bit too freely in Florida. So I think I'm okay with not moving there. Definitely don't want to be in the same state as what's her name, like Casey Anthony or whatever. I probably would want to move somewhere more like secluded, away from like most of society. Maybe like Alaska or something.
That is so freaking cold. Have you been to Alaska, Journey? It is so cold there.
No, but I feel like it would be fun with all the animals.
Okay, Journey. Alaska. Okay, interesting. Okay, you'd be kind of by yourself because not a lot of people live in Alaska. Okay, Emily and Mary, Emily, what do you think? Where you want to live?
I probably would live around here or a little further south, but I'm wondering how many of these other states are by large military bases. That's where people retired and stayed, especially with like Texas and Ohio and whatnot. Like, my grandparents are old and they're in Ohio, and they have had great health care.
Is that
and
what
I think part of that has to be part of why they're living longer, is that they had decent health care their whole lives. Are these states traditionally blue or traditionally red? Like, I don't like as far as like systematic benefits in health would be.
There has to be something more logical. I don't know why people. I used to live in Florida. Hey, it's just way too hot for me. I can't deal with that heat. And I lived in the panhandle of Florida. I couldn't imagine being South Florida. I don't know. I think maybe, ideally, I would love the summer in Illinois and winter in the South. Like, I want to do I want to turn the seasons into a verb. I'm going to winter. This is my retirement life. I'm going to winter in Florida, and then I'm a summer in Illinois. I'm going to do, that's going to be, I don't know, that's my retirement life in my head. I'm just going to travel around and do things. I don't know. Mary, what do you think? Where you want to live?
Maybe Arizona or Hawaii.
Yeah, I'm surprised Arizona didn't come up on the list. I mean, it's from 2015, so maybe Arizona made it on there. Okay.
And how many of these stats are changing because of COVID? Because I know that the average lifespan of certain races went down after 1 year of COVID, and like the average age of an American went down.
It did. The average age decreased, and it hasn't gone back up. And what's interesting is that for a lot of countries, other countries other than the United States, they did go back up. But for the United States, they stayed lower. I don't know. I saw that recently, that they're trying to figure out, like, why didn't it go back like everybody, like it did for everyone else, every other country. But here in the United States, it really, COVID had an impact that was unique to other countries for sure. Okay, there's six traits to growing old with grace. And let me tell you, I have these conversations with my husband all the time. I don't know if you all know, but he gets online and he likes to rant. And I love it. I love what he has to say. He has some meaning. He's really beautiful. But sometimes I have to tease him because he reminds me of, like, sometimes like old men who get mad and they shake their fist in the air and they're like, the world is changing and it needs to get back to how it used to be. They want the changes that are happening is just, they get mad at it. And my approach to progressiveness and to change, I embrace it all. So I love to embrace change, new ideas, I'm a progressive social worker to the soul. Okay. I am conservative beliefs don't necessarily gel with me because I'm a social worker and this is what we believe in. So, I mean, I kind of look at the world as beautiful and wonderful and, oh, things are changing, things are different. And I kind of go with it. And I mentioned to him, I said, you make yourself look old when you be hating everything, you be shaking your fist in the air like those old men that get mad at everything. And then I saw this slide about the 6 traits for growing old with grace. And I think a lot of it talks about the fact that, I don't know, I think more things always change. And growing old with grace is, there's a set of beliefs and ideas that research is saying it enhances your quality of life and your overall well-being. So when you get older, if you adhere to these 6 traits, you are more likely to have better mental health and better physical health as well. So these traits are so important. So growing old with grace, yes, there's a passage of time, but it's how you view it and how you see it. So the first one is about caring about others, remaining open to new ideas. And I know I'm always trying to embrace technology as much as I can, although it took me forever to figure out how to. It's a big deal for me to get on StreamYard and to post my slides and to figure it out. Y'all as a class were very patient with me, but part of it is like, okay, I'm learning something new. I need to try to get more comfortable with trying to figure out social media. And I don't know if Dr. Vibe is still in the chat, but Dr. Vibe, he'd be feeling sorry for me and be offering his services to me so that I can get the technology down. And Dr. Tashi, I don't know if she's still here, but hey girl, how you doing? She's also a professor too at a university. So, but anyway, all of these things is how open you are about things, how open you are and embracing the change. Yes, Miss Parker. So you also have to show cheerful tolerance to the indignities of old age. And I think, it's like your body is changing, it's this willingness to adjust to your body as it changes in new situations. Definitely having a sense of humor, playing around, just you look at life differently. And that deals with growing old with grace, taking sustenance from past accomplishments while remaining curious and willing to learn. So there's a commitment to lifelong learning from the next generation. So you don't look at younger people as, they don't know what they're doing. No, you look at younger people who are younger than you and you're like, wow, teach me something on what I need to learn. And I think just engaging with new people, engaging in new hobbies. I know my aunt, when she got older and she retired, she started making jewelry. She used to make, actually, I don't know if she made this necklace, but she sat down. She'd never made jewelry before, but she retired. She bought all this jewelry, this stuff to make jewelry. She was making her own jewelry. She was going to craft shows. And she was a school teacher. She taught literacy to children. But when she retired and was done with that, she took on new tasks. She took a class on making jewelry and art and creative writing. A whole new life opened up for her after she retired because she took on new things. And just because she retired from the school system, which gave her a good pension, she got a really good deal. She was able to now take her money and do things she always wanted to do. And that was like to share her creativity. So my aunt, may she rest in peace now, I still have some of her jewelry that she made. And we were going to go into business with each other and be hitting the craft market. I was going to have her make the jewelry. And then I was going to sit at the table and sell her jewelry. We had like a system going on there for a minute. But her jewelry was beautiful. She could make custom pieces. But that's what's wonderful to keep the brain active in retirement. And of course, we talked about COVID. So Emily brought up a really good point because COVID really took a toll on people. Maintaining contact and intimacy with old friends. This was impossible to do for a lot of older people. It was a lot of loneliness, a lot of isolation. And we now know from the studies that are coming out that older adults it really took a toll on older adults being away from people and being afraid, and rightfully so. I mean, older individuals, they didn't have the ability to bounce back from COVID like everyone else did. So it really took a toll on them. So it's so important to maintain relationships and with family and friends and in the communities and keep the social connections going. Okay, let's get into some theories, or like when I was in Guyana, theories. We used to call it theories. The theories. These theories, let's go through them. Let's see the time. It's almost 2:00. Okay, let's try to get through these because we got to take a break and we got more stuff to cover in class. So disengagement theory, there's disengagement is like a double-edged sword. In a way, Journey talked about this. She's like, you know what? When I get older, I'm going to move to Alaska and isolate myself. Her and her dog. She moves to Alaska. You better get one of those Siberian husky dogs, like one of those sled dogs. I don't know. She got to get that in Alaska. And that's how she can get around the places. Because I hear Alaska, it's kind of frightening to drive on the ice. But anyway, it's gradually, sometimes when you get older, you can gradually disengage from all of the social roles and relationships and turn inward. So it's a good thing because disengaging helps with the introspection process. And we know Erickson talks about at this age is so important to be very introspective so that you can think about your life and make meaning of it. We'll talk about that in a bit. But this disengagement theory is so important because sometimes you need to disengage from society. I know when my mom retired, she used to volunteer at the church. She used to volunteer at the crisis hotline. She used to do all this stuff because she was a therapist and a counselor. she was a counselor at a school, and she was a therapist, and she did the crisis hotline. She did all this stuff. But when she retired from a lot of it. She disengaged from a lot of things to just kind of make her life more simple. She was like, whew, for a long time when I was working, I've been working my whole life. I remember my mom saying that. I've been beholden, and I had all these responsibilities. And when it came time for her to retire, she was able to let go of a lot of stuff. So she disengaged from a lot. And it made her sit back and think about her life in a lot of ways. Activity theory is just about the opposite of disengagement, actually. It's about still remaining active and contributing to security. Who's taking, any of y'all, are you guys 600 level students? I know I talked to Dr. Terrell, Billy Terrell. She's my mentor, and I talk to her once a month. So we met on Wednesday. And since she's retired, she has been really active. And I said, you haven't really retired. Like, she's retired, but we have her this semester teaching a class. She's retired for years now. She's still teaching classes when possible. She still does things here and there. She's a very active senior. So, and I think it's great because she's been able to contribute to society. She's helping out students. She's helping us out as a department, and we really appreciate that. And, you know, it's just nice because she's got all this knowledge that she still can pass on to everybody. Continuity theory. It's where older adults just continue to do a lot of their interactions. They're able to make adjustments and to be also stable in making adjustments. So the idea with continuity theory is to reduce stress. You know, so I'm going to keep some of these interactions going, but it's not going to be stressful. And, you know, to kind of keep things going, you want to keep your mind active, and you want to be resilient and embrace aging. So that's continuity theory. Let's move on quickly. Social construction theory. Lord, we know about this. I had never heard of this word before. Gerotranscendence. Look at that. Social construction theory. Well, gerotranscendence holds that human development exists into old age and doesn't simply end. So you can teach an old dog new tricks. That's what gerotranscendence tells me. You can teach an old dog new tricks. You can learn something new. It is possible. But the problem is that society tells older adults in the narratives and what you see in the media, society tells older adults how and what to act. That the grandma gets old and she sits in the corner and doesn't do anything. So a lot of aging is socially constructed. You know, we have these things. Yes, DJ Black. Let me put his comment up there. Like fine wine, we get better with time. And look at DJ. He looked like he about 22 years old. He probably 52. How old are you, DJ? Anyway, he's right. Fine wine, we get older with time. And I wonder how much of this is racial. You know, if it's cultural. You know, I know that I love watching movies with like anime movies and movies that come out of Asian countries. Their movies depict older adults so much more healthy than more westernized United States movies here, and Hollywood movies. They look at older adults totally different, and I see that a lot in movies, and I'm always paying attention because that's what we do as social workers. So anyway, feminist theory. I love feminist theory. Yes, everybody, I am a feminist. Gender, it absolutely plays an important factor in aging. I'm opening this up for a discussion just for a little bit. Wait, how do I get this out? I want to talk about feminist theory. Journey, Emily, and Ameri. What does society tell us about the experience of women as they get older versus the experience and the view of men as they get older? What have you guys noticed? In the chat, what have you guys noticed? How has society viewed women when they get older versus how society views men when they get older? Okay, Emily, go.
Women get frumpy and fat and old, and men get distinguished and handsome and more powerful, probably wealthy.
Wealthy, yes, yes, they do. Because right now, as the feminist that I am, what is it about money and gender? Journey and Mary, let's talk about that. What is it about money and money and gender? Socially stratified factors of power, privilege, status, inequalities, and disparities. What do we know? Journey.
I think socially we like still adapt the kind of like toxic gender roles that like the man should be the head of the household and that he should be the one making most of the money, and that the female should be the one staying at home having the children and taking care of the children. I feel like we're still at that stage. Sometimes you see couples and relationships that are moving past that stage, but we're very much still stuck at that.
Think about a lifetime of taking care of people. Women, we're socialized. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but that's what we're socialized into, is to be caregivers, be responsible for caring for our old. We know that if parents are ill, it's usually the oldest female is the one that's going to be taking care of the parents. It's going to be the woman in the family that's going to be taking care, and that removes you from certain parts of being able to earn a wage. You know, it removes you from, it takes you out of the job market, so to speak, just so that you can contribute in this sort of way, norms and expectations. So what happens is that you're not going to have as much money in your retirement account that you do that your husband would have. So just the inequalities in terms of money and status and privilege is very prevalent at this age. And older men are more distinguished. They're seen as more distinguished when they get the gray hair, and you see all the nice looking older men, you know, kind of strutting their stuff. And, you know, those individuals, what kind of women do they like? Mary, older, distinguished looking men, what kind of women do they like?
Based on society, media, all that stuff.
Yes.
They like younger girls.
Yep. Be dating.
It's so crazy that you bring that up, because like you see now, I see now, like younger girls are more attracted to older men, and I think it could be because of finances. So it's like that stigma of sugar daddy. So I'm like that. But I do know younger girls men, because of that stability that they assume that they have.
They want them a sugar daddy to help finance what they're doing. So younger men and older women, younger women and older men, they get together and it's like they got them a sugar daddy, and older men like hanging out with younger women because it makes them feel not as old. They don't have to come to terms with their own age. And so there we go. Yes. Very good.
I have a friend who's newly single at 37, and she actually doesn't want to date anyone younger than 35 because she's like, I've got kids. I don't need any more. Like, I think there's a maturity level that she's unwilling to date younger men because of that.
Well, that's a good point, but we got a lot of cougars out there too. And that's something that they call the women cougars. That's kind of like, that's really kind of degrading. We got the cougars here. So anyway, we'll move on. I can talk about that longer, but I won't. I got more thoughts about that one. But social exchange theory, I think this is really helpful. I never really thought social exchange theory would be appropriate for this population, but it does, because I think, you know, older adults, they do have value and they don't want to feel like a burden on everybody. So it's good for them to be able to contribute. and to have interdependence, and they want to have an environment. Sometimes the environment is too, sometimes it can be too fast for them, but they want to foster where they can engage in the environment. Sometimes I've heard a lot of older adults say that when you get a certain age, there's not a lot happening to you. So you're kind of put off into the little corner because you're not the center of attention anymore when you get older. So you kind of feel useless a lot of time. So, social exchange theory. Yes. There's something that older adults can contribute in terms of wisdom and knowledge. And then, of course, the younger generation can contribute to the older generation in terms of helping with technology. Okay, life course perspective. Aging is not static, right? It's a dynamic system. And so just because you're older doesn't mean that you're stuck. You're stuck into this isolated phase in life. And so life just keeps unfolding. It's a life course perspective. It doesn't stop at all. And the effects, this is where the effects and the decisions, like Mary talked about in terms of financial, and she's talking about making sure she's eating healthy, she's doing healthy behaviors, because she knows that that's going to make not only her life longer, but it will give her a quality of life. So believe it or not, the decisions that you make today is going to pay off later on in life. So when you get into this older adult stage, the effects of earlier life decisions and opportunities and challenges significantly impact you. And that's a life course perspective. Okay, age stratification. Society is just inherently stratified by age, right? And so this can determine like the cohort, right? What it means to be in a particular cohort. Every cohort has a unique set of circumstances. So the baby boomers, these were people who were born right at the end or in the middle and at the end of World War II. And this was a time of economic prosperity. After World War II, United States really came out on top. We were booming. So those are the baby boomers, and they're doing quite well economically. And a lot of them are retiring now. Actually, a lot of the baby boomers became social workers. So this is when they got older, this is when social work, the profession, started taking off, because the baby boomers, they were kind of early middle age by the time social work started developing. So we got a lot, the social work population really took off in the baby boomer, which is why we're at a shortage of social workers, because a lot of the boomers have retired at this point. But yeah, so it means a lot generationally. I mean, the millennial generation, economic situation wasn't quite as good as it was for baby boomers. So they're looking at life totally different. I have to tell you, I really had the privilege of living with my grandma. I lived with my grandma and my grandma lived through the Great Depression. So it was really fascinating when I was in y'all shoes, getting my master's degree in social work at University of Chicago. It was expensive, and I ended up living with my grandma. She lived a couple of blocks from campus, and it was so interesting living with her because she lived through the Great Depression, and so she did not believe in wasting anything. She didn't believe in wasting money, and so like it was weird because I would leave lights on, and I wouldn't eat everything. I would throw stuff in the trash. And she was like, hold on. It was like getting on her nerves, I could tell, because she was like, we don't waste anything. And grandma had money. My grandma had money. But she gave all her money to her grandchildren, hoping that we would save it and not spend it on crazy stuff. But she could never understand wasting money was something that she just didn't believe in. But I have to think about the fact that, this lady lived through the Great Depression. So that's age stratification perspective. She sees the world totally different because she grew up in a different era. Okay, moving along. What time is it? 2:15. Okay. let's see, where are we? Changes in late adulthood. There are biological changes that happen in late adulthood. Health changes, right? Arthritis, hearing impairments, heart conditions. By the way, that's the number one leading cause of health-related illnesses among men is heart-related illnesses. Leading cause of death among men. You got to get your heart situation, high blood pressure, and heart condition. That's killing more people than COVID. And your diabetes, diabetes, blood pressure, heart condition, those things you want to stay away from because 80%, yes, a stroke. That's it. 80% of people 65 and over have at least one chronic condition. So that's something to keep in mind. And that has an impact on your longevity. There's a gradual decline in bodily symptoms. Psychological, over time. Think about this. Time, energy, and money. Time, energy, and money. So it changes as we grow older, right? When we're older, later adulthood, you don't have that much time, do you? You're running out of time. You may not have that much energy, but you for sure probably have more money. A lot of older adults have more money than they did when they were younger. So time, energy, money, all of that kind of changes. Maybe in middle age years, you may have more energy, but you're looking at time differently and your money in terms of resources differently. I love this ego, integrity versus despair. This is Erickson talks about this. And I spend a lot of time working with older adults when it comes to ego integrity, because psychologically, when you're looking back on your life, do you have a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction with life in all that you've accomplished? And that's what the integrity means. I feel good about the decisions that I made. I am concerned about death and dying, but not so much because I feel like I've accomplished everything that there needed to be accomplished. And I feel like I've done just about everything. But not many people can look back on their life and have that sense of ego integrity. Instead, sometimes people will feel very, very sad, and depression is really high among the population of older adults where there's despair. And they feel that they have a high level of regret. They did not follow through with what they wanted to do. They wish they could go back in time and make some changes, change some of the decisions that they've made. And they're reflecting on your life and your achievement. And I think this has a lot to do with how older adults believe their outlook is going to be and how happy they are, looking at their coping mechanisms and keeping a deeper meaning of things. And we spend a lot of time, the chaplain and myself, we spend a lot of time talking with older adults who are at the end, kind of come to terms and to make amends with the people in situations that they need to make amends. Okay. So that's important. Psychologically, it can be very depressing for those individuals who are right there in despair. The regrets. Go for it. What you holding back for? Of course, mental health. Definitely, you need to avoid the substance abuse issue. You have all of these other ailments that are commonly diagnosed. Alzheimer's and dementia, if I'm not mistaken, every 65 seconds, someone's diagnosed with dementia and Alzheimer's. Every 65 seconds, somebody's diagnosed. Every 65 seconds. Those memory care facilities, they can't keep them open fast enough. Filling up with individuals who have these memory issues. Okay. Let's go move along. Social role transitions later in life. Yeah, so you're transitioning, you're retiring, you are stepping into grandparenthood. I love the whole thing about grandparents. There's a bunch of different types of grandparents. I'll just go over it real quick. There are some grandparents that are very formal grandparents. So they're interested in their grandchildren. And a lot of this, remember, the type of grandparent you end up becoming has a lot to do with your early life experiences, what you adhere to when you were growing up in terms of grandparents, what was modeled for you and what you felt you wanted to do. So a lot of it is modeled for you, but formal. Some grandparents are very formal. They don't want to become over involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. It's very formal. They're interested in what their grandchildren are doing, but it's formal. Another type of grandparent is the fun seeker. I don't know what kind of grandparent you guys want to have, or want to become, is the fun seeker grandparent. These are people who are very informal. They're very playful. They're very indulgent. My mom is the fun seeker one. She'd be feeding my kids candy before dinner. I'd be like, lady, where'd you come from? You was never like that with me. You always made sure I drank my milk and had a good, decent diet before I ate a bunch of junk. But as a grandparent, she's totally different. She is very much indulgent. Some grandparents are a surrogate parent. So for many different reasons, they are taking on the major childcare responsibilities to people who were, who they raised. Maybe they actually have custody of their grandchildren for whatever reason. The biological parents weren't able to take care of them. And usually it's the grandparent that says, I'll take care of the child or children. And so some people were raised by their grandparents as a surrogate parent. And this is mostly grandmothers. Grandmothers are usually the one taking care and taking on childcare responsibilities. Again, a lot of this is cultural. Wisdom, grandparents who are very wise, and a lot of them are authoritarian. And usually this is the grandfather. The grandfather is this wise old person, older authority, and knows better on things and has a lot of resources and has a lot of skills to give to the grandchildren. And then there's some grandparents that are very distant, like they really don't get involved. Birthdays, holidays, very little contact. I don't know. Those are the different types of grandparents. So there's different sort of changes. There's a great heterogeneous population of people. The older you get, the more disalike people can be. So a lot of older adults who are fun seeking, who are healthy, they look at their life and look back at their life totally different than ones who are sick and have a lot of ailments. And a lot of that has a lot to do with the social role transitions and major life events such as widowhood. By the way, I have let me ask y'all a question. Who is more devastated in losing a spouse, men or women? Who's the most devastated? What do y'all think? In the chat, who's the most devastated group of people? So when women lose their husbands and husbands lose their wives, wives lose their husbands, husbands who lose their wives, which group is the most devastated of all the groups? What do y'all think? Journey, Emily, or Mary, who's the most devastated of the groups?
I want to say, I feel like it could be both, but I want to say more so women.
Women, okay.
More devastated.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so who else said? Richard said women. Kelly said women. And Dr. Vibe said men. Okay, who agrees? Who else? Journey and Emily. Who's more devastated?
Men are more devastated, I think.
Okay, sure. Emily says men. Journey says men. Anybody else in the chat? We get Miss Parker. Is Miss Parker still here? Yeah. So believe it or not, it is men. Men, believe it or not, way more devastated when they lose their spouse than women. They just suffer the most in terms of depression and despair and being upset. Men just don't know how to function without their wives. And women can function without their husbands. I know, I think a lot of this gets into, if I had to go back to my feminist theories, yeah, because women do more. And so keeping that in mind, which group is more likely to remarry? Women or men? After you lose your loved ones, which group is more likely to remarry?
Men, I think.
Men, okay. Journey, which group is more likely to remarry? Dr. Vive says men are more likely to remarry. Mary, who's more likely to remarry?
I don't know. I see that on both of the. I'm neutral.
You're neutral, okay.
I'd
Journey?
agree with the Mary. I'd be neutral too.
No, it's actually, let me put up here. Miss Parker is correct. Men tend to typically remarry a lot faster than women once they lose their spouse. Somebody got to make that sandwich. I'm going to leave it there because we got to move on. But yes, Miss Parker is right. Men are going to be sad that you're gone, but they will get over it. Okay. Good point here. We got comments here. My bad. When my grandfather died, thank you, Richard, my grandmother had to move in with my mom. Younger, definitely men suffer the most. Yeah. Men don't know how to, they don't know how to do. Thank you. Tice Jim 7. Most men in this case don't know how to be on no, they don't know how to be on it. They don't know how to do it. Okay. Let's move on. Let's see how many more slides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 more slides, and we will move on. 5 more. Okay. Searching for personal meaning. Yeah. Do you know, this is what social workers do when you work with this population. And doing a life review with older adults. I love this whole thing with Ira Glass on NPR. I think it's Ira Glass, where they get older adults into this booth. I don't know what it's called. StoryCorps. Have y'all seen that? Where you bring your grandparent into the booth and you do like a story of their life. It's really beautiful. It's a life review. And usually when I was teaching this class in person, I would play snips of StoryCorps so that people can reflect on it. But yeah, understanding the aging process in order to help older adults as social workers understand the aging process, you can help them by going through a life review, helping them understand their life and the decisions that they make and coming to terms with it, saying it's okay. These things happened and it's okay. I failed in these ways, in many different ways, and it's okay. Because, and helping them helps to remember to have ego integrity. You want them to have integrity in their life and not have to walk around sad and despairing and all of those things. So just making sure that that they're okay with things and they can live the rest of their life in peace and comfort. This is so important. And for them to know that they can give back. You can tell stories. Storytelling. It really allows older adults and individuals to impose some sort of order in their life. When they tell a story, it's first of all, it helps with cognition because it helps them kind of reminisce about things, but also it helps them gain control over their life. And narrative theory is a wonderful technique that social workers use because it helps them to have this integrity, and they can age gracefully with wisdom. So as a social worker, you really focus on what did you learn from that? You're so wise now because you have these experiences. This is the empathetic listening part. Reframing, lots of reframing. Yes, well, could it be that your mom really loved you? Could it be that that's reframing? You're seeing it negative or in this way. Let's do some reframing. Reframing these stories so that they can see, oh, I overcame a lot. I have this wisdom and I'm peaceful inside. And so you want to be able to do that as a social worker when you're working with this population, because sometimes, people need to engage in process to help them just think about these past experiences and come to grips with them, the reality of some of these experiences. So that's the thing with social workers. Let's move on. Reminiscence theory. This is again another pretty much a technique of having older adults tell stories. I don't know why I get into storytelling too sometimes, because sometimes I'll be like, a song will come on or a movie would come on or a situation would happen, and I'll be like, oh, let me tell you, I remember when this happened. So reminiscence is kind of like you start to feel nostalgic. The other day, there was somebody in the office playing like songs from the 80s. And I was like, wow, I'm in the second grade right now. And let me tell you what I'm doing right now. I could go right back to the moment that song started playing. And I was like, this reminds me of that Christmas when such and such. And I really start to feel nostalgic because there were certain parts of my youth that I really enjoyed. So this remembering allows a lot of older adults to recapture some of the memorable events in their life story. A lot of times it's linked to positive things that older adults engaged in, and it helps to serve the function of adjusting in later life and especially living healthy. So I do think but it does assist in achieving ego integrity. But there was a study I was reading when I was preparing for today. I read this story where they did groups of people and they gave older adults who had depression. One group they gave psychotherapy to. So they had 3 groups of older adults. One group, they provided psychotherapy to them to deal with their depression. The second group, they just gave them medication, like some SSRI or something like that, to deal with their depression. And the third group gave them reminiscence, or had the narrative therapy. And would you believe that narrative therapy? Okay, I wrote it down. Let me read it from my paper. Older adults who suffered from depression, just was using reminiscence therapy was just as effective as drug treatment and psychotherapy in alleviating depressive symptoms. Reminiscence therapy, narrative therapy was just as good as taking medication. So I think it's cheaper to pay a social worker to work with depressed older adults than it is in giving them drugs. I'm just saying. Right. So helping them, and of course, spiritual and religious activities helps as well. Okay, let's move on. Okay, Fisher. Hey, Fisher talks about spirituality. So older adults, I guess, because more of their life is behind them than in front of them, you need to start coming to terms with the fact that you're not going to be around anymore. And that is a major task of this group. You have to face your own immortality. And in doing that, search for meaning and purpose in your life. And these are the ways you do it in the spiritual sense. Embrace the moment. This is mindfulness. living in the moment. Live every day, because you really don't know. It could be your last, literally your last. You know, the older you get, you never know. So you really start to come to terms with the richness in life, and you appreciate everyday life. So that's one part in which spirituality, finding meaning in past memories. We talked about that. Constructing your life, of course, confronting your own limitations. Yeah, it's like, I think confronting areas in which you're limited in terms of daily living skills for many people, it's just an opportunity to grow and adapt. You really need to see it in that way. Say, yes, but what would all these nurses do if they didn't have to care for you every day? They wouldn't have a job, you know? So it's like trying to, of course, reframe a lot of this stuff so that people can get used to the fact that they're getting older. Seeking seeking reconciliation and forgiveness. Let me just say, this has really worked, because this is the inner healing that really needs to happen in terms of spirituality and progressing this forward, because there's been wounds and people hold grudges. And it's important in this last moments of your life to repair relationships and to seek forgiveness and to offer forgiveness and to receive forgiveness, all because you want to be able to get peace in your life. So reconciliation with yourself and with others is so important in this life, in this time. Reaching out through prayer services. I like this part, because I think older adults can contribute a lot to church and to volunteer in a bunch of different ways. I love when older adults mentor people. They don't even care. They just mentoring everybody. And there's an interconnection there with some of the activities that they are engaged in. Moving along. Tasks become important with aging. Of course, integrity. We talked about that. Coming to terms with the life they have lived. We must live the life we're living, and we must love the life we got. That's from the musical Chicago. You have to love the life you're living and live the life you love, right? So you have to come to terms with that. Humanistic concern. I really love this. Like, okay, I'm just going to say my favorite president is Jimmy Carter. President Carter. He was the president when I was born. So I love him anyway. But I love what he's doing now. He's in hospice now, so he doesn't do as much as he used to. But I love the fact that in his older life, he dedicated his life to like helping children, and he and his wife gave back and all. And she just died recently. Bless her heart. Rest in peace, Miss Carter. She was wonderful. Both of them did such a wonderful job in giving back. Y'all look it up. Google search what Jimmy Carter and his wife have done in terms of their foundations and just giving back and creating a legacy. They did wonderful. And he didn't just put money. He spent time as an old man with cancer, just barely able to shuffle along. He was still giving back in a way that was just really altruistic. So I love that about him. Also, changing relationships with other, deeper meaning in relationships. Definitely coming. Mortality. You have to acknowledge that death is coming. Everybody needs to accept this and make the most of every moment. Connecting with something higher than yourself will help you do it. Yes, as we advance in age, it's undeniable that various forms of loss is going to happen. And some we can prevent and some we can't. Some is more prevalent, some are more impactful. But, you know, a lot of it centers on relationships. You know, sometimes you do lose your spouse, your partners, your friends. My mom, she's the only sibling left. There was 5 of them, and she's the only one standing. A lot of her friends, she's in her 80s, and a lot of her friends are passed on. They're dead. And she's funny because she's like, I got up and I did yoga today. I said, yeah, because a lot of she went by herself. She does yoga 3 days a week. She walks 2 days a week, and she's trying to be active, but a lot of her friends are gone. A lot of her family members and everybody's gone. So she has to deal with these sense of loss. Definitely retiring. You need to be retiring. Your health, you lose certain parts of your health. Just all of these things that you just can't control, right? And older adults want to be independent. They want their driver's license. they want to live in their own home. They want to make all of the decisions in their life that they need to make. And you got to look for ways to mitigate some of these things, but it is going to happen. You're not going to be able to do this. So definitely a lot of resources for meeting all of the needs of older adults. All of these resources: old age, survivors insurance, Social Security, home health care services, hospice, senior housing, adult homes. There's all sorts of services, Meals on Wheels. A lot of the patients that we see, they do get Meals on Wheels. Some of them are a lot of veterans. I talk about a lot of veterans who get a lot of services from the government, and, for seniors who served in our military. These are all of the resources that social workers need to know about. Medicare Part A and B. I think B is hospitals or something. Part A is the insurance part. So, we just have to be familiar with meeting the needs of older adults. And I don't know, I think that might be it. I made it through. I got through, and we have some time still. So anyway, I'm going to shut down YouTube. So goodbye, everybody on YouTube. Thank you for joining. Goodbye. And goodbye to everyone. I'm going to come off of here, and then we'll end the rest of the class. Okay, let me see.
The Black Financial Channel. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Today on the Black Financial Channel, what I want to do very quickly is I want to go through 5 rules of investing, 5 things that you want to follow if you want to be financially successful, if you want to be okay economically, if you want to find yourself in a good position, then these are some things that you can do that will put you ahead of the economic curve. Now, as I come in, do me a favor. Let me know if you can hear me. Hey, Yoshika, how are you? I see you, Yoshika. Good to see you, girl. You know what? I can tell you this. A lot of you may have not seen me on Facebook for a while. And that's because I've had some issues with Facebook and Instagram, but and I don't know why. I don't think I'm a dangerous guy or anything. But then again, when you're very pro-Black, that can be seen as dangerous, which I don't understand that. However, I am here, and I'm really happy to see you, Yoshika, because you were a person that I saw quite often. I didn't see you as much on YouTube. So if you want to stay in touch with me, these one thing I can tell you is these social media platforms are not always as reliable as we want them to be. And so we actually have backup methods to stay connected. So if you want to receive, stock tips and stuff like that, and meet with me every morning, we do financial consciousness training every day. Text the word morning to 87948. Pull out your phone, text the word morning to 87948. I can't promise I'll be on Facebook forever. I had an Instagram page, had 600,000 followers on Instagram, and then one day the page just disappeared. And fortunately, we're prepared for these things. I have probably 100 different platforms that I can go live on at any moment. So we were always prepared because we always talk about diversification as an important rule of investing. But if you want to stay connected, text the word morning to 87948, and I'll invite you to my free class, basically called Financial Consciousness Training. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 days a week, and it's free to you, free to your family. It will change your life. Like, for example, just today, I laid out the Black Wealth Master Plan, which will ensure that your children will never, ever, ever have a financial problem. I'm a financial scientist. In case you don't know my background, I got my PhD at The Ohio State University in finance. I also taught at Syracuse University, Indiana University, The Ohio State University, etc. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay. And let me just hop into this so you guys can go on about your busy day. So I'm going to give you 5 quick rules of investing to kind of keep in mind as you become an investor. Investing is tough. A lot of people think that it's an ATM machine that you're just going to make money all the time. And it's not like that. You have a lot of people that will tell you not to invest because they invested and they lost money. And a lot of times the reason they lost money is because they did it wrong. They lost money because they broke one of these rules. So I'm going to give you some rules that I believe in that will protect you in terms of understanding what you're getting into. The first rule, the number one rule, the biggest rule of investing of all time is diversify, diversify, diversify. You have to spread your money out. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. There was a guy named Quentin Portis who played for the Washington Redskins. Let me know if you remember the story of Quentin Portis, or if you remember him if you're a sports fan. Quentin Portis had the highest contract, the highest pay. He was the highest paid player in the entire NFL. He was the highest paid running back in NFL history, if I'm not mistaken, at the time. And Clinton Portis, literally, what he did was he gave all his money to an investment advisor who lost it all. And so Clinton was literally like thinking about going to kill this man. Like he literally was outside this man's office with a gun, basically saying like, I'm gonna go in here and take this dude out because he stole my money. And I don't doubt that he stole his money. I'm not going to say that Clinton didn't have a point. Shoot, some folks, you almost feel like they need a little killing, you know, whatever. I'm not advocating for that at all, but that's, you know, I understand the sentiment. But when I heard that he lost all his money, the first thing I thought about was I said, okay, he probably didn't diversify, because it is impossible, people, mark my words, write this down. It is not possible to lose all your money if you're properly diversified. Do you understand? If you lose all your money, that means your money wasn't spread out enough. You had too much hinging on one business or one investment, and that's just not a healthy way to invest. So I can tell you right now, if that advisor came back and say, I lost all your money, I bet you anything that he wasn't properly diversified, or he was invested in some of what statisticians will refer to as these long tail investments that are these crazy long shots, like my cousin Willie's bowling alley, and my uncle Rerun's liquor store and stuff like that. And if you ever want to see an example of that, watch Raising in the Sun. Remember Raising the Sun? Remember Raising the Sun when the daddy had worked his whole life for the life insurance money, and then the son took all the money and put it into Willie's liquor store. And so at the end, he's crying. He's like, Willie, how you go doing like this? Willie, why you go? Willie, where's Willie? Hey, well, you shouldn't have gave all your money to Willie. Don't give all your money to Willie's liquor store. You know, that's not a sound investment. A diversified portfolio of S&P 500 companies is a great way to start. If you're not sure what to do, if you're stuck a little bit, if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that's where I have the $5 a day investing plan. And also, in fact, this morning on Financial Consciousness Training, I actually strengthened the Black Wealth Master Plan and explained the 3 things I believe every Black child should have is, number one, they should all learn how to start a business by the age of 12, just in case they can't get a job. You can't just depend on other people to employ you. You got to depend on yourself. Number 2, every Black child should own stock by the age of 5. 5 years old is actually too late. I believe they should own stock before they're born. Number 3, every Black child should be in a position to put a down payment on a property when they're 21 years old. It doesn't mean they have to buy property at 21. It just means that if you do things like the $5 a day investing plan, which is at blackwealthmasterplan.com, then you will have enough money to be able to do that. They'll have $100,000 or more in liquid assets, which will give them a lot of options that other young people don't have. So if you follow this plan, and remember, I'm speaking as a financial scientist. I am not a YouTube influencer. I am not some guy on the internet running his mouth. I am a guy who was teaching college students finance in 1993. That's how old I am. I don't think I look this old. I stay in good shape, but I'm 52. I'm not 22. And so you have a lot of 20-something-year-olds teaching investing, and I can teach you how to buy stock and all that. And I hate to say it, but a lot of them don't know what they're talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. I know the science. If you follow those 3 rules, your kids will never have a financial problem. Your grandkids will be good for life, and they're going to thank you. You know, the ultimate way to show love to your child, give me a yes if you agree, is to prepare them. You know, give me a yes if you agree that the best way for me to really show love to you isn't just to feed you food and tell you I love you. I got to show you. People always talking about I love you, but how you really gonna love me if you throw me out here in a racist society with no assets? How can I think that you really love me when you didn't prepare me, when I'm going through all this pain and all this trauma and all this destructive environment and everything, and you never got me ready for none of this? That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. And I'm not saying that your parents didn't love you. And I see Charlene, I see your comment. I'm not saying your parents didn't love you, but I'm saying that, you know, we got to really understand what love is. Love is not just a word. Love is a verb. Love is not just a feeling. Love is actually an action. If I love you, I'm going to do for you. If I love you, I'm going to prepare you. If I love you, I'm going to fight for you. If I love you, I'm going to fight myself. If that means saving you, I'm going to fight myself. I'm going to fight my generational curses. I'm going to fight my liabilities. I'm going to fight my trauma that may cause me to not show up for you properly. I'm going to fight myself in order to love you, to show love to my kids. You know, I fight myself. I say, okay, Boyce, I know you want to give a trauma response. I know that you're mad and you want to cuss somebody out and you want to act like an immature idiot, but no, you're not going to do that because this little girl's looking up to you, and how you treat her is going to affect how she deals with men for the rest of her life. So you're going to fight yourself. We're not bringing out the raggedy version of Boyce. We're going to bring out the good Boyce. We're going to bring out the strong Boyce. We're going to bring out the intelligent Boyce. So you need to sit your ass in the corner and meditate. Think about what kind of man you need to be, and you go in there and you be that man. So somebody who loves you will fight the world for you. They will fight themselves for you, and they will fight all this racism for you. That's what I believe love is. Love is an action. Give me a yes if you agree. All right, so let me keep going. Hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. I promise I'd make this quick, so let me make it quick. All right. No, so number one, first rule is to invest, diversify. That's very important. Number two, you got to think long term. You got to think. Warren Buffett has a saying that says, if you're not prepared to own a stock for at least 10 years, you shouldn't own it for 10 minutes. So my belief is that you should prepare to invest for at least, say, 5 years. You can't judge a stock by the first 2 or 3 months. A lot of people will buy stock in February, and then if it ain't making money by June, they'll say, oh, that was a bad investment. That's not true. Some things take time to manifest. So give yourself some time. Number three, know your risk tolerance. You got to know what you're ready for and what you're not ready for. There are different kinds of investments. All of them can be good depending on what kind of investor you are. There are super risky investments, and then there are low risk investments. So ultimately, you got to make sure that you're not signing up for something that's going to really stress you out. There are some investments that are not liquid, like, for example, investing in somebody's business or whatever. That's not going to get you your money right out. So I like liquid investments. I have a preference for liquidity. I like investments where I can get my money out real fast if I need to. I don't really like the investments where they're like, oh, we're going to hold your money for 5 years and then you'll get a return. I don't do that anymore. I do short term. I do more so not short term, but more so liquid, highly liquid investments that if I want to move that money out tomorrow, I can. I think that makes things more fun. And actually, the way I make my money, actually, most of my money is I sell stock options. A lot of people don't explore this, but this is a great way to make money if you know how to manage your portfolio. In fact, a lot of people are able to quit their jobs by doing this. And so if you want to actually take a look at the program we have where we talk about how to sell stock options and make income, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. And that is literally where we're changing lives by helping people to liquidate their stocks in a way that allows them to maintain ownership and still increase their income. And if you're a person that has been saving properly or investing properly, maybe you got money in your 401k or you've got access to capital through a HELOC or a family investment club, it's a great way to make money. In fact, if you have $50,000 to $100,000, a lot of people can make enough income to quit their jobs. So this is not hocus pocus. Again, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. And so this is real stuff. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you'd like to take a look. All right. So what else? With your investments, you want to, number three, the third rule would be to educate yourself. Make sure that, that's the fourth rule. My apologies. Fourth rule is to always use investing as an educational opportunity. I believe in the constant consumption of financial information. If you are constantly taking in information and constantly learning as you're investing, then you're going to be a better investor. Give me a yes if you agree. If you are constantly learning, if you're constantly growing, if you're constantly evolving, then you're going to be better, because you're not just going to be better at investing and making money. You're actually going to start getting to the point where you just understand life better. I really believe that investing is life. Like, you're investing by listening to me right now. You could be twerking, you could be watching TV, you could be, hanging out at the club, you could be doing a million things, but you're listening to me. So you're investing, but you're just not investing money. You're investing time. So I encourage you to do that. Keep making investments. People who invest are the people who win. Those who don't invest don't do very well in life. Now I see a comment here, Esto Jackson Jr. I don't know Esto, but man, I'm happy for you. He says, I am living proof that following Dr. Boyce's advice actually works in my case. My portfolio has gone from 1.16 to 1.3 million since January 2024. Woo! Good for you, brother. Good for you, man. Okay, ladies. So Esto Jackson is a millionaire Y'all act like black men ain't nothing. I don't know if Esto's black or not. Maybe Esto, you a brother regardless, and I'm proud of you, man. So I love hearing stories like this, by the way. So if you have stories like this and you ever see me in public or you get online and you have a story you want to share in the chat like Esto did, please do that, because this reminds me that it's worthwhile. It reminds me that somebody's listening. It reminds me that people are benefiting from the time that we're spending online. I do this every single day. And when I first started doing this, it was really hard. Back in '06, when I first started, a lot of people didn't even believe black people could build wealth. A lot of people believe black people didn't have an interest in economics or money. And I fought them through tooth and nail. And I had to fight through a lot of people who have a poverty mindset. I have to fight a lot of people who believe that it's a waste of time to talk about investing with black people and all this other stuff. And I've had people even tell me, you know what, you should just go talk to Asian people and Indian people and white people, because they're going to get it. They're going to want to do it because they have a mindset, right? And I don't believe that. I believe that we have people in our community that have the right mindset too. And so that's why I talk to you, and you're the ones I care about. And this is what's fun for me. So Esto, thank you for making my day, brother. I really appreciate you so much. And I'm very, very happy for you. And also I want to change one little thing about Esto's comment. He says, following Dr. Boyce's advice. So first thing I'll say is I don't give financial advice, right? Like I just, this isn't me telling you what to do. This is just me I might tell you what I do or what I would do, right? It's up to you to make that decision. You are the one who gave yourself advice, and you're the one who made those moves for yourself. So pat yourself on the back, brother. You did this. All right. So let's see. Esto has a question. He says, can you speak to how to transition to spending the fruits of your labor? I'm 67, and that is the issue I'm having trouble with. Yes, sir. I'm black, sir. Okay, great, man. Well, it's great to hear that you're black. But again, I always have to make it clear, like, I don't hate people who are not black. I just happen to love black people. A lot of people think that if you love black people, you hate everybody else. I don't think that's true. I think hate is a toxic energy. I think hate shows weakness. Hate shows it's an unproductive emotion, in my opinion. So don't waste time hating people. Spend that energy loving people, right? Love is the most powerful force in the universe. Love is your superhero. Love will conquer everything. If you fight for what you love, you're going to fight harder than fighting against something that you hate. So anyway, in terms of transition to spending the fruits of your labor, maybe you could make a rule for yourself, Esto. I mean, since you got 1.6 million, brother, you could just maybe invest in some of these dividend paying stocks, some of these cash cows, the Coca-Colas. And actually, I have a list of stocks. I call them dividend monsters, actually. Let me see if I can find that list, and I can actually put it in the chat. But anyway, on this list of dividend paying stocks, that might be a place for you to go that can allow you to get dividends, and to just say, okay, I'm not going to cut down on the principal of my investment. I'm going to just spend the dividends, right? I'm just going to, take the dividend payments and use that for my income. Also, some people even invest right now, like in things like treasury bills and treasury notes, because interest rates are higher. So you might be able to do that and give yourself like a decent income just by spending the interest that you receive on those investments. Also, remember, the best way to make money I've seen for someone that has a big capital base is the selling of stock options. If you do it carefully, it will make 10 times more money. I don't say 10 times, but a lot more money than you make, say managing real estate, stuff like that. Like, so for someone like you, Esto, with 1.6 million, you could literally do something really basic and take like a small part of your portfolio. And let's say that you went out and you bought, let's say you bought 1,000 shares of Meta stock. So 1,000 shares of Meta stock, you'd have to come up with about $225,000 to do that. Robinhood will loan you the other 50%, right? So pay attention now. If Esto has 1,000 shares of Meta stock, he can sell options on that Meta stock. Today is the 11th, so he could literally right now, these are real numbers. This is not me making numbers up. You could sell a call option on that stock with a strike price. The current price is $474. You could pick a strike price of $490. You could literally make $10,000 a month just by selling options every month on your Meta stock. Did you follow that? So literally that's $120,000 a year Esto could make by simply taking some of his capital, not all of it, like just a little piece of it, that little $225,000, buying 1,000 shares of Facebook stock, selling call options every month with a really nice stock price to let the stock breathe. So that he still gets some of the upside and literally make 10 grand a month. And if he wanted to increase his income to 15 grand, that's easy to do. And that's what we do in the Prime program at drboyceprime.com. If you want to take a look, I give every week or every 2 weeks, actually, I give the students a list of what I call money makers of stocks that actually pay the highest income. Facebook is not the best. Meta is not at the top of the list, but Meta is more of a safer option. So the income's a little lower, but there's other companies where Esto could do that same strategy and make, 20 or 25,000. And people don't believe me. They think it's crazy. I think it's, like, oh, you're making stuff up. And it's like, no, I have a PhD in this. Like, I'm a financial scientist. I can't just go make numbers up. These are real numbers. If you go into your Robinhood app right now, or whatever app you use, you will find these numbers. There's a real market with real value. And that's the other thing about value people don't understand is that an asset's value isn't what you think it should be. An asset's value is what it actually is. An asset's value isn't what you think it's worth. It's what it actually is worth, what someone's willing to pay for it. That's where stock prices come from. When they say that the price dropped, it's not because some people sat in a room and said, I think this stock is only worth $50 and they just announced that it's a $50 stock. No, the market tells you that. You understand? So when I gave Esto those numbers, when I said, yeah, Esto, you can make about $10,000 a month doing this simple strategy with Facebook or Meta stock, whatever you want to call it. I wasn't making numbers up. I was looking at numbers that are actually on the app that tell you what you could sell this for. Just like if somebody says, well, how much would these shoes go for? And someone says, oh yeah, they're worth $200 or whatever. Right. So long story short, Esto, you're in a sweet spot, brother. You are in such good shape. Your income could be whatever you want, and you could take a strategy like that without depleting your capital base. So you are the dream. You're the Black American dream. When people talk about, what they're, like Martin Luther King's dream or the dream of, or what freedom and liberation looks like for Black people. To me, freedom comes in the form of money. If you ain't got no money, it's hard to have freedom in America. That's my 2 cents. I don't give me a yes if you agree with that. All right. So let me give you the fifth rule of investing. The fifth rule would be to keep your emotions in check. When you invest, a lot of people allow their emotions to cause them to make bad decisions. The two biggest emotions that harm you the most in investing are fear and greed. Fear and greed are the two emotions that destroy people's wealth. If you invest out of greed, then you're going to take unnecessary risks. I'm a pretty conservative investor. You're gonna end up putting yourself in bad positions, and a lot of the greed tends to kick in during times like now when the market's doing really well. Everyone's excited. Everyone thinks that they're gonna make $1 trillion, and so they're throwing money at the market like crazy and buying into any crappy crypto out there, and that's gonna burn them. And then fear causes people to run away. As soon as the market starts dropping, they start getting scared and get shaky knees. And next thing you know, you're selling your stock cheap when you should have held on to the damn thing. And because if you'd held on to that $50 stock, it would, in many cases, it might grow into a $100 stock, but you won't know because you quit before the stock had a chance to show you what its potential looked like. So this isn't true for every stock, but this has definitely been true through most crashes. During the pandemic crash, a lot of people sold their stock when it was cheap because they were scared. A lot of people made money from that. During the crash in 07, 08, that was a massive opportunity to buy and make a ton of money. A lot of people missed out on that because they walked away. So don't let your emotions drive your investing. Think about the long-term goal. Look at the big picture. That's extremely important. Now, one of the things that we do extensively is to help with this is we do free financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern in the Black Business School. It's really, really good. You're going to love it. The live sessions are free. Now the recordings do have a fee that you can pay a small fee and get access to the recordings. So if you'd like to join us, just text the word morning to 87948, or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. drboyceelevate.com is another place you can go if you want to sign up for Money in the Morning with Dr. Boyce. I guarantee you it's going to make a difference in your life. I wouldn't recommend it if I didn't feel confident that I can give you something that's going to really affect you in a positive way. All right, so let's see here. Before I go, let me look at a couple more questions. Hit the thumbs up button, please. Charlene says, Dr. Boyce, I need help with understanding stocks and portfolio. I have an account with Robinhood, but small stocks. My money's not that long to invest. Okay. Well, one thing, again, you can join the free morning financial consciousness training. Now, if you want to do something specific in terms of stocks or understanding money, we do have something called Black Money 101. Blackmoney101.com is where you can go. You can take a look. It's an introduction to the power of money. In Black Money 101, there's probably, I want to say 80 to 100 lectures that I've done on various aspects of investing and wealth and understanding money. That's one place you can start. We also have the Black Stock Market program. So we have a few different things you can take a look at. So feel free to go to Black Money 101. That can get you started. Let's see here. Esto says, additionally, I make is that $500 or $5,000 in pension income and currently not taking my Social Security till I turn 70, which would be $4,000. I would do options thing, but I would leave money on the. Yeah, Esto, you're good, man. You're good, Esto. You know, and I think now make sure, Esto, that you have a good legacy plan. Like decide who is going to benefit 80 years from now from all the wealth that you've accumulated. Who's going to benefit 30, 40 years from now, and that's what I really want. Like I really want your I want if you have children, I want them to benefit. If you don't have children and you've adopted children in your heart, that's fine too. If you have a charity that you want to benefit, remember you worked hard. You did the right things. You made good choices. So, and unfortunately, we know the reality, right? When we're 67, you know, we're not 27 anymore. So that means that, and really even me at 52, like I've done extensive legacy planning because legacy planning is how I'm going to live forever, right? So Esto says he has a wife and kids and grandkids. Yeah, you got a lot of people to think about, man. So you are the patriarch of a multi-million-dollar corporation. You are the epitome of a strong, proud Black man. And I want you to carry that. I want you to just internalize that and just know you're the king. You've earned this, man. You have earned this. So as the king, then it's important for you to make proper plans and preparations for everybody else that's part of the kingdom, right? Actually, Esto's family, the crazy thing about life is that we all, men, we die younger than women do. Like I fully expect my wife to outlive me by about 20 years or so. And actually right now, a lot of people don't know this, but among the boomers, and Esto, I think Esto's a boomer, among the boomers, they're right now experiencing the greatest wealth transfer in American history. Women are going to get probably 13-14 trillion dollars or more in wealth passed on to them from their husbands, because the husbands tend to go before the wife does. But then the kids are going to get a multi-trillion-dollar wealth transfer to them, right? So this is what's happening right now across the country, and so I really just encourage you guys, you know, if you really want to have fun, sit down and really embrace the idea of estate planning and legacy planning, because, you know, if you do it right, you can really take good care of people that you love. And so one of the things we do in financial consciousness training that we cover extensively is we even talk about things like what is love? Like, what does love really mean? And as I was explaining earlier, I was telling you guys, like, how can I love you if I don't make a plan for you? Like, how can I love you if I throw you out into extensive economic pain due to a significant lack of preparation? Like, how can I say I love you if you have to do a GoFundMe for my funeral because I didn't make a plan? I didn't get any insurance. So to me, what I tell our youngest, and I got to go after I do this, guys, because we're about to do some stuff in the Black Business School. But, you know, I told my daughter, I said, I love you so much that I'm going to be here with you whether I'm dead or alive. I love you so much that I'm going to protect you even if I'm not physically here to do that. I love you so much that I'm going to make sure that I put something in place so that you are going to be protected by me and God and everything else long after I'm gone. And I want you to remember that, right? And you do that by planning and preparing. You do that by thinking like an investor. Estate planning should be fun. It's not something you do because you're bored or because somebody's dying or because you just want to have a bad day. No, you do it because you want to live forever, right? So to me, that's the fun of wealth. That's what makes you a great man or a great woman. There aren't a lot of great people in the world, unfortunately. There are a lot of people who can't think about anybody other than themselves. They don't know what love really is because they never received it. They don't want to make a plan. They just want to go through hell and then react to all the pain that comes from a lack of planning. That's not the people I talk to. I talk to the people that want to be ready. So Esto, man, you got me going, brother. I appreciate you sharing that remark. I had no idea that you were able to benefit in that way. I'm super happy for you, and I'm happy for anybody else who's benefiting from anything that we're doing in this platform. Okay, guys. So anyway, I got to run. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you want to join us for morning financial consciousness training, just pull out your phone, text the word morning to 87948. Write that number down. Somebody type it in the chat, text morning to 87948, and you can join for free. It's a free class, 7 days a week, every single day. Also, if you can't text, and let's say you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you go to drboyceelevate.com, you can also sign up there for the free Money in the Morning financial consciousness training. We do that every single day, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 days a week. The goal is to help you reach your economic potential and to make you as great as you can be. And last but not least, I want to make sure I mention an event that I'm going to be a part of. Jay Ortiz, who's a hip hop artist out of Philadelphia, is hosting something amazing called the Get Money Fest. And in the Get Money Fest, he's bringing together art and music and fashion with financial literacy. So he's having a big festival where the best artists, hip hop artists, regular artists, etc., are coming. the musical performances. He's got fashion experts, young Black fashionistas and whatnot that are bringing their stuff. And then he's also mixing that with financial literacy so that independent business people can learn how to succeed, right? So he invited me, he invited a bunch of other people that are coming in that have made lots of money and done really well. And so I'm going to be at the Get Money Fest. It's going to be May 18th in Philadelphia. You can go to getmoneyfest.com to get more information, but it's going to be May 18th in Philadelphia. And I don't have the address though with me, but if you go to getmoneyfest.com, you can find it there. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It was nice to see you. And Yashika, it's great to see you again, girl. I hadn't seen you for such a long time because I couldn't get on the Facebook thing, but I finally figured it out. So I look forward to seeing you again. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Peace. Everybody, what's going on? Happy Easter. It is so good to see all of you. And we are going to get started in a minute. I wanted to talk to you guys about something that I saw in the media, and it's really funny. I'm actually under the weather just a little bit, and so I hope it's okay if every now and then I clear my throat. I don't want this to sound bad, but, you know, I talk to you guys constantly, and I just want to make sure that we remain connected. And I was reading a report about rich people. And basically, what this report said is that rich people have now accumulated about $44 trillion in wealth. So, effectively, what that means is that they have just so much money, it's ridiculous. They are richer than ever. And it is not going to stop. It's, you know, that old little Diddy songs, can't stop, won't stop. Rich people are never going to stop getting richer. And so, I'm going to talk to you guys about what I'm seeing and how you can prepare your family for what I think is going to be an acceleration of wealth and equality. So get comfortable, buckle up your seatbelt. We're going to get started on the Black Financial Channel right now. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the Black Financial Channel. That's theblackfinancialchannel.com. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm your friendly neighborhood finance professor. On the Black Financial Channel, we talk about Black wealth and Black economics every day. Sometimes we do it 10 times a day under the B1 condition. B1 means we are Black first. Black first means that we don't hate white people. It just means that we love ourselves. If you agree with this philosophy, put a B1 in the chat. Let me know if you agree that it's okay for Black people to love ourselves. And also, I want to say happy Easter to everybody. I see you, Etta and Larkita and Max Law, Sharon, Deuce Smith, codename Diva. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some interesting and really disturbing data about wealth inequality in America, racial and just general wealth inequality. I'm also going to talk to you about ways to deal with this, ways to respond. And at the end, if you stick around to the end, I have some stocks I want to share with you that I really think are going to help you and your family put some money in your pocket. One of the things that we've decided in the Black Business School to become one of our core philosophies and core missions is to make sure that you get richer, that you make more money because you're hanging out with us. I don't just want you to feel good. I'm not just here to give you a speech. I'm not just here to bust a rap or tell a joke. I'm here to give you something that will make your life better. You know, if I can't make your life better, then you shouldn't be listening to me. And so if we can agree on that, then if you can agree to support us, then we agree to support you, and we will support you by increasing your income, increasing your wealth, increasing your peace of mind, your financial security, making sure your kids are good, etc. And I am qualified in this. In case you don't know my background, my doctorate is in finance. And in case you don't know, that's a really hard degree to get. It takes a lot of time to get that degree. But anyway, so let's get it cracking. Let's jump in, and I'm going to talk to you guys about some data that I just saw. So effectively, rich people are richer than ever. The rich keep getting richer, and that's just kind of how America works. They have so much money, it's ridiculous. They are sitting on swole, so to speak, financially. And a recent study showed that they've now the wealthiest in America have now hit a record of approximately $44 trillion. So they're sitting on $44 trillion worth of wealth. And this is very disturbing. This is not a healthy balance in our society. This is not a good thing. Just to kind of give you some context into this, Basically, rich people in America, they've always had more money than everybody else. We've always known that. We've always had the wealthiest. And in the early 20th century, you had the robber baron era, where you had a bunch of rich people sitting on insane amounts of money and a lot of poor workers who were struggling. Well, we've now reasserted ourselves into the robber baron era. The robber baron era of the early 20th century has repeated itself in the United States. If you look at some of the graphical representations here, if you look at, let's go back here. Let me go back and grab this a stat that I actually like. Here we go. If you look here on this chart, can y'all see this chart? Give me a yes if you can see this. If you can't see it, if you're listening on Spotify, then I'll describe it to you. And this podcast is on Spotify. Just look up my name. So it says the wealthiest Americans own an increasing share of wealth. This graph only goes up to 2016, but I want you to look at the blue line. The blue line is what we're talking about, the richest 1%. And then I want you to look at the purple line on the bottom 90%. Don't worry so much about the orange line. The orange line matters, but I don't want this to be confusing. So if you look at this blue line, which represents the top 1%. Here's what you notice. If you go back to the beginning, if you go back to 1989, you saw where the levels were. They dipped a little bit in the 90s. But the blue has kind of remained strong for the most part for the last 30 years. That top 1%, their percentage of American wealth has pretty much remained constant, or it's actually grown. If you see, there's a gap that starts to emerge around 2010. And it accelerates and it maxes out here at 2016. But just to tell you how the story ends, you got another 8 years after that. The gap continues to grow. Wealthy people, the top 1%, now have a record amount of wealth that they didn't have before. And if you look at the bottom 90%, The bottom 90%, their wealth has gone down. The bottom 90%, where their wealth has gone down, that represents people who basically are not in the financial system, who don't have economic vehicles, who are getting up and going to work every day, who are trying to save their way to wealth, who are getting a paycheck, spending the paycheck, and then living paycheck to paycheck. That bottom 90% is dropping. And so what I want you to just really understand is that based on my best guess and my best assessment, this isn't going to change. This is not going to change. By the time your kids get to the point where they are ready for economic warfare, when they start competing in this society, you're going to find that it's actually going to be worse for them than it is for you. I don't see any reason to believe that this is actually going to decline, because the government and the politicians get more and more dysfunctional every generation. Society gets more and more capitalist centered, where those who control capital have more advantages, and that's just not going to evolve. Now, before I move on, if you could hit the thumbs up button if you can. And I see We Are Farrakhan's asking, what's the link for the 25% off tomorrow class? Actually, we are going to do an event tomorrow. It's basically called Stormproof, and how to stormproof your portfolio to get ready for what I believe is a declining market that's going to happen in the very near future. What I'll do is I'll put this link in the chat. You guys, because you're here, I gave it to our students in Money in the Morning, our financial consciousness training in the morning, but I'll give it to you guys since you guys are here and listening. If you're listening live, you'll see that link pop up in the chat. Let me know if you see that link in there, and you can click on that and you can join for 25% off. It's a one-day event, but you get the materials for life. One membership, you can feed your entire family off of that. And then also you get the slides, the study guide, everything, the recording, all the materials is yours for life. So the fee is $89, but you can have 25% off by clicking this link. And also the recording for tomorrow, if you're talking about Money in the Morning, you can get those recordings at drboycedaily.com. Dr. Boyce Daily. The live sessions are free. We do that every single morning, financial consciousness training, 7 days a week. We even do it on holidays and weekends. Every single morning, 10 a.m., we do financial lessons and financial conversations. That's free. If you come live, it's free. If you want the recordings in the archives, there is a fee. That's how we raise money for the Black Business School, because we want to be an independent Black wealth institution. We need institutions in our community. We need think tanks in our community. We need the best and the baddest and the brightest sitting around thinking about how to solve economic problems in the Black community. We just signed Dr. Lene Javette, who is an absolute beast when it comes to, she's a beautiful beast, but she's an intelligent, beautiful beast. Shout out to all the smart Black women out here. And Dr. Javette is going to be our Dean of Entrepreneurship. Julian Gordon was our Dean of Real Estate for many years. And then also we've got Ace Chapman, who just came in, who showed our students how to make millions of dollars acquiring businesses. Also, Michael Edwards helped us to launch the B1 Forex Academy. So we got a lot of stuff going on. Now, if you want to see the recording, Terrell, if you sign up for the membership with that link I just shared, that will give you access to the recording. So you can just, go back in, log in anytime for the next 10 years and it'll be there waiting for you. And you can share it with your cousin and them and everybody else. All right. So here, let's get back to the topic at hand. So we were talking about how the richest 1% have pretty much dominated the American economy. My theory is that this plan for domination started about 40 years ago. I believe it started in the 1970s. See, remember I was telling you all that the way to control the present is you have to control the present when it's the past. Sun Tzu in The Art of War, he said that battles are won before they begin, that those who prepare are the ones who succeed. And so things like gentrification or the control that the Republicans have taken over the U.S. government in terms of making all of our politicians centered on the money, all this started a long time ago. They started this plan in the 1970s. Now, the Democrats are not much better. So don't think I'm sitting here doing that Democrat-Republican nonsense. I just don't believe that voting for a Democrat or voting for a Republican is going to make a significant difference in the wealth levels of Black people. We've done those experiments. We've done those things. We've had these votes, and these votes have not led to anything when it comes to your economics. I say this as a finance PhD. So you're welcome to prove me wrong. You're welcome to show me where Black wealth has gone up because we voted for a Democrat or because we voted for a Republican. You're welcome to prove me wrong. In fact, I hope you prove me wrong because I'm getting sick and tired of all the nonsense where we are led to believe in false solutions to our problem. We're led to believe in solutions that don't work, but they're convenient for people that want to control us, manipulate us, and make money from us. So if you want to know where I stand, I am a big believer in Dr. Claude Anderson and Powernomics. I believe that if we think about economic power in the right way, we can get where we want to get to. Now, what is this that I put on my screen? Here is a chart on racial wealth inequality. And I want you to look at this chart here. Let's take a minute to dissect this and break this down. Okay. So here it says in 2019, the typical white family had a wealth of $184,000 in wealth, and the typical Black family had $23,000. The top is where white people live on this chart. The top chart is white people. Can y'all see this? Give me a yes if you can see this. Okay. The top chart, the black is white people. The bottom, the purple is Black people. Do y'all see that? And if you look here, you can see that white people are just way at the top of everything when it comes to the economics. In fact, white wealth, it was going up, and then it looks like around 2007, that was when the stock market crashed, and you saw their wealth kind of dipped a little bit, but it kept on going up because being white has always been profitable in America. If you look at Black wealth, start from the very beginning. Go all the way to the left-hand side. Can y'all see this? Are y'all following me? Okay, let me know if you're following me. I want to make sure I don't talk. I get excited. I talk a little bit fast sometimes, and I don't want to do that. And again, forgive me because I'm a little bit under the weather, so that's why I don't sound like myself. But I don't care. I'm gonna keep going. So you see here. Look at the beginning. Look at 1989. The median white family. The typical white family. I believe this is the median. Yeah, it's the median, not the mean. The median white family has $143,000 in wealth. The median Black family has $9,000 in wealth. Then you go out 30 years from 1989. 1989 is when I finished high school. That's how old I am. And you think all this progress has been made. You're told in school that all this racial equality has been achieved. You're told that Black people are just doing so much better than they were before. Well, I want you to go up 30 years. And I want you to look at 2019. Look at 2019. White people are at 184. Black people are at 23. We went up by 14,000. They went up by 41,000. So not only are you behind, I need you to pay attention to understand this. I'm a mathematician, so I see this in very complex ways, but I can explain it to you. So don't get intimidated by that. It's not just that they're ahead of you. It's not just that they stayed ahead of you. It is that they got further ahead of you. Are you following this? So if you consider Black wealth to be a car, if we're in a car and white people are in a car, not only is their car miles ahead of your car, but the gap ain't shrinking. The gap between the cars is actually growing. The gap is accelerating as fast as white people's wealth is accelerating. So this ain't progress, y'all. This is not progress, Black people. This is not a win. This is not a win. Let me ask y'all a question. Let's do I do financial consciousness exercises. In the morning, we do our financial consciousness training. Let me ask y'all a simple question. If I was to ask you, what were the top 3 stressors for Black people? The top 3 things that cause Black people the most anxiety, the most stress, the most family drama. Would you agree with me? Give me a yes if you'd agree that money will be in the top 3. If I was asked, what are the top 3 things to stress a black man out? Would money be in the top 3? If I say, what are the 3 things that a single mother worries about the most? Would money be in the top 3? If I said, what are the top 3 things that break up families? Would y'all agree with me that money, a lack of wealth, a lack of financial security, that word is very important, security, very important, because that's emotional. Money's very emotional. If you ever want to be stressed out, just let somebody take money out of your bank account. Let your credit card start bouncing. Let lose a job. Go through what it's like to lose a job. So here's what I want you to understand. I want you to understand, like, I'm a simple guy in the sense that I know a lot of complex ideas. My PhD is very real. It took me a decade to go through all the classes and everything, but I don't need to be complicated to explain these complex ideas. I can explain the complex ideas in a very simple way. So here's what I'm saying to you. When you tell me, when you get up on a podium, whether you're a politician or a Negro naysayer or somebody who just hates Boyce's guts because you don't like what I say on this platform, I'm going to simply say to you, okay, we've made all this progress, but are black people better off? Are we feeling better when we wake up in the morning? Are our lives more secure? And if you say, yeah, we're doing much better. I mean, things are so much, my gosh, back in the 80s, things were so much harder for black. Okay, I hear you. But I just showed you, we just agreed that having enough money is one of the dominant factors in whether or not your quality of life is good or bad. So, and the data clearly shows that you don't have much more money than you had back in the 1980s. I mean, that $14,000 increase, that's barely, I mean, that probably keeps up with the rate of inflation. That's it. The racial wealth gap has not closed. So if wealth is one of the top 3 factors that drives quality of life for black people, happiness and stress and everything else, then you can't tell me that our lives have gotten better if the money ain't showing up. That's when I become Joe Pesci in the reparations conversation. Y'all know what that is. Y'all know Joe Pesci's most famous line in Goodfellas? What was it? F you pay me. F you pay me. F you pay me. And if you can't pay me, then I'm going to go pay myself. So I want y'all to look at this chart. There's a lot of data here. There's a lot here, and I'm going to try to condense it so that we understand the conversation. But if you look at this chart, here's what I want you to understand. When I'm in a car that's either going slow or going backward or not taking me to the right destination, I'm going to get out of that car. If you tell me you're going to give me a ride to the land of equality through your movement, your car, which is moving, it's a moving car, so it's a movement. If you tell me that your movement is going to drive me to the land of equality, and I look around and I see we ain't going nowhere, we're going in the wrong direction, we're driving way too slow, then I'm going to get the hell up out of that car. I'm going to find some other way to get to the promised land, whatever that looks like for me. Everybody has a different promised land, but I bet you anything that if I was to survey most of y'all, give me a yes if you agree, if I was to survey most of y'all and I say, what does the promised land look like for you? I bet you money is somewhere in that equation. If I was to say, what are your goals for the future? Money will be somewhere in there. If I said, what are your dreams for your children? Money will be somewhere in the equation. So to me, if you are, I'm too smart to make myself stupid. I can't follow leadership that is less qualified than the people they are trying to lead. I can't follow somebody's ideas if the ideas don't make sense. When the math ain't mathing, I'm not doing that math. I'm a mathematician. I know that 2 + 2 is 4, and you're trying to tell me that 2 + 2 is 186, and the math just isn't mathing. So here's what I'm saying to you. I want you to look at this chart. And I want you to sort of look at these numbers. For white people, you had 143 as their median wealth in 1989, 184 in median wealth in 2016. Black people, it went from 9,000 to 23,000. Look at that 184. Look at that 184. Now, I want you to ask yourself a question. Here's what I want to ask you. This is my question. How many of you either are or know a black person who has a wealth level where their net worth, assets minus liabilities, exceeds $184,000? How many of y'all know a black person who has more than $184,000 in home equity? Maybe they've got, 40, 50,000 in stock. Maybe they got a small business that they wouldn't sell for less than a couple $100,000. How many of y'all know a black person who actually has more net worth or higher net worth than white people? Give me a yes in the chat if you know somebody who fits that description. Okay, a lot of you are saying yes. Here's the deal. This is what I want you to understand. There's nothing magical about white people. I know that you were raised to believe that they are these wonderful aliens who sprinkle fairy dust out of their ass, or that they come from another planet of superior beings. But there's nothing magical about them. This is not me being anti-white. I'm not being anti-nothing. This is just me being honest. There's nothing magical about white people and what they've accomplished. $184,000 in net worth is a very easy number to accumulate if you know the rules of the game. But it is a very hard number to reach if you're playing the game the way you were taught to play it by civil rights superstars and people that believed in things like corporate jobs, student loans, affirmative action, and things like that. If you believe white people as the masters of your economic fate, when they're running the businesses and they're deciding how high you're going to go, if you believe that they're going to give you a net worth that exceeds $184,000, then you're going to fail. But if you know that you can give yourself a high net worth, again, we proved this earlier. There are millions of black people who have a net worth that exceeds 184,000. There's nothing magical about that number. It's not like it's 10 billion. So what I'm saying to you is that if you're in a car and the car's moving too slow, it's going in the wrong direction, it's driving backward or whatever, then you should get out of that car and get in another car. So my argument with you is very, very simple. The argument I want to make to you is very simple. The old moves ain't working. The old strategy ain't working. If I'm trying to figure out why the wealthiest 1% have $44 trillion, then maybe instead of going to school and studying all the BS and the nonsense that they teach you in the public schools, and a lot of it's BS, a lot of it's nonsense, I'm going to go study what the 1% are doing. How about that? How about that for a strategy? I'm going to emulate people that are winning the economic game. And maybe I can't emulate white people because I'm not white. You ain't white. But I can emulate black people. There are millions of black people out here who have no problem generating income for their families. They have no problem generating net worth. They're not sitting in the struggle every single day. They're not stars of the TV show Good Times, trying to make a payment and trying to make ends meet and all this other. No, they're doing good. Some of y'all are in this room. So what I'm saying to you is that I think that one of the biggest hurdles that we have to jump is to train ourselves. Like, we should not be learning from other people how to solve our problems. We should be learning from each other. I learned from you. When I sit down with students in the Black Business School and we do little one-on-one sessions, stuff like that, if you ever sit with me, you'll notice that I listen a lot. I take in your story. When you achieve something, I say, well, how did you do that? How did you get to that point? Because I'm thinking, okay, we got the formula. We cracked the code. I want to figure out what you did specifically so that when I go back and shape the models and the formulas that we talk about in class or whatever it is, I've got data. I can say, here's what black people are doing to get ahead. Here's what they're doing to stay behind. There are black men out here that are just killing it. And let me give you a shortcut in terms of how they're killing it. They are killing it. They are not killing it by just looking for good jobs. They are killing it by supplementing their income through things like stock market investing. Stock market participation is the number one reason that rich people get into the top 10% or the top 1%. If you look at their percentage of participation in the stock market, it exceeds probably 90% of all people in the top 10% of earners that are in the stock market. And what I love about the Black Business School, which makes me so proud of you, is that when I took the data, you guys were about 90%. You weren't doing what everybody else is doing. You're doing something different. And I'm very proud of you. If you want to give me a gift for my birthday or for Christmas, I'd like to be able to take that survey at the end of the year and have that number be closer to 100%. I really do. And I hope that you can do that for me. That's all and I'm not asking you to do that for me. I want you to do it for yourself. But if you do it for yourself, that gives me something to brag about. I'm not going to lie. I love the idea that in the Black Business School, we can say we're solving problems that other people consider to be unsolvable. The problems are not unsolvable. It's just that the degree to which you can solve a problem is heavily dependent on how much attention you pay to the problem. Nobody pays attention to Black people in a fundamental way. Nobody pays attention to Black wealth in a meaningful way. Nobody pays attention to what our families are going through in a relevant way. And that's why the problem doesn't get solved. That which you pour time and energy into, is what is going to grow. The flower that gets the water is going to grow. The flower that gets the dirt and the seeds and the sunshine is the one that's going to grow healthy. But our flower does not get watered because we got too many people out here trying to copy white folks. We got too many people out here trying to exploit the black community. We got too many people out here trying to sit around and complain about a problem. We got too many people out here that become these weird crabs in a barrel that literally get angry because I'm using my PhD to provide a solution, and I don't have any patience for it. I call them the Negro naysayers. If you are a Negro naysayer and you come in here to cause trouble, just know you are in a sacred space. We will kick you out of the church. You cannot be here. If you're going to be a troll, you better be a quiet troll, because we ain't got time for nonsense. This backward thinking nonsense that's perpetuated in media is something that we have to fight against. Just today, I was fighting with some guys about rappers and the immaturity of rappers and how they take the most degenerate drug addicts who hate their mothers, who want to kill black people, and then they give them the biggest platform. And then your little black boy says, I want to be like him. I want to be like Lil Wayne. Why would you want to be like Lil Wayne? Lil Wayne is a guy who is incredibly unhealthy because he's been on drugs his whole life. He hasn't healed from the trauma he's gone through. He's got tattoos all over his face. He's got 2 or 3 women pregnant at the same time. What in the world about him makes you want to emulate any of that? Oh, I get it. Oh, that's right. I forgot. It's because he got money. Well, where did he get the money? He got the money from white people. Well, why did he get the money from white people? Well, because they will pay you to represent whatever stereotype or destructive imagery that they believe that black people should carry around. That's what happens. And so what I'm saying to you is that we have the heroes in the community. We have the solutions. We've got the people in the community that can get it done. We've got the people that know the answer. I want to listen to the people that know the answer. That's my 2 cents. So anyway, guys, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I'm going to give you, I mentioned to you all that I had a couple stocks I want to give you. Actually, I'm going to give you a bundle here. Here is a list. I'm going to put this list. It's a list of 5 stocks under $10 that I believe in, that I believe that you can invest in, that I believe are going to make money in the next 5 to 10 years. Remember, with investing always involves risk. There is no such thing as riskless investing for the most part, at least when you're talking about trying to get a high ROI. But ultimately, that list should get you started if you want to become an investor. Also, if you go to blackmoney101.com, there is an introduction to the power of money, a training program we have. The lifetime fee is like $12.99 or something. However, you can literally get 90% off. That's kind of an introduction to the Black Business School to show you that we're not playing. We are the best on earth at what we do. And so that's just there for you if you want to take a look at that. Also, in the morning, every single day, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. Eastern, every single day, I do financial consciousness training, because one thing I realized when I was going through my New Year's resolutions is that, sorry, I got this cough, guys. I hope you can forgive me. I'm a little bit under the weather, so please forgive me for that cough. And I know that that's trifling as hell. But anyway, one thing I realized is that part of the reason that our wealth levels are not where they need to be is that our awareness is very low. If you watch sports like basketball and football, you'll know that great players like LeBron James, one benefit that LeBron always had is that he is a guy who has a tremendous awareness of the court. Michael Jordan had tremendous awareness of the court. Serena Williams had tremendous awareness of what it meant to be a great tennis player. Her father, Richard, had a tremendous awareness of the vision required to build a Serena Williams. So what happens is that I think that our economic awareness is not there because our financial consciousness needs to be elevated. So in the morning, every morning at 10 a.m., we do financial consciousness training. You're welcome to join us. Pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And what will happen is I'll send you a link and you can join us for Money in the Morning, where we actually just literally expand our money mindset. We understand money on a different level. We become more deeply connected to money in a metaphysical way. We also become deeply connected to money in a subconscious way. We literally swim in financial concepts to the point where it will be money will be as natural for you as a fish swimming through water. Fish don't know that they're in the water. They're just born in it. They live in it. They exist in it. I want you to be with money the same way a fish is with water. And that's what financial consciousness training is all about. So feel free to join us. And also, of course, you can go to drboycebooks.com if you want to take a look at our financial Black Wealth Mastery curriculums, things like that. All right. So let me just sort of hit the last couple of points here. I actually, believe it or not, I actually had a couple more slides that I wanted to share in terms of data about the richest 1% and what's been going on with them. So here is the chart. So I showed you guys what's been going on with Black wealth. Let's move on. Let's look at America in general. So we showed this other chart where the top 1%, you see their percentage of wealth. That's the light blue line. Their percentage has gone up. The purple line at the bottom represents the bottom 90%. This is happening for a couple of reasons, mainly because the stock market has been going way, way up. I'm an expert on the stock market. My dissertation was written on the stock market. I didn't just read a bunch of books. I literally wrote research papers, original research papers. I discovered things in the stock market that no one else had ever discovered. That's what you have to do to get a PhD. You can't just regurgitate information. You have to discover new information. So in my dissertation from The Ohio State University, I discovered new information about the stock market. So I understand it at a very deep level. And I can tell you that that gap right there is driven by the stock market. That's the first gap. But then the other part, the reason that purple line is going down is mainly because workers' wages have been either remaining flat or going down. Workers are not getting their fair share in this society. And a lot of it's because they deliberately went out of their way to bust up labor unions and to make sure that workers had as few rights as possible. And what's going to happen, the reason I think this gap is only going to grow is because you've got things like AI. Now you don't have to deal with people. You got robots. Robots will work for $2 an hour. You've got immigrants coming into the country by the boatload. You think that's an accident? You think they're accidentally letting millions of people into the country that should not be here? No, they're doing it on purpose. The money is the motive. Also, if you look at the United States is a terrible, terrible, terrible country in terms of economic inequality. Now, this chart is a little bit fuzzy. I apologize for that, but I'll make it simple for you. If you look at the top, that top light blue line is the United States. This represents the percentage of the country's wealth that is controlled by the top 1%. And this is actually not wealth. I'm sorry, this is income. So the percentage of income controlled by the top 1%. You see the United States dominates all the other major countries. It dominates Canada, Italy, Germany, France, Japan, and the United Kingdom. And this is largely because your politicians are a bunch of worthless SOBs who don't really care much about the American people, and they've been bought out by major corporations. How do you think that we got to the point? Think about this. How many of you have student loans? Give me a guess if you ever have had a student loan or you're dealing with student loans. Give me a guess. How many student loan veterans we got in here? Okay. So a lot of you have. I know I have. I know I had to take some loans. So here's the deal with student loans. It's really fascinating. So the reason that your loans have really set you back financially is partly because, number one, they made debt available for people to go to college, which gave the impression that they were doing something good for the American people. But the problem is that when you increase the money supply, which is what happens when you do debt. What happens when you increase the money supply? Let me ask y'all, let's do a consciousness exercise. What happens if I increase the supply of money when it comes to competing for scarce resources? What's the effect? It starts with an I. Inflation, right? Inflation. So the price of the asset goes up. And the reason the price of the asset goes up is because you have more dollars competing for scarce resources. So what happened was that when they increased the amount of debt available for people to go to college, they get a bunch of 18-year-olds who aren't even thinking, and they get them all. They make excellent economic suckers. Why? Well, because their financial consciousness has not been developed. They're not thinking long term. They really don't think they're ever going to get old. So they'll sign anything so they can go to college and go to a bunch of parties. So they made all this debt available. So university said, oh, there's a lot of money available, but we have the same number of spots available. So what we're going to do is increase our tuition. So what happened was that when they increased the amount of student loan debt available, the cost of college shot way through the roof. That's what they did. So it's like you think that they're helping you to go to school, but really what they're doing is they're saying, we'll loan you the money to buy a candy bar, but we're going to raise the price of the candy bar to $25. That's what they did. Are you hungry? You want a candy bar? You say, yeah, I'm really hungry. Okay, well, how much money you got? You say, well, I got $2. And they say, well, candy bars are $3. So what we're going to do is we're going to loan you money to get a candy bar, but we're going to increase the price of the candy bar from $3 to $25. But don't you worry about that, because all you got to do is sign the dotted line and you can have this candy bar right now. Well, because you have a society that's built around instant gratification, people don't think about delayed gratification. Then you're pretty much signing yourself up for financial slavery. Capitalism is built around slavery. When you are in debt, you are a slave. Why does that mean you're a slave? Well, because if you're in debt and you don't know other ways to make money, then you got to make money. You got to pay the landlord. So what's the solution? Oh, I got to go to work. Well, what do most people say every day? Oh, I got to go to work. I don't like this job. Well, why don't you quit? Well, because I can't quit. Okay, there you go. You're a slave. I'm not making fun of you. I hope that was not too harsh in terms of how I said it, but that's literally the logic. Remember, slavery does not mean you're not getting paid. There are plenty of slaves around the earth that get compensated. In fact, you could even argue that the original slaves in America were being compensated, just poorly compensated. They were given a place to live, a bed to sleep in, food to eat, so they could keep working. They gave them just enough to make sure they could keep showing up to work and remain healthy enough to keep doing their job. Well, in America, they kind of do the same thing. They don't pay you enough money for you to get rich. They don't pay you enough money to get free. They don't pay you enough money to quit your job. They pay you enough money so you can keep going back to work. Tell me if I'm telling the truth. Am I right or am I right? They literally are not trying to. They're like, oh yeah, we gotta really make sure our employees are empowered enough to quit the job. Well, that would not make them very good capitalists, now would it? You can't be a good pimp if you train your hoes to be independent enough to leave the street corner. You got to give them just enough that they looking good, looking sexy, but you got to make sure that your hoes stay in check. And so a lot of us are hoes to the capitalist system. They give you just enough to get by, not enough to get free. So if you want to get free, getting free is going to have to be your job. Getting free is going to have to be an aspect of economic maturity. Economic maturity, I write about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Economic maturity is bent on the idea that you are mature enough to understand that your fate belongs to you. Economic maturity means, and again, this is not in any other book anywhere. This is, again, with a PhD, I'm qualified to come up with new concepts and new theories. So economic maturity means that you get to the point where you say, okay, this is my responsibility, that my fate is contingent upon what I choose to do. It's not contingent on what the white man does. It's not contingent on what other people do. I can't go through my life and believe that my outcomes are based on everybody else. Economic maturity, it might be reflected from the fact that maybe you didn't go through an economic rite of passage. In my book, again, you can go to drboycebooks.com if you want to get a copy. I highly recommend it. It's a bestseller on Amazon. I think you guys are going to like it. I know you're going to like it. And the thing about economic maturity is a lot of us never went through an economic rites of passage. And I believe that is critical for Black people. An economic rites of passage might look like this. It might be something where you graduate from being a renter to being an owner of property. You're no longer economically immature enough to think that you can rent your residence for the rest of your life and somehow find a way to be financially free. Economic maturity might be where you go through a rite of passage where you graduate from being a consumer to being a producer. Because what has happened? You have learned that you cannot get ahead in a capitalist society if all you do is consume. So I believe America's goal is to keep Black people as economically immature as possible. They do not want you and I in the halls of power. They don't. They really don't. And so economic immaturity might be reflected in working for other people and just believing that is a permanent stop. That's a permanent place you're supposed to be for your whole life. Well, again, if you like your job, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that you have to go and run a business or start a business, but I do believe you need to own a piece of a business. You need to own a piece of a business. So you can either do that as an entrepreneur or you can do that as a shareholder in a corporation. You can become a shareholder in 5 minutes. Open up that app, buy you some stock, you become a shareholder. You can go to blackmoney101.com. That'll get you started. There's other places in the Black Business School. We do that all the time. So the point of the matter is to say this. I will make the clear point that when we're talking about this delicate issue called freedom and equality and all this other stuff, I'm of the belief that the answer is very, very simple, but the implementation of the answer is very, very hard. The answer is simple. It's like losing weight. The answer might be go to the gym, stop eating Cheetos. But the implementation is hard because you're addicted to Cheetos and you're lazy. You don't want to get up and go to the gym. That was my problem. That was my problem. We're all affected by this. But if you really want to look at where the money is in America and how the richest 1% became the richest 1%, just look at the stock market. You can see here on this chart, you've got, some down periods in the market. You had some stuff with World War II, and you can see here you have stuff with Black Monday in the 1980s. You had the lost decade, which was the year 2000 to 2010, and then you had these rises. But I want you to look at this chart, and I want you to notice that this chart consistently goes up. This chart is deeply connected to the wealth of the 1%. So if you want to know how they got all their money, yes, some of it came from inheritance, sure. Some of it came from running their own businesses, sure. Some of it comes from the fact that many of them are executives with major corporations and making good money, sure. But a big chunk of it came from stock market participation and ownership of real estate. If you are an investor consistently in real estate and stocks, your wealth level is going to be higher than somebody who does not do those things. Okay, so as far as simple implementable solutions, I want to invite you guys to go and take a look at blackwealthmasterplan.com. This is a free platform that basically shows you how to do the $5 a day investing plan. We're asking everybody in the community to take a look at the $5 a day plan. So blackwealthmasterplan.com. Also, if you text the word money, you can to 87948. I'll send you some information on how to make money without working. A lot of you know about this. A lot of you are participants. This is part of the Prime program where we literally talk about selling stock options and things like that. That's how I make my money at this point. That's what I do to send money to my wife to pay down the credit card bills or to go on trips or to pay down the houses or whatever it is that we're trying to do. So literally, if you text the word money to 87948, you'll get a link to the training called How to Make Money Without Working. It's totally free. And that will introduce you to something that will probably blow your mind. And it's not hocus pocus. It's not fake. I can't be one of these internet scammers that's just trying to get your attention. It's based on real science and it's really straightforward. It's not risk free, but you can manage that risk. And risk management was one of my expertise areas when I got my doctorate. Okay, so anyway, guys, that's pretty much it. Just a quick reminder, don't forget the Stock Options Summit is going to be April 19th in LA. It's basically a big event where we all get together and we study stock options for the whole weekend, and we do it in a way that's family oriented, and we have a ton of fun. So if you want to come to the Stock Options Summit in Los Angeles on April 19th, go to stockoptionssummit.com. And then last but not least, don't forget that the All Black National Convention is where we get together with the smartest Black people on the planet in all different areas, and we solve our problems. My wife, who is a therapist, she has a bunch of really cute therapist friends like her. She's the cutest of all in every place she goes, in my opinion. And she's actually deep into Black financial psychology. She's actually done some really great workbooks on the topic on dealing with financial trauma and things like that. So she participates in the convention. And then also at the same time, we just have lots of other experts in all different kinds of areas. We even invite, rappers and whether or scientists or engineers and business owners and investors and anybody that really has an idea that can benefit the community. That's who's invited to the ABNC. So feel free to join us. Go to allblacknationalconvention.com. We're going to be in Chicago this year. And when I say we invite rappers, I mention that specifically because I know some people think that I don't like rappers because I call out the immaturity of certain rappers, or if they're talking bad about their child's mother, or they're promoting drug use amongst young people. I get very offended by that. I don't like that at all. But there are rappers who are using their power for good. Guys like D1. D1 has come to the convention many times. Killer Mike came to the first convention. David Banner. There's lots of great artists out here that really do get it, and they are part of the movement too. So I want to make sure that they feel welcome as well. So anyway, guys, have a wonderful day. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And sorry about me sounding all choky and crazy in the background. I wish I could fix that, but I'm a little bit under the weather, so please forgive me for that. And here's that list. If you want to take a list of those 10 stocks or 5 stocks, I'm sorry, there's 5 of them under the cost of $10. So here is that list, Lillian. So there we go. Let me know if you see it in the chat. I'm putting it in there right now. And also, I'll try to put that in the description of the video as well. So take care, guys, and have a wonderful day. And Ruby says you're human. It's okay to cough. Well, thank you, Ruby. I appreciate that invitation. It's kind of hard though, because I listened to it later and it sounds terrible. But I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Love you. God bless you. Have a great day. Take care. Peace. Different states, and then I started going to sporting events and watching sports on TV, and I would see gambling commercials like encouraging the people watching the event to go and place bets on the games. I said, this is going to be such a disaster. Like, this is literally going to be just excuse my French, but it's going to be a shit show. It's going to be a complete shit show because I can tell you this, if you want my 2 cents from a financial psychology standpoint, one of the worst positions you can be in this society is to be somebody who is addicted to betting and gambling, like with lots and lots of money on a regular basis. That is one of the worst. I wrote about that in my book, Financial Lovemaking, actually, when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. And that's what I refer to as a financial STD. And the reason I call it a financial STD is because it's hard to get rid of. And if you marry somebody that has this financial STD, you're going to be infected. And I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. If you are a big gambler or something like that, I don't mean to offend you, but I have to be honest with you and tell you that I would encourage you to get help if you find yourself in situations that are bad. And the worst part about it, though, is that it's kind of like people don't get help until the situation is so bad that they can't get out of the hole. Right? People don't realize that they're in a bad situation until they're really in a bad situation, or they don't realize they're headed toward a bad situation until they actually get there. And then once you're in the bad situation, it's almost like showing up at the doctor's office after you've had cancer for 2 years. The doctor can only do so much. The doctor can't really fix. He can't go back and reverse your cancer. He can't go back and change 20 or 30 years of bad eating habits and poor choices. All he can do is maybe help you cope with just an unspeakably painful situation. So this is one of the reasons why I would say to you, please be extremely thoughtful and careful in terms of how you sort of address things like this. And now the other thing about sports gambling is that they tend to not market to everybody. Like they're not marketing to old ladies and in their 60s and 70s. Most of the people affected by this are people young men between like 22 and 35. So if you have a son or a husband, brother, father, friend, whatever, who is in that age range, just give them that consciousness. Remember, every morning this is what we do, right? We do economic consciousness, financial awareness, so that you can experience economic elevation, because that's what consciousness is. It's when you elevate and you rise up and you kind of can see things down the road, and you can look around and you can see things around you, and you can understand it, but you're not in it, right? So this was my first thought today that I wanted to share. And one day we can go into the weeds and the nuts and bolts of just why gambling is so horrible. But today I hope you'll just take my word for it that you don't want to mess with those addictions. I'll tell you a quick story, and then this affected me. Like I heard this, and this really got me thinking. When I was 31, when I was in that target age group for this kind of thing, when I just joined the faculty at Syracuse University, and I got my first job making like decent money. And I was making six figures for the first time. Before that, I was a grad student making $12,000 a year. So the benefit of having a low income is that you don't have it minimizes the amount of economic damage that you can actually do to yourself, right? So basically, through grad school and undergrad, I did make financial mistakes. I did. I even bet on some games in college and stuff, and I can tell you about that experience. In fact, I'll back up and tell that experience. I'll tell on myself in terms of mistakes I made, and then I'll move forward to the story that I heard that really transformed me. All right, um, here's what it was. Okay, so when I was in college, I had a friend. I went to University of Kentucky, and in case you don't know anything about Kentucky, it's not as backward as they portray it in the movies, but it is kind of country. You got a lot of country folks in Kentucky, but most of them were really nice people. So I mean, yeah, when I wrote articles about race and racism, I would get death threats and stuff, but most of the people weren't giving me death threats. Most of the people were nice. They'd invite you to your house and want to cook for you and stuff. And so anyway, I knew this guy named Russ. And Russ had another friend named Russ. And that's only going to happen in Kentucky. That's not going to happen in California, that you have two friends named Russ. So Russ was a cool guy. We'd almost won a flag football tournament. It was the craziest thing. I was the one black guy on this team full of like slow beer drinking hillbillies that really just knew football. And Russ would just throw the ball and he would pound it into my chest, and I would catch the ball. And I had some speed, so I'd grab the ball and I'd sprint down the field, and we almost won the championship. It was the coolest thing ever. And we didn't do anything complicated. It was just like simple, like, okay, boys, you cut across the middle, I'm gonna throw you the ball. I catch the ball. I'm the black guy. I sprint past all the white boys, and we would score touchdowns. And we only lost. I was so mad because Russ threw the ball so hard that I caught it and it bounced off my chest and landed in the hands of the other guy. And I'll never forget like all those frat boys that we were playing against, because the fraternities would form flag football teams. So the frat boys were like, yeah, it was like 100 of them, and there was like 7 of us, but they had like literally like 60 guys on the sidelines, and I was so mad. But anyway, that's just me expressing untreated trauma over a significant loss in my life, right? That's how pathetic my life was. So anyway, so I had a friend named Russ, and Russ had a buddy named Russ. and I went with Russ to Russ's house. And Russ basically would bet on these football games, and I love football. I love all the sport. Well, mainly basketball and football. Baseball kind of put me to sleep. Golf and tennis. Golf I got into when Tiger Woods started to play. So I was at Russ's house with Russ, and we bet on the Cowboys game or something. And or he was betting on these games, and I was like, yeah, I'll bet. And I bet some money, and I won. And then another game came on. I was like, oh, I'll bet on that game, and then I won again. And so here's what happened in my head, in my little 20-year-old brain. The dopamine hits, right? It's actually gambling and money. It affects the same region of your brain as cocaine. So what I did not realize was that I was being drugged, but not against my will. This is not something where I'm going to go file a lawsuit against Russ 30 years later and say you drugged me. No, I voluntarily participated. And I remember this feeling, and maybe you can tell me if you can identify with this feeling, because a lot of you go through this, maybe if you have some sort of economic come up, or maybe you become an entrepreneur or something like that. I said, whoa, this is crazy. I made more money just watching football on a Sunday afternoon than I make working my job for 2 weeks. And I remember just thinking how great that was. Like, wow. So I know football. Every young kid thinks they know everything. That's why you can't hardly talk to some of them, because they think they know everything. And then life humbles you, right? So I thought that I just kind of understood everything. But then I experienced the dark side of losing, and I remember how sick I felt when, because what happens is that this is leverage in action, and so what leverage did was leverage gave me the high of saying, "Whoa, I can make more money in 3 hours than I could in 2 weeks on my job." But the downside of that is I can also lose more money in 3 hours than I make in 2 weeks on my job. So if my job becomes the primary method through which I'm repaying this debt that I owe, tell me if you're following what I'm saying. Give me a yes if this is making sense. Forgive me for my ridiculous story about playing flag football. I know that was a tangent, but that's what I do. So so the problem though is that I was putting myself in an unstable situation. Why? Well, because now I'm in a scenario where my economic swings are so massive that, yeah, if everything goes great, then leverage can shoot you through the roof. I could have got rich, but I didn't. I ended up being $1,000 in the hole, and I'm making $200 every 2 weeks. That's very, very stressful. I mean, the financial anxiety that I experienced was at an epic level, and I was like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? And what happens is that and this is why gambling becomes so dangerous. This is why you have to be very careful, is that when people get to that point where they're desperate and they realize, okay, I can't get out of this hole. Like I can't, the way I know how to make money is go to my job and work 2 weeks to get $200. So in order for me to get out of $1,000 hole, I would have to take $1,000 risks. I would have to do something bigger in order to fix it. And that's what gamblers do. They say, okay, well, I'm gonna get out of this. And so what do? They place bigger and bigger bets, because that's all you got. All you got, the only way to overcome a bad bet is to make a bigger bet. And what happens is that you have this string at some point where all your bets go bad, and you end up in a hole that you can never get out of, and then you're in debt for life. And some of them end up, in situations where if they have, you have bookies, you have people that get killed. In fact, there was all that speculation about even Michael Jordan and his gambling and what happened with his father. Again, I'm not making any assumptions about that. I want to be really careful, because I do know Larry Miller, who was the president of the Air Jordan brand, who's very good, very close to Michael. So I don't want to be disrespectful, but that did cross my mind, and there in the media spoken about this a lot. And I do know another scenario where there was a poor guy who had actually been placing big bets on Robinhood. These people understand Robinhood, the app, when it's abused inappropriately by like a young 24-year-old, they think that they're investing, but they're not investing. They're actually gambling. They say, oh, I'm a day trader and I'm an investor. And it's like, no, I see your behavior. You're really doing sports gambling. You're just doing it with stocks and options. So you feel like it's more legitimate, when really the exact same process of betting on a sporting event is exactly what you're doing right now when you're betting on these options and hoping for these quick flips and all these other things. So long story short, if you want to know how the story ended, I remember that it was that losing that money was the best thing that ever happened to me. I remember getting so sick to my stomach that I was like, oh my God, I never want to feel like this again. I never. And I remember there was Russ and then his friend Russ, and then the bookie's name was Sam. And I remember when I got the call from Sam, I was like, oh my God, is Sam gonna kill me? Is he gonna come beat me up? Like it, and I paid Sam back and did what I was supposed to do. And I remember saying, and once I get out of this hole, I'm never gonna go back to that place again. So here's what happened. So you fast forward years later. I had my job at Syracuse, and by this time I'm doing well financially. So thank God I didn't come into my money until I became more mature. Because this is what happens to a lot of NBA and NFL players is they come into a lot of money at an age where they're not mature yet, and many of them don't have strong fathers that are heavily involved in their lives to force them and guide them into making mature decisions because the father has a certain level of male economic consciousness and just male consciousness period that the 21-year-old son just doesn't have. He doesn't, so a lot of these NBA players, I mean, you're 21 years old, you've been poor your whole life, and then suddenly you've got $47 million in your bank account. Well, that's going to make you feel like a god. That's going to make you feel like you can never run out of money. You are the king of every place that you occupy. You can do whatever you want and can't nobody tell you nothing. And then all the people that are in your ear, all the little the little melanin deficient people that suddenly want to be around you because you are who you are, these people will just sort of pump you up with this stuff. They'll encourage you. They sort of push you on because they want your economic consciousness to be low even as your wealth is very high. A person whose wealth is very high, whose economic consciousness is very low because perhaps they're distracted by the booty and the bling and the fame and hanging out with rappers and all that, that person is easily a person that's distracted is easily robbed. So they're robbing you. That's what they do. That's what they do to the athletes. The athletes, they it's like this blur of literally these dopamine hits. You're literally a drug addict to some extent because you've got millions in the bank. You're surrounded by women and fame and distractions, and on top of that, you're also trying to win championships or something, and you're not paying attention to what's really going on around you. And the next thing you know, a bunch of your money's gone. In fact, when I spent a lot of time hanging out with Damon Dash, who helped create Rockefeller Records, I'm convinced that Dame was the brains behind Jay-Z's career, Kanye's career, Rockefeller, all that. He's an interesting guy, and I remember one thing I remember him talking about is that when you get that much money and that much fame and people know who you are, you have to let people know that you're watching because if they think that you're not paying attention, they're going to rob you. He said the nicest person in the world, who seems like the most loyal, friendly person ever, will be literally just siphoning money out of your bank account while you're looking away. And so with Dame, that example really speaks to what happens to a lot of entertainers and athletes. And then if you compound that with a lot of the betting that's happening in sports, and it's growing, it's only growing, right? That you had one athlete that was just banned for life from Major League Baseball, but they didn't even start that investigation until March, and this happened 2 years ago. So if this is what happened 2 years ago, before betting really took off in sports, what do y'all think is going to happen 2 years from now? What do you think they're going to find out that's happening right now? Right now, right now. You got a bunch of high testosterone, 20-something-year-old men with millions of dollars in the bank. That betting culture, that gambling culture is huge in that space. I mean, it's huge. So it's a disaster waiting to happen. A lot of people's lives are going to be ruined. And what happens too is that sometimes when people fall so deep in that economic hole, they like that kid with Robin Hood. He fell so deep in the economic hole, he just killed him. He just took his own life. Because you get to that point of hopelessness. Go back. I want y'all to go and read how many stories there are. One day, if you get bored, go search for all the stories that there are about people doing really drastically horrible things because they've fallen so deeply into debt from betting, from gambling too much. Go look and see. There are men who have killed their entire families. There are, and it's usually men, unfortunately. Women have their own vices. We know these things, right? But most of these stories involve men. Maybe they took their own life because they're thinking, oh, if I'm not here, then everyone will be better off, and they can get the insurance money. Just whatever. And so the point of the matter is basically to say, just be really careful about this stuff. Make sure your sons are just conscious about these things. And then let me just finish off this this part of the discussion with the story that really got me thinking hard about this. So when I was in Syracuse, I got that first job making good money. I went to a car dealer and I was looking for a car, and there was a guy who was driving the car around with me. Um, who was just kind of explaining to me, the car and everything else. And we got to talking, and he was older. He was like maybe 78 years old, and I was 31 at the time. And I remember I just asked him. I said, "So you're going to retire at some point? Like, do you like working? Like, why do you work so much?" And he said, "Well, I had $500,000 in my retirement account." And I said, "Well, what happened?" He said, "It's all at the casino. I lost every penny of it at the casino." And I remember thinking, this is so sad because this old man has to work until he dies because because he blew all his money at the casino. And I remember at that moment thinking, I never want to be in that situation. I never want to be in a situation that is so bad that I can't fix it, or where I'm just so old that it's too hard to start over. It's very depressing to be. So one of the benefits of consciousness, and the reason we do economic consciousness every morning, is if you're conscious, then you can imagine, you can be 35 years old and imagine being 85 and being conscious of that and saying, gosh, I don't want to be here when I'm 85 or when I'm 75 or when I'm 65 or when I'm 55 or 45 or whatever, right? You can think ahead. Most people are not conscious. A lot of 25-year-olds, they think they ain't never gonna get old. Let me know. Give me a guess if you agree with it. If you've noticed this, let me know if you noticed the amount of, if maybe you had some of that, the amount of confidence you have when you're young, that you're never gonna be the old guy. So it makes you laugh whenever old young people make fun of old people, like, oh, you're a boomer, or you don't know nothing, or you washed up, or you're old. It's like, yeah, keep on talking. And then what happens is you get in your 30s and people start calling you sir and ma'am. Right? And then next thing you know, your favorite artist is doing an oldies concert, like old school. We're gonna bring back the old school. Nelly gonna be at the oldies concert, right? And then little things start to happen, and then you wake up in the morning and your knees, your knees ain't bending like Megan Thee Stallion no more. You ain't got it like you used to. You're not what you used to be, or you try to go play basketball like I did, and then my legs would not cooperate. My mind was ready. I'd spent all these years learning how to make the right moves, and I had a great 3-point shot, but my body wasn't cooperating anymore. And the list goes on and on. Like, things just happen. You get older, and what happens is that because we have a society that tends to glorify youth over the wisdom of the elders, like we tend to believe falsely that people in our society only have value when they're young. We look at women and we say, "Oh, your value starts to drop after you're 35 because nobody wants you and you're this," which is nonsense, right? That's absolutely ridiculous. And also, same thing is true with men. I think that the idea that we have a society where that will listen to a 25-year-old rapper more than they listen to a 55-year-old scholar or a 47-year-old mother, that right there tells you why so many stupid mistakes get made. That right there tells you how much knowledge is lost because you don't even listen to the people who can tell you what's coming up down the road. I'm sorry, no disrespect if you're in your 20s. I'm not telling you that you don't know things. I can learn from you too. But Lord Jesus, when I was 25, I didn't know nothing compared to what I know now. And I was pretty damn smart. When I was 25 years old, I had been teaching college students for 3 years. I taught at University of Kentucky and Indiana. I taught math and finance and everything. So I was smarter than 90 something percent of the population at 25 years old. I knew a whole lot of stuff. But when I tell you that a conversation between 52-year-old Boyce and 25-year-old Boyce would literally be a grown man talking to a kid, I'm not playing with you. Like, there's so many things I could tell him that he has no idea of. But he thinks he knows everything. He thinks he's smart. He thinks he's unseen some things because he's smarter than he was when he was 21. Right. So one other element of consciousness is this. Pay attention now. This is important. And again, this is so not everybody can value this, right? Maybe I'm pushing too hard. But I believe that everybody here is intelligent enough to really follow what I'm saying here. One of the first signs of intelligence is very simple to me. Or better yet, one way to show me that you're not very intelligent is when you act like you know everything. When you are the person who knows all the answers, interrupts everybody because you already got it figured out, thinks you know everything, wants to lead every conversation, you do the most talking instead of and not very much listening. That right there tells me that you're not very intelligent and you're not very conscious. That, just to be honest with you, the person who thinks they know the most is usually the person who knows the least, but they don't even know enough to know how little they actually know. A sign of intelligence and consciousness to me, and this is why I always say that this is a platform for intelligent Black people, not because you have to be intelligent, but because I believe that intelligence matters. I believe consciousness matters. I think if you're not woke, and when, to me, woke means aware, looking around, head on a swivel, understanding things, diagnosing it, figuring things out. That's what I'm talking about when I say woke. I ain't talking about, whether you want to use the girls' bathroom. I don't care about gender and all that and who you're sleeping with. I know, to me, woke is like, are you awake? Did you take your no dose, and are you looking around, or are you paying attention? Because a lot of people ain't paying attention. A lot of people are asleep. So that is, so the lack, so a sign of a lack of intelligence and consciousness is when you think you know everything, and unfortunately, a lot of young people get hit with that. The sign of intelligence to me, or one measure, in my opinion, of intelligence and consciousness is when you learn that just how little you actually know. When you have a full understanding that the universe of all the things you don't know is 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times bigger than the universe of what you know. What you know is about this big. And I say this again as a person who went to school from the age of 18 to the age of 30. I'm talking about studying 7, 8 hours a day. I wasn't just in school. I was in the books, studying constantly nonstop. And then I learned 10 times more since I finished my PhD over 22 years ago. So even as a person who's had all this education, I've been to get a billion classes, I know that my universe of knowledge is still like this. And the universe of knowledge of things I don't know is like this. So really, if you ever meet me in person, one thing that you'll probably notice is that I'm just going to be looking at you and listening and taking in any piece of information you can offer, every story you want to tell, because I'm learning from you. Because I don't know, I know a lot, but I don't know your perspective. I don't know your story. I don't know your experience, and I'm seeking to learn from that. And then I will talk if you ask me a question. If you ask me, like, so what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Then yes, I will share things. But I really think that consciousness, to me, again, just me submitting this humbly to you, is really knowing how little you actually know. So if you're a conscious person, then you are conscious and aware of everything that exists outside of yourself. And so if you are a conscious, intelligent young person, I encourage you, just sit back and listen. When grandma starts talking and telling her story about how things were in 1952, listen, because there's gems. There's so many gems that your elders can give you that you're missing because you live in a dumbass society with people that don't respect anything that happened before, like, 1999 or 2010. And what you find, and when you go back, for example, if you study and listen to Black folks that lived before integration, before the civil rights movement, and back when white people were really treacherous and terrible, not all of them, but many of them they were blatantly racist. They actually have skills and value systems and survival mechanisms that you can't even relate to. You're not even at that level. And they could accomplish more with greater opposition than you can accomplish in a society that's supposed to be fair and open and integrated. So I love to listen to I get on the phone with Dr. Claude Anderson, and it's really just him talking and telling me stories about his childhood and the military and things that he's seen. I don't have, what can I really, what can I teach this man? I mean, sure, if he asks me a question, I can share a perspective, but I'm not trying to teach that man. That man's teaching me. So long story short, I think that this is important because there are these landmines, right? So something like sports betting is one of those massive economic landmines that a lot of people are going to miss because nobody's really talking about it. The only time people are going to start talking about it is when it hits a crisis stage. It's like everything else. It's just like, even in the pandemic, everybody knew. Anybody who was worth their weight in fried chicken just knew that during the pandemic we were going to have a problem with inflation. They were like, you're pumping all this money into the economy and we don't even need it. Yeah, of course we're going to have an inflation problem. And they just kept doing it. And so a lot of things that are happening now are things where people were predicting these things. They knew it was going to happen. So really, truth be told, I don't know. I think that what probably happens for sure is also the lack of awareness shows itself in the fact that people don't always have the ability to see down the road. And once you gain that ability to really see down the road and see outside of yourself, you start to see opportunities that didn't exist before. So for example, this is why when we do our economic elevation, financial consciousness exercises, I encourage you to just sit back and meditate and imagine living in the year 2030. It's right around the corner. It's going to happen very, very soon. 2030 is to 2024 what 2018 is to us now. Right? That's what 2030 is to 2024 what 2024 was to 2018. I guarantee you that if I was to go back in time to 2018, nobody in 2018 was thinking about 2024. In the minds of most people, 2024 was this far off, distant land. It was almost like, anybody remember when Prince used to say, I'm gonna party like it's 1999? And you thought about 1999 like it was like way off in the future, like it was never going to arrive. Some of y'all don't know. If some of y'all were born after 1999, but those y'all who are like over the age of say 45, it freaks you out a little bit. It's like, wait a minute, hold on, wait, 1999 was that was the future. That was futuristic. Angela Bassett. Does anybody know this? Remember that movie? Anybody remember that movie Strange Days with Angela Bassett? And she was in the car driving the car. She's like, baby, this is what I do. And it was this futuristic movie. And it literally, the movie took place in the year 1999, and it was futuristic. And it's funny because I think the movie got made in like 1995. And so it's like, that's so weird that they could make a movie in 1995 and talk about the future with all this technology that still don't even exist. And it's only 1999. That's weird to me. That tells me how little how short and shrunk our perspective can be. That can be impressive to us. And then it's really weird when you see stuff from like the movie Back to the Future and they talk about stuff that would exist in the year 2020 and they compare all that. And so time goes by fast, and I think time consciousness is another form of consciousness, period. If you have time consciousness, then you are aware. You don't waste time. People who are conscious of time don't waste time. People who are conscious of money don't waste money. People who are conscious of their health, they don't ruin their health. People who are conscious of their children, don't their children aren't out in the streets getting kidnapped and beaten up and locked up, right? So consciousness is everything. Consciousness matters. So consciousness, in my view, is something you have to practice because I think there's a lot of people who prey on those who are not conscious. They do deliberate things to keep your consciousness low. Entertainment, for example, is designed to minimize your consciousness. You've heard all those stories about the Roman emperors who would entertain people with circuses and circuses and sports and stuff and give them bread. And I forgot what the quote was, but basically they were like, just give them a bunch of sporting events and all kinds of stuff to distract them, and they're not going to be conscious of the other things that are going to happen because part of that means that if your attention is taken over here, then that's where your consciousness lives. It doesn't live in the places where it needs to be. So that's I'm not going to keep going today. That was my thought for today that I wanted to share with you. If you want to join us every morning for economic consciousness training, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, I'm going to be back tonight. We're going to do our Powernomics training. We are reading Dr. Claude Anderson books word for word. And we've been doing this for about 4 or 5 years every Wednesday night. And it's going to be 8:30 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So if you'd like to join us, it's totally free for anybody that wants to join. I just ask that you tell your friends, bring your family if you're happy, if you're getting something of value. And if you want to get a notification when I start tonight, you can get on that text list. Just text the word greatness to 87948. I call this Black Keys to Greatness, which is the name of a life class that we have in the Black Business School that you can have for free as well. So text greatness to 87948. And then last but not least, if you like these consciousness trainings that we do every morning and you want to get all the recordings and everything else in one place and share them with your family, feel free to go to drboycedaily.com. That's drboycedaily.com, and you can take a look at that. And actually, because I just like to do stuff daily because I think that that's how we can form new habits, I also did, I set up a new podcast on Spotify called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So I know some of you want to go deeper into other areas like what's happening in the stock market, stuff like that. So Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market is also on Spotify, and you can feel free to look that up, and I'll give you daily updates on that kind of stuff. So we're doing a lot of cool stuff over here in the Black Business School because our goal is to elevate, in economic elevation. That's the goal. I believe that we can do this. I believe that we have everything we need. I don't go around looking for white people to help me do anything. No disrespect to white people. I don't hate them at all. But I just don't. I don't need y'all. I don't need nobody except all we need is each other. That's what we need, and that's what you need. You need yourself. You need your family. You need God, maybe if that's part of your repertoire, and you get those things going on. You ain't got to worry about what Massa thinking. Massa ain't got no power over you unless you give it to him. So y'all have a good day. God bless you, and I look forward to seeing you all tonight at 8:30. And if you can't make tonight, then I'll see you tomorrow morning. So. Know what the average new car note is? Does anybody know what that is? The average new car note is $730, $730, right? So, and by the way, some of you are saying you can't hear me. Give me a yes if you can hear me. Give me a quick yes. Let me know you can hear me okay, because I'm kind of worried now. Somebody said they can't hear me. I want to make sure I'm coming through all right. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me all right, because I want to make sure my audio's good. I don't know what's going on with that. All right, so okay, so I see some yeses. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, awesome. That's perfect. I was really worried. I kept seeing people say I can't hear and stuff like that. So I was just checking to make sure it was okay. All right. So here's where so let's start here with this. Um so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of give you the end of the story before I give you the middle and the beginning. The end of the story is that the economy is shifting in ways that I would define to be fundamentally unhealthy. uh, in ways that I would find to be almost a little bit scary, a little bit nerve wracking, and also in ways that I find to be a little bit unfortunate and unnerving because they were unnecessary. So there's a lot of uns. So I'm gonna be a big onion on that. There's a lot of uns, unnecessary, unfortunate, unnerving, all these things. And the thing is that it's critically important. Financial consciousness and financial awareness is very important in this environment because because what awareness does, what consciousness gives you an opportunity to do, is it gives you an opportunity to shift your habits. You see, if you're not conscious, then what you do is you lean on your subconscious mind. You lean on what's already there. You just do things the way they've always been done. And I'm just going to tell you, I think in this economy, that's a very dangerous way to think about money and economics. I think that's a very dangerous way to view the world because the world is changing, and as the world is changing, you have to change with it. And so this is one of the reasons why I really think that all intelligent people, and you know, and I say intelligent black people, in serious black people that I want to bring into this platform, but some of you are not black, and that's okay too. You can learn from us as well, but you really have to shift how you approach things. Okay, so let me. So here's the deal. So according to this study, and actually, you know what? I gave you guys the link to join the stock market class on Tuesday, right? Okay, so here's what I wanted to mention. When you come and you learn how to invest, one of the best things you can do, in my opinion, is to bring your family. And the reason I say that is because journeys are easier when you're traveling in a group, right? Like if I want to go climb Mount Everest, especially if I've never done it before, I should probably bring other people with me. If I was on a slave plantation in 1688 and I'm trying to escape to the north, I should not try to just go by myself, right? I should bring other people with me. When you're trying to form a new habit or break out of the prison of your old way of thinking, well, then accountability groups are really helpful too. There are studies that show that if you want to lose weight, for example, just get a cohort of people that want to do the same thing, and you'll start losing weight because you'll have peer pressure working in your favor as opposed to against you. Everybody's affected by peer pressure. So part of the reason that on Tuesday when we do our first share stock training, and again, it's really stock market for beginners. So if you consider yourself a beginner, then this is for you. And if you don't have the link, if you don't see the link, just text the word stock to 87948, and I'll send you the link. And I can make sure you get a copy of the link to join. So text the word stock to 87948. I'm going to send that link out again one more time, probably tomorrow. So bring your family. Again, it's $99. It's gonna change your life. You can bring all your kids. You can bring your parents. You can bring your spouse. You can bring your cousin. You can bring your whole church. You can have 200 members in your church, and all of y'all share one $99 payment, and you can educate the whole church. And then next thing you know, the whole church will be operating on a higher frequency. And so this is the guarantee. This is the guarantee that I can give you, is that hanging out with us in the Black Business School will elevate your economic consciousness. Hanging out with me, I will have you understanding economics in a very different way and seeing things differently. A lot of you already know this, but some of you are new. So that's part of the reason why I would repeat this, just to make sure you understand that this is not hocus pocus. All right. So let's hop into this conversation here. So again, the event is Tuesday at noon. And if you can't make the live event, you can still get the recording. It's yours for life, and you can share it and all this other stuff. All right. So here's what I wanted to also dig into is not just what's going on, but I want to dig into why it's happening this way. Like I want to look at, when we talk about this what I consider to be almost like a type of economic danger, because this is driven from the top. There are people that are at the top that can pull the levers on the economy. There are people at the top who can do things almost like the Wizard of Oz and cast a spell on the economy and make the economy go left, make it go right, make it go up, make it go down. These financial, so-called financial wizards, that's what they claim to be. They're able to sort of manipulate things in a certain way, and sometimes they do it right, sometimes they do it wrong. And the number one Wizard of Oz in this economy is the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell has an enormous amount of power. I know people like Jay Powell. I went to school with people like him. You go through your PhD program and you hear, well, so and so just got hired at the New York Fed, or so and so just got hired at the Denver Fed, right? And you would just sort of see this as you're going through grad school. Like I could have ended up working at the Fed. The difference was that people that worked at the Fed actually were like the lower tier graduates. So if you were lower tier, you went to work at some place like the Fed. If you were higher tier, you got a university position, right? So but the chairman of the Fed is pretty much like kind of like one of the economic kings. These are the people that are really well trained, really good at what they do. So I have a lot of respect for these people. But the problem is that sometimes they just get it wrong. And also the challenge that, and this is a bias that I want you to understand, is that they come from very elite spaces, like Lawrence Summers, who is a guy from Harvard University, who he was a president at Harvard, and he's a smart guy. And I remember reading a lot of his research papers when I was in graduate school. He's very good at what he does, but he also comes from a very elite background. I think his uncle won the Nobel Prize, and there's kind of this thing where they tend to see the world through the eyes of rich white men. That's my point. That's what I'm getting at. In the field of finance, one of the reasons why it was so difficult to finish my doctorate, I was the only African American on the planet, male or female, to get a doctorate in finance that year in 2002. It was difficult because it was a white man's game. It just was, and so these biases that we all know about, right? We all know that white people and black people see the world differently. Give me a yes if you agree. I think things like the OJ trial showed me, or showed all of us, that whites and blacks don't see the world the same. We just don't. If you look at the OJ trial and they ask black people, is he guilty or did he do it? 76% of black people said no, and then 76% of white people said yes. It was something crazy like that. So we see the world differently, right? And so as a result, and then there's not only the racial difference, there's the economic difference, right? So you're not just talking about white versus black, you're talking about rich and white versus everybody else. And wealthy white males just tend to have an enormous amount of control and power in the economy. And sometimes that can be accompanied with a certain kind of arrogance and perhaps a lack of empathy for those who are not in that category. So when they're making policy decisions, I want you to understand the lens through which the people making these important policy decisions are looking at the world. They're not looking at the world through the eyes of a poor black woman. They're just not. They can't see that. Um, they're not thinking in that particular light, and they're not seeing what you and I might see, in the experience that we had, right? So here's my point. Here's where I'm getting at with this. Okay, so now that you know the lens through which they see the world, that'll help you understand the policies that were put in place. So here's the deal with some of the policy. This issue with car notes being really high, and I started off mentioning that to you, that the average car note in America for a new car is $730. It was not like that before the pandemic. Before the pandemic, let me see. I did some research here. I got some data. Um, let's see here. Before 2019, car payments were much lower. In 2018, the average Americans paid 554 on new vehicle leases. So that number's gone up to 730. After 2019, there's been a notable rise in average car payments. This increase is attributed to several factors, including higher vehicle prices and increased interest rates, which have escalated financing costs. In 2023, in the third quarter of 2023, the average monthly payment for new cars was 736, which is a 4.5% increase from the previous year and a substantial 32% increase from 2019. The rise is also reflected in the share of $1,000 plus monthly car notes. So there is a large percentage of people that are paying more than $1,000 per month on their car. Some of you may know people who are doing that. Some of you may be in this room. About 17.5% of all Americans are paying more than $1,000 a month on their car. Now, if you want to understand how much money that is, and I'm not judging you. I'm okay with you driving your Bentley and stuff, or your Benz. Like, keep driving it. I'm happy for you. But let me try to help you understand what happens if you are in the category of those who might spend that much money on a car note, and you don't also put that same amount of money, say, in your investment account, stuff like that. Well, remember the $5 a day plan, which is the wealth plan that every family can apply to make sure your children never have financial problems for their entire life. The $5 a day plan is $150 a month. And off that $5 a day plan, on average, again, you can't predict the future, but on average, and we've talked about these numbers, at the age of 10, your kid has $29,000 liquid. That puts them ahead of most Americans. Most Americans don't have $29,000 liquid. At the age of 20, they've got about 102K liquid, which puts them into elite status. Most white people don't have that much money, at least most white 20-year-olds. And then by age 30, they're about 245 or $250,000 liquid. And then by the age of 40, you're talking about $750,000 liquid, right? So this is a simple, straightforward process. Again, blackwealthmasterplan.com is where you can find the $5 a day plan. This is what we offer in the Black Business School, so that you can join for free, or you can get access to that for free. All right. Remember though, the Cardinal example that we just gave is not 150 a month; it's $1,000 a month, right? So you're talking about a number that's about 7 times greater, right? So take these numbers and multiply them by 7, and this is what you would have if you took that same amount of money and instead of putting it toward the car, or in addition to putting it toward the car, you put it toward the future of your children or the future of your family. So that number, so that 29K, if you multiply that by 7, you get 210K. So after 10 years, your kid has $210,000 instead of 102. You're looking at about 700K. Let's roughly, ballpark, give or take a few thousand, right? So your kid's 20 years old, they got $700,000 instead of $250,000. You're looking at what's a $250,000? Let me see, $250,000 times 8, it gets us almost to 2 million. So let's say about, I don't know, let's be conservative, about 1.6 million at the age of 30. And then instead of $750,000, you multiply that number by 7, you get about $5 million roughly. Let's say roughly 5 million, more like 4.7, 4.8. So here's what I'm saying. Here's where I want to get to. Okay, I'm gonna pause and I want you to hear. Um, so here's what I want you to get. If you are in that category of people that maybe spends $1,000 a month on a car note, you're building a tremendous amount of generational wealth for somebody else. You're literally making somebody else's child a multi millionaire. If you're so again, it's not the $1,000 car note that is the issue. It is the fact that the $1,000 car note sometimes is acquired without an equivalent investment in um yourself, right? Do you follow what I'm saying? Give me a yes if you're following what I'm saying. Okay, it's not to say that there's anything wrong with spending. You could have a $2,000 car note if you want to, but it's like eating your ice cream before you eat your vegetables. It's doing the unfortunate things or the unnecessary things before you do the necessary things. Do you understand? And so if you look at this, so the next time you see somebody driving down the street in a Hellcat, or or some car that costs an insane amount of money, I think the question would become, are you equally the same amount of diligence that it took, and the amount of discipline and commitment and sense of urgency that it took to get that Hellcat? Did you have that same amount of discipline and urgency when it came to investing for your future and the future of your kids? So do we understand this? Give me a yes if you're following. I want to make sure it's clear. I'm not saying that Dr. Boyce is going to shame you if he sees you in a nice car. Okay, let me know if you get this. I'm not saying that I'm gonna look you up and down when you get out of your Bentley or your Mercedes. I hope you understand that. I'm not doing that to you. I'm not one of those people. I'm not a person who's gonna slap the Starbucks coffee out of your hand because you spent $7 on the latte. I'm not saying that at all. Get your damn $7 latte. They're good. It's okay. I do it too. What I'm saying is handle your business. That's it. Stand on your business. And I can tell you, it's a process for everybody. We're all breaking out of this culture. We're all affected by slave culture. All of us are affected by bad habits that somebody else gave us. I still fight them all the time, every day. Every year, if you've been on this platform, you'll notice that I evolve in terms of how I approach things every single year, because I'm fighting my slave habits. I'm trying to stand on business. I'm trying to cut out BS and nonsense. Okay. And so for example, in this space, when people come in and say crazy, weird things, or bring in immaturity from the internet, I instantly block them, like they get blocked from life. Like, I push them. I push them out. I say, you got to go. I don't even, sometimes I don't even announce it. I just delete them. I just ban them because it's okay. This isn't for you. We don't have time for this. We're trying to move forward. We're trying to learn. We're trying to grow. Okay. So with that being said, let me read a little bit more about what's going on with the car notes. And also, just a reminder, I'm going to be in Philadelphia. Jay Ortiz is hosting the Get Money Fest on the 18th. And it's really great for independent business people that want to figure out how to generate income from what they're doing or how to build wealth from the work that they're doing. And so if you are in that category, then feel free to come. It's kind of a fun event. They're going to do music and art and everything else, but also they're having financial panels. So that's going to be May 18th. The URL is getmoneyfest.com. I think he's giving away some free tickets. So if you want to, just go to the site, getmoneyfest.com, and join us in Philadelphia on the 18th. Feel free. I'll be there. All right. So let me read more about this issue with car notes. Okay, so it says here that there's basically an affordability crisis when it comes to cars. They said that effectively a car of say $25,000 is considered to be kind of a unicorn. It's extremely rare. That most cars cost much much more. The Chinese are coming in actually and really stomping the electric vehicle market because they're actually offering cars that are as low as $10,000 or something. And in fact, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen went to China to basically tell them like stop dumping your cars on our market because you're going to drive our companies out of business. And that's interesting in terms of protecting your economy. This is something that the black community doesn't do very often. It's they don't really we don't really protect our economies, right? Like, so the way you have people that come from other communities that set up shop in black neighborhoods and end up just making all the money, from the black community there. They'll come from some other country and set up a corner store or a gas station, and we just buy from them and don't think about who we're giving our money to. The U.S. government does not do that. They protect their businesses pretty diligently. So when they saw the Chinese companies coming in and pretty much killing U.S. EV companies by dumping supply onto the market at really low costs, she just went over there and said, "Stop it, cut it out, right? Or we're going to put tariffs on your products and make them more expensive so people can't buy your stuff." So anyway, long story short, this sort of protectionism is something that I think we should consider in terms of defending black dollars in the same way, right? Because basically, with cars, let's circle back to the car note issue. So with cars, basically, what's been going on is that for American cars and for most of the cars that are out here that are not EVs, the car notes have just been going up, up, up. A lot of it has to do with higher interest rates. Also, the increase in the money supply from the Fed that caused a lot of problems. And these inflationary issues are not going away. Your big danger in the economy right now is something called stagflation. Stagflation is where you have both a slowing economy and high inflation, where the economy's slowing down and inflation's high. So what happened was the pandemic occurred, and they were worried about the economy slowing down. What's crazy is that it never slowed down, not one bit. But they were worried about it slowing down, so they started to inject cash into the economy. Well, when you inject cash into the economy, what happens is that you're stimulating the economy, but you're also creating an inflationary issue that you have to deal with. So that's why you saw inflation get super, super high. That's why you started seeing all these things, doubling in price and all this other crazy stuff like auto insurance for whatever reason is insanely high. And they didn't have to do any of that. They really could have not done a single thing to the economy and everything would have been fine. But they didn't really know that at the time. But even when they did know that, they were so hesitant to adjust course that they just didn't do anything. Because also, if you remember, a lot of you that were buying stocks in around 2020 at the start of the pandemic, you were making money hand over fist. Anybody remember that? Anybody remember stocks going up 30-40% in a day or prices doubling in a week? Anybody remember that? Like how much money people were? I mean, I don't know if y'all remember, but I remember specifically I was sitting right in front of you talking to you every day like I'm doing right now. And I remember saying like, okay, it should take on average 12 to 14 months for the bear market to end because the market had just crashed right at the start of the pandemic. And I was stunned. I was shocked because it didn't take 14 months. It took about 3 weeks. And so during that time, you would be able to buy a stock for $100 and have that stock be worth 250, a month later, which was unprecedented. It was crazy. So basically, the economy wasn't doing bad. The market wasn't doing bad, but they kept pumping all this money into the economy, just pump, 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 and they were doing it in a very sloppy way. And again, because the policymakers are a bunch of rich white guys who are not in touch with the average American, their friends were the ones who were getting really rich from this. If you ran a business that was adjusted for the pandemic and prepared to deal with the pandemic, you made a ton of money. It was never easier to get loans for your business. A lot of businesses were getting major grants. Harvard University said that they just randomly put a check for $15 million in their bank account, and they were like, "We didn't even ask for the money. We sent the money back." We're like, "Why are you giving us money? We don't need money. We're Harvard. We have a $50 billion endowment." But that's how they were making it rain on their friends, which really goes back to something I remember hearing Rahm Emanuel say in Chicago, where he said, "If you're a good politician, you never waste a good crisis." So they see crisis scenarios as opportunities to get paid because then government funds just get released. My wife and I own stock in Moderna, one of the companies that made one of the jabs. You know what I'm talking about. And that company stock went up, I want to say 600-700% during the pandemic because they were making more money than they'd ever made before. So this is what happened. So the aftermath of this is multifold. One, government debt is $35 trillion. It grows by about $1 trillion every 3 months, so it's probably 36 or 37 trillion by now. So it goes every 3 months. It grows by about $1 trillion. So at least per year. So in the next, say, 5 years, it's not going to be 36, 37 trillion. It's going to be more like 52, 53 trillion. It's not going to slow down. Number two, when you look at inflation, a lot of you have noticed the prices of everything going up. It's gotten kind of crazy. That's a big deal. Number three, the gap between the rich and the poor has really continued to stretch because if you notice in the pandemic, what you saw was feast or famine. You saw businesses that were doing better than they'd ever done, and then you saw businesses that were just dying. If you go to a lot of downtowns and people that own restaurants and stuff like that, or people who didn't have their books together where they could go in and get some of these PPP loans, these businesses died. These businesses are gone. They're never coming back. And so that was another shift in the economy. And then AI is going to further increase that gap, right? So here's where I want to kind of get to. The car note is kind of a symptom of a bigger issue. Do you understand? The whole idea of car notes being insanely high and the average American only being able to afford a $400 car note, that's just one of about 50 things happening that I could describe to you that would explain the shift in this economy. Workers' wages did not go up even as inflation went up. So here's what I want to kind of leave you with in terms of actionable steps and understanding. Number one, everybody has to invest, period. Everyone should be investing in the stock market, period. Most of this time during the pandemic, where all these gaps were occurring, all these issues were occurring, the stock market's been going up, up, up. It hasn't stopped. Real estate's been going up, up, up. So over time, if you can be a property owner, everybody should be a property owner. The only thing stronger than inflation is something they call asset inflation. Asset inflation is the rate of growth in the value of financial assets, including things like real estate, stocks, bonds, crypto, and all that stuff. So asset inflation has been insanely high. So all the rich guys have been getting richer during this whole period. They're not struggling at all. The other kinds of inflation that have been pretty strong are things like the cost of healthcare and the cost of college tuition. All these institutions are able to take advantage of these sort of distorted perspectives when it comes to how the economy is being run. And the distortion is unfortunate because what happens is they tend to overfeed some sections of the economy and then they starve out others. And so I don't want you to be in the section where you're being starved out. I want you to go to the section where the money's at. So this is one of the reasons why I say to you that if you're a person that wants to get the fancy car and have the big car note, just make sure you put the same amount of money in the stock market on a consistent basis. Also, the other mistake I don't want you to make is I don't want you to be short-sighted. I have had people that have said to me, when we did the stock option summit, there was a person who said, "Yeah, I bought 5 stocks last year and they've been doing really bad and they really dropped and I'm thinking about switching and everything else." And I said, I'm not going to tell you what to buy and not to buy, because I don't give investing advice. You guys know this, right? You do understand this is not investing advice, right? I have to explain that. Like, for example, when there's a black owned business like the Tulsa Fund or something and it doesn't do well, I say, look, I support these businesses. When I see them, I say, hey, so go take a look at it. It's a black owned business, but that's not my business. I don't know what these people are doing exactly, but I do know that they're black, and I do think that you should give them a try if you are interested, but you have to do your due diligence. Okay, so I want to make that clear. I'd like to get a yes from you to know that this is not an investment advice platform. Okay, do we understand this? All right, but what I do say to them is I said, you got to understand stock market investing is not a 1 week, 2 week, 6 month, 1 year process. It's not. You can't evaluate an investment based on what you see after 9 months. You can't do that. That's not going to give you the information that you need. You Most investments, like, so for example, when I give you profit alerts, or when we do things in the Black Business School, like in the Black Stock Market Program, I have a list of what I call what Dr. Boyce is buying. Well, these are companies that you have to hold them at least 5 to 10 years to really know what they're actually going to do. And generally speaking, when you invest, you have to have investor vision. Investor vision is a little bit different from what you see in society. In society, you have a lot of instant gratification. You have a lot of people that sort of they think that if I buy something today, I'm going to have money to next week. No, you may have to watch the value drop a little bit. You have to, but if you've done your due diligence and you believe in the company, then that's one of the companies you own. But then the other aspect of investing that people often forget is that you're supposed to be invested in multiple spaces. If you're ever invested in a way where one bad investment can ruin you, that means you did not properly invest. You should never be invested in such a way where one company going bad just ruins everything for you. If that's how you feel, if you say, "Gosh, Tesla went down and I lost everything," or I'm poor, I'm broke now because Tesla's struggling, that means you didn't invest properly. You shouldn't have 60% of your money in Tesla. And a lot of people will do that, and they think, "Oh, I'm invested. I'm invested." It's like, yeah, you're invested, but not in a healthy way. That's not healthy investing. Putting money out there into something, hoping that the value goes up, is not the same as investing. That's what that because you could go to the casino and say, I put all my money on black at the roulette wheel, and I'm investing now. No, you're not investing. You're gambling. That's called gambling. And so ultimately, what I would say to you is, just invest safely. But everybody has to invest. It's not. I mean, again, well, how about this? I was going to say it's not optional now, but I guess it always is. The problem is that the consequences of not participating in the economy in that way are bigger than they've ever been. So I would argue this, given that in the Black Business School, our Black Core of Three is really simple. We believe Black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support Black owned businesses. Uh, Given that you're educating your own children, even when they come home from school, I'm not saying don't send them to school. I'm saying educate our own children. So when you're educating your own children, I think investing should probably be the first thing that you teach them, but then really remember what you're doing is you're teaching them to manage assets that you're going to help them build. We have a model. It's the KID model. This is a model that would remove all poverty in the Black community if everybody listened. The only reason it won't do it is because everybody ain't gonna listen. People will listen to rappers and basketball players and ignorant people on the internet before they listen to a finance professor, because there are simply people out here who have no respect for scholars. They literally will listen to a rapper with 12 babies mamas before they'll listen to somebody like me. I don't know why. Maybe they hated school. Maybe professors scared them. I have no idea, but I don't talk to those people. I don't have any. If they listen, I'll talk. But if they don't want to listen, that's fine. Go listen to your favorite rapper and see what he can tell you about finance. Right? Good luck to that. But what I'm saying to you is that the solutions are there. The solutions are there. The solutions are clear. It's not complicated, people. This is not complicated. It's very, very, very simple. So when I see this study that says, okay, the average half of American families can only afford a $400 car note. The average new car note is $730. Well, number one, I'm gonna say this when it comes to cars. My wife and I never buy new cars. We never buy new cars. We buy cars that are 3 years old, by the way, in case you're wondering what we do with our money. We could probably afford a new car, but then I also think, well, that extra $200 or $300 in the car note, I could probably do something else with that money. I could buy stock with that money. That's what I do with extra money. I buy stock and stuff like that. The other thing is that when you're talking about the impact that investing has on your life, and let's talk specifically about your kids and grandkids, what that does is that if you do those basic things now and you're consistent with it, but you have to be consistent over like a 20-year period. I'm not talking about like 8 months or 3 years or I got a 15-year-old and I invested it for him for 3 years. That can help for sure. That's going to make a difference. But where compound interest really kicks in and accelerates is once you get past a certain critical mass and the momentum, you get this thing called almost like a type of financial momentum that develops after a few years, where then you really start to see the results. In a way, you could think of it like, mathematically speaking, the way investments grow is like, if you're pushing. Imagine if you're pushing your car, right? If you're pushing your car and you're trying to get it, over off of a hill. At first, it's really really hard to push that car. It's extremely difficult to push that car, but eventually you keep pushing, and it moves faster and faster, and then as you get over the hill, suddenly gravity takes over, and once gravity takes over, the car is flying down the hill and you can't even stop the car. It's growing that fast. That's called convexity. Convexity is what makes that's what makes stock prices rise. That's what makes compound interest accelerate wealth. That's what makes people so insanely wealthy that you're sitting there wondering, like, how in the hell did they get that much money? Well, because if you look mathematically, this is all I see things in mathematical terms. Mathematically, what you're doing, if you're working and you're trying to make money as a laborer and you're trading hours of your life for dollar bills, you're doing what is called a linear wealth plan, right? Linear means that it's like a straight line, right? Linear is like if I'm driving a car and I'm driving 50 miles an hour and I say, okay, after I drive 10 hours, I'm gonna drive 500 miles. After 100 hours, I'll drive 5,000 miles. That's what linearity is. Linearity is not as powerful as convexity. Convexity would say, okay, the first 10 miles, I'm going to go 50 miles an hour. But the next 10 miles, I'll go 55. The next 10 miles, I'll go 60. Then I'll go 70. Then I'll go 80. Then I'll go 90. And the longer I drive, do you understand? Let me know if you're following this. The longer I drive, the faster I go, right? So after I've been driving for, 30 hours, I'm going 800 miles an hour. That's what money does. That's how money grows. So when you don't even get onto the financial highway of America, when you just sit on the sidelines, or you just, are working your way to wealth and not or trying to save your way to wealth, you're really missing out on all that convexity, because you traded in convexity for linearity. You've traded mathematical power for something that really is heavily dependent on your power. It's like if compare pushing that car down the hill and how fast that car's going. Imagine if instead I was just pedaling a bike and I'm on a flat surface. If I don't pedal, that bike doesn't move. There's no point where I can just stop pedaling and the bike will take over. But whereas if I was going down a hill on that bike, then might pedal really hard in the beginning, but then I don't have to pedal anymore because the bike is flying on its own momentum. That's how money's supposed to go. There we go. Parabolic, Marcus. That's another great term. Convexity, parabolic. It's all in the same family of mathematics. It's all basically these. Remember those equations that look like that? Like that's how money goes. Money just it stays pretty flat, then it goes right? And that's what you want. Whereas your wages is it kind of looks like that, and that linear thing is hard. It's really hard. It's not even is it hard, but it's just almost impossible. Actually, it's very impossible. It's quite impossible to, if you look at that example with the car. If I'm driving 50 miles an hour consistently, it's very hard for me to keep up with you if you're driving 5 miles an hour faster every 10 hours. In fact, it's impossible for me to keep up with you. And the crazy part is that even if I start before you and I leave 3 hours ahead of you, it doesn't take you that long to catch up with me, and then once you catch up with me, you'll pass me and leave me behind, right? So the wealth problem in the Black community, the racial wealth gap, it isn't just about the fact that other people have more money than us. It's the fact that their money is growing faster than our money. So the gap is getting wider. Do you understand? So the gap's not shrinking. A lot of people think that that the gap is shrinking because time has passed. Like, well, we were driving at a certain pace before, and now we're not driving at that pace anymore. Or better yet, we were driving at that pace before, and we've been driving for 12 hours. So because we've been driving for 12 hours, of course we're closer than the other person. But if you're driving a Toyota and they're driving a race car, and the race car is going faster every hour, you're not catching up with them. You're actually getting further behind. And then here's the other crazy part. Not only are we driving slower than wealth builders if we do things the old fashioned way, but some people are actually driving backward. So imagine if you're literally driving backward, and you really think that because you've been driving backward for a really long time that you're going to catch up in the race. No, there is no rule of economic physics that says you should catch up in the race just because you've been racing for a really long time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Right? So I really want you to understand the nature of the gap and how to kind of process this, and simple habits that you can adjust that are going to fix this, and then also cultural adjustments that can be made in your family that will make sure that your kids don't get caught up in the mess. Right? I don't want these stories about the struggles of American people to necessarily be your child's story, right? Some of us are going through that story now. Some of us see it, right? So I'm not, if you're in that category, I'm not making fun of you. I applaud you for being committed to making the adjustments that you need to make. I applaud that 100%. We all start somewhere. We all do, right? But then it's kind of like, okay, so what does this look like, 15, 20 years from now? Right? What does this look like, in the future? What does this look like um, what does this look like when my kids are 35-year-olds? I think that that's something that's very much in our control, and I want you to kind of think about that. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and finish up for today. But what I want to mention really quickly is that if you want to copy my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. Also at drboycebooks.com, I don't know if you guys know, but we have a really cool Black Wealth apparel section where you can actually take a look at some of the cool T-shirts and stuff like that we have. If you are into the whole Black Wealth thing, I kind of think Wealth needs to be the new black. And so we've got cool shirts like Generational Wealth and Millionaire Loading and stuff like that. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and see if you see anything that reflects your style or something that might be of interest to you. And also we have if you want something to help you with your investing, on Tuesday we are going to do an event. I'm calling it First Share of Stock, but actually, even if it's not your first share of stock, if you are a beginner with investing, this will be for you. Now, members of the Black Stock Market Program get in free. So if you'd like to just try the Black Stock Market Program for $1, you can visit theblackstockmarketprogram.com. That's theblackstockmarketprogram.com. Also, if you text the word stock to 87948, I will send you a link to join us on Tuesday. All right. So let's see here. Someone says, how long does a charge take? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what that question is. So I apologize for not understanding what you mean by that. But anyway, I hope you guys have a great day. And actually, did you guys have any questions really quick before we bounce up? If you have a couple of questions, let's do 5 questions before we go, because we don't normally do questions in our financial consciousness training. Make sure you're on the text list so you can get notified when we meet up. You can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll invite you in. But serious people only. Like, just don't come in here messing with people and stuff, because I don't like that type of thing. All right. So okay, so I don't see any questions for today. So maybe save some for next time. Oh, what's the name of the stock you gave on Friday? You know what? Let me put the question in the Q&A section. Oh, you did have a question. You did put a question there. All right. So let me see. Let me find a stock for you guys real quick, because someone asked for a stock. So let me see here. We have something in the Black Stock Market Program called What Dr. Boyce is Buying. And so what I'm going to do today is I'll put together a list of 5 stocks that I like. and I'll text that out to you guys when it's ready. All right, so let me see here. As I answer your question, I'll let this open up while I answer your questions. Let's see. Sharon says, "Hey Doc, will there be a recording on how to buy your first share of stock? I can't watch it live." Yes. When you sign up and join us on Tuesday, you don't have to be there. If you're not there, the recording is yours for life. You can share that with your family, and it's yours. I mean, it's just like buying a book or something, and you can share that with anybody in your family that you that is interested in learning this kind of thing. Oh, there we go. That's the ticker. It was Viking Therapeutics. The ticker symbol is VKTX. VKTX. So I bought Viking Therapeutics. Again, not investing advice. This is just what I did. All right, Daryl says to bring family to the beginning of stock class. Will we need to be in the same room, or can we share the link after the purchase? Go ahead and share the link. That's fine. As long as we live on the honor system in the Black Business School, so I assume you'll be honorable and respect the platform. But yeah, if you want to share it with your cousin or something like that, bring them on in. Derek says, right now I only own stocks, but I plan to own real estate. Should I set up a trust instead of an LLC? I think either one of them could work. I would really. That's more of a question for like an attorney, I guess, in terms of which one would be better for what you're trying to do. But both of them are vehicles that can actually give you certain protections. LLCs give you that limited liability, of course, and then a trust also is like an entity that has certain rights and privileges and rules and things like that. So I think both of them could accomplish that same goal. Like both of those things could own assets. Let's see, Antoinette. Good morning, Dr. Boyce. I have a rollover IRA. Can I sell options with that money? I know people that do. So you might have to talk to the people that manage that IRA for you, and that can give you more insight into that. Dominique says, I would like to speak to an actual person to ask more questions about the courses. Yes. You can. I sent an email with my phone number. Could you give me a phone number? We don't have a phone number you can call with the Black Business School, Dominique, just because we're a small business, and now when we get more support from the community, we can hire people to do a lot more stuff. But we have to operate on a shoestring budget. But we do have a support team that is available 24 hours a day. And if you send an email, they will respond to you within 24 hours. And if you ask them to call you, then there can be someone that can reach out and make a phone call. We just ask that you be respectful of their time, just because they have a lot of work that they have to do. But anyway, the email address is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Yeah, thank you, Tracy, for saying that. Yeah, they do respond. Yeah. They're on it. They're on it. We have support team meetings every week, and I want to make sure that they do what we're seeking to do as an institution. How do I gift a stock to someone? If you Google that, there is a company that allows you to gift stocks to other people. Also, your brokerage, if whatever brokerage you're with, maybe reach out to their support and just say, I want to give the stock to someone else. And different companies will have a different procedure for that. Eric, what are your thoughts on investing in lithium? I think lithium is okay. I have no problem with that. I invested a lot recently in uranium and copper. URA is one ticker symbol of a uranium ETF that I just bought, because nuclear power is going to be in high demand in the future. Kathy, I'm new and not sure how to start. Okay, start with try blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's free. That's the $5 a day plan, blackwealthmasterplan.com. Also, if you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, theblackbusinessschool.com, you'll get things from us where we'll invite you into things. Some things are free, some things we can't do for free, but we do have a lot of free stuff as well if your budget's tight. So don't ever think that you can't participate in the Black Business School if the budget's tight. We have something for everybody. But things like the Prime program, which is very effective, by the way, it's been very extremely effective for those that have a little bit of capital to invest for themselves and are looking to make extra income. Like, that's really been extremely successful. So if you want to take a look at the Prime program, just go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. And it's where I basically show my students what I'm doing when it comes to making my money selling stock options. That's where I make most of my money, selling stock options. You mentioned the KID method. What is that? The KID method is for our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program, which is our Black Business School for children. The KID method stands for knowledge, investment, and discipline. Knowledge, investment, and discipline. This is a model that I thought about when I was on the faculty at Syracuse University, where I was sitting there and I was thinking about all my students and how I was sitting here and I was teaching all these kids from wealthy families, white families, Asian families, Jewish families, and a lot of them are going to Wall Street and making all this money. And the truth is, a lot of them weren't that smart. They weren't any smarter than a lot of our kids. And I remember thinking to myself, what if we taught this to our people, right? That's where I kind of came with thoughts about having things like the Black Business School and the Black Wealth Boot Camp. And I said, how do I do that? And I was thinking, okay, maybe the internet can help me do that. But then I said, well, I'm not really a person that buys into things like equality. Equality is not a big deal for me. I'm not trying to be equal to anything. Like, what are you trying to be equal to? Like, I'm not a better man because I become equal to a white man. Maybe I'm supposed to be the leader. Maybe I have something that he doesn't have, right? We don't think about that, right? So equality doesn't matter to me as much as winning. I like to win. I like to succeed. I like to get on top of things. So my approach was, I said, okay, what if we trained our kids on economics at the same level that we train them on basketball, football, and rapping, right? We're the best basketball players, best rappers, best twerkers, best football. Like we're great at sports. And the reason we're great at these things is because they're part of our culture. They're things that you're taught and introduced to at an early age, right? So that's what led me to say, okay, let's create something where we're going to make a 20-year plan for these kids so that they aren't out here struggling. They're ready. They're prepared to kick butt, take names, all that. So that's where the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program came from, and that's where we train kids on real estate, stock market ownership, entrepreneurship, crypto, everything else. There are little certification exams. They can get a little degree, like almost like a little baby bachelor's degree, they can put on their wall, so that it boosts their self-esteem. It also it's not hard for me to make an 8-year-old, or to train an 8-year-old to know more about finances than most college educated adults. Not most adults. Most adults in America are not that financially literate. I'm talking about most college educated adults. I'm talking about adults that have master's degrees. So the KID model is one of the proprietary models that this is trademarked. I have a trademark attorney named Takora who protects us from all this stuff. And it's a trademark model based on what it takes to make a kid ready economically to be very successful. So the K stands for knowledge. You give your child knowledge. You make sure they have training and special skills at an early age. Investment means you're giving them capital to work with, right? It doesn't. It stinks to be good at something and have nothing to work with. If you, I don't know, it's like I would be a great husband, but I have nobody. No, I don't have a wife, or I'm a great driver, but I don't have a car. That's what it feels like to be smart when it comes to economics and not have any money to practice with, right? So you give them the economics, because if you don't, what'll happen is that somebody else is going to suck them into corporate slavery and use their skill for their purposes and their benefit. They're going to say, I've got capital, I've got a business, come work for me and manage my capital and make my family wealthy with all the genius that you have. And that's what happens to our best and brightest, is they get sucked into other people's institutions and other people's agendas and other people's purposes, instead of pursuing the purpose that they should have for themselves. So investment's important, and then discipline. Discipline is extremely important, because that's when you have to confront some of the cultural norms that are anti-wealth. A lot of anti-wealth cultural values are pushed heavily in the community that are extremely destructive, extremely harmful, and it's so sad, because it's like somebody pouring spoiled milk all over the kitchen floor and then complaining that the kitchen stinks. But you just poured all this spoiled milk on the kitchen floor. You just did this. You created the problem, and now you're complaining about the problem. Well, maybe you wouldn't have a problem to complain about if you didn't create the problem in the first place. So we create the problem when we don't prepare, and then we complain about the problem. We say, "Oh, it's so hard to be black." Well, of course it is, because you make it hard. You're determined for it to be hard. It doesn't have to be hard. So discipline goes into a lot of areas, and that's part of what we do there, right? We have other models like Poise, producer, owner, investor, saver, entrepreneur. What was another one? Sturdy, building sturdy children, STERDY, systems technology, entrepreneurship, relationship management, and delegation for youth. And these are models that teach our kids to be economic superstars, like literally economic champions at the highest level, where they're built to be captains of industry. A lot of people think that being really wealthy and successful is just about luck and somebody giving you a bunch of stuff. It's mindset. It's mindset. If you come in thinking like the boss, then you will eventually be the boss of something. If you come in thinking like a subordinate, then it doesn't matter. Somebody can make you the boss, but eventually you're going to lose your position because your mindset wasn't right when you walked through the door. So anyway, if anybody wants to take a look at that program, feel free to go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards for kids. You can find those at drboycebooks.com. Just look up the word flashcards. We also have workbooks. We spent years working with Black educators to create a series of economic workbooks that cover all the areas of finances and everything. So we've got everything that we need. We don't need white people to educate us. We have the best educators on the planet. We're the best on earth at what we do, period. There's nobody out there doing what we're doing the way we're doing it at the level that we're doing it. And that's why we were able to change the culture. When I first left Syracuse and started talking about Black wealth, even when I was at Syracuse, nobody was doing this. Nobody was talking about this. None of this really existed. There were people like Dr. Claude Anderson, but for the most part, it wasn't part of pop culture like it is now. But we've done it. We've talked to tens of millions of people, and now economics is deeply embedded into the consciousness of the Black community. Now that it's there in the consciousness, the next step is we have to learn how to do it right. We also have to understand that it is a long-term plan. When I started this in 2013, I made a 60-year plan called Project 2070. It wasn't 60, sorry, it was more like 57 years to be precise. But I said, no, Project 2070. We got to think about where we're going to be in the year 2070. And that's hard to see because you're not talking about your life or even your kids' lives. You're really talking about your grandkids. That's what it's got to be a long-term plan. But if you have a long-term plan and you execute properly, you can control the world. I want to control the world, and I believe we can control the world. The Jewish community has already done a lot of this. Their power is enormous relative to their percentage in the population. We're smarter than them. I train their kids. I know a lot of what they know. I just want us to execute. So if we execute, we will win. We will succeed. We're supposed to be the best. Anyway, let me keep going. Sorry. All right. Are we going to do another digital financial slumber party again? Great question, Sharif. I saw that on a list of things we've done before. Like one time we did a financial slumber party where we all got up at like midnight and had our pajamas on and had popcorn and like did financial stuff at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And so, yeah, that'll be fun. We'll do a financial slumber party at some point. So if y'all agree to show up, then I'll do one. All right. So next, let's see here. Travis said came in late overall. What was the topic today? Well, Travis, we started off talking about the fact that car notes are the half of all Americans can only afford a $400 car note, which is a problem because the average new car note is $730 and the average used car note is over $500. So that is kind of weird, right? And it kind of says America is becoming this country of haves and have-nots. And I think that as the world adjusts, you have to adjust with it. And we've talked about how your kids can be prepared to deal with the economy in a different way, right? To understand that that group economics is better than solo economics, and I want you to kind of approach things in that way as opposed to doing what I don't know who wants us to do this, but everybody's so individualistic, and I just think that that's just a bad habit to get into because it's really really hard to succeed as an individual in this society. All right, so let's see. Felicia Criswell, you may have answered it. Is there a discount for how to buy your first share stock for Prime students? You know what? There was a 48-hour discount. I don't know if the discount's still there. I think that discount ended. That ended. Um, if you're a Prime member, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and see if they can hook you up. Prime members do get special treatment in a lot of areas. So we'll do our best. We'll work with you. If your money's tight, we can work with you. So email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. And if you tell them you're a Prime member, they'll take care of you. All right. So Deidre, how can I find the $5 a day plan for my children? It's at blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. What are the numbers for Mara for 5,000? What are the numbers for Mara for 5,000? I'm sorry, Kim, you got to explain that question a little bit better. I apologize. I don't quite understand it. But if you rewrite it and put it in there again, I don't know what you mean. The numbers for Mara for 5,000. I'm not sure what that means exactly. Let's see, Eric, what are your thoughts about investing in lithium? I think we mentioned that earlier. I like copper and lithium. I like uranium, stuff like that. Ricky, how much would one need to start buying stock? You can start buying stock. You can buy stock with $5 in 5 minutes. So I say start where you are. There you go. Will you please provide the text links again? Yeah. Here's the link to the event coming up. The first share stock event that's in the chat. And And you guys, and also I'll text it out. If you want to be on the text list, make sure you're on the text list for Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send it to you. And also you get invitations to Money in the Morning. By the way, if you want the archives for all the Money in the Morning sessions that we've done, they're available for a small fee, lifetime access at drboycedaily.com, drboycedaily.com. And we've probably done, it's April. We started January 1st. So that's January, February, March, April. So probably over 120 lectures on finance that you can find there. And again, you can share that with your family. You get lifetime access. So feel free to go to drboycedaily.com. All right, so let's see here. And if you get stuck, just email the support team and they can find it for you. All right, where do we buy stocks outside of Cash App? You got E-Trade, let's see, E-Trade, Charles Schwab, Fidelity, Robinhood, was it Stash, Acorn? There's so much out there. Let's see. Mari Wilson says, how much capital base is needed to do stock options? If you're selling stock options, it's easier to do it if you have at least $5,000 to $10,000 in a capital base. If you are a person that maybe has access to a HELOC or maybe some money sitting in an investment account that isn't doing anything, and you can get a number that's like 50 or more, that really works. That, like, you can quit your job with a capital base like that. Again, not investing advice, not me telling you what to do, but I've seen it happen. I sat with a student. There's nothing more fun for me than to sit with somebody who's got access to $50,000 to $100,000 in investable capital and showing them exactly what I do with my portfolio, and then watching their face when they realize they can make an extra, $100,000 a year or 70,000 a year or whatever, literally with money that was already sitting there. This is not hocus pocus. This is very real. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look. This is really good stuff. And the key idea, though, is it's really about not just knowing where the money is, but also risk management. So in a way, I think of it like going to find money in the jungle. If you find money in the jungle and you have never been to the jungle, it's better to work with a guide that can take you to where the money's at and also help you minimize the risk and let you know, okay, these are some areas you have to avoid. These are areas that you can go to, but you have to bring your gun. And these are pretty safe. And then kind of knowing how to adjust based on the conditions. So like being in the jungle when it's raining might be different from being in the jungle when it's hot, right? Or being in the jungle during mating season when the elephants are all mating with each other might be different from being there during another season when the giraffes are all, fighting or whatever, right? So it's kind of like that's the part that sort of gets a little bit interesting, right? Because remember, investing always involves risk. There's a lot of risk that is always present. It never goes away. If you invest, just know that there are going to be times where you're not making as much money as you thought you might have made. Investors do not automatically make money. But what investing does is it positions you so that if good things are happening, you'll be right there in the middle of it and be able to really benefit from it in an extraordinary way. And so I like selling stock options because it's a very conservative way to generate something that was really important for me, which was to make money without having to keep working for it. So when I really dug into it, and I literally was using stuff that I'd known since my PhD program, I dug into it and I was like, oh, well, you know what, babe, instead of us putting an extra X amount of dollars into this property when we want to buy, let's look over here. If we buy, so many shares of 1,000 shares of Meta stock, we can make $3,000 or $4,000 a week selling the options on that stock. And we don't have to do any work, right? And what that does is it's not just a matter of making the money. Making the money is only the first part of investing. Making the money is only the first part. The bigger part is making money in a way that's consistent with the other parts of your life that matter more than money, right? So if you can make money in a way that's consistent with the amount of work that you want to do, or the amount of stress you want to have, or just the things that you want to be paying attention to, so for example, I don't like to make money in areas that either feel uncomfortable, unethical, or stressful. I just don't. I don't care. You can offer me another $10 million to do something stupid. If I think it's dumb or a waste of time or it gets on my nerves, I don't want to participate. You keep the money, right? But not everybody thinks that way. For some people, they'll do anything for money, right? And I just don't feel that way. It's not comfortable for me. So you have to figure out what works for you. and what stage in life you're at, right? So when you're in your 20s, you're like hustle grind mode. You're willing to just stay up all night, miss sleep and all that because you don't care about that stuff when you're 25 years old. But you get about 35, 45, 55, you're like, God, like, even if you're successful, your quality of life can still be low. I know a lot of high paid attorneys who make $500 an hour, who have an endless stream of clients, who can go on vacation anywhere in the world anytime they want, and their lives are really miserable. And a lot of times it's miserable because America, unfortunately, in our obsession with capitalism, we create this singular focus on how much money you make. And we assume that if somebody's making a lot of money, oh, well, of course you're happy. Look at how much money you have. People who talk like that honestly have never really been in a space where you've had like enough money. They because and the reason I say that is because when you don't have it, it seems like, okay, this is the one thing that'll solve all my problems. If I just get more money, then everything will be better. But then you get more money and everything's not better. Like Deion Sanders had all the money in the world. He was world famous. He had all the women. He had all the fame. He was super talented, but he wanted to kill himself. Like, why would you be suicidal if you have all this stuff going on for you? Well, because he learned that there are things more important than money, and that's when he became more spiritual and more conscious. From in his perspective, for him, consciousness was more related, maybe linked to his Christianity and stuff like that. But this is what I encourage you to consider, right? So make the money. Money is a tool. Money is a tool that is supposed to unlock the possibilities in all the areas of your life that are more valuable than money. Like spending time with your kids should definitely be more important than making another dollar, right? So if you get to the point, for example, in life where you say, I made enough dollars, but I have a shortage of time that I put into my son, and he's going to get older and forget all about me. I need to go ahead and catch up on that. I'm at a deficit in that. Then that's how I think you want to think about your investing strategy. I encourage you to consider that. All right. So what's the text number again to get information? I don't know which text number you're referring to, Sheila, but if you text the word stock to the number 87948, so write down that number 87948, and that's usually what I'll do is I'll give you a text word that links to that number 87948. So if you text the word stock to 87948, that's where you get the profit alerts. I'll also this afternoon send another link to join us on Tuesday for the event on how to buy your first share of stock or stock market investing for beginners. All right. So Agnes, is whole life insurance better than just putting money in the stock market? I don't think so, but some people do. Whole life insurance isn't terrible though. Whole life insurance to me is better than nothing. That's how I look at it. It's better than nothing. It really, I mean, almost everything's better than nothing, right? Except for really bad investing is worse than nothing, right? So a lot of people do nothing because they tried investing and they did it badly, or whoever told them what to do, they told them the wrong thing, so they got traumatized. And financial trauma is a real thing. My wife wrote a whole book about it. Her workbook on financial trauma is at drboycebooks.com if you want to take a look at that. So they get traumatized, and once they get traumatized, they just walk away and they say, I'm never doing it again. um it reminds me of like Raising in the Sun when they inherited all that life insurance money because the husband had worked his whole life, and the son thought he was an investor, and he took all the money and put it into Willie's liquor store and lost it all. And then so people go through these traumas, and then they say, that's why I don't invest, or that's why I'm not putting money in the stock market, because I don't want that to happen to me. And I understand that. What is a good book for my teenage son? Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I'd say. Elaine, when dealerships contact auto owners to purchase your vehicle, is that a sign um, to keep the vehicle or sell due to economic conditions? I think it depends on your perspective. I've had people offer to buy our cars. We didn't sell just because we didn't need. We like our cars and we didn't need the money. But used cars were in heavy demand, and I guess if you need the money, then I guess that would be a good thing, right? Kathy, I don't know what to log into or even start a name. May I have some help? Yes. Right now, Kathy, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will show you everything you need to see, and they're very patient and very, very helpful. We have a great support team. Angel, what encouragement can you give today to those of us who haven't even started? Don't be scared. Don't overthink it. Remember the story I told you about the monkeys. They trained monkeys how to invest, and the monkeys made money. So it's not hard to invest, actually, if you don't overthink it. If you overthink it, then it's going to cause you some problems. Don't overthink it. Just jump in. Go to, you can start with blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's the $5 a day plan. Or you can join us on Tuesday. I will walk you step by step through the process, tell you everything you need to know. Literally, it's so clear that you could literally do the class on Tuesday, the $99 class, and never do another class ever again in investing and have more money than 90% of all Americans within a decade or two. Like, that's how straightforward it is. It's not, um, the world of finance is very complex. There's a lot of information, lots of definitions, lots of terminology and mathematics behind it. But the beauty of it is that all that stuff gets collapsed and sank into one simple thing. Think of it like looking at the Earth from space. If you look at the Earth from space, it looks simple. If you move far enough away, it looks like a little dot. It's just this little dot in space. That's all it is, right? But that little dot is a very complex little dot. If you start looking at it with a microscope, you'll find that there's thousands of creatures and all kinds of stuff, weather systems and all kinds of physics and everything that's kind of making that little dot operate, right? It's a very complex thing. So if you want to understand earth sciences, you could study that for 100 years and still not know everything there is to know. Do you understand? It could be very complicated if you want it to be that way. But if you back up, it can just be like this little dot. It's this little dot that's right there in space, right? So with finance, there are all these complicated ideas, very deep, ugly stuff. I can show you math equations that would make your head spin and scare you to half to death, but it can be simplified. Like little things like there's these beautiful little theories like what they call the random walk hypothesis, where they went through all the studies and realized, oh wait, so individual stocks move like a random walk because all the information that is to be had about that stock is incorporated in the price already. And then or things like the efficient markets hypothesis. The efficient markets hypothesis is what they were, and the random walk theory is what they were testing when they taught monkeys how to invest. So they realized, they said, okay, so with this theory we can condense. Pay attention now. This is where I have to give them credit. This is where I have to give the scholars credit. I mean, when you got a bunch of super smart, genius level people sitting around obsessing over a problem for a long time, you get really interesting things. So they found that all this complex stuff with the stock market can be condensed to be made so simple that even a monkey could do it. A monkey can make money. So if a monkey can make money, I'm sure as hell no you can't. But if you allow things like fear or overthinking it or feeling like you have to understand every little piece of it to cause you to keep you from moving forward, then none of this will be yours. None of this will happen for you. Okay. So my number one job is to help you get over the fear, get you to do some safe investing, and to be consistent, and also to get over bad culture. There are so many people that I believe fill our brains up with bad, useless, worthless information. Look at what people are doing when they get on the internet. They're spending all their time consuming information that isn't going to make their lives better, that bad financial advice from people that never even taken a finance class. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say to that. It's okay. Keep doing that. See how that works out for you. All right. So let's see. You want income from Marathon with options. Okay. So you want to figure out how many shares of Marathon you'd have to own in order to make $5,000. Well, let's just say it like this. Let's say you sell your Marathon options for a dollar per week, right? Which I don't think that's out of the question for Marathon. I don't know what the price is right now. Then you'd have to have 5,000 shares. I mean, it's that simple, right? 5,000 shares times $1. You sell them. You sell your options just like you sell eggs or shares or pairs of shoes. So if every unit is a dollar, and you got 5,000 units, then you make $5,000 a week. So the question then would become, how much does it cost me to get 5,000 shares of Marathon, and then still also make sure that I protect my portfolio, right? And we talk about ways to protect. If you log in at drboyceprime.com, there's ways to protect. But so if Marathon costs $20 a share, 5,000 shares will cost you $100,000. With margin, maybe you can buy that for like 60,000 or 55,000, right? So you put out that capital, 55, 60,000. You put out some more capital for your protection, for your insurance. So you put out a total of $75,000, and now you're making $5,000 a week, which is pretty good, right? $5,000 a week is $250,000 a year. I've seen people do this. It's not It's not. It doesn't. It's not really rocket science. It's just. It just. People just don't believe it. But you can go look in your phone and you'll see these are real numbers, right? I don't know if marathon options sell for $1 though. They might sell for like 75 cents or 50 cents, but it depends on what strike price you pick. So there's some variables there. All right. So let's see. Travis, as a Prime member, is it okay to share the content across other social media platforms with our affiliate link and share? That is a proper way to credit you. Yeah, just within boundaries, right? Just just if you're respectful with it, and that's fine. I don't usually give people a hard time about sharing stuff. Just again, just I think the boundaries of what's respectful and what's not. But yeah, I think and there is the affiliate link. If you're not sure how to be an affiliate, and tell people if you again only if you believe in what we're doing. If you're trying it and you love it, then we do have affiliate links where you can actually get a cut of the revenue if someone signs up. But again, I only want you to mention stuff that you actually believe in that's really benefited you. But if you're not sure where to find that, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show it to you. Let's see. Kamisha says, are stocks under $10 great to earn income and cover call options? We do have, if you log into drboyceprime.com, there is a list of Dr. Boyce moneymakers, and I do have some that are under $10. So there are some that can earn income. Kathy, yes, it's very tight. I need help. Okay. All right. So yeah, email the support team, Kathy. They can take care of you. If you join the Black Business School, do you have access to everything? Not right away, Sharonda. No, there is a fee for certain things. If you want something that's more comprehensive, where you get access to a lot of things at once, again, email the support team. They can take care of you. Kamisha says, part A of my question. Okay, from the stocks under $10, you send us all these. Okay, you already asked that question. All right, great. Let's see, Agnes. Okay, she asked about whole life insurance. We already did that. Okay. Are you invested in REITs? Asked Pat. Yes. REITs are a great way to get into real estate. You don't actually have to buy real estate to be in real estate. You do know that, right? You don't actually have to go and buy you don't have to go to the bank and fill out a bunch of papers and all that. You can actually just buy shares of a real estate investment trust and get exposure to real estate. What was the text number again? It's 87948. 87948. So you can text the word stock to 87948. I'll send you the profit alerts and stuff like that. Or if you text morning to 87948, you can do both if you want to. You'll get invitations to our morning class. Just know though, if you're on multiple text lists, you might hear from me a lot. So just be prepared for that. So I'll be kind of like your bestie that's in your phone every day. I hope that's okay. I promise I'll be sending you things that add value to your life. And also know that if you don't answer the text for a while, then it takes you off the list automatically. So you may want to click on stuff periodically to make sure you remain on the list. All right, so let's see here. Alicia, I have 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19-year-olds. What should I buy for them? You can start with S&P 500 funds. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that'll get you started. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. Okay, a couple more questions, and then we're going to bounce on out. But wow, you guys have a lot of questions. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll start doing this like once a week or something. Calvin, what are your thoughts on investing in Africa? I think it's great. I actually had a list of companies you can invest in to get exposure to Africa. I don't know if I have that list. I'm gonna try to find it and I can share it with you guys. But yeah, Africa's big. Africa and India are two of the places that are just booming economically. And actually, I'm gonna make a list of things you can invest in to get exposure to India. Um, I've been meaning to do that. I just hadn't had a chance to finish that yet. But yeah, I'm gonna try to find the list of African companies that you can invest into, and I'll tell you, China. I think part of the reason that China is able to do so well right now in the EV space is because of their extensive investments in Africa. I think that all that ownership of land and property and resources that they're engaged in Africa is part of the reason why they're taking over the EV space the way they are. I'm not sure 100%, but that's what I'm kind of guessing. So let me see here. Let me see if I can find um, the list of Africa stuff. I'll give you that. Here we go. Here's the link. All right. So I'm gonna put this link in the chat um, right now. Give me a second, guys. And yeah, so if you have an interest in investing in companies in Africa, this is something that can help you with that. So here is the list. Okay, Derek says I'm listening to Oh, sorry, Natasha says I'm listening to it on Audible. Oh, Seven Habits of Highly Effective People. Yeah, I got that book a long time ago. It's a good book. All right, so let me see here. All right. So there we go. So there's that link to the companies in Africa. I hope that that helps you in your investing journey. Yeah, Africa and India. For the most part, what's really going on is the U.S. and Europe and Japan and stuff like that. These are like aging countries. Like right now in the U.S., the boomers are getting older, and right now you're in the middle of what is considered to be the greatest wealth transfer in American history. This is a multi-trillion-dollar wealth transfer that's occurring as the boomers get older, and it's not a transfer from boomers to millennials or Gen Z people. It's a transfer mostly. A lot of it is from men to women, because what's happened is a lot of the boomers that are married are getting old, and their wives are outliving them. So this is the greatest wealth transfer to women in American history. So this is just, just sort of a snapshot of the economic dynamics that are taking place in America right now that you may just want to kind of think about and be aware of as you start businesses and sort of just see how things are sort of happening here. And also the other thing about Africa and India is that Africa and India are kind of having their time in the sun, mainly because their populations are very young, and also India. The most shocking statistic about India that just floored me was was when I found out that half of all people in India are not even on the internet. I couldn't believe that. I was blown away when they said half of all. Think about how long it's been since only half of all Americans were on the internet. That was a long time ago. That was like maybe 1998. And you think about how much economic growth has occurred since 1998 in the U.S. Related to the .com companies and all that stuff. So India still has not experienced that, and I'm curious to just see what that looks like. And I know that one thing that's happening is you're seeing Mark Zuckerberg. He was over at the wedding of the son of an Indian billionaire. I don't have the guy's name in front of me, but he was there. And then you saw Jeff Bezos doing a tour of India and all that other stuff. So effectively, India and Africa are big investment havens. So I put that link to the African companies in there if you guys want to take a look at that. And also, if you text the word stock to 87948, I think the list will automatically go out to you at some point as well. All right, so let me answer a couple more questions and then I'm going to get out of here. And I've really enjoyed talking to you. Let's see. What do you know about fan-based investment? I don't know much about fan-based. I can look it up though, Garnell. Let's see. Angel, what words of encouragement can you give today for someone who's not even started? Just get started. Don't overthink it. You can do this. Just do a little bit every day. You are worthy. Your children are worthy. You are worthy. You have to prepare for your future. If you don't do it, nobody else will. So that's those are my words. I hope they are somewhat encouraging. Veronica, Chanel says you are to meet with her today to discuss my consult. Okay, all right, great. So I look forward to talking to Chanel today about the consult for sure. Terrence, what are your thoughts on GEO stock? I don't have it in front of me, Terrence, so I'm not able to comment on it, but I can look it up. Let's see. Can we use Tribe Vest for stock investing? Asked Patricia. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I should know because I invested in Tribe Vest. And all I know is that I invested a certain amount of money. Last time I checked, they told me my investment was worth four times more than what I put in. But what I hate about investments like that is that they're not liquid. So if I wanted to go get the money out, so I could impress my wife by taking her to like a fancy restaurant or something, I wouldn't be able to do that. So I'm not a big fan of illiquid investments. And now that you mentioned that, I need to go find out about that investment right now. Um, let's see. Where's the link to the Tuesday morning stock market class? It should be in your login at theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. But remember, on Tuesday, we're going to do a special event, how to buy your first share of stock. So all members of the Black Stock Market Program that come to the Tuesday class, you're automatically invited to that event. You can actually come for free. Last question. Do you mentor folks one-on-one? Let's see. You know what, Deirdre, I do have a limited number of one-on-ones. If you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can schedule you for something like that. And also, I did actually, we do have a mastermind. We call it the Dr. Boyce Win Mastermind for winners, WIN. And WIN stands for Wealth and Income Network. And I'm kind of proud of that acronym. And wealth and income, those words are important because the goal of the mastermind is to help you increase your asset base, increase your income, and then also network with other people that are doing the same thing. And so this is something more so there are requirements you have to apply. And so if you'd like to apply, you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can let you sort of apply. But we can't let everybody in just because number one, it does have a higher price point, but then number two, there are capital requirements. I need to make sure every investor is qualified. I'm going to have everybody take an exam to make sure you understand what's going on. And also your capital base has to be at a certain level so that we can really do some things that are a little more advanced. Okay. All right. So last question is how much capital base do I need to start with the Prime program? You know what, Stuart? There are some people that have bigger capital bases than others. There are some people that are there to learn, right? Because in Prime, we give access to a lot of stuff, right? Access to everything you want to know about stocks, everything you want to know about options on the buy and the sell side. And then there's the Prime aspect of generating the income from the options. So to actually execute, it does help to have 5 to 10,000 that you can go where you can go buy at least 100 shares of your favorite company and start generating your income. We literally at the stock options summit, I told the students, I said, I'll show you some stuff today that'll help you make money on Monday. Right? This is real stuff. This is not, hocus pocus or theoretical stuff. But the thing is, making money is easier when you have a capital base, because if you don't have the capital base, then you would have to be on more so of a speculatory side. So speculation means you might make money, you might not, right? But if you have a capital base, you can easily extract income from the capital base in a safe and efficient way. So some people are there more so in the learning stage, like, okay, I'm learning, and we give you ideas on how to build your capital base up. Like there's some ways to do that. And then there's some people who say, look, I've already spent 30 years working. I've been working in this factory all this time. I've been saving and investing the whole time. I'm looking for some more efficient ways to generate income from my money so that I can quit my job or replace my income or do things with my family. So LH, yeah, you can do stuff with $13,000. That's a reasonable amount. So feel free to go take a look. See if you like it. drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com is the URL. All right, I'm gonna go. I've overstayed my welcome. I hope that this conversation has been beneficial to you. I hope that this has helped you. Again, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. If you want to take a look at the Prime program, you can go to drboyceprime.com. And also, if you want to get invitations to Money in the Morning, we do this every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, every single day, 7 days a week. Just text the word morning, MORNING, morning. Pull out your phone, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will invite you for tomorrow. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Bitcoin is going berserk. But that's a no-brainer. Everybody knew Bitcoin was everybody that paid attention knew Bitcoin was gonna do this. It's actually over 70,000 now. At some point, it will cross 80, in my opinion. I believe at some point it will cross 90 and 100 and everything else. I think Bitcoin is one of the clear investments out there. Although there's nothing that's guaranteed. And I hope you all really remember that. Never forget that, right? So even if someone says, oh yeah, I really really think this is going to happen, that does not mean it's going to definitely happen. Even as a professor, I can't predict what the stock market's going to do. I can't predict what any asset's going to do. However, there is a lot of evidence to say that if something is going to explode, it's going to be Bitcoin. And also, most of the indicators in terms of where the market momentum is going is pushing Bitcoin upwards. So if you've been consistently buying, congratulations. You're probably seeing this right now. And so you're well on your way to wealth, in my opinion. And so anyway, the one thing I wanted to kind of hit on today too had to do with something that was crossing my mind. I put something on my Twitter, and I really believe this kind of thing. And I think I said something, sometimes I say stuff in a way that irks people. I don't know. But I said, I really believe that every parent should set a high standard for their daughters so that some guy can't impress her by taking her on a weekend trip to Atlanta. And then of course people come in and say, well, what's wrong with going to Atlanta, and why do you hate poor people? And I don't hate poor people. That's not it. That's not it. I've been on many trips to Atlanta, but I really kind of I was just thinking about standards and how what you do with your kids financially really does set a standard. What they expect from you in terms of character and integrity goes a long way in terms of what they're going to expect from men that they interact with, especially your little girls. And a lot of times you just see, things that make me kind of sad as a father, like women kind of wanting, like really desiring men that just don't have good character. If you think about it, if you think about Diddy and Cassie, for example, which is kind of the talk of the town right now, there were a lot of women that were happy for Cassie to be dating Diddy. They thought she'd won the prize. They thought that she was looking good. She was in the driver's seat of her life. And girl, won the prize. You got the man everybody wanted. And that's just not the case. A lot of in economics we call that the winner's curse. There's something in economics called the winner's curse, and what the winner's curse is the winner's curse is where you think you won but really you lost. And it's when you compete for something that you're dreaming about, but actually you kind of have the wrong dream. And effectively, that is kind of what I see when it comes to the stuff with Diddy and Cassie and all that is like, I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, do you regret this relationship? And how would you have felt if I'd come from the future, if I'd gone into your life 15 years ago and said, don't do this, like don't date this guy, there's going to be bad things are going to happen? Would you have said thank you for protecting me from something that was going to harm me, or would you have just wanted to learn things the hard way? And I just hate to see that. It really makes me sad. And so actually what I wanted to do in terms of helping you understand how these financial standards can play a part in how your children see the world, let me pull up some data for you. Yeah, so because this is important. So when you're talking about setting financial standards for your daughters, let's talk about daughters in particular, right? So I know we have something similar when it comes to sons. I don't think the dynamic's the same because I don't believe boys and girls are the same. I know we have debates about, transgender and all that, but I just assume I believe that things are a little bit different. So when you talk about standards, here is some research that I found that kind of talks about what the standards actually mean and what they actually do when it comes to the quality of life, the ability of that little girl that you raised to have a healthy life. And I think about this, especially if you talk about, say, a guy like Diddy, I say, gosh, that's so interesting that this guy is known for beating up a woman and he has daughters. And I wonder how he feels. I wonder if you asked him, if you said, would you want your daughter to date a man like you? And I wonder if the answer would be yes or no. If the answer is yes, that would make you question, like, what kind of man are you? What you really would want some guy to, beat your daughter, kick her in the face right when she's trying to get on the elevator. And then if he says no, it says, well, why would you want to be the kind of man that you wouldn't want your daughter to date? Because now your daughter is going to grow up, pay attention now. Your daughter's going to grow up looking up to men like you. She's going to grow up thinking my daddy's a great guy and I want a guy like my dad. And so, so the question becomes, are you perpetuating these curses? And I think money's behind all of this, right? I think that money distorted hip hop. Money made rappers and these black men, mostly black men, into something other, and women too now. I mean, some of the female rappers, unfortunately, have kind of fallen into this trap. And so there are these people that have billions of dollars, and it's not us. We don't have billions of dollars to invest in things like this. They invest billions of dollars into these image distorting false realities of black people, where for many years you had a whole culture around complete disrespect, disregard, and harm and assault toward women. If you go back and you look at things I was writing 20 years ago, you'll know that back in 2002, 2003, I was saying that, if all these, liberation movements and Me Too movements and all that, when they eventually start to reckon and really study what's happening in the world of hip hop, it's going to be really bad for these guys. These guys are going to be hiding in a closet because they're going to dig up stuff that they did back in the 90s and the 2000s that was just clearly inappropriate. And I remember, because I remember one time when I was a professor at Syracuse, and I remember listening to the rapper Exhibit, and he had a song with Snoop Dogg, and in the song they deliberately talked about, you know, assaulting a woman sexually and getting away with it because they were so rich and powerful. Right. And so this became the fantasy, the myth, the false reality that they were led to believe would be true, but they didn't know history. They didn't understand when Malcolm X used to say that the white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then he'll lock you up for being drunk. Shout out to Malcolm X. Yeah, his birthday was 2 days ago, and I should have said that during class, and I apologize for not bringing that up. And so really, I feel like in a way, you know, what's interesting about, you know, some of the hip hop culture is from a financial standpoint is that they kind of have this way of lulling you to sleep, you know, kind of have this way of making you think you're the boss, making you think you're in the driver's seat when really you're not the boss. You know, Clive Davis is the boss, or Universal Records or Sony Music is the boss. And but they want you to think you're the boss, you know, and then you go out and you operate like you think you're the boss, and then next thing you know, consequences come, and then you're held fully accountable for every single thing that happened under your watch. And that's what I sort of see when I see these things. So let me grab this research for you guys. So one thing that they say that happens when you don't set a good standard for your daughter. Let's talk about us in terms of us being the kinds of parents that we want our children to admire in terms of, you know, and let's start financially, right? In terms of setting those standards and why that's important. So they said that number one, when you talk specifically about the father-daughter relationship, there's a study that says that daughters who have a strong relationship with their father have an easier time with emotional health and stress management. Daughters with strong supportive relationships with their fathers tend to have better emotional health and stress management skills. These daughters typically have higher cortisol levels, which buffer against stress, leading to healthier responses to stressors in adulthood. This emotional resilience translates into more stable and satisfying romantic relationships. And I just think about just maybe about 3 or 4 days ago, and I hope she doesn't mind me mentioning this, but one of my girls called me, or she texted me. She said, I'm really having a bad day today. Do you have time to talk? And we got together and we talked for a while, and we talked out what she was feeling, what she was going through. And then she sent me a text saying, "Thank you so much. You know, this really made a difference for me." And it made me happy because I was able to be there for her. But it really, I thought about that interaction when I read this study that the fathers, we kind of can bring something there. I don't know if it's our confidence, I don't know what it is, but we bring something that adds value. And that's a type of, by the way, that's a type of wealth, right? If you are emotionally unstable, if you can't, you know, if you're not disciplined, or if you're constantly self-medicating because you're constantly dealing with anxiety and depression and all these other things, it's very, very hard for you to have the discipline required for you to achieve your goals, build wealth, and do anything that you want to do. And in fact, you know, when we study in our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School, what we realize is that emotionally unstable people just have a hard time building wealth because there are too many leaky buckets of, you know, pockets that can drain their wealth. Because if you're self-medicating, well, medicine costs money. If you're self-medicating through wine bottles, and you know, liquor costs money. If you're self-medicating through drugs, drugs cost money. If you're self-medicating through sex, well, bad relationships and dirty, you know, short-term, temporary, nasty, worthless relationships with people that you're just trying to have sex with, that can cost you money. I know a woman that makes $300,000 a year who got robbed by one of her guys. She called him a hobosexual, one of the hobosexuals, which is these guys that look for rich Black women to sleep with, and, you know, so they can get their bills paid. So this hobosexual took her credit card and was buying clothes for some other girl that he was messing around with, and she found out because she went through her credit card statement, right? So you can go on and on, right? There's so many different ways that emotional instability can be costly. For example, when you buy luxury items, there's studies to say that what you're really buying is your self-esteem, because a person who has a good, really strong self-worth doesn't really need the luxury item in order to feel better about themselves. Now, I'm not saying that everybody who buys a luxury item is bad or not smart or making a mistake or emotionally unbalanced. What I'm saying is that if you're emotionally unbalanced, it's easier to sell you the luxury item, because basically what I'm doing is I'm saying, you know, you're nobody. You're nobody now. You're a regular old nobody right now. But if I give you this Gucci purse or I sell you this Mercedes, Well, now you're somebody. Now you're important. Now you're looking fly. Now you're looking good. And people who don't care about impressing people that that don't matter, they keep their money in their pocket. They say, "Why would I spend money with you just to get whatever um, public perception you think I can earn by buying this item from you?" Do you understand? It goes back to, I kid you not, I remember when I was in college and I was invited to pledge every single fraternity, every single one of them reached out to me and asked me to join. And it wasn't because I was the coolest guy in the world. It wasn't because I was, I'm the, I'm some the life of the party or anything like that. I'm not that guy. They all wanted me to be in their fraternity because I was known as the guy who had the highest grade point average of all the black students on campus. I was known as the smart guy, even though I don't think I was the smart guy. I would say I was maybe I was the hardworking guy. Maybe I was the disciplined guy. I don't know, but I wasn't. I wouldn't say I was the smart guy, but I was known for that. And so when they all invited me to join and to pledge, I thought about being an alpha for a minute, and it was an interesting experience because the guy that was an alpha, I think he was honestly hitting on me, and at that time, it didn't even hit my consciousness that another man would be trying to get with me like that. It didn't even cross my brain, And then I think about 5 years later, I look back and I said, "Oh my God, I think this guy was, I think he liked me." Whoa, what do I do with that information? That's weird. Like, no disrespect. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody, LGBT, everybody's welcome here, but it was weird for me because I'd never been in that situation, that space, and then it made sense. I was like, oh, that's why he was calling me all the time, and just for no reason, right? So anyway, but not to say that was why I didn't want to be an alpha. My brother's an alpha, so shout out to all the alphas. And then my friend, I remember my friend that was a Kappa who tried to get me to pledge Kappa, and I was like, they kind of pretty. They got the little canes and twirling canes. I can't twirl no cane. And then there was another one. The blue, they wear the blue. I forgot with the I can't Phi Beta Sigma. Phi Beta Sigma. That's right. Yeah, I remember and I thought about that, because I liked the guy who invited me. His name was Daryl Van Meter. He died of a heart attack at 19 years old on the basketball court. It was crazy. I used to play basketball with Daryl, and I wasn't there that day, but one day he just died of, like, on the basketball court of a heart attack. 19 years old. It was, ooh, I remember that day. But anyway, and then I think I decided to pledge Q, and I was gonna become a Q dog. Can you imagine me as a Q dog or Mega Man, whichever one I would have been? And so I was gonna pledge because my roommate was a Q, and I remember that when I kind of looked at the guys that were already in the fraternity, I felt kind of bad. I did not feel like I did not respect the guys, the men that I saw. I did not see them. I remember I think in terms of thinking like an investor, one thing about thinking like an investor is that you apply this to everything in your life. An investor mindset, which is really why we're here. This is what economic awareness or financial consciousness looks like. An investor mindset means you don't look at where things are, you look at where they're going. And the thing that a lot of young people don't understand is that who you are doesn't matter. What matters is what you're becoming. What you're doing every day determines what you're becoming. That tells me where you're going. That tells me what direction your car is headed. So if you're a person that, lays in the bed all day, smokes weed and plays video games and watches Netflix, well, you're becoming, that's what you're becoming. If you're a person who gets up every day, busts their butt, you're constantly learning, you're constantly growing, you're constantly saving and investing and all this other in building, well, then we know what you're going to be in 5 or 10 years, right? Because all your life really is this accumulation of thousands of little choices that you've made along the way. So I looked at these guys and I just saw things that kind of bothered me, like they drank a lot. They drank a whole lot. And I didn't drink at all, but they would be drunk all the time. My roommate was drunk every weekend. And I just didn't feel like that was good because in the 90s, a lot of black men were going to prison. And I didn't want to get drunk and do something stupid and end up getting locked up because wasn't nobody gonna bail me out. I didn't have no plan B. And then also they did this weird thing where they had a party where they picked 2 girls up on the side of the road. This is the type of stuff in our culture that I think we got to just kind of talk about because it destroys people's lives. But they picked up these 2 girls on the side of the road, and they told them that if you want to ride home, you have to do things for us at our party, if you know what I mean. And so they had this party. I kid you not, this is a true story. One girl was in one room offering one service, if you know what I mean. The other girl was in the other room offering another service. And I remember thinking, back then, I mean, I'm 20. I'm trying to figure life out, and I was like, that doesn't seem right. That does not seem good. Because I was thinking about things like diseases and all that, but even criminality, right? Somebody can come back 10 years later and say, oh, well, you assaulted me and now you're going to prison for 30 years or now whatever, right? So long story short, I remember just thinking, I see a whole lot of drinking, a whole lot of whoring and a whole lot of partying, but I don't see a whole lot of studying. I don't see a whole lot of hard work. I don't see a whole lot of building here, right? And I remember, so that was the thing that kind of got me to say, I don't think this is the right move. And again, this is that part of the culture. I believe other people put this on us, and I think we have to address that because it's very anti-wealth, it's very anti-family. Remember, anti-family is anti-wealth. Anti-family is anti-wealth, and it's also anti-black. So if you want to destroy black wealth, just keep destroying black families. If you want to destroy black families, keep destroying black culture. If you want to destroy black culture, keep destroying the black male. And that's kind of what's been happening. They've been destroying the black male systematically in a lot of ways. Even back in the 60s, Dan Rather, I was watching a documentary about Dan Rather, the great newsman, and he talked about how Vietnam War, most of the guys in the platoon were mostly black, a lot of black males. And so I just think it just goes way back, just in terms of what people have kind of done to us. So long story short, I remember just going back to the self-esteem thing. I remember the deal was like I was supposed to pay a bunch of money. Again, I'm a very logical thinker, right? I'm a mathematician. So 2 + 2 is always going to be 4 to me. So the deal was you pay us $600 or $700, which is more money than I had at the time. I did not have a lot of money to burn like that. And they're like, pay us a bunch of money. And then for 6 weeks, we're going to make your life a living hell. And then when you're done, and I was like, well, what do I get when I'm done? They're like, well, you get to be one of us. And I'm like, so I get accepted. So I'm paying you money and letting you torture me, letting you ruin my life and my grade point average and only God knows what. For what? For the esteem of knowing that I can be part of your group? Well, yeah. You get to be one, you get to be a Q dog or an alpha or whatever, right? No disrespect to the fraternities, but it did not compute to me. And I was like, wait, so I get to be your friend, but I'm already your friend. I already know you. I see you. I say hi to you. I don't need to wear the same colors as you for us to be cool. Like we don't have to wear the same colors. And I really don't even really want to see you much more than I already do. So where's the benefit? Where's the win? Where's the ROI? I saw no ROI. The only ROI I saw was you get to wear the jacket and be part of the group. And I saw that more as a self-esteem thing. And what I really found was interesting was I was able to save a lot of money because my self-esteem was already pretty much intact. Sure, I didn't have everything figured out. There were some things I had fears like everyone else. I had, challenges and hurdles and hills I had to climb, but I was very comfortable being by myself and very comfortable being who I was. Yeah, I know I'm not the coolest guy in the party, but I don't want to be the coolest guy in the party because the coolest guy in the party looks stupid to me sometimes. You're acting stupid so that you can be the coolest guy in the party. And that's still true. It doesn't matter. Even now, 30 years later, the internet is just a big high school where people want to be the coolest instead of being instead of actually being the person that has the most substance. People want to impress you by likes and shares and clicks and views, and they do really embarrassing things, really humiliating things, degrading things, goofball, idiotic things to get likes and shares and views. And that, to me, is not a win for you. In my opinion, a win is when, if I want to impress you, maybe I impress you with my substance. I want to impress you with what's in my brain to say, look at how well I know finance. Let me help you. Or I want to impress you by helping change your life or say something that's really profound for you that's going to benefit you. That's meaningful to me. Me getting you to pay attention to me because I did the best TikTok dance, or if I'm a woman, I'm showing lots of booty and I get lots of likes and shares for that. That to me is indicative of a deeper self-esteem problem that's very, very costly to you. So what I'm saying to you is that going back and I'll finish up on those studies in terms of how it can affect our girls, but it affects our boys as well, is that people that have their self-esteem intact don't have to engage in these horrific exchanges with the world to get these false senses of validation from other people, right? Like a little girl who's raised with full confidence, full self-esteem is not going to keep investing her body into ratchet, disgusting, disease-ridden men just so that she can feel a little bit of love. She's already got love. She's got a big stock of, she's wealthy. She's wealthy. She's emotionally wealthy already. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. I'm talking about wealth. Do you all understand that I'm talking about wealth here? I hope you get what I'm saying, because I know I sound like I'm not talking about wealth, but I really am. If you're wealthy with love, then you're not love starved. If you're love starved, then you go and you are giving things away that are valuable so that you can get the thing that you need. Do you understand? So the children, here's the thing. I think that the best job we can do for our parents or sorry, as parents, not for our parents, as parents, is to make sure our children are not starved of the things that they need. So they don't have to go buy these things by giving away things that are very valuable, starting with money. People will give money away. Oh, I'll spend, I just made 300,000. And instead of using the 300,000 to build generational wealth, I want to spend 300,000 getting this dumbass European car from a bunch of white people who don't even like me, just so I can feel better about myself. Now I'm somebody because I'm driving this overpriced car that's declining, depreciating in value every single mile that I drive it. Right. Or I'm going to go and spend my money at the club and throw it around and put it in stripper thongs so I can be the coolest guy in the room, even though I look like Bozo the Clown right now. I look stupid because I'm throwing away my kids' generational wealth. Or you can just keep going on. Going back to the civil rights movement. No disrespect, but I never understood this idea that I'm going to go and get beat upside the head sitting at a white man's lunch counter, begging him to take my money. I saw this picture of the great James Baldwin, and he was standing in front of an ice cream shop that was owned by a white guy, and the white guy was peeking out the window like, who is this Negro in front of my ice cream shop, and why is he taking a picture here? And at the top of the ice cream shop door, it said, this is the colored entrance, right? So they had an entrance for colored people, an entrance for white people. And there's some white liberal guy who's doing commentary on the picture, and he talks about the contrast in the picture. And I got to put it on my Instagram, the video up, because I got to go find it. But he's basically saying, like, look at the contrast in this picture. He says, here we have James Baldwin, one of the great literary minds of his generation, who is being dehumanized because he's standing in front of this sign where they won't let him in because of the color of his skin. Right? It was something like that. Like here's this great man, this giant of a man, James Baldwin, and he's being dehumanized by the fact that this ice cream shop has a colored only door and a whites only door. And I was like, no, he's not being dehumanized. Why does he have to go eat the white man's ice cream anyway when he's probably going to spit in it? What would make you think, how in the hell if he's so powerful, what in the world makes us think that he would hand over his humanity, the right to dehumanize him to a person who clearly is not his friend? There is nothing beneficial about him being allowed to walk through the front door of another man's ice cream shop and give him all his money. In my view, the sign didn't dehumanize him. It only dehumanizes you if something inside of you makes you feel that in order for you to be a complete human being, you have to go inside this bigot's ice cream shop. I don't want to go in his ice cream shop. I don't. He can't take nothing away from me because I don't even want what he got. In order for somebody to take something from you, you have to give it to them in the first place. In order for them to take something from you, they have to at least have something that you desire. And when you desire things, you have to understand, why do I desire these things? And let me tell you, there's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. When you desire things, that makes you beholden to the people or the entities that control the thing that you desire. So that's why the Buddhists are among the smartest people on the planet, because if you know anything about Buddhism, which I don't know very much, but one thing I do know is that they do have one principle that pretty much says you should desire nothing. That desiring nothing is one of the keys to freedom. So I'm not saying you shouldn't desire anything. That's your choice, but you got to be real careful about falling in this trap of hungering for something, lusting for something, wanting something, especially when the thing that you want is coming from people who are going to extract a high rent in order for you to have that thing. So you either A, have to train yourself not to want it, or B, if you do want it, you better get your own supply. So that little girl, she either, if she feels like she needs to be loved by a thug in order to feel complete, in order for her self-esteem to be intact, I need to be one of Future's 18, the rapper Future. I need to be one of his 18 babies mamas in order for me to feel loved and complete. And Future says, sure, just let me inject my dirty penis in your body and give you every disease I have and then abandon you and your child and traumatize the both of you. Sure, I'll give you that in exchange for your self-esteem. If she feels that way, that's a problem. That's a deficit. That's a deficiency. And so to me, that deficiency will be resolved by either A, having plenty of love, a stockpile of love and support from somebody that really cares about her, like her dad. Your dad is, the dads are so important. I mean, we're supposed to be that one man that loves you and will die for you and isn't asking for something from you. So you either have a stockpile of that love and support, or she's got to be in a position where she's convinced herself, no, I don't want what you got. I don't need that. I don't need that thing from you. If I need it, I don't need it from you. So if James Baldwin needs ice cream that bad, that he's got to go into a racist man's ice cream shop just to feel like a human being or just to have ice cream, that would be a psychological deficiency on his part. That's a self-esteem issue. If I'm talking to James Baldwin, I say, let's go get some ice cream somewhere else. There's a black-owned ice cream shop down the block. Or maybe, ice cream is really gonna make us fat. So maybe we should go eat a salad instead. Right? That's what I'm thinking. Right. And I really encourage you to sort of process these things because those emotional deficiencies, those psychological shortcomings that we're raised with, that self-esteem issue, that drives a lot of people being able to take things from Black people. Like I can point to 1,000 examples. I'm going to try not to point to too many because my brain will explode. I'll start talking all day. But even when I look at guys, I see guys that go on, anybody seen Vlad TV? You know Vlad TV, right? How many of y'all know about Vlad TV? I've been on Vlad TV several times. I've talked to Vlad on the phone. I did all that, right? And I really am fascinated by how many of these poor little desperate men, who maybe were rappers from the 90s or people that that the world's kind of forgotten about. And they're so desperate for attention that they'll go on Vlad TV's show and they will admit to crimes they committed 25 years ago. Like they'll literally be like, yeah, me and Diddy was in the club and we decided to grab a couple of hoes and go and rape them both that night. No, I'm playing, but no, really, like, or I shot him. I died. Well, how many people did you kill? I don't know, probably about 15, 20. I don't know. I shot so many. I probably shot Pac. I just forgot that I did it. Just literally, and they incriminate themselves. And I'm like, wow. So prison, that's a pretty high price to pay for you to get your internet clout. Like that's what that is. That's an emotional deficiency that's being fed at a very high price to you. So remember, when you're paying a price, you're not just paying with money. That's what I want you to understand. Sometimes you pay a price with something that money can't buy. And really, one of the things I think I might have done right is I don't let people waste my most valuable commodities. I'm not talking about my money. My money's not the most valuable thing I have. I have 1,000 things that are more valuable than money, but just things like time. I don't, if someone important wants to talk to me and someone thinks I'm supposed to talk to this person because they're so important or they're on, they're mainstream famous or something. My question is like, well, why would I want to talk to that person? Well, because he was on the hit TV show, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, so this person's important because white people put him on TV. No, because what I'm doing over here is the most important work I could be doing anywhere. Like talking to my people about wealth and building our families and our communities for the future. That's really what's important. His reality show on Bravo, that just paid him a bunch of money, but that doesn't make it important. See, you got to stop believing that somebody getting paid lots of money to do a job means that they're doing an important job. Getting paid lots of money to do a job does not make the job important. It just means you got a lot of money to do it. And I'm happy for you. But your importance, your significance in the world has to come down to whether or not you're doing meaningful work for meaningful people, meaningful work for a meaningful purpose. You got a big gun and you're aiming it at the right target. If you got a big gun, you aim at the wrong target, then it's a wasted bullet. If you have a little gun and you aim it at the right target, it's wasted. You want a big gun aimed at the right target. That means you're doing meaningful work for meaningful people. You're applying your energy in a meaningful way. So that's why I tell you to go back to the basics, right? I just really don't understand who told us that the job of a mother wasn't the most important job on the planet. That's the most important job anywhere because if mothers weren't doing their jobs, society would crumble. We'd be raising a whole nation full of serial killers. So motherhood is actually a more important job than almost any job I can think of. And the second most important job would be fatherhood. But for some reason, somebody got us all twisted up and had us thinking that somehow going to that white man's factory every day was the most important use of your time. And I vehemently disagree with you. I vehemently disagree. It might be important for him. Sure, he's building family wealth. He's building generational legacy and everything off your labor. Sure, that's fine. But I don't think that's more important than the time you spend with your own kids. I really don't. And I'm not judging how you spend your time. I understand we have limitations and restrictions and things like that, but I just encourage you, to figure out what your standard needs to be and meet the damn standard. And then don't just meet the standard for yourself, meet it for your children. Because I don't think we're meeting the standard for our little girls. That's why they're chasing after some of these raggedy guys. I really do. I'm really fascinated in terms of learning how critical my role is as a father to the self-esteem of my girls. There's something that we give girls, and I think that we understate how important that is because we're so accustomed to the girls not having a father. But I say, well, what if so what if the majority of all the boys didn't have a mother? Are we saying that mothers wouldn't be important? Would we have a normal society if most boys did not have their mother in the house with them? I don't think we would. I really don't. So I think that when you see things happening that almost seem like bastardizations of Black culture, or just extreme disruptions in terms of Black society, Black relationships, choices. I'm the guy that would be curious. Like Diddy, Cassie, what made you so attracted to Diddy? What made you think that this pretty gay rapper is an important man? Is it because he had lots of money? Is that all? Is that what it was? Like, what if Diddy made the same amount of money as a guy at Burger King? That he was still dancing and wearing shiny suits and still a great rapper. Well, he wasn't a great rapper, but still, but still like charisma and all that. But he was making like $5.95 an hour. Would that have been your man? Would you have really endured, all this? I'm not judging the choice. I agree. I think it was a scary situation that she was in, but I really wonder about these things, and I wonder like what's really happening here that will make us even think that that would be a good life for you. Is it just the money? And because I can tell you as a person who thinks about money all the time, and I can tell you, when you do what I do, you end up as a professor thinking about money and on levels and layers that you can't even possibly imagine. It goes so much deeper than you think. Um, I just want you to understand that money is not as important as you think sometimes. And money can be a massive distraction. Money really is a drug. The drug of money makes you high. And when you're high, you can end up doing things that don't make any sense. And in fact, I'm going to talk about that a little bit later in the portfolio power play, because right now you're in the middle of a booming stock market, which is going to create a lot of what they call irrational exuberance, which is a lot of greed. And so that is when the scammers come out. So people will be releasing the fake Bitcoins again and all that stuff, or the crappy cryptos. There's going to be a lot of IPOs of companies that are not worth what they're worth. During the previous boom, you had these things called SPACs, special purpose acquisition companies, which weren't worth what they were pretending to be, and people were paying money for these SPACs. So this changes the dynamics of the entire economy when everyone's sort of feeling excited, because right now everyone's getting FOMO because they're reading all the headlines about the Dow hitting record highs and Bitcoin hitting another record high and all these other things, and they don't want to miss out. So they jump in and they don't know what they're doing, and they end up getting burned. So that's what we're going to talk about later on today. If you want to join us for the portfolio power play, here is a link to the private Zoom. I'll put it inside here. And if you're not invited to Money in the Morning yet, our economic awareness training, just get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. So you can text morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you an invitation. And the portfolio power play, I'm going to put the link right here in the chat if you guys want to join me later on today at 1 p.m. Eastern. So let me see here. Let me pop this in the chat really quick. And then what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and finish this up in a second, because today's my anniversary and I shouldn't be like Mr. Workaholic on the day I got married. So, and then my wife's birthday is right after that. So I got Mother's Day, my daughter's birthday, my wife's birthday, and my wedding anniversary all in the same month. So, I got two daughter birthdays, right? So I got so much crap that happens in the month. It's in May. It's crazy. So it's really hard. I have a hard time keeping up with names and dates, or like anniversaries and stuff. So pray for me. All right. So anyway, let me finish reading these studies in terms of how that setting that standard can make a big difference. Okay. Yeah. Did I switch the portfolio power play to 1? Yeah, it's 1 p.m. Eastern, Natasha. I think I had to move it back to 1 because the other time, for whatever reason, didn't work. But there's the link right there. And you can click on that and you can join. All right. So a couple more things I want to mention before we bounce out. And again, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to join us. Just text the word morning to 87948. One thing that they say, surprise, surprise, is according to this study by the Institute for Family Studies, they said a father's involvement can set high standards for how a daughter expects to be treated in relationships. Research shows that daughters who have close communicative relationships with their fathers are less likely to engage in risky sexual behavior and are more likely to have fulfilling, long-lasting marriages. These daughters often have higher self-esteem and body image satisfaction, which are crucial for healthy relationships. Also, in terms of academic and career choices, fathers play a crucial role in their daughters' academic and career decisions. Studies indicate that daughters who receive mentoring and support from their fathers are more likely to pursue ambitious career paths and are often influenced positively by their father's career choices. This support fosters independence and confidence, which are beneficial in all areas of life, including relationships. Also, in terms of negative outcomes, they said the absence of a father figure or a poor father-daughter relationship can lead to adverse outcomes such as depression, anxiety, and early sexual activity. Conversely, daughters with positive father figures are less likely to face these issues and more likely to develop healthy, supportive relationships with their partners. So shout out to and by the way, if you don't see that link to join the Portfolio Power Play, one other way you can get access, I'll send this out in a little bit. Text the word stock, STOCK, to 87948. If you text stock to 87948, you'll get a link from me right after this class, and I'll invite you guys in. So text stock to 87948. I'll also mention a couple stocks I'm buying later on today when we talk. All right. So what I really see here is, first off, I want to applaud fathers that are setting a standard for their kids, period, and their daughters especially. I'm proud of you. I love you so much because of the fact that you are the fabric that's holding the community together. We need our strong masculine men to do this, because unfortunately, as Malcolm X used to talk about, America tries to make the black man into a little boy. So when I see rappers behaving in very childish ways, it reminds me of the fact that there are people that use their money to convince black males, grown black men, to behave like children. I saw the rapper Cameron on CNN, pretty much acting like a kid, because there's no pressure for them to grow up. So they're very irresponsible, very sloppy, very ignorant. And he's old. I think he's old enough to be a grandfather. I want to say he's almost 50 years old. Diddy is over 50, right? And engaged in the same shenanigans that he was engaged in when he was 25 years old. A 52-year-old is not supposed to behave like a 25-year-old. That's not culturally normal, but it seems normal because we financially reward it. So sometimes when things are financially incentivized, that makes us automatically and unfairly and incorrectly believe that that is the right way to approach life, that that's the right way to exist. And it's not. So thank you to the men that understand that. And then also I want to say thanks to all the mothers that really help facilitate that child-father relationship. Because one of the things I believe is that from what I've read, I read about the science of bonding and oxytocin, which is the chemical in your brain that bonds you to other people. Mothers have a very natural bond with the children because oxytocin production in your brain during pregnancy connects you to the child. That's why when the baby comes out, the mother's already instantly bonded. With the father and the child, the bond has to be constructed, right, through having them spend time together, facilitating that, right? The mother kind of saying like, hey, spend time with your father, especially if the partnership doesn't last. You have to kind of push that and have them spend time together and do things together, and then they'll naturally become more connected. If the mother is resistant, or if the mother is has issues with the father or is disrespectful of the father, it's very hard for the father to step in and form a relationship with the child. Because I don't know about y'all, tell me if you agree, give me a yes or no. Anybody my mother didn't respect wasn't gonna get my respect. Tell me if you get that. Tell me if you agree with that. Anybody, if my mama, if I was gonna meet some man and my mother's like, he ain't nothing. He ain't nothing but a dirty liar. He a damn fool. He's an idiot. I'm not, and I'm 9 years old. I'm loyal to my mother 100%, period. So you bring this guy in front of me and you've been talking crazy about him, or even if you're subtly doing it, even if it's subconscious, right? You know, like, or somebody says his name and you go, yeah, we'll see what he does. Oh, that's a cue. That's a clue. And I want y'all to understand this. Pay attention now. My mother did not do this, but it happened. It's a true story. I met my father, my biological father, for the first time when I was 14 years old. So my uncle took me to his house. My parents did not know that I was being taken to my biological father's house. I come to the door. He's standing there, and I looked at him, and it was really shocking because I'd never seen another man who looked like me like that. He looked a lot. I said, "Wow." You know, so he gave me a hug, and it was one of those real heavy hugs, like, "Son, oh my God, good to see you, son," that kind of thing. And I didn't know how, I didn't hug him with the same intensity because I'm 14 and I didn't feel the same, I didn't feel the same way. Hadn't spent years away from my son. I was just a 14-year-old, a freshman. So I'm sitting there in the living room and I'm talking to my grandmother, which was his mother, was sitting in there. I had an uncle sitting in there who was the brother of my father, and then my father sitting there. And this was actually, and now that I think about it, I think it was like, I think he got there like a little bit later. That's what, because when I first got there, I think he wasn't there. And I remember they were talking about him and they said something real subtle. They said, yeah, well, one day his name was Boyce, like mine. They said, yeah, but Boyce will get it together one day. And when they said that, that said to me, okay, so that means my father does not have it together. It was that one little slick little sentence, right? And then we were sitting there, and then my father's sitting there, and he says, "Yeah, one day I'm gonna get me a Maserati." And I remember just looking at him, and I instantly had like almost no respect for him because I'm listening to this, and maybe I'm different. Maybe I assume I was probably a little bit different. Maybe I am a little more perceptive, a little more aware of things. I don't know, but I was like, this dude does not seem like he's not what I thought. Like I was hoping I'd have some dad who was doing amazing things that I could be proud of. I did not see that with him, right? And it was accurate. He was on drugs. He was, in the streets doing whatever. And at that point the respect was kind of gone. And so really what I would say to you is that you have to facilitate those relationships, and it's really to the benefit of the kid. It's not for your benefit. You may hate him, but that kid needs somebody that's gonna care about them without wanting something in return, because if that's not there, then she's going to look for that from a lot of other men who are going to expect her to pay a high price. Okay. And they're going to drain her of things that money should not be able to buy, if you know what I mean. So that's my 2 cents. If you want me to package it up and summarize the gist of what we've talked about today, it is basically that healing and emotional health is extremely important for wealth building, because if you are whole emotionally, you don't have to pay and give your wealth away to people that help you fill those gaps. Do you understand? Right? You don't have to pay to fill the loneliness gap. Like think about it, like a man who's lonely, maybe he pays women for sex because he doesn't know how to not be lonely, right? Or a woman whose self-esteem is low. She's giving her body away to men, right? Which is more valuable than money, right? Or maybe you're giving your time and your energy to things that are not beneficial to you. And I know white folks, I believe that with racism, if you read Dr. Claude Anderson books like Black Labor, White Wealth, which everybody should really read, it explains how during slavery that the number one goal of the slave master was to keep the slave's self-esteem really low. They wanted to make sure that you were hardworking and very loyal, but they did not want you to have a lot of confidence in yourself. Because if you have too much confidence in yourself, then you, by God, might gasp, actually try to compete with white people. And they did not want you competing with the white man, but they wanted you to serve him. Right. So ultimately, I believe you can compete with anybody. I believe you should serve your family first, and then serve your community after your family, and then serve yourself after you serve your community, serve your family, serve yourself. Take care of all three. And I think that will get you to where you are able to build wealth, because you're not giving it all away to other people who are doing things for you that you don't actually need in the first place. So anyway, all right. So couple quick things. So today we're going to do the portfolio power play at 1. I'll mention some stocks that I'm buying during that time. Also, I mentioned to you all that I wanted to, since you had asked me about other specialized topics like estate planning, stock options, real estate, stuff like that. I wanted to do it in a way where you could form healthy economic habits. That's the goal. That's the goal of economic awareness training. That's why we do it 7 days a week, is because I want you to get in the habit every day of thinking about your economics. So, what I wanted to create in addition to money in the morning was something called money in a minute. And that's literally where it's, if you want to learn, for example, estate planning, I would send you out via text message like some sort of short lesson that you can learn in less than 2 minutes on estate planning. And then you would get one of those every single day for maybe 30, 45 days. And then by the time you're done, you would have a basic understanding of estate planning. And then there would be options for you to do more if that's what you want to do. Same thing with stock options, stock market investing, real estate. We can go on and on and on and pretty much, sort of create whatever you want. So that's almost done. And I'll reach out to you guys about that. There will be a fee, but we'll discount it substantially for those of you that are in our economic awareness training. And that should be ready probably by the end of the week. Okay. So I'll let you guys know when that's ready. And if you're not already on the text list for Money in the Morning or economic awareness training, make sure you text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And also the book that we were covering for a big part of this class is my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy at our Black Wealth Mastery store, which is at drboycebooks.com. So it's drboycebooks.com. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was great. And maybe I'll see you guys later on this afternoon. And thank you for your well wishes on the anniversary. I appreciate that.